This young man, Estio, was handsome and possessed the supernatural ability to understand the hearts of other living beings. Yet, he lived a difficult and dark life within his own home, among his own flesh and blood. Since childhood, he had been considered cursed and brutally abused. To allow Estio to live, his mother locked him in the attic year-round, without contact with anyone. But this morning, his older brother, Tyrios, kicked open the attic door and woke him up. He looked dapper and well-groomed, a stark contrast to his younger brother's ragged and filthy appearance. The reason Tyrios woke Estio up so early was because today was the coming-of-age ceremony. Estio stumbled down from the attic. Downstairs, everyone was ready. His sister, Rosette, openly scorned Estio because he was smelly and ragged, looking no different from a beggar. It was ironic that they always locked Estio in the attic, yet criticized his appearance. His parents didn't care about Estio, so they let his siblings bully him like this. "We're going ahead. Make sure you wash up before coming," they said, leaving Estio standing there bewildered. They told him to wash up, but where to wash was the problem, as Estio wasn't even allowed in the bathroom. The only thing that could provide him with bathwater now was the well in the yard. But Sebia was in the middle of winter, and the thought of bathing in that icy water made Estio apprehensive. But in the end, he still had to endure the biting cold to make himself a little cleaner. The water was so cold that Estio's skin turned completely red. While Estio was still shivering, a meow sounded from above. He immediately brightened up. "Suki, there you are." Suki was Estio's black cat. One cold night many years ago, when he was very young, he found her injured in the snow. And since then, Suki had become Estio's companion. She had disappeared early this morning, and now, returning, Suki brought back a beautiful coat. "This is a gift I received, and now I'm giving it to you, Estio." Suki jumped down from the roof and rubbed against Estio's legs. But he knew things weren't that simple, so he made Suki tell the truth. It turned out that today, she had saved a little girl from being run over by a carriage on the street. And to extort a reward, Suki had demanded this coat for her owner. "You did well. Thank you." Suki was kind. Estio scratched her chin a few times and then slipped into the coat. The feeling of warmth enveloping his body healed him instantly. Suki often brought these strange gifts back for him, like medicine when he was sick or a piece of bread when he was starving because of a crop failure. Although he didn't know exactly how Suki could do it, it made Estio cherish this black cat even more. Besides Suki, Estio also had a few other small friends, like the sparrow he named Feria, who often visited the attic, or the neighbor's dogs, Ben and Ricky. Thanks to his ability to communicate with animals, Estio's life was less lonely with these friends. While Estio was talking with his little friends, a beautiful girl appeared. It was Biola, the most beautiful girl in the region, and the same age as Estio. It seemed he was unusually clean and tidy today, so it took the girl a moment to recognize him. After exchanging a few words, Biola invited Estio to the festival with her. Meanwhile, at the festival, the villagers had already gathered and were drinking. Estio's parents and siblings knew he hadn't arrived yet, but they didn't seem to care. Only the village chief noticed his absence. "Estio, where's that boy?" His parents exchanged glances, unsure how to answer. Rosette spoke up first. "You know he's a lazy freeloader, sir. I told him to go wash up since it's the new year. But he's still so slow." Tyrios, also nearby, waved his hand dismissively, saying to just forget about Estio. With their indifference, the village chief gradually lost interest. He was about to signal the start of the feast, but a blond young man interrupted him, asking about Biola's arrival. The mention of Biola's name livened up the atmosphere. After all, she was the most beautiful girl in the region, so the young men were willing to wait a little longer for her. Soon, Biola, radiant in a beautiful pink dress, entered the party. Estio followed behind her, but no one paid him any attention. The blond young man named Louis rushed towards Biola as soon as he saw her. When he noticed Estio, he seemed surprised by his different appearance compared to usual. Seeing Estio's hesitation, Bela suddenly gave a strange smile. Then, she took his arm and cheerfully pulled him along, saying, "Let's join the party." This touch made Estio suddenly see many memories of the young woman before him, starting with her mother abandoning her when she was a child. He saw Bela involved with many men in the village, both young and old. The truth about this seemingly innocent girl shocked Estio deeply. His face turned pale. Bela reached out to touch his face, but Estio unconsciously brushed her hand away. Realizing his blunder, he quickly apologized awkwardly. "Are you angry because I held your hand without asking?" "I'm sorry." Bela put on an innocent expression. "No, it's not like that." Estio stammered, extremely uncomfortable. Bela looked as beautiful and pure as an angel, but the things he had just seen were truly unpleasant. For the sake of the party, Estio tried to control his emotions, pretending he hadn't seen anything. He took a cup of fruit wine, found a spot, and sat down. Naturally, Bela sat down next to him. Out of politeness, Estio tried to make pleasant conversation with her throughout the feast, but this inadvertently irritated many people, especially the blond young man, Louis. What caught Louis's attention was not only Bela laughing and talking happily with Estio, but also the expensive-looking coat he was wearing. Furthermore, he overheard Estio's parents talking in the corner. They were also discussing their son's new coat. "Honey, did you buy him that coat? Do you think we have enough money to pay for it? Where did he even get it?" "He must have borrowed it," Estio's mother said anxiously. In their village, no one wore such a unique coat. Jealousy surged within Louis. After finishing his drink, Louis decided to pick a fight with the unfortunate young man. "Estio, where did you buy this shirt? I've never seen a design like this before." "It was a gift," Estio answered honestly. Of course, that wasn't the answer Louis wanted. He slung an arm around Estio's shoulder, his tone increasingly mocking. "A gift? From whom?" "A friend," Estio replied. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth that Suki had brought it back, because even if he did, no one would believe him. Moreover, he truly considered Suki a friend, so there was nothing wrong with answering that way. Yet, Louis's smile became more and more twisted. "A friend? Huh? Who is this friend of yours? Do you have a friend wealthy enough to give you such an expensive gift?" Louis's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of everyone at the party. "Come on, tell me the truth. You stole this, didn't you?" This wasn't a question, but an accusation. Estio looked around at everyone at the party in bewilderment. He knew that even if he answered no, no one would believe him. The horrific memories of his childhood came flooding back. Back then, Estio was constantly beaten and scolded by the villagers for no reason, as they called him cursed. Some of the beatings nearly took his life. To ensure her son's survival, his mother locked him in the attic. And so, Estio grew up in the attic, living a difficult life. Seeing that he didn't answer and his face darkened, Louis continued his tirade. "We haven't seen you for a while. I bet you went to the city to steal this outfit, so you could show up looking all fancy today, huh?" The crowd began to murmur. They all believed that Louis's accusation was correct, because someone like Estio couldn't possibly have obtained such a fine shirt legitimately. He unconsciously searched for sympathy in the crowd, but it was futile. Even Bela, who had looked at him with such tenderness earlier, was now giving him a contemptuous look. "Monster!" A child at the party grabbed an apple from the table and threw it straight at Estio. The throw missed him but hit the oil lamp hanging overhead. The oil in the lamp spilled out, pouring directly onto Estio's head. He had just painstakingly washed himself in the icy water, finally becoming a little cleaner. Yet now he was once again filthy and miserable. Estio looked at his family with the last hope that they would speak up for him. But no, from his parents to his siblings, no one paid any attention to him. The hope for a happy family was truly shattered. That was when Estio realized that there was no place for him here. That night, after returning to his familiar attic, he thought for a long time. Estio kept thinking, then suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. He kept laughing like that, and when he was tired of laughing, tears streamed down his cheeks. After a while, Estio made the most important decision of his life. He gathered all his belongings to prepare. to leave. Where he went didn't matter. What mattered was that he had to leave this place to find hope for himself. That was the first time Estio left Selbia village. It was freezing cold, and actually, he didn't even know which way he should go. Luckily, on the way, Estio met a kind man who gave him a ride in his carriage. Inside, it was a little warmer. Through a gap in the carriage roof, Estio could see the night sky with its twinkling stars. As he was gazing at the sky, a small black head poked in. Meow! Estio was overjoyed. Sure enough, Suki had followed him. And the night after his coming-of-age ceremony, he had officially left the village he had been attached to for the past 19 years. After some time, Estio woke up. The carriage was still moving, but a strange man appeared in front of him. Wow, you're interesting. How can you sleep so soundly in this freezing weather? Seeing Estio still drowsy, the man burst out laughing. He continued to joke around, but Estio remained silent. He looked behind the man and saw two very large sword bags. Estio guessed that this man was a carriage guard. Your silence is making me feel awkward. Say something. We went through the trouble of giving you a ride. Don't make me bored. Seeing the man's excessive enthusiasm, Estio finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. I'm Estio. It was a simple greeting, but the man looked happier than if he had struck gold. He introduced himself as Lena. Or rather, his full name was Lena Rannik-Andre. Estio unconsciously nodded along. His naive appearance made Lena intrigued. He moved closer and started chatting him up. Why are you going to the city? Are you looking for work? Before Estio could answer, Lena continued, his mouth working nonstop like a talking machine. My dear country boy, don't think you'll get lucky in the city. There's no such thing as miracles. You'll have to experience it all yourself. Estio knew Lena's words came from the perspective of someone with experience. But he really hadn't thought that far ahead because he didn't have any goals or talents. Estio's abilities couldn't even help him protect himself, let alone protect others like Lena. Yet, he still wanted to go to the city simply because he wanted to leave that painful place. It had to be said that Lena was quite persistent. Even though Estio had been mostly silent the whole time, he still came up with a whole bunch of things to ask him. Hey, do you have any talents? Looking at you, I bet you can't even lift anything heavy, can you? Animals. Estio answered honestly that I'm good at communicating with animals. After all, he really could talk to birds and beasts. With Estio's talent, Lena immediately thought a circus job for him. But that's not it. I know what they're thinking. Estio explained. Lena burst out laughing again. The idea of reading the thoughts of other creatures was completely absurd. It made him think that Estio had just overdosed on something the night before. Estio didn't bother explaining further because he had never met anyone with the same ability. As him, through contact, he could read other people's memories and thoughts. These images would vividly appear before his eyes, even though sometimes he didn't want them to at all. Like when you saw Bella's dirty past. Clearly, this is a power a human shouldn't have. So, it's normal that when you talk about it, others don't believe you. Estio was still trying to figure out how to change the subject when the carriage suddenly braked. Lena stopped joking around and suddenly became serious. He stood up and quickly jumped out of the carriage. At first, Estio thought they were being attacked by bandits. But after assessing the situation, Lena seemed exasperated. The merchant said the horses pulling the carriage were suddenly acting up. They wouldn't move and wouldn't touch their food. There were quite a few other people on the carriage besides Estio. They were all getting impatient as their journey was halted midway. 3 hours later, the horses still hadn't budged. While Estio calmly munched on some bread, the other passengers were getting increasingly annoyed. Lena was getting a headache. He was still wondering how to resolve the situation when he suddenly remembered what Estio had said earlier. I know what they're thinking. Lena's sudden cry startled Estio, making him drop the bread he was holding. He hurriedly pulled Estio out of the carriage. Come on. If you're a psychic, then go see what the horses are thinking. Honestly, Estio really wanted to refuse this task, because if the horses' willpower wasn't strong enough, even if he wanted to read their minds, he wouldn't be able to. But Lena kept urging him to go, and the merchant kept whipping the horses, making Estio feel sorry for them. So he decided to give it a try. Estio approached the horses, gently cradling their heads as if embracing a lover, even though he had never been in love before. Very quickly, Estio heard their inner voices. Not tired, not hungry. The horses are afraid because the road ahead is very dangerous. Scary and dangerous? Why? Estio continued to ask. It's big and sharp. It's very aggressive. It will take the lives of those who care for us. Estio couldn't clearly see what was frightening the horses, but based on their descriptions, it seemed like a monster was waiting for them up ahead. Estio snapped out of his vision and the horses, returning to reality. Seeing him come to, Lena anxiously asked if he had heard what the horses said. Estio pointed towards the end of the road, recounting everything to him without missing a word. That there was a white-furred monster with blood-red eyes, bigger than a horse, with long claws. On top of that, it was very angry, and if they stubbornly went through and were attacked, the loss of life and property would be immense. Lena fell silent, thinking, but the merchant didn't believe the story about a monster ahead. After all, he had traveled this route many times. While he and Lena were talking, Estio quietly went to stroke the horses. Earlier, because they refused to move, they had been whipped by the merchant until they were covered in injuries. In the end, Lena chose to believe Estio because he actually knew of a large creature like the one Estio described. It was a white-furred ape, a rare creature, but one that could definitely appear on this snowy mountain. The passengers, upon hearing Lena mention the white-furred ape, began to chatter amongst themselves. Its fur was highly sought after among the nobility. That alone was enough to draw the attention of hunters. But isn't it just a beast, not a monster? There's no reason for the horses to be afraid of it, the merchant wondered. By now, Lena had retrieved his 2 large swords from the carriage. Since the horses refused to move, he had no choice but to investigate the situation himself. But the important thing here was that he wanted Estio to come along. Estio, having been timid since childhood, didn't want to get involved in this dangerous affair. But luckily, Lena wasn't going alone. He was accompanied by several other mercenaries, all highly skilled, so it was somewhat reassuring. However, the only one reassured was Lena. Estio was still puzzled as to why he, who didn't know the first thing about fighting, had to go with them. You have to come too. What if we need a translator? Lena said plainly, then pulled Estio along. Along the way, he was constantly worried and anxious. According to the horses, their enemy was far more terrifying than the white-furred ape. It must be a ferocious monster, or perhaps something even worse. Estio had struggled to escape from Selbia village to have a chance at survival, and he wasn't happy at all to be involved in another life-threatening situation. But Lena's attitude made Estio think. He seemed unusually interested and cheerful when he learned about the ability Estio possessed. This was quite different from his family, who despised Estio for this very ability. They gradually stopped wanting to interact with him after realizing he could read their minds. That was the reason why Estio had lived a solitary life for almost 20 years. He kept thinking as he walked. It wasn't until one of the mercenaries in the group signaled to stop that Estio snapped out of his thoughts. The weather was bitterly cold, and he tried to pull his collar up a bit higher. Standing among a group of heavily armed mercenaries, Estio looked even smaller and thinner. One of them used their small light skill. The surrounding area was immediately illuminated. Estio saw the snow beneath his feet shift. It seemed like the creature had appeared. Foolish humans, today I will send you all to meet your maker. It was indeed a gigantic white-furred ape. Of course, only Estio could hear its words, and that was what terrified him. To understand the emotions of a creature without touching it, that creature must possess an incredibly strong will. From this distance, Estio could already sense the immense murderous aura of his opponent. So how dangerous must it be? Estio felt they had no chance of winning this fight. He valued his own life, so he advised Lena to turn back. But not only Lena, but all the other mercenaries refused, because this was the only road leading to the city. What other monster is there besides it? Lena asked as he drew his sword. It's not that, but but it's very dangerous. Estio knew his advice was futile, because there were several mercenaries here, and only one ape. Of course, they all wanted to fight it, to the death, clearing a path back to the city. The monster roared. Estio felt like the world was turning upside down. He couldn't even stand steadily. But Lena seemed thrilled. Not just him, but the others as well. Estio thought they were all crazy. He still wanted to stop them. But before he could open his mouth, Lena dashed forward with incredible speed. Lena's attacks were almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. The rest of the team rushed forward to support him. Some were archers, others mages. Each of them busily unleashed their strongest attacks, hoping to overwhelm the enemy. But unexpectedly, the monster's hide was thick and tough. Their attacks barely scratching it, only serving to enrage it further. The moment Estio saw the white-furred ape's eyes turn cloudy and heard its ferocious roar again, only 3 words flashed through his mind. "We're screwed." Only then did the mercenaries seem to realize the danger of the monster. It began to fight back. With a single backhand, it sent the bald archer nearby, flying dozens of meters. The moment he landed, the white-furred ape's massive hand reached for him. The young man thought he was done for. Yet Estio, who had no combat experience, rushed forward, shielding the man with his thin frame. "Stop!" he shouted at the giant ape, using almost all his strength. "Please calm down." The ape's bloodshot eyes cleared. It seemed surprised to find a human who could communicate with it. Estio began to feel hopeful, planning to negotiate with the ape instead of resorting to violence. But at that moment, Lena appeared from behind, ruining his plans. "I told you to keep your distance," he yelled, directing his words at the bald archer. As soon as he finished speaking, Lena slashed 2 long wounds across the monster's back with his twin blades. It roared in pain and then, clutching its face, fled into the forest. The mercenaries immediately gave chase, determined to finish it off. Only Estio remained sitting there in the cold snow, still in shock. In that moment, he knew the beast had understood him. It had stopped and then run for its life. And what Estio heard then didn't fit the image of this monstrous abyssal creature at all. "Mommy, I'm scared. Mommy." If that was truly the white-furred ape's inner voice, Estio felt he couldn't just sit there any longer. "Mommy, I'm so scared." If that was the white-furred ape's inner voice, then Estio felt he couldn't just sit there any longer. He got up and followed the direction of the sound he'd heard, finding a cave. In front of the cave were numerous footprints, not yet covered by the blizzard. It seemed the ape had entered the cave not long ago. The surroundings were incredibly quiet. Guessing that the other mercenaries hadn't found this place yet, Estio cautiously ventured inside. Inside, the strong stench of blood made him instinctively cover his nose. Estio went deeper into the cave and saw the white-furred ape sitting with its face against the stone wall. For some reason, he suddenly felt a strange sense of pity and loneliness for it. Estio took another step and instantly entered the white-furred ape's memories. It turned out that this ape was a hybrid of a white-furred ape and a human. Its mother was a beautiful blonde woman. Not long before, also on a snowy day, its father and his troop had left the cave and encountered a severely injured girl. They carried her on their backs and brought her back to the cave. When the girl woke up, the first thing they did was bring her a delicious piece of meat. In the days that followed, its father took great care of her. Finally, the girl was moved and stayed in the cave. A love that transcended racial boundaries blossomed. And this ape was the result of that love. When it was born, it was so adorable that it was given the beautiful name Nezura. Nezura's life was once very happy, having such a beautiful and gentle mother, until a group of hunters came to the cave. Although they were all human, they didn't even spare Nezura's mother. And that was the day the little ape turned into a monster. Estio was silent. So this was the reason why the ape kept whimpering, "Mommy, I'm scared." Now it seemed to have calmed down, even mistaking Estio for its mother. "I'm not your mother. My name is Estio." The white-furred ape looked at him for a long time. Its ferocious appearance had completely disappeared. Now it looked like an innocent child. Are you here to kill me too? No, he immediately replied. To be honest, Estio didn't know where he found the courage to come all the way to the entrance of a monster's cave. He just felt he needed to be there. Nezura seemed sad. It began to recount the tragedy of its life, and although Estio had already seen everything, he listened quietly. The cruel hunters had murdered Nezura's entire family, turning it from a happy child into a monster. I don't understand why they did that. Probably for money, Estio replied. Nezura didn't even know what money was. Hearing Estio, it truly hoped that if it had money, it could see its mother and family again. Although the creature in front of him was like an innocent child, Estio had to extinguish all its hopes. Nezura and its mother would never see each other again. Even though it was just a monster, Nezura had awareness and emotions like a human. When it truly understood that it had lost its mother forever, it suddenly burst into tears. Estio stood still and listened to it cry for a long time, until Nezura wiped its own tears and stopped. I was really angry. I thought about killing all of humanity. But when you appeared, I felt like I didn't need to bother with that anymore. Estio suddenly felt guilty. It seemed that because he had controlled the other party's emotions, Nezura couldn't even be angry about its revenge anymore. He spent time staying and talking with the ape for a long time, until it truly calmed down. Nezura turned and went deeper into the cave, saying it wanted to rest. Estio then said goodbye and left the cave. It was snowing again outside. Estio felt like he was about to freeze solid. Just then, Suki appeared with Estio's bag. Glad you're all right. Estio sighed in relief as soon as he saw her. I'm not so weak as to be injured by some brat, Suki said scornfully, seemingly referring to Nezura. After giving Estio his cloak, Suki flicked her tail, about to return to the carriage. But Estio couldn't bear to leave Nezura here. It was seriously injured after all. If the hunters found it, it wouldn't stand a chance. Suki gave him another scornful look. You still want to stay here, even though you might freeze to death. Estio remained silent for a few seconds. Then he resolutely stayed in the cave. Nezura was now asleep. Estio put on his cloak and leaned against it, but it didn't seem to make him much warmer. It seemed that Nezura must live in a perpetually cold place, as its body temperature wasn't any warmer than the weather. Estio hadn't left because he felt he couldn't abandon a child, and Suki hadn't left either. Although she knew she should return to the carriage, she couldn't leave Estio. Suki waited outside the cave for a long time, until she was sure Estio had fallen asleep, then slowly entered. But now, she no longer had the appearance of a small black cat, but of a powerful black tiger. Although not at all pleased, Suki eventually lay down beside him, protecting her master. Suddenly, she remembered the distant days many years ago. Suki was originally a product of an experiment designated N1251. From birth, she possessed incredible power. But because of that power, Suki was also very difficult to tame. Therefore, the very scientists who created her ordered her termination. Suki was lucky to escape death that night, but she was also seriously injured. Suki ran desperately, hoping to survive. She ran long and far. Finally, exhausted, Suki nearly lost all her power and transformed into a small black cat. At the moment she was dying, her strong will reached Estio, who was quite far away, and he heard her plea. And then, as we know, he saved Suki's life. The two abandoned beings gave each other warmth and relied on each other until now. Not long after, Suki woke up to a call. Estio was also awake. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to rest without catching a cold. Are you hurt anywhere? Suki asked back indifferently. Estio shook his head. Only then did Suki shake herself a few times, reassured, and transform back into a gentle black cat. Nezura's injuries were now also much better. Since it was a monster after all, the wound on its back had almost completely healed, and there hadn't been any other activity around for quite some time. Estio was sure that no more hunters or warriors were coming after them. So, he was about to leave the ape here. Estio and Nezura suddenly spoke, not telepathically but with actual words. Suki also flinched at this illogical phenomenon. Perhaps because its mother was human, Nezura had inherited some human characteristics. Because STO is a special human, Nezura wants to follow him. It's confident that with its strength, it can protect STO. More than anything, because its family has already left this world, Nezura doesn't want to be alone. This wish from the white-furred ape makes STO feel awkward. After all, his destination is a big city. Nezura's size isn't small at all, and it can't be hidden. He's afraid it will be attacked by humans, and also afraid it will go berserk when it sees humans. Asterisk, I think I would be angry if I saw those who harm my family. But I don't care about other humans. Asterisk. Nezura still tried to bargain, but there might be many who want to take your life. STO warned it. Unexpectedly, Nezura wasn't afraid, but just grinned widely. Well, in that case, I can also get angry to defend myself. Nezura's sparkling eyes completely convinced STO, and so he had to take the ape to the city with him. When they arrived in the city, Suki disappeared again, but STO wasn't too surprised. After all, this wasn't the first time. It would appear when it mattered most. As expected, Nezura quickly attracted the attention of outsiders. Luckily, it now just looked like a normal ape, so people only considered it STO's pet. Some guards stopped him and reminded him that medium-sized pets needed to be leashed. Then, they brought a large collar and leash. STO hesitated for a long time. He didn't want to use this to restrain Nezura. But contrary to his bad mood, the ape seemed quite happy. Asterisk STO, it's okay. Just do it. Asterisk. If I really want to break it, nothing can stop me. After a mental struggle, STO had to put the collar and leash on Nezura. Seeing that, the two guards felt relieved and left. STO seemed very sad. I'm sorry for making you go through this. Nezura didn't blame him at all. On the contrary, it felt that STO was just like its mother, because its mother used to always say she was sorry. At first, Nezura was very curious and asked why she apologized so much. But every time it asked, she didn't answer. Much later, when it had heard it so often that it became familiar, Nezura understood what the apology meant. Mother said sorry, meaning I love you. I think so. STO seemed to feel a burden lift from his heart. Nezura wasn't just a pet to him now. It was like Suki, a companion to STO in this lonely life. After entering the city, the first thing STO did was look for a job. But he was rejected time and time again because of his weak physique, and because he was accompanied by a huge beast. The merchants on the street advised STO to go to a guild to find work. This was the first time STO had heard of the concept of a guild. They directed him to a building in the center of town called Ignis. And so, STO led Nezura into the town center. Ignis was so dazzling that it was hard to miss. There was a sign in front of the door guaranteeing that it was the best guild with a 99.9% commission completion rate. STO pushed the door open. He was greeted by a beautiful, cheerful receptionist. At first, she thought he was a customer. After learning that STO was there to apply as a new member, the receptionist directed him upstairs to fill out an application form. The person in charge upstairs was a middle-aged man. Just by glancing at STO's appearance, he knew he was from the countryside. Hello, I heard you're recruiting new members. Indeed. Do you know what kind of work the guild usually does? I've heard you accept commissions and resolve them. Simple enough. The man looked at STO with the typical look of someone looking at a naive youngster. Afterward, he took out a business card, handed it to him, and introduced himself as Hack, the branch manager of Ignis Galatia. After receiving the business card, STO followed him to a nearby sofa. Normally, Hack would decide whether to interview a new applicant after reviewing their application. But recently, commissions have been flooding in, and the guild's manpower was extremely limited, so he decided to skip the application review and proceed directly to the interview. Hack began his interview with very basic questions like where STO was from and how old he was. Ever since he first saw him, Hack had been paying attention to Nezura. What's your specialty? Animal taming? Something like that. Something like that? It's best you don't use those words to describe it. I need to know exactly what you're good at so I can arrange a suitable job. SDO didn't want to let others know too much about his abilities. He was afraid of being ostracized like his family and the people of Selbia village had done. However, he also really needed this job, so he had to tell Hack everything. When he heard that SDO could hear the voices of living creatures, the pen in his hand stopped abruptly. Hack didn't expect this country bumpkin to be an ability user, but he had never heard of the ability to read the thoughts of creatures. Ability users in this world weren't too rare. From mages, elementalists, alchemists, pharmacists, priests, to swordsmen. They create magic by using mana or connecting with elemental spirits. Each profession has its own path. Some discover and utilize special laws, while others can heal wounds. Most ability users in the world are clearly classified, but the strange ability SDO just mentioned didn't fit into any of those. This made Hack hesitate. That I apologize. If I had known you were an ability user, I wouldn't have bothered with this kind of interview. SDO was now like a hidden card because of his strange ability. Depending on that ability, he could become Ignis's trump card or a useless person. But Hack was a businessman, and he wasn't going to pass up any opportunity. Therefore, Hack decided to test SDO by giving him his first assignment to go find the animal trader at 3 Sack Street. He's an animal collector who's part of the guild. But lately, he seems to be having trouble managing some rare species. If you really have the ability to control animals, you might be able to solve that problem. SDO nodded. He understood what Hack wanted him to do. Afterward, Hack gave SDO a map and told him that if this mission was successful, he would receive a Sugue from the merchant. That item would serve as proof of his success. Once he had the Sugue, SDO could become an official member of Ignis. He took the map and, accompanied by Nezura, headed to the address indicated. Thanks to Nezura's sense of smell, a directionally challenged person like SDO managed to avoid wandering aimlessly through the streets. He arrived at number 3, Sack Street. 2 guard dogs stood watch at the entrance. At first, they bared their fangs and glared at SDO. But after Nezura glared back, both dogs trembled like leaves. Seeing them like this, SDO found it both amusing and pitiful. You don't need to be afraid. I won't attack you, so don't worry. I'm here to see the owner of this place. SDO reassured them, gently petting each dog on the head. His ability to control the emotions of animals quickly calmed the 2 dogs. While SDO was busy chatting with them, the owner of the house opened the door. The man's complexion wasn't very good. He was probably frustrated with some rare goods he had just acquired. The man led SDO inside. His collection was quite extensive, but he led SDO straight to a glass cage. Inside, a tiny dragon was barely clinging to life. According to the man, it had been restless and refusing to eat ever since he bought it. That damned brat is driving me crazy. The man grumbled and cursed as he spoke. But because of his special ability, SDO could hear the man's true inner thoughts. Little one, please don't be sick anymore, okay? It turned out he was a tough exterior hiding a soft heart. SDO looked from the man's bald head to the struggling dragon in the cage. It was still just a baby. Are you trying to tame it? He asked. What the hell are you talking about? That's obvious. The man yelled right in SDO's ear, nearly deafening him. He wanted to train the dragon into obedience from a young age. Otherwise, when it grew up, it could attack people. And if that caused the nobles to complain about the exotic animal trade, he would be out of business. The man's attitude was extremely harsh, but SDO paid it no mind. He focused solely on the little dragon in front of him, trying to figure out the root of the problem. Suddenly, SDO felt a sharp pain. His chest felt like it was about to explode, causing him to fall backward. Fortunately, Nezura caught him in time. The man was startled to see SDO like this. Hey, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? No, I'm not the one in pain. It's the dragon's pain, SDO replied, gasping for breath. At that moment, the dragon slowly opened its eyes. Then, it sat up straight and looked directly at SDO with an innocent gaze. He immediately entered the mindscape containing the dragon's memories. The man, seeing SDO suddenly fall silent, grew increasingly impatient. Hey kid, are you paralyzed or something? Damn it. Why did you stop talking in the middle of the sentence? A while later, Estio replied in a sorrowful tone, "This child, its heart is melting." "What? What nonsense are you talking about?" the cantankerous man yelled. Estio explained to him that this type of dragon usually lived in extremely cold waters. Currently, he had taken it out of the water and even put a layer of sawdust under its cage. So the dragon couldn't breathe and was slowly withering. Hearing this, the man became furious. "Who is this brat trying to fool? This Draki is a desert monster. Its name says it all. What are you babbling about? I said its heart, made of ice, is melting." Because of his hot temper, the man was about to argue with him further. But Estio's firm gaze made him reconsider. After all, he wanted to do everything he could to save the little dragon. So, the man grabbed the shovel next to the cage and threw it to Estio. "Go outside and shovel some snow in here," he ordered. "Just me? Do you want an old man like me to do it? I don't have any ice right now, so a strapping young lad like you should go shovel some snow. If you're too slow, both you and this troublesome little Draki are done for." With that, he took the little dragon out of the cage and placed it in a glass tank filled with water nearby. After coming into contact with the cool water, the little creature's face relaxed considerably. The man finally gave a happy smile, then yelled at Estio to hurry up and shovel some snow. Estio shoveled the first scoop of snow into the water tank under the man's anxious gaze. After that, he made him shovel a few more scoops. Estio certainly knew he was being exploited for labor. He was being worked like a dog. But with his overflowing love for animals, he was still willing to do it. And thanks to his efforts, the ice Draki truly revived. Draki were already a rare species, but among them, there were even rarer ice variants, so they weren't widely known. Seeing the little dragon somewhat recovered, Estio finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the man certainly wasn't going to let him rest so soon, because besides this Draki, he still had a bunch of other rare animals waiting to be cared for. Estio felt like he had become a veterinarian in just one afternoon, and the man had to truly acknowledge that his abilities were the real deal. After everything was taken care of, the man gave him a bag of gold coins as payment. The job was done, but Estio hesitated to leave. He could hear the animals' inner voices in the man's house. They were all attached to him. Now, he could clearly hear their thoughts, even from outside the door. It meant they were all right. Thinking of this, Estio suddenly felt a pang of emotion. He led Nezura back towards Ignis. But on the way, unsettling thoughts filled his mind. Estio really didn't know where his future would lead and what would happen to a cursed child like him. Negative thoughts and his unfortunate past made Estio tremble momentarily. He crouched down by the roadside, much to Nezura's alarm. "Are you all right? Are you cold?" it asked anxiously. Not long after, Suki arrived. It always appeared when its master needed it most. "What are you doing here? It seems like you're not injured." "Get up. Sitting outside in the cold for too long will make you catch a cold." Sometimes, Estio didn't know if Suki was the cat he picked up or his mother. But the fact that it never left made him feel like life had a little more meaning. For example, Suki hated being touched by humans. But when Estio stroked its head, it didn't avoid him. "Thank you, Suki," Estio suddenly said. "For what?" The haughty black cat wondered. "For not avoiding me. You, after all this time, still haven't realized anything. Estio, to me, you're different from those other humans. Do whatever you want. I'll never avoid you." After saying that, Suki tiptoed away. After calming down, Estio and Nezura returned to Ignis. He received 2 gold coins as payment. This surprised Hark quite a bit. That man was as stingy as a ghost. Yet today, he was being so generous. This proved that Estio's ability was real. Hark acted like he'd struck gold, his attitude towards Estio immediately changing. "Estio, welcome. From now on, you're officially a member of Ignis." After that, Hark even personally took Estio to get a uniform and a gull identification badge. "You must wear this every time you go on mission." He was even willing to provide Estio with accommodation. Although the facilities here weren't particularly great, compared to the old attic he had lived in for a decade, it was perfect. Moreover, Hark also allowed Nezura to stay, so Estio had no reason to refuse. After listening to him explain all the rules Ignis, Estio led Nezura to their new room. They both washed up. Then, Estio put on his brand new uniform. He looked at himself in the mirror. This was the first time Estio had seen himself looking so neat and tidy. The bed was also softer and the blanket warmer than at home. Next to the bed was a large window. The faint moonlight shining through the window suddenly reminded Estio of the miserable days in that attic. He found it hard to sleep, so he turned to ask Nezura, "Hey, are you asleep yet?" "No." Nezura's voice drifted up from the floor. "Oh, you regret it?" Estio suddenly asked. "Regret what?" "Following me." Perhaps because he possessed the ability to read the minds of other creatures, Estio was more sensitive than the average person. So, ever since arriving in the city, he had always felt guilty towards Nezura. Its neck had to wear a chain, its freedom was restricted, and it was always being stared at. Not to mention, the road ahead of them was even more difficult. Although it was hard, Estio still wanted to take Nezura back to the mountains to give it back its freedom. However, what Nezura said next proved that his worries were unnecessary. Not only did it not regret it, but it was happy to have followed Estio and ended its previous solitary life. Nezura no longer lived in constant hatred of humans either. That was what made it feel like life was worth living. Nezura's words were soft, but they made Estio want to cry. He buried his face in his pillow, trying to control his emotions. Before, during the time he was locked in the attic, Estio had received an old dictionary from his brother. He had taught himself how to read and write the words within, but he couldn't understand the meaning of them all. But now, Estio seemed to understand. The days spent with Nezura had taught him the true meaning of connection. That even though they weren't the same race, didn't share the same circumstances, from now on they would be inseparable, no matter how difficult the road ahead. The next morning, Estio woke up early as usual. After adjusting his uniform, he went downstairs, to Hark's astonishment. Well, who do we have here? Doesn't even look like my little spider anymore. Seems Estio looks quite dashing in a gull uniform. Indeed. Oh, branch manager, who is this? A newbie, a petite, brown-haired girl wearing glasses popped up out of nowhere and suddenly spoke. Hark introduced the two of them. The girl's name was Rosalie, also a member of Gull. He also introduced Estio to her as a new member, but not working in the job support, magic support, or combat support departments. Rosalie seemed puzzled and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say he was an ability user? Why isn't he in the magic or combat team?" "Well, his ability is a bit special. We'll have to wait for a response from the higher-ups before we can decide." Seeing Estio looking tense, Hark took out a jar of colorful candies. Out of respect for him, Estio took one and put it in his mouth. However, he still didn't feel any less tense. "All right, let's go get a Gull stamp." Hark returned to the main topic. "You just need to stamp the receipt. It has to be the black rubber band, so check carefully. Just one set is enough. Oh, and while you're out, if you see any unicorn quill pens, buy them." Estio didn't know what they were for, but if Hark had mentioned them, they certainly weren't useless. He went out and asked around, then went to the nearest general store in the square to ask if they had any. But the shopkeeper was quite peculiar, because when Estio arrived, she was bent over doing something and had no intention of serving customers. It wasn't until she found what she was looking for that she realized the customer was still standing there. Their eyes met for less than 3 seconds before hers fell on Nezura beside him. With a fragility akin to a tin roof in a hurricane, she let out a shriek. "Oh my God, a monster!" Unfortunately, she was sitting on a stool. After this scream, her center of gravity shifted, and she fell backward. Fortunately, Estio caught her. Otherwise, she would have broken a leg or an arm. Despite holding a beautiful girl in his arms, Estio's expression didn't change. He only seriously reminded the girl, "That's not a monster. Its name is Nezura." Looking at him up close, she realized he was quite handsome. The girl couldn't help but blush like a tomato. After landing safely, the girl began searching for the items Estio needed. But in the middle of her search, her expression suddenly changed. "There it is. Where's my magic orb? You just dropped it back there. Estio replied nonchalantly. This girl looked pretty, but seemed a bit foolish. She found her magic orb, looking even happier than if she were going to a festival. Estio couldn't be bothered with her. After getting all the necessary items, he turned to leave. But the girl called out to him. Hey, wait a minute. What's your name? Estio thought it was something important. It turned out she wanted him to try out the magic orb in her hand. According to her explanation, it was a new product that she had risked a lot to obtain, a magic orb that could read other people's emotions. This ability might seem like a divine power to others, but to Estio, it was useless because he had possessed it since birth. I don't need it. Estio flatly refused. Really? Why? Because no one wants to read something like another person's heart. The ability to read someone's thoughts, memories, or emotions is the most useless ability in the world. Estio replied, then opened the door and left. The shopkeeper was still bewildered. She felt that this young man, although handsome, seemed a bit strange. He talked as if he could really read people's minds. Estio returned to Ignis, completing the final steps to become an official guild member. While waiting for the higher-ups' decision on where he would be assigned, he just pottered around doing things like watering flowers and cleaning the house. A few days later, Hark brought good news. Estio had been assigned to the Special Support Division, and his first commission arrived after he became an official guild member. The client was Cerilyn Zay Fabian, the only 10-year-old daughter of the Fabian family. The trouble she was having seemed to be that her puppy, Hiru, absolutely refused to obey, and Cerilyn wanted someone to help her turn Hiru into a well-behaved dog. Estio's mood was a bit complicated. After becoming a member of Ignis, he had thought he would be doing larger-scale missions, but unexpectedly, it was dog training. But Hark thought this was very good. Estio's ability didn't require training or combat experience, and his main clientele were high-ranking nobles. He could satisfy them without much effort and bring back guild money, which was good. Seeing Estio sigh deeply, Hark began to use his entire vocabulary to exaggerate the seriousness of the matter. It seemed simple, but the problem was that it also had to meet the nobles' requirements. If they held a grudge against him, besides canceling this request, his future life could also be ruined. So be careful. He also kept reminding Estio not to underestimate Cerilyn just because she was a child. A noble, even if only 2 months old, was still a noble, and he had to serve her with all his might. So good luck. Hopefully, Estio's commission will be successful, producing a very well-behaved puppy. Hark brought over a jar of candy. Estio took one and put it in his mouth, then led Nezura on his way. The Fabian mansion was enormous. After checking Estio's commission form, the guards quickly led him inside. The space inside was even more magnificent, but the only thing that caught Estio's attention was the indignant barking of a small dog inside the house. Getting a little closer, he could hear its equally indignant thoughts. Here it is again. Go away, human. Hiru, don't be like that. He's our guest. A pretty blonde girl ran out from inside the house. Judging by her age, this must be Miss Cerilyn. Watching how Cerilyn talked and behaved with Hiru, Estio could easily sense her love for animals. Unfortunately, Hiru wasn't an obedient dog. Estio introduced himself as a member of the Ignis Guild. A look of suspicion immediately appeared on Cerilyn's face. I thought it would be a grumpy old man. So that effeminate guy also works at the guild? How old are you? This kid was really annoying. Estio wasn't very happy. But since the customer is always right, he swallowed his irritation and answered her question. I just turned 19. While they were talking, Hiru continued barking incessantly behind them. The noisy barking annoyed Nezura. From behind Estio, it gently gave Hiru a murderous look, causing the puppy to immediately shut up. By now, Miss Cerilyn had also noticed its presence. But instead of being afraid of the large creature, she seemed quite interested. Such a big gorilla. So cute. Nezura immediately retracted its murderous gaze, replacing it with sparkling eyes to win her over. Miss Cerilyn was instantly captivated. She was about to rush forward when a servant inside the house stopped her. For a very simple reason. Nezura was a white-furred ape, and they couldn't let their young mistress approach something potentially dangerous. After sulking for a bit because she couldn't pet Nezura, Saralyn decided to get back to the main issue. Asterisk, I heard you can read the hearts of Ani. Mals. Asterisk, so find out why my Hiru is always hostile to others, right now. The little Mrs. Eagerness made Estio not dare to delay any longer. First, he told Nezura to step back for a moment, because Hiru was now scared witless by it. Only Estio and Hiru were left facing each other. To gain the puppy's trust, Estio took off his gloves and extended his hand towards its face. Hiru, I won't hurt you. Saralyn seemed tense, because normally no one dared to do that to Hiru for fear of being bitten. But strangely, today, after hesitating for a moment, it took the initiative to come forward and nuzzle its head against Estio's hand. His ability was amplified many times after this contact. Estio immediately entered its inner world. It turned out Hiru had an unhappy childhood. The moment it was born, it witnessed its mother being cruelly grabbed by the scruff of her neck and thrown away by humans. Because small dog breeds like Hiru were highly sought after by the current nobility, its mother had been forced to give birth many times. Even Hiru itself, after losing its mother, wasn't fed enough. It was only given enough food to survive, just enough to maintain the small physique favored by the nobility. Not long after, Hiru caught the eye of Viscount Fabian, Saralyn's father. The merchants immediately took the starving, weak puppy and washed it thoroughly to prepare it for sale. Hiru became the most beautiful birthday present for the young lady. But for Hiru, this was also the moment its hatred for humans reached its peak. They had taken its mother and subjected it to endless suffering. Saralyn was very fond of Hiru, and she did her best to care for the small puppy. But Hiru never felt happy when it was with her. The breaking point came one day when, during playtime, Saralyn was bitten hard on the hand by Hiru. Seeing this, Viscount Fabian immediately kicked it. He couldn't accept a dog biting its owner and immediately wanted to throw Hiru out of the mansion. Saralyn cried and begged her father. She didn't want to be separated from her new friend, whom she had only known for a short time. So, she asked Viscount Fabian to send a commission to Ignis. After understanding the whole situation, Estio could only sigh. Saralyn was extremely anxious. What's wrong? Why isn't Hiru happy? Everything. Hiru is afraid of all the affection you show it. Even though it's just a puppy, Hiru is also just a child. And since it was born, it has never received love. Estio recounted everything Hiru had experienced since its birth. This made Hiru believe that one day, humans would also take its life, just like how they took its mother. Hearing Estio, Saralyn could only clench her teeth. Thinking why? I'm the one who loves Hiru the most. If I could read hearts, I would treat it even better. These innocent thoughts were also heard by Estio. Just reading hearts isn't everything. Its mother was killed by humans, and it was also forced to starve to increase its value. Had you ever thought about how to soothe its fear? Saralyn finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears, an act that made a noble lady like her lose all her elegance. Estio could understand Saralyn's behavior. Even though she was a noble, she was still just a child. Moreover, she was a child full of love for animals, especially for Hiru. To resolve this conflict, Estio created a world within the puppy's mind and led Saralyn into it. Here, she could communicate with Hiru. After this, Hiru itself also understood the young lady's feelings for it, but it still hoped Saralyn could express her affection a little more moderately, instead of actions like lifting it high up and spinning it around. Hiru took a step forward and nuzzled its owner's skirt. Saralyn carefully bent down and held out her hand, then carefully held Hiru in her arms. That moment was when their hearts truly connected. And that was also when Estio completed his task. Saralyn was so happy she cried. Thank you. Ignis Guild is amazing. Even though I was the one who made the request, I truly didn't know this kind of power existed. Saralyn held Hiru, her happiness unconcealed. She kept blaming herself for not understanding the puppy before. It's not your fault. The ones who sold Hiru are the ones at fault. And he only misunderstood your intentions because it was completely different from what he experienced. There. Because Saralyn was a child, SDO made an exception and comforted her a bit more. Hearing him, Saralyn smiled brightly. The commission complete, she gave him the guild coins. After SDO received them, Viscount Fabian appeared. You possess a remarkable ability. He offered genuine praise. Seeing her father, Saralyn happily rushed into his arms. From now on, she no longer had to worry about Viscount Fabian kicking Hiru out for being a disloyal dog. Viscount Fabian and young Master Jeremian had just returned to the mansion. They had witnessed SDO's ability from outside and were very curious about it. From what I observed, your ability is used to handle rather unusual situations, isn't it? What exactly is this ability? It's the ability to read the hearts of animals. SDO didn't hide anything and answered. Viscount Fabian was silent for about 3 seconds, then uttered 3 words. How impudent. Before SDO could explain or react, he continued. Do you not know what happens when a commoner like you dares to lie in front of a noble? SDO immediately became tense. It seemed that because the task was completed, he had relaxed too soon. These nobles were never easy to deal with. I'm quite interested to see exactly how you define animal. Based on intelligence? Or soul? What about beast-human hybrids? SDO always tried to hide the fact that he could read human thoughts by saying he could listen to the hearts of animals. But it seemed this nobleman was sharper than he imagined. Just as he was probing SDO, he happened to overhear the thoughts of his son, Jeremian. Impossible. If he really can read people's hearts, then he's a monster. These thoughts of Jeremian's still hurt SDO, but he had been considered a cursed monster since childhood. Now, it didn't make much difference that this young man thought the same. The problem now lay with the nobleman. It seemed Viscount Fabian was truly interested in SDO's unique ability, though he only vaguely mentioned sending more commissions. To Ignis, SDO knew that in the future, he and the Viscount would definitely cross paths again. This grand, adult conversation went over Saralyn's head. She was just happy to have learned SDO's name before he left. And of course, Saralyn was also grateful that he had solved the problem for her. But her older brother, young Master Jeremian, seemed clearly wary of SDO. He even didn't want his younger sister to get too close to him. Is your ability limitless? I can't read everything, so I won't read your mind. Please don't worry. Are you sure? Or will you just say that and then read everything in my head? Jeremian suddenly became annoyed. He didn't want to harbor someone who could read his mind in his house for another second. So he rudely pushed SDO out the door. Saralyn was frightened to tears by her brother's rudeness. After all, SDO was the one who helped her reconcile with Hiru. Now, seeing him treated like this by Jeremian made her very unhappy. SDO led Nezura back as dusk began to fall. The word monster that Jeremian uttered stuck in his mind. Even though he was used to it, it would be a lie to say it didn't bother him. SDO looked at the goo coin in his hand, suddenly feeling lost about his life once again. Humans are really strange, Nezura suddenly said. Before SDO could ask anything with a puzzled look, it continued. Nezura felt very happy when SDO read its heart. SDO could know Nezura's thoughts without it even having to speak. SDO knew it was comforting him. What Nezura just said sounded wonderful, but it was also the reason why people hated his ability. SDO's existence was indeed unusual, and it made him feel out of place in this world. Despite that, Nezura didn't find him scary at all. To it, SDO was kinder than anyone else, and he also had a kind heart. The real wrong wasn't SDO's ability, but the dirty thoughts that others hid. Nezura spoke a lot, but it was all its sincere thoughts, not something made up to comfort SDO. He reached out and patted the monkey's head to reassure it that don't worry, regardless of whether anyone is angry or scared of me. Even if they think I'm a monster, I don't care. Because compared to being locked in the attic, when we're walking together like this, I feel like I'm truly living. And so, the person and the monkey returned to Goo. Estio ignored young Master Jeremian's hostility and continued with his life. A few days later, he seemed to have attracted the attention of the Lord, as he directly sent a commission to Gu. This made Hack and Rosalie very happy. Actually, because of his special ability, this was predictable, but neither of them expected his fame to rise so quickly. Compared to Hack and Rosalie's excitement, Estio seemed quiet, because he knew that the more attention he received, the more danger he would face. But he still had a work to live, and so Estio accepted the next special support request. This time, the commission was related to the Jefferson Company, which had the largest gemstone market share in the city. For some reason, the company had suddenly closed, causing a stir among the jewelry businesses. Estio's mission was to find the company owner, Thompson, and investigate the reason for its closure. Like always, after confirming his mission, Estio took Nezura along and prepared to leave. But today, before leaving, he realized something. It seemed like every time he went out on a mission, Hack would rush after him just to say one thing. Something like, "Be careful." And today, Rosalie had also specifically reminded him to buy melon bread on his way back after completing the mission. They were just small remarks, but they moved Estio, because this was the first time he felt the warmth of a family. The first thing Estio did after leaving the guild was to check the map. But today's location was a bit far. If he walked, it would take a whole hour. While he was racking his brains for a solution, Nezura suddenly turned its back to him. "Let Nezura carry you, Estio. I run much faster than you. If you walk for too long, you'll get tired." Estio had never considered Nezura a pet, let alone a mount. So he refused, but this unintentionally saddened it. Nezura felt useless, unable to help Estio. In the end, so as not to disappoint Nezura, Estio reluctantly agreed to climb onto its back. And indeed, Nezura ran very fast. The boy and the monkey didn't take too long to reach their destination. It was just that Estio felt like his insides had been completely rearranged after arriving. They stopped in front of a large house, its west-facing window displaying precious jewelry. In Estio's eyes, they were just brightly colored pebbles. So he found it hard to understand why everyone went crazy over them. Putting the gems aside, Estio went forward and knocked on the door. According to the information, the company owner lived in this house, but he knocked for a long time, and no one answered. Despite this, Estio still strongly believed that Thompson wouldn't abandon his home, even though the business had closed. Therefore, he decided to wait there until he appeared. Although it was very cold, Estio stubbornly remained in front of the house. He and Nezura waited until midnight. When the temperature had dropped to its lowest, and finally Thompson came out. "Hey kid, are you out of your mind? I thought this cold weather would discourage you and make you leave." Although he was truly freezing, seeing Thompson, Estio was still very happy, because catching the man meant the mission was half successful. It was just that Thompson, upon seeing him, shooed him away like he was a bad omen. "Just by looking, I can tell you were sent by those nobles, right? I'm not doing any business, so go back." Thompson originally intended to go back inside after saying that. But seeing Estio struggling from the cold, he couldn't bear it. The boy couldn't even stand up properly, his limbs trembling and his face pale. "Hey, I'm just asking, but you're not trying to commit suicide, are you? Has my house become an ideal suicide spot?" Thompson even enthusiastically informed Estio that there was a bridge 2 blocks away. "People say the river water is warm, so if you want to commit suicide, you can choose that place instead of my doorstep." "I, of course, am not going to commit suicide," Estio weakly replied. "You're not? Then fine. Why are you sitting in front of someone else's house? Get lost." Thompson lost his patience and directly pulled Estio up, wanting to throw him away. But because of this contact, Estio was able to read his memories. This seemingly stern man was actually weaker than imagined. He had a beautiful wife named Tin. Thompson had fallen in love with her at first sight. So, Tin accepting his proposal felt like a dream. However, life after marriage was nothing but long, painful days waiting for the young woman. Their first child died just before their first birthday. And then the second, the third, Tin entered a cycle of pregnancy and miscarriage. Much later, Tin gave birth to a healthy baby named Leia. The baby's loud cries carried Thompson's hopes. But unfortunately, Tin was suffering from depression due to prolonged stress. She believed this child would soon follow her siblings, so she didn't even look at her face, even after her first birthday. Cracks began to appear in their marriage. Thompson even knelt down and begged his wife. But Tin continued to ignore Leia. That was the reason he closed his company. Thompson devoted all his time to caring for his little daughter. SDO knew he didn't have much time to haggle with this man. So, after grasping his problem, he immediately offered advice. Thompson, if your wife doesn't want to talk, then just ignore her for a while. Thompson was astonished, mixed with panic. He probably couldn't figure out why SDO knew about that. But in this situation, SDO could only offer the advice he thought was best. If someone doesn't want to acknowledge the truth, then even if you force them, they won't listen. Thompson's reaction was more intense than SDO had imagined. He was aggressively grabbed by the collar and thrown into the house. After locking the door, Thompson revealed an extremely frightening face. As expected, he began to question SDO about how he knew about Tin. SDO's whole body ached. He tried to calm down to answer Thompson's question. I am SDO, from Gu Ignis. Thompson held his forehead, cursing the nobles in his mind for digging into his private life and even sending a commission all the way to Gu to bother him. However, looking at SDO, Thompson didn't feel any threat, because he looked weak, as if Ignis had sent their worst member. Moreover, he wasn't at fault in this matter. So, he suddenly felt a little guilty for physically assaulting a weak kid who was about to freeze from waiting outside for hours. Damn, a bunch of blind fools greedy for gems. Thompson sighed heavily and then extended his hand to SDO. Forgive me for my rudeness. Yes, I'm the owner of the Jefferson Company. SDO looked at his hand and then at the ceiling. Finally, he chose to stand up on his own, his hand flailing in the air, making Thompson feel slightly embarrassed. Ahem. So, Ignis kid, what request brings you here? Asking for help so he could reopen his business. SDO bluntly replied, the fuck. Thompson thought he'd misheard. The Lord was certainly impatient. This wasn't something that could be resolved in a few sentences anyway. Thompson invited him inside, lit some candles, and offered him a drink to warm up. After choosing a bottle of wine and taking a few gulps, he relaxed a bit. Frankly, thinking back on it now, Thompson felt SDO wasn't threatening, just a bit dim-witted. For his mission to succeed, at times like these, he should be trying to win him over. But the only thing SDO had done since arriving was space out. The only thing that piqued Thompson's interest was SDO mentioning his wife. But honestly, that interest wasn't positive. He hated people prying into his personal life. Revealing someone's private affairs wasn't a good thing. You have to consider the circumstances when talking about sensitive topics like that. I apologize. SDO bowed his head, stammering. To put it bluntly, he was too naive and childish. Why would you send someone like this? Thompson sighed deeply. He no longer blamed SDO. But I'm also making it clear that I have no intention of reopening the business. SDO remained silent, not even asking why. This, in turn, made Thompson curious. Aren't you going to ask why? Then why aren't you thinking of reopening the business? Seeing Thompson's curiosity, SDO mechanically asked back. Thompson burst out laughing. It was the first time he'd seen a GU member on a mission act so foolishly. This was probably the funniest thing that had happened in days, making Thompson temporarily forget the pressures weighing him down. Perhaps because he was amused, he volunteered the reason to SDO. He loved his wife and daughter very much. Even if the whole world offered him everything, Thompson wouldn't trade them for anything. Nothing. The most important thing was that Tin's condition was getting worse. Since giving birth to Leia, she hadn't even left her room. Thompson had once tried to force Tin out, resulting in her resorting to the most extreme measure, biting her tongue. Although she was all right that time, the harsh truth was laid bare before Thompson. His wife would rather die than see her daughter. This left him with no time or energy to care about gems or business. Thompson recounted everything in one go, and by this point he started to cry. SDO remained silent, astonished. because even though he had read Thompson's memories earlier, it turned out there were things he didn't know. Thompson didn't cry for long. After calming down, he wiped his tears and gave a wry smile. "Anyway, I apologize for making your mission a failure, but I have no intention of reopening this year at least. So tell them to find another supplier." Thompson patted SDO's shoulder a few times in consolation. But someone as stubborn as him wouldn't give up so easily. "If your wife's condition improves, will you agree to reopen?" Thompson was about to see him out, but his steps halted upon hearing these words. "Perhaps I can help with that." After SDO said this, Thompson turned around to, "I'll get your wife out of her room." SDO's expression was completely serious, but Thompson didn't seem to believe him. Even he couldn't get his wife to leave her room. So how could an outsider like SDO manage it? "How do you plan to do that?" SDO didn't answer. Instead, he walked step by step towards Thompson and suddenly touched his forehead with 2 fingers. Thompson was startled and confused and tried to brush SDO's hand away. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his head. "Please don't be afraid. I beg you." SDO is not a bad person. Only Thompson and SDO were present, but the voice wasn't SDO's. Thompson looked down and met Nezura's sincere, sparkling eyes, causing him to fall back in shock. The bottle of alcohol in Thompson's hand spilled. Just now, there was a strange voice in my head." Thompson's face was pale. SDO slowly approached and reached out a hand to help him up. Although Thompson didn't know how SDO had done it, after that inexplicable event, he was certain this young man was no ordinary person. Thompson reached out and took SDO's hand in agreement. Then, Thompson led SDO and Nezura to his wife's room. As he knocked, SDO could clearly see the man's apprehension and caution. His wife's condition must have caused him a great deal of suffering. "Honey, it's me. We have guests today." Thompson was met with a suffocating silence. He nervously turned the doorknob. As the door opened, SDO could feel the cold wind carrying the scent of snow blowing directly onto him. Tin sat on a chair by the window, wearing only a thin shirt despite the freezing weather. From her expression, it was easy to see that the young woman had lost all motivation to live. Thompson hurried to close the window. Tin's hand, hanging limply from the chair, was ice cold, causing him immense heartache. Her eyes were vacant and lifeless. Even when SDO approached her, she didn't react at all. He tried touching Tin's head, but strangely, her mind was completely silent. SDO had never needed to adjust his power to read someone's memories, but this time, it seemed he would have to. Just as SDO did so, the entire room was suddenly disturbed by a dark power, making even a strong man like Thompson almost lose his balance. A gloomy black smoke filled the room. In an instant, it transported SDO, Nezura, and Thompson to another space. It was a lush, peaceful forest. They looked around. There was nothing unusual there, until a soft voice rang out. "Phew, it's hot. Having to work in the fields in this weather. I really want to take a break today." Thompson's eyes widened in shock, because the person before him was his wife. Tin looked completely healthy and normal, not at all like the sick, frail woman from just moments ago. It seemed SDO hadn't controlled his power well and had entered her deepest memories, pulling Thompson and Nezura along with him. In this memory, Tin appeared poor, but her face was still full of happiness. Just as SDO had previously searched Thompson's memories, Tin was the daughter of a poor farming family. Her mother passed away when she was still an infant, and after she grew a little older, her father followed. Tin was left with only her 2 younger siblings to care for. And so, she raised her 2 siblings on her own from a young age. Tin worked tirelessly at all sorts of jobs. Fortunately, her siblings were both very well behaved, and their life was relatively happy. And then Tin fell in love, but the man wasn't Thompson. It was another poor farmer named Joan. They were deeply in love, but poverty was like a swamp that drowned their happiness. Tin couldn't provide for her 2 siblings and herself. Even when she increased her workload, the money still wasn't enough for food and medicine. For the children, Joan proposed to her not once, but 3 times, but Tin resolutely refused. Love was strong, but reality was cruel. Finally, Tin and Joan parted ways. She went to the city hoping to find more work. After that, Tin met Thompson. That was the first time I met Tin. Watching his wife's memories replay before his eyes, Thompson couldn't help but be moved. The first time they met, he had collapsed face down on the street and was coughing incessantly. Tin was rushing to complete her delivery, but seeing Thompson's condition, she decided to help him to the infirmary. When Thompson regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was Tin's gentle, beautiful face. He was smitten. Not long after, Thompson proposed, and Tin accepted. When she returned to her small house in the suburbs, Joan came looking for her. And when he saw the sparkling ruby ring on her finger, Joan nearly went mad. "That I heard you're getting married? If you leave me, I'll end my life right here and now, you'll see." Joan's words weren't empty threats, because right after that, he took a bottle of pesticide out of his pocket. His goal was still to force Tin to return to him, but she resolutely refused, wanting a better future for herself and her siblings. Perhaps it was because of her decisiveness that Joan actually did something foolish. From then on, Tin lived in remorse and was haunted by the thought that she had been cursed by Joan. This was the first time Thompson had witnessed the deepest layers of his wife's memories. He never knew that there had been a man who loved Tin so deeply. Because of what he had just seen, Thompson became even more distraught. He believed that Tin had only agreed to marry him for his money. He might be right. After all, she had rejected a poor farmer-to-be with someone who could give her luxurious jewels. Estio's words seemed gentle, but they cut into Thompson's heart like a knife. If it truly was for that reason, would he change his mind? What did you say? If his wife's decision was influenced by money and poverty, if she craved the things he possessed, is she still one of the two most precious people in the world you told me about? Estio's question was blunt, but Thompson's love for his wife was immense. He didn't even hesitate before firmly stating that Tin was still the most precious person to him. She was still his precious wife, even though she was trapped in these painful memories. Thompson's tears began to flow freely. He remembered the day Leia was born. But Tin hadn't even looked at her, despite his pleas. "Thompson, the truth is, your wife is in a lot of pain. She believes every child she lost was a price she paid for her sins." Thompson's emotions were complex, a mixture of sadness and pain. He and Estio had both escaped from Tin's memories. Thompson walked toward his wife and knelt on one knee before her, just like the day he proposed years ago. "Tin's not your fault," he murmured, holding her hand tightly. "Leia, our daughter, is alive. She's alive, and she'll be healthy in the future. She's waiting for you. So please stop blaming yourself and come back to us." Thompson didn't care about Joan, nor did he care about his wife's past, or whether she married him for his money. He just felt there was no reason for her to hurt herself. All he wanted was to overcome this pain together with his wife because they were a family. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, shattering a nearby window. Thompson instinctively shielded his wife, protecting her from harm. And from that moment, Tin's eyes seemed to regain their vitality. Thompson was both surprised and moved by his wife's sudden change. Just then, a loud cry came from the baby's room next door. Tin stood up abruptly, to Thompson's astonishment. "Leia!" she cried, rushing off. For the first time, Tin embraced her baby daughter, apologizing profusely for not being there for her. This unexpected turn of events brought Thompson immense happiness. "She's hungry. You always know when she's crying. Here." He handed his wife a baby bottle. "You must be hungry too. We have chicken soup at home." "Thank you." Thompson joyfully embraced his wife and daughter. Their family of 3 finally had a happy ending. As for Estio, perhaps he had exhausted himself using so much power. After Thompson and Tin ran to the baby's room, he collapsed to the ground. Estio was Thompson's benefactor, so of course he couldn't just leave him there. So in the dead of night, the couple carried him to the most renowned apothecary in the area. Estio was burning with fever and unconscious. After examining him, the apothecary was at a loss. He believed Estio's problems stemmed from his abilities, which were beyond his expertise. Moreover, there were no apothecaries in the area who could treat ability users. The old apothecary believed this happened because SDO had never lost control of his abilities before. For now, just gets a good rest. Afterward, depending on the situation, you can ask Gil for help. Thompson and Tin looked at each other. Tin kept looking at Nezura, then back at her husband. Nezura was sitting at the head of the bed, their worried gaze fixed on SDO. Thompson thought for a moment before speaking. It was Nezura who had rushed into the baby's room to tell them that SDO had fainted. This was the first time Thompson had seen a talking white monkey, and he was still in shock. Leia is still at home, so we have to go back now. I'll cover the medical expenses, so don't worry. If you need anything, please come find me. Nezura nodded, then suddenly remembered the most important thing when they came here with SDO. What about the commission? Thompson looked at his wife. Tin smiled brightly, so he made his decision. The commission was to reopen my company, right? Since SDO is our benefactor, I'll naturally agree. After all, my wife's heart has been healed, so you don't need to worry anymore. I'll leave this fellow here with you. Only then was Nezura at ease. Thompson and Tin returned home, leaving Nezura constantly by SDO's bedside, their expression filled with worry. On the morning of the third day, SDO finally woke up. The first thing he saw was Nezura's tearful eyes. They couldn't control their emotions and immediately jumped onto the bed to hug him. After confirming that he was stable, SDO asked the old apothecary for permission to return home. After all, being bedridden for 2 days was more than enough. They returned to Gil. The Gil reward for the successful commission had been sent. This time it was 5 coins. Hack was so happy that his eyes crinkled in a smile. He had supported many ability users, but this was the first time Hack had seen a member achieve such good results as SDO after joining Gil for such a short time. Currently, SDO was Ignis's money tree. His reputation was so good that it had even reached the ears of the nobles in the neighboring city. After SDO recovered, another problem arose. He received a second commission from the Fabian family. This time, it was a direct request from Viscount Fabian, but the letter didn't specify the details of the commission. However, SDO couldn't refuse, as he didn't want to offend the nobility. So, he took Nezura with him once again to the mansion. As soon as SDO entered, Hiru rushed out to greet him. It seemed that they had missed SDO a lot. Saralyn also hurried out. Upon seeing the envelope in SDO's hand, she immediately realized that her father had summoned him. I'm so glad to see you again. How about you, SDO? SDO was taken aback by Saralyn's question, momentarily unsure how to respond. Well, it's not bad. Saralyn, dissatisfied, lunged forward and pinched his cheek. Huh? It's not bad. So is it good or not? Are you happy to see me again? Aren't you afraid I'll read your mind? SDO retorted instead of answering. Ever since the last time, when he was treated rudely by the young master of the Fabian family, SDO had been feeling upset. Today, coming here, SDO also felt very awkward, but Saralyn was completely different from her brother. She wasn't afraid, and she didn't hate SDO's ability. She believed he wouldn't gossip about the secrets he heard, and he would never try to control anyone's emotions. Because in Saralyn's eyes, SDO was a super kind person. Their conversation was interrupted by the mansion's butler. Viscount was eager to meet SDO. Saralyn pouted, but she couldn't disobey her father. All right, but before you go, you have to come see me, okay? Don't you dare sneak off. SDO nodded in agreement, then followed the butler's guidance to the head of the household's room. Viscount was already waiting for him. SDO hadn't even had a chance to greet him before Viscount asked a seemingly unrelated question. Tell me, do you know about cacti? No, sir, SDO replied. How can a plant grow in a desert where there's practically no water? Isn't it miraculous? Being plants, they do need some water. But if they're watered like normal plants, they'll rot. Viscount began to talk at length about cacti. He finally concluded that if the owner doesn't know its value, they can easily kill it. SDO knew he wasn't simply talking about the cactus in front of him. Can you read its thoughts? Viscount held the cactus in front of SDO. SDO had never read the thoughts of a plant, nor had he ever considered that plants could think like animals. Yet, after focusing his power a bit, Estio heard a curse. Damn it, why does this old man talk so much? Estio tried to suppress his surprise. The cactus in Viscount's hand could indeed think, and it was furiously cursing him. And just as Estio suspected, Viscount hadn't called him here just to chat about this plant. Estio, a cactus, doesn't have a choice. But you have the power to choose the master who will support you. It was clear. Viscount Fabian was trying to recruit Estio. He promised Estio a position where no one in this house would dare disrespect him. And the only person Estio would have to obey was him. At the same time, he would enjoy the highest privileges as a commoner. Estio guessed that he craved his telepathic ability. And in fact, he was spot on. Viscount didn't even bother hiding that thought. He demanded that Estio read the minds of those he designated. Don't believe him. He's lying. It's all the talk of manipulators. Before Estio could speak, he heard the cactus in Viscount Fabian's hand shriek. He hadn't intended to accept the offer anyway. While he didn't want to antagonize a nobleman, Viscount Fabian's intentions didn't seem entirely benevolent. Thank you for the offer, but I'm satisfied with my current work, Estio replied. His answer made the old man burst into laughter. Offer? I believe there's been a misunderstanding. This is an order. Changing your tunes so quickly. You're clearly not a good person. Estio tried to remain calm, honestly asking Viscount Fabian what would happen if he disobeyed his order. Nothing for now. But unpleasant things are sure to come your way eventually. It was a clear threat. Estio was only a 19-year-old commoner. How could he not be afraid of a threat from a worldly nobleman? However, he maintained his composure. Estio tilted his head respectfully and told Viscount Fabian that if he wanted him to change jobs, he would have to discuss it with Gil first. Estio's unwillingness actually pleased Viscount Fabian. If he had agreed readily, it would have proven him untrustworthy, and the Viscount wouldn't have dared to use him. Viscount Fabian softened his intimidating demeanor and said he would give Estio some time to consider where he truly belonged. Then, he handed the cactus back to the butler and told him to throw it away. Dispose of this. I'll replace this picky plant with a beautiful flower. Estio could hear the cactus screaming madly. Hey, what do you think you're touching, you bastard? Are you going to throw me away, you bastard? Let go of me, you damn human. The butler escorted Estio out. Along the way, he kept hearing the cactus's desperate cries. So Estio dared to ask for it. After all, they were just going to throw it away. This thing hasn't flowered, and it's covered in thorns. It's difficult to care for, too. Are you sure you want it? There's no guarantee it won't bloom, is there? Seeing Estio's persistence, the butler handed him the cactus. He then asked Estio to remain at the mansion for a while, as Lady Sarah Lynn also wished to see him. After the butler left, the cactus in Estio's hand continued to ramble. It seemed to be afraid that he would also throw it away. So, Estio reassured it that I won't hurt you. I won't burn you or throw you away. However, this is the first time I've seen a cactus, so I don't know what kind of care you need. Tell me if you're thirsty. The cactus in Estio's hand immediately fell silent. Since I can hear your voice, just tell me if anything is wrong. Estio was met with silence again. It seemed the cactus was shocked that a human could understand its thoughts. After a while, it spoke in astonishment. Whoa, are you a god? How can you hear me? Estio named the cactus Uhuru, since the name it introduced itself with was ridiculously long. Nazura, having witnessed Estio's internal monologue, understood he was talking to the cactus and couldn't help but clap enthusiastically. You can talk to plants now, too? That's so cool. Though it was a simple compliment, Nazura's awestruck expression made Estio happy. It felt like he had accomplished something great. He then introduced Uhuru to Nazura. The two seemed to get along well, despite being of different species and unable to understand each other's language. Uhuru also seemed to like Estio very much. Even its thorns softened considerably in his presence. Though I can't move my body freely yet, I can control these thorns so they don't hurt Estio. Can't move? Estio wondered aloud. That's right. Didn't you know? If we live long enough or become strong enough, we cacti can move freely. I'm still young, but my will is strong, so I can at least control my thorns. Estio absorbed this strange piece of information. He wanted to talk more with Uhuru while waiting for Saralyn, but another problem arose. Jeremiah, looking no happier than before, had found him. "Didn't I tell you to get lost and not show your face here again? Is your memory that bad? Or are you taking my words as a joke, you lowly commoner?" Jeremiah's words were even harsher this time. He repeatedly insulted Estio, calling him a lowly commoner and Nazura an ugly monster. Yet he wanted to buy Nazura because it was a monster that understood human language. He also mocked Estio for muttering to a plant, which greatly displeased Uhuru. "What's this? Another four-limbed idiot? Nazura is not merchandise." Estio was extremely annoyed by Jeremiah's arrogance, but the jerk was persistent. "How clever. Since you can read my mind, I guess the negotiation ends here, right? Just take it." He pulled out 10 gold coins, but Estio repeated his previous statement that Nazura wasn't for sale. Jeremiah thought he was just trying to haggle for more money. But Estio firmly reiterated that he would never sell Nazura. Estio's defiance enraged Jeremiah. He was furious that a lowly peasant like Estio dared to defy a noble like him. "Look, I'm holding back from punching your lights out. And yet, you ignore my warning and keep loitering around my house. How dare you?" Estio tried to explain that he was only there at Viscount Fabian's invitation, but Jeremiah naturally didn't believe him. He aggressively lunged forward and grabbed Estio by the collar. Compared to a rich young master who had trained in swordsmanship since childhood, a frail boy like Estio was no match for him. Just as Jeremiah was about to punch Estio, Nazura couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "Don't bully Estio." Jeremiah released his grip in surprise. He knew the white-furred monkey understood human language, but he didn't expect it to actually speak. Greed flaring up even stronger, Jeremiah said he would pay Estio 30 gold coins for Nazura. But this time, he didn't give Estio the option to refuse. Instead, he ordered the nearby night guards to seize Nazura and take it to the livestock pen. "I said I wouldn't sell him." Estio roared indignantly, his voice several times louder than Jeremiah's. Jeremiah trembled with rage. This was the first time since his birth that a commoner had dared to shout at him like this. Estio was surrounded by 4 of Fabian's knights. They intended to seize Nazura by force, but they didn't know they were playing with fire. Estio could tolerate it, but Nazura couldn't endure it any longer. Finally, it attacked. The monkey's sharp claws slashed out, instantly crippling a knight's arm. A scream echoed through the hall. The remaining knights recoiled in fear. Jeremiah's fury reached its peak. Just then, several more men arrived. He pointed at Estio and ordered them to arrest him for attempted murder. Estio's heart turned cold, as did Nazura's. Jeremiah called it a monster, while his own actions were more monstrous. At the young master's command, the knights threw a large net over Nazura. Then, they drew their swords and attacked. The knights' laughter and actions finally drove Nazura mad. Although it had been following Estio for a while and willingly wore a collar, its wild instincts were still strong. Jeremiah flinched back in fear at Nazura's roar. At that moment, Viscount Fabian, alerted by the commotion, came downstairs. "What's all this noise, Jeremiah?" Seeing his father, Jeremiah was overjoyed. But before he could feign distress, Viscount Fabian grabbed his shoulders and berated him. "You idiot! That thing should have been in my hands, but you interfered and ruined everything." "What do you mean, father?" Jeremiah was shocked, not only at being scolded so harshly by his father, but also for being scolded because of a commoner. "Shut up, you imbecile." Viscount Fabian shoved his son aside in disgust, then ordered the knights to clear up the mess. He commanded the soldiers to capture Estio alive, leaving Nazura's fate to their discretion. The knights accompanying Viscount Fabian were much more formidable, as they knew how to use magic. Nazura, now at a disadvantage, whispered an apology to Estio. "Nazura is sorry, Estio. I just wanted to stay by your side." "Don't apologize. You did nothing wrong." Nazura's eyes were filled with sadness and despair. When the knights began to use magic, It knew that even its large size wouldn't be enough to fight back. Nezura closed its eyes, accepting the worst possible outcome. A large explosion rocked the mansion's hall. Jeremiah clicked his tongue in regret. If you had just taken the money, none of this would have happened. Smoke and dust filled the room. When it finally cleared, the Fabians, father and son, were astonished to see Estio completely unharmed. The one who needs to apologize isn't Nezura, it's you. The knights were equally surprised by Estio's resilience. Following Viscount Fabian's orders, they charged at Estio. But unfortunately, none of them managed to injure him. Why? Because Estio, despite his lack of muscles and thin frame, possessed the astonishing ability to control minds. The soldier who had swung his sword was already about to strike him, but Estio reversed the attack, forcing the soldier to stab himself. Fabian and his son could only gape in astonishment. All the remaining soldiers were also controlled by Estio. They simultaneously dropped their weapons and knelt at his feet. Estio's expression remained as cold and impassive as ever. "Father, brother," a childish, sobbing voice rang out. Only then did Estio notice Saralyn, who had appeared on the stairs at some point. She saw Estio covered in blood, surrounded by fallen soldiers. The excessively violent scene caused Saralyn to faint on the spot. Viscount Fabian rushed to catch her, then, in a tone of injured innocence, questioned, "Estio, are you satisfied now? Look around you. Does more blood need to be spilled here?" Estio knew the fault wasn't his, and he didn't want to suppress himself any longer. Since childhood, he had always had to suppress himself because of this ability that made people think he was cursed. But that hadn't made his life any easier. It had only led to him being beaten and ostracized for 19 years. Here, Viscount Fabian felt this was an audacious request. But before he could speak, Jeremiah, the head guard, lying in the corner, roared loudly, "You vicious animal, murderer! You caused all this, and now you dare ask us to pretend nothing happened." Estio turned and gave Jeremiah a look that made him tremble. Then, mimicking Viscount Fabian's tone, he said, "This isn't a request. It's an order." Jeremiah trembled with rage, but truly, he could do nothing but gnash his teeth. In the end, both he and Viscount Fabian fainted under the overwhelming force of Estio's mind control. Masuki then appeared just in time. As always, it was there when Estio needed it most. Because he couldn't carry Nezura himself, Suki transformed back into its tiger form and carried him on its back. "You get on too," Suki urged, "but then Suki will be tired. Let me walk. Carrying me won't make much difference. Just get on." Estio couldn't refuse any longer and climbed onto Suki's back. In truth, after using his powers, his whole body was exhausted. Estio held Nezura and Suki tightly. The tiger sprang up and sped away from the Fabian mansion. Suki carried Estio and Nezura on her back through the dark streets. Nezura had fainted, and Estio was incredibly distraught. Although he knew Suki wasn't one for heart-to-hearts, right now, Estio didn't know where else to seek comfort but to confide in her. "Suki, it seems like I really am a monster, huh?" Estio's mind was in turmoil. Just now, he hadn't simply read the soldiers' thoughts, but controlled them, forcing them to take their own lives. Thinking about the hall in the Fabian mansion, filled with the stench of blood, anyone else would probably faint from fear. But strangely, Estio felt nothing at all. He knew what he had done was wrong, yet he felt neither fear nor remorse. This made Estio feel that the concept of monster and himself were drawing ever closer. So what? Suki didn't answer, but retorted, "If it were me, I would have taken all their lives." Suki bluntly criticized Estio for being soft. To her, there was no reason to fear or pity those who had harmed and threatened to steal what she cherished. "But in the end, I'm the one who harmed them," Estio continued, still despondent. "Well, I suppose you can be a little upset. After all, you didn't want to hurt anyone." Uhuru, who had been nestled in Estio's arms, listening to him and Suki talk, was getting impatient. he decided to interject with his own opinion. Uhuru found SDO ridiculous for questioning whether he was a monster when he was clearly flesh and blood. And even if he were a real monster, it wouldn't harm world peace as long as SDO didn't use his powers to hurt others. The cactus's bluntness stunned SDO, but it was uncertain whether he felt any less insecure after this. After all, the label of monster and a dark past had followed him for 19 years. Those feelings weren't something he could just discard. Suki didn't immediately take them back to the guild. A few days later, the Ignis branch was in chaos. A bird-headed man named Avian brought news that drove Huck mad. An emergency summons from headquarters for SDO. This meant the royal family had pressured the guild's headquarters, or someone at the main office considered SDO a dangerous ability user. Rosalie also had a headache. The summons was a problem, but the biggest issue was that SDO had been missing for 10 days since accepting Viscount Fabian's commission. Moreover, a rumor had been spreading around the mansion recently that the Fabian family had been attacked by a young man and a white-furred monkey. Despite this, Huck firmly believed SDO wasn't the type to harm others like that. Just as the two were most bewildered, SDO returned. Huck, seeing him in tattered clothes, with dried blood on his face and body, couldn't help but be alarmed. But in the end, Huck still reached out and patted SDO's shoulder with a proud look. "You did well. You're not going to ask about my mission progress." Naturally, you'll have to submit a mission report, so let's skip that. Do you know how worried we were when we suddenly lost contact with you?" Huck grumbled, while Rosalie beside him nodded vigorously. Avian, standing behind them, cleared his throat repeatedly, and Huck had to temporarily abandon his 2,000-word emotional reunion. Suddenly, he noticed that Nezuro wasn't clinging to SDO's side as usual. SDO explained that it was injured and resting to recover. Fortunately, the injuries aren't serious. "You should rest today. You can submit the mission report in 3 days." Huck tried to push Avian aside as he spoke to SDO. But even if he treated SDO like a golden egg that needed protecting, Avian wouldn't let this go so easily. If Huck couldn't say it, then he would say it himself. Avian appeared before SDO looking like an angel. But the news he brought wasn't good at all. As it turned out, SDO had to follow him back to guild headquarters immediately. Huck still wanted to protest, but SDO obediently agreed. Ignis was SDO's livelihood, and he had no intention of quitting. As long as he was in the guild, refusing the headquarters' decision wasn't wise. So, he had to say goodbye to Huck, even though he felt very sorry for him. Along the way, SDO kept his head against the carriage window, his face as gloomy as if he'd lost his food ration book. Uhuru suddenly exclaimed, saying it had discovered SDO's biggest problem. He was terrible at refusing, and he was too obedient. If it's no, say no. If you hate it, say you hate it. Why can't you just say it? The tree was 4 times louder than Nezuro. SDO gave it an appraising look, but he couldn't respond because Avian was still sitting opposite him. However, because Uhuru was so noisy, SDO finally spoke. "Quiet down." "Umph," Uhuru retorted sullenly. Avian was astonished. He knew that quiet down wasn't directed at him. So SDO had just communicated with a tree? When Avian asked about this, SDO didn't deny it. He assumed Avian would be like everyone else, shocked and thinking he was a monster. Avian was indeed shocked, but his shock was tinged with excitement. "Wow, that's amazing," he exclaimed. "I heard SDO can read minds. Is that true? Can you read what I'm thinking right now?" SDO wondered why anyone would be so eager to have their mind read. He intended to stay silent, but just then, Nezuro, lying beside him, suddenly stirred, and a torrent of Avian's thoughts slammed into SDO's head, making his ears ring. "Wow, amazing, so scary. They say white-haired monkeys are monsters. What if I get eaten?" SDO began to recite Avian's thoughts in a calm voice. Asterisk, wow, he really can read my mind. I shouldn't have asked. I want to crawl under a rock. Asterisk, okay, I get it. I'm sorry. Avian started to fidget. Even though SDO had only read a small excerpt, it was enough to prove his ability was genuine. He didn't dare pry any further. Just then, Nezura also woke up, despite still being injured. Seeing Estio's tired appearance, it pulled him to lean against its shoulder to rest. Nezura's soft fur and body provided an indescribable comfort. This scene made Avian pensive for a moment. Seeing you two like this, it's like a family, isn't it? As night fell, the carriage continued on its journey. Avian prepared a thin blanket and pillow for Estio. Along the way, he constantly worried that Estio would get cold or feel uncomfortable. Dio, you want another blanket? If you're hungry or uncomfortable, just say so. This is comfortable enough, thank you, Estio replied. It wasn't that Estio was being polite, but Avian could never have imagined how difficult Estio's life in the attic had been. Therefore, even though the blanket was thin and the carriage constantly swayed, Estio didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They traveled a bit further, and it started to rain. Avian had fallen fast asleep and was even snoring with his mouth open. Nezura also suddenly woke up, looking very alarmed. Estio thought it had been awakened by Avian snoring, but that wasn't the case. The beast's sharp intuition warned Nezura that something was gathering around the carriage. It wasn't human, nor was it an animal, but it gave Nezura a very bad feeling that this thing had come to take their lives. Sure enough, not long after, the coachman flung open the door, looking extremely panicked. We're in trouble. We've been completely surrounded by a group of monsters. Avian immediately woke up, but he still looked drowsy. Surrounded? How many enemies are there? Can we escape? Well, they're all Happies with high combat power. As soon as the coachman finished speaking, Avian's face quickly turned pale. Happy monsters normally only appeared during winter. Yet now they were here, surrounding them. Moreover, it wasn't just one, but a whole group. The coachman said that even if they broke through the encirclement, it would be very difficult to escape because the monsters were much faster than horses. Let Nezura go out and take a look. Nezura, not yet fully recovered, eagerly volunteered to charge to the front lines. Estio intended to stop it, but before he could do anything, Nezura had already rushed out of the carriage. The rain grew heavier, and Estio fidgeted restlessly inside the carriage. Hey, letting your ally fight alone is a bit. The coachman looked meaningfully at Avian. But Avian immediately bristled. Although he was also an ability user, he had no combat ability. Rushing out now would only make him a hindrance, not a help. As for Estio, he couldn't leave Nezura alone. Avian wanted to stop him, thinking that Estio's ability wasn't suited for combat either. But from the beginning, Estio hadn't intended to fight them with brute force. Estio's eyes were ice cold, making Avian shiver momentarily. What? If he's not going to fight, is he planning to use that white-furred monkey as food for the Happies? Thinking about this, Avian couldn't sit still any longer. He also hurried out of the carriage. Although he had no combat abilities, Avian's knowledge was extensive. He couldn't help but warn Estio. Those happy beasts are notoriously ferocious, and when they attack in packs, the danger increases exponentially. They're not enemies you can face alone with your destructive power, Estio. Please listen to me. This won't end just by taking down a few of them. Nearby, Nezura was fiercely attacking the Happies. Knowing this, Avian still believed they should flee before they were slaughtered. While he was busy trying to persuade Estio, a Happy suddenly swooped down from above. Avian froze, completely lacking any combat experience. He couldn't even run away. In the end, it was Estio who rushed forward and took the fatal blow for Avian. The Happy's beak pierced deep into Estio's left shoulder. The wound was deep and bleeding profusely. Estio used his ability to control the beast's mind, preventing it from attacking further. But the most concerning thing was that the smell of his blood had attracted all the Happies in the area. Meanwhile, Nezura was using its brute strength to take down one opponent after another. Its only worry was Estio bleeding. Even though he said he was fine, Nezura couldn't help but panic. However, it couldn't run to his side because the Happies, numerous as ants, kept attacking in waves. Frankly, Estio wasn't entirely confident he could win. He didn't know if he could use his ability on multiple targets simultaneously. But if he did nothing, he would become prey. So, when the flock of Happies swooped down to attack, SDO decided to take a chance. Stop. The atmosphere became completely silent. The Happies actually stopped, hovering in midair. At that moment, SDO hesitated, wondering if he should take their lives. But in the end, he chose to be merciful. Return to where you belong. The Happies flapped their wings and flew back the way they came. This sight left Avian gaping in astonishment. He had never seen monsters obey a human's command before. SDO's attempt was successful. The danger had been eliminated. He and Azura returned to the carriage, leaving Avian still standing there in a daze. The Happies had vanished without a trace. Their attack felt like a dream. SDO had ended the threat so easily. Now Avian understood why headquarters had issued an emergency summons to track him down. Although SDO had a gentle face and didn't exude any intimidating aura. After this incident, Avian was certain that he was the most dangerous ability user in the world. Night had fallen. The moon hung high in the sky. A carriage sped down the road. SDO lay inside, and suddenly, a voice rang out that you're quite troublesome. His eyes closed, then suddenly opened again. Suki told him, "You always act on your own, don't you? This is why I hate humans." It lowered its head and continued, "Sleep a little. Don't run around like an idiot and get bitten by a monster again." SDO opened his eyes and said, "Sorry." Suki was pulling up his blanket and continued, "Don't apologize. If you just stayed out of trouble from the beginning, there wouldn't be any need to apologize." SDO suddenly fell into a silent void. Suki turned its back to him and said, "SDO, don't get hurt anymore." The carriage passed through a snow-covered mountainous region. Suki turned its back to him and said, "SDO, don't get hurt anymore." The carriage glided through a snow-white mountainous region. Uhuru suddenly sat up. What a wonderful morning. He weakly looked towards Uhuru and asked, "What should I do?" He replied, "Hello." Immediately after, roots sprouted from the bottom of the pot, quickly running towards him. He asked, "You can walk?" Uhuru walked on the table and said, "Ah, are you surprised that a walking Uhuru suddenly appeared around you when you woke up?" Uhuru continued, "I'm shocked too." Mizura looked at Uhuru and asked, "You can walk?" Then they pointed at the cactus's spines and continued, "Congratulations." Uhuru excitedly replied, "Thanks, thanks." Barker sat up and asked, "What the hell?" When he saw Nazura and the cactus laughing happily with each other, he smiled and exclaimed, "Your friend is so unusual, huh?" Then he suddenly thought, but what's so strange about a walking cactus? After all, he can chase away a whole flock of Happies with just one word. The red monsters with 2 pairs of horns flew in the sky, surrounding a young man walking on the grass. The Happies quickly flew away as the person approached. Barker thought again, if he's the main character, I wouldn't be surprised if he befriended a dragon. The ability to read hearts and dominate others is amazing. Barker wondered and asked. Then SDO replied, "His wings." He laughed and continued, "Ah-ha-ha, I should write a thank you note." The carriage suddenly stopped in front of a snow-white pine forest. SDO was eating bread with Nazura and thought, speaking of which, Uhuru was toddling nearby. He suddenly asked Uhuru, "Do you need water?" Uhuru immediately replied, "No, I'm full of water." Nazura, seeing that, asked, "Did you eat already?" Uhuru replied, "Not really, it's just that yesterday, when SDO was injured." He lowered his head and said, "Yeah." Then he heard Uhuru continue, "Didn't you bleed a lot? Your white skin was stained with blood dripping down." Immediately after, the drop of blood fell onto Uhuru. It said, "I drank a little of your blood." Then it giggled innocently. "You drank my blood?" Uhuru cheerfully replied, "Yeah." Uhuru, with a calm expression but not knowing what to say, suddenly panicked and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I couldn't move at that time. I didn't do it on purpose. The blood accidentally fell on me, and then..." Uhuru suddenly bloomed and continued, "I bloomed for the first time then, too. Don't misunderstand. I couldn't move at that time. I didn't do it on purpose. The blood accidentally dripped onto me, and then..." Uhuru suddenly bloomed and continued. I also bloomed for the first time then, too. Nezura looked at Uhuru with a gentle expression. Then they said, that's interesting. A flower after drinking human blood. Parker chimed in, wait, you should be focusing on the fact that a normal plant drank your blood and can walk. Uhuru, blooming, bowed its head in his hands and said, this is the fruit. Please accept my sincerity. Estio carefully held Uhuru in his hand and said, thank you. Uhuru let out a triumphant laugh. Then it continued, you're the one who should be thanking me. Suddenly, one of Uhuru's petals fell onto Estio's arm, and the spot immediately began to rot. Then, black marks remained, gradually fading away. Estio cried out in distress. The flower, it's melting. Estio was taken aback. Countless question marks appeared in his mind. Estio looked at the wound on his shoulder, then placed his hand on it, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a piece of black cloth and a white string appeared. Estio leaned back in his seat and said, this flower seems to have healing abilities. Uhuru cried out excitedly, isn't that great? Then a voice called out, Nezura. Hey, Nezura. Hearing this, Nezura chirped. The person continued, Suki came to visit us last night, didn't she? Nezura looked up and replied, you're both right and wrong. A black cat lay curled up on the seat like a fluffy pillow in a nightlight. The person continued, Suki has been on the carriage with us since last night. After getting dressed, Estio was still thinking, so it wasn't a dream. He reached out, picked up something yellow, and held it up. He stood up, leaning back slightly. A blue-haired person exclaimed, what should we do? It's dangerous on a moving carriage. Estio continued, Suki, I know you're there. Estio's hand reached up and gripped the roof of the carriage. The black cat suddenly appeared and meowed. Seeing this, Estio said, it's dangerous up here. Come inside. But Suki remained where she was. She walked boldly and said, it seems like you're in more danger than I am. Suki suddenly darted to another spot, surprising Estio. Then, she sat proudly as he watched. Just then, as he returned to his seat, someone asked, a cat. Parker scratched his head and asked Estio, is that your cat? Suki yawned, and an excuse rang out. Oh, Suki doesn't have an owner. Huh, she's not a stray either. Parker thought, so you're friends? Suki stepped onto the seat next to Estio and asked, who was that just now? He replied, this is Parker. Suki curled up on his lap and asked, you're injured, are you all right? Estio replied, yes, Uhuru helped me heal. Suki asked, what could that tiny Uhuru do? Uhuru immediately ran over to where Suki was lying. Estio's eyes softened. He said, it has healing powers, if you're going to follow me anyway. Suki replied, I'm not following you. I just happened to see you injured while I was exploring. Estio stroked Suki's head and continued, why don't you follow me from now on? Suki suddenly wagged her tail. Estio hugged her tightly. Her face flushed, looking spoiled and pampered. The carriage sped along the steep road. The black cat continued, let me be clear, I'm only going with you because you asked. What's with always getting hurt when I'm not around? Estio smiled and said, well, thank you. Suki opened one eye as his hand touched her head. Suddenly, she closed both eyes and thought, Estio has changed. I don't care how he's changed, but this change isn't bad either. The carriage continued to roll along. Estio looked away when someone called his name. A red mirror suddenly appeared in front of them. We've arrived at the transfer gate connecting. To the headquarters, someone said. Estio and Suki slowly approached the gate. Meanwhile, Parker was holding a piece of paper and said, Parker and Estio from the Ignis Guild, you can just report the fee to the guild. The person at the reception desk said, yes, it's been confirmed. For security reasons, the gate can only be used 3 times a day per adult. Estio's gaze remained fixed on the gate. The receptionist continued, you may also experience some side effects after using the gate. If you've accepted these conditions, we will open the entrance for you. A man's footsteps suddenly approached. Estio slowly moved closer to the gate. He closed his eyes, then opened them wide. Before him stood a large castle. As soon as Estio stepped through with Nejura, Parker also arrived. He thought, So this is the guild headquarters. Parker smiled brightly and said, "Welcome, SDO. This is the Ignis Guild headquarters." Outside was a tall building with an ancient architectural style. Everyone gradually ascended a spiral staircase. Parker looked up at the higher floors as he walked. Meanwhile, SDO walked and thought, an endless spiral staircase like ascending to heaven. Does heaven really exist in the sky? Above, a man held a glass of red wine. Those with power and wealth. People constantly praised him and those who supported them. SDO looked up and thought, will it be better the higher I climb? SDO continued to walk in silence without saying anything more. Parker looked back at him and said, "We're here. Time sure flies." Parker added, "This is the magic staircase. It's quite similar to the transfer gate. Anyway, you were supposed to meet the guild master, but since they've been absent for almost 3 months now, you'll naturally have to meet Winlisky." A man prepared to approach the closed door. His hand reached forward, touching a button on the door. Parker silently knocked on the door. All 3 of them focused their attention there. Parker scratched his head and said, "Looks like Winlisky went back to sleep." Suki wondered aloud. Back to sleep? Parker's hand continued to knock on the door, and suddenly it cracked open, revealing an empty space. Uhuru, on SDO's arm, was pulled in by a force. Both Parker and SDO were surprised by this. The dragon said anxiously, Hey, my head almost got taken off just now. What kind of handling was that?" SDO thought, "Where's the dragon's head?" A hand grasped a sword and exclaimed, "Ah, damn it." The orange-haired man yawned and asked, "Who is it?" His eyes widened, his eyebrows furrowed as he looked forward. Winlisky looked at Parker and said, "I don't think I ordered chicken, did I?" He angrily shouted, "I've told you how many times, Winlisky, I'm not food." Uhuru cried out, "So he was right about that chicken." Parker said, "But I brought a guest." Winlisky continued, "Guest? What guest?" Parker replied, "Your guest." Winlisky placed a hand on his stomach and said, "What nonsense. Why should I entertain guests? Isn't there anyone working downstairs? I'll dock your pay for waking people up from a good sleep early in the morning." Parker angrily yelled, "Hey!" Winlisky turned to leave and told him to go back. Suddenly, a cat meowed. Winlisky's eyes lit up and he asked, "A cat?" Suki, sitting on the ground, meowed again. Winlisky crouched down and praised, "Wow, you're so pretty. Are you a guest too?" Just as he reached out his hand, Suki quickly turned and walked away. He went to where another person was standing, and someone suddenly said, "He's the one replacing the special support position of the Galatia branch." SDO was standing there, holding Uhuru in his arms. Winlisky's knees buckled, and he stammered, "A guest." Then he continued, "You brought our guild leader here." Winlisky stood frozen. Then he extended his hand and introduced himself. "I'm Winlisky of Ignis." Their hands clasped in a handshake. He said, "So, I've finally met the rumored leader?" SDO was taken aback, but only questioned inwardly, "Leader?" Winlisky puffed out his chest and continued, "Come in first." SDO simply replied, "Thank you." Inside was a messy room with clothes scattered everywhere. Uhuru, seeing this scene, asked, "Isn't this a pigsty?" Najura tilted his head to one side and said, "If Najura had to walk on the ground, Najura would step on those things." Kill. Winlisky quickly stepped forward and replied, "It's okay, it's okay." He stepped on a pile of books with one foot and said, "I don't care what you step on." But Winlisky gave a confident smile like he was advertising toothpaste and said, "That little white monkey speaks so fluently, doesn't he? He talks to people." Najura immediately asked, "Hey, how did you know?" Winlisky replied, "Just a guess." He continued, "Just kidding. If I were an animal." Then he raised his head and cried out, *Q**. He chuckled and figured he wouldn't want to talk to humans about why he could talk. SDO watched Winlisky and Najura chatting and thought to himself, his inner and outer self are so different. Suddenly, Winlisky looked up and asked, "SDO, would you like some coffee?" Hearing this, SDO declined. He stroked his chin again and continued, "My apologies, I suppose you're not old enough to appreciate the taste of bitter things." Perhaps some cola would be better. Estio stood still, thinking. I didn't refuse because it was bitter. A tray of drinks was brought and placed on the table. Next to the steaming hot cup was a plate of delicious-looking cookies. Estio bowed his head, holding the cup in his hands, when Winleski's voice rang out again. Our new leader seems quite young. Doesn't he? Estio's next sentence made him laugh heartily. I've had my coming-of-age ceremony. He continued, that's why I said you're young. When adults are complimented on their youth, they don't refuse, they say thank you. Parker said anxiously, Winleski, hearing the call, raised his cup to his lips and asked, what? Parker continued, you sound like one of those creeps who likes to tease kids, so stop it. Winleski leaned back in his chair and chuckled derisively. Oh, let's get down to business. That's why the guild master called the leader from headquarters. Estio replied, I see, but why me? Before he could finish, Winleski interrupted, leader? That's also the guild master's idea. I'm just the messenger. Initially, the leader title was a recent addition, so I'm not entirely sure what it entails. Parker's face began to show worry, while Estio listened calmly, his hand trembling slightly around his cup. He thought, is the guild really trustworthy? Their position and attitude are too secretive, and their stance changes frequently. Despite this, Estio's eyes were somber and sad. He continued to think, at least there haven't been any lies yet. Winleski continued, from now on, you'll be receiving very different assignments than before. Estio asked, puzzled, different how? Suddenly, Winleski raised his cup and said, well, there'll be special assignments that only a leader is capable of handling. Immediately afterward, he lowered his head, grinning, a confident smile tinged with something sinister. In another part of the campus, someone else also said, well, there'll be special assignments that only a leader is capable of handling. Right after that, he lowered his face, grinning, a confident smile tinged with something sinister. Again, on campus, someone said, well, there'll be special assignments that only a leader is capable of handling. Estio was surprised, thinking leader. The scene changed to someone throwing a bag of money on the table and saying, take it. On which was written Innis Guild Leader or Estio, and then adding, that's your promotion. It comes with a new uniform and badge for the team, other support equipment, and the team's funds. Someone looked at Estio with admiration while Estio, still holding his glass without any emotion, looked at the money. The person added oh, and finally. Nazura, still wearing her necklace, looked towards the bag of money. Vice Captain Winleski added, this is just out of my personal curiosity. Not related to the guild master. Estio didn't understand Winleski's meaning. Winleski added, what kind of power does the new leader have that the guild master wants you to accompany us to such an extent? So, I've been wondering about that, while waiting for you. Winleski put his hands on his thighs and added, so, can you show me your strength before you leave? Little leader? Estio hesitated. He grabbed his sword and said, now show me how strong you are. A moment later, he was seen sitting on the ground in a corner, his sword having flown from his hand, while Parker and Estio remained unharmed. He laughed, huh? A hot cup of water and a plate of cookies were on the table. A coffee cup lay on the floor, its contents spilled. A weary expression appeared on his face as he looked towards the steaming cup of water, thinking, do I have to fight against something like that? Don't make me laugh. He sat on the chair, twirling his sword, then leaned back and lay down. I have to see how strong this kid is. He lunged towards Estio like a shot. Estio was startled by Winleski's sudden attack. A look of doubt crossed Winleski's mind. Why isn't he defending himself? But he didn't have to wait. Long before something brushed past him, he was surprised that Estio hadn't moved. His hands were still holding the hot cup of water. He suddenly realized he was pointing his own sword at his throat. He trembled, thinking, asterisk, I can't move. Asterisk. Estio calmly said, that's what I wanted to see. Then Estio's eyes lit up as he added, is this enough? Only then did Winlisky completely fall to his knees, looking at Estio with a dumbfounded and panicked expression. His sword had fallen from his hand. He muttered, damn it, why didn't you tell me clearly, Winlisky? Estio paused in thought as he looked at Estio's cold demeanor. It's good that I wasn't swallowed by it, he thought, then smiled, finally. He put his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and said, a new era has begun. On a movie set, a black curtain rose dramatically, revealing a patch of land. Estio asked his cactus, Uhuru, do you like it? The cactus replied, yes, yes, I like it very much. Estio laughed joyfully and said to the potted plant, good then, Uhuru. Then Estio walked off into the afternoon sun. In a certain room, there were many boxes that looked like cat houses. On top of a cabinet, pictures of beautiful natural landscapes were displayed. Estio thought to himself, they didn't need to do this much, did they? Nezura held up some clothing and said to Estio with a delighted laugh, Estio, look, new clothes. Inside the box were some shirts, and outside were clean shoes. Esther stated plainly, yes, clothes. But Nezura added, it's not just clothes. Nezura continued, there's magic woven into them too. Isn't it amazing? Really added, it has self-cleaning, temperature control, and shock absorption capabilities. Estio thought to himself, these clothes, I wonder if Nadu would want to wear them. Then Estio asked Nezura, wait a minute, Nezura. Nezura responded, yes. Estio said, I'll see if I can get some clothes that Nadu and Suki can wear. Nezura said, yes, but Niza doesn't need clothes. Suki approached Estio and said, I also find it bothersome and troublesome, so don't worry about it. Estio knelt down on one knee and asked Suki, what if you get cold without warm clothes? Or are you embarrassed about being naked? Suki thought, he's making me lose my composure. Suki jumped into his arms and said, animals don't wear clothes. We have fur. Estio realized this and said, ah. Nezura chimed in, I heard that people often wear nice clothes to be treated well. Estio lowered his head and said, it would be nice if I had a better status. Nezura cheerfully replied, more people will be more accepting. Estio said in surprise, just because some people have a high social standing, does that mean more people will like them? Some people won't like them regardless. Nezura hesitantly replied, at least they won't automatically attack them. Nezura looked at him with an innocent expression and said, Nizu will do my best to protect you, but it will be very troublesome if someone stronger than Nizu attacks you. She remembered when her hand reached out towards her mother and cried out. Estio remained silent, staring intently at her. Suddenly, he reached out his hand. He gently placed his hands on Nezura's shoulders, then removed her shackles, saying, I'll take this off when no one's around. It must be uncomfortable to be chained up like that all the time. Nezura cheerfully said, I'm fine. Even if my body is like this, I won't get tired while traveling. Estio looked at them with pity and replied, seeing you like this makes me uncomfortable. All right. Waiting for Suki, who was on his back, to jump down, Estio continued, thank you for the new clothes and for worrying about me. And also, you don't need to worry anymore. Nezura leaned forward and called out his name, because now if I want to, I can make anyone kneel before me. Their posture remained in a poised, ready stance. They continued, I've realized something recently. More than half of my powers are getting stronger, so why should I worry? He briefly remembered a man swinging a sword down at him, and even when attacked by other monsters. Thinking for a moment, then clenching his fist, Estio hesitantly said, I'm probably a more selfish person than I thought. A voice echoed in the spacious room, you requested this. A carefully sealed letter was delivered to Parker, who brought it to Estio while he was eating, still focused on his bowl of soup. Estio thanked the person who delivered the letter. Parker scratched his head and said, well, this is my job. You're getting used to being a proper leader. Taking the letter in hand, Estio said, it's quite relaxing. I was getting bored with nothing to do, but now that you've requested this, I feel relieved. Parker, delighted, exclaimed, "Woohoo! You're so meticulous." SDO, "No, should I call you leader now?" SDO calmly invited him to eat together. Parker asked, "Really? I'll go get my food right away." SDO, with a spoonful of soup in his mouth, thought, "Asterisk, even if they call me leader or commander or whatever, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do." Asterisk, inside the letter was a request. The requester was Haiga. Seeing the name, he involuntarily repeated it. Uhuru, the cactus, upon hearing the name, exclaimed, "Whoa, I know that place." It began to display its knowledge that that's one of the ducal families in the country. The head of the Mubian family is a cousin of the current emperor and is known for their incredibly agile body. SDO looked at the cactus and asked, "Have you met him?" It replied, "Yes. I know a lot of people." Nazura looked around and asked, "What's it saying?" SDO calmly explained. Uhuru said it has met the person who made our request. Nazura started flattering it. "Uhuru knows everything. Amazing. You're such a wonderful cactus." The cat, curled up asleep at the foot of the table, stirred. "Thanks, you're pretty cool too." The cactus propped itself up with its two branches and said, "The Mubian I know is a bit crazy." Remembering the image of that person, it continued, "I don't know much else, but his swordsmanship is quite good." SDO's eyes widened. "That strong?" A soft, thoughtful negative followed, and it continued, "Not just strong. Before he became the head of the family, there was another person known for their swordsmanship. But rumor has it he defeated that person with a single strike. He's also undefeated against monsters, winning every single match." SDO thought, even someone as strong as him is making requests afterward. Parker, while serving the food, said, "This meal is over." SDO replied, Parker, I hope you enjoy your meal." Uhuru warned, "There's hair in the soup." A large question mark appeared above Parker's head as he saw the scene and heard Uhuru's warning. The dining hall returned to its usual peaceful atmosphere. SDO held the leaf in his hand, reading the words request and description. He started to ponder, just as I thought, there's nothing specific. He asked Parker, "Are you done eating?" Parker replied, "Huh? Yes." SDO quickly grabbed the food tray and said, "Then let's go." Parker looked up worriedly, then glanced away to avoid eye contact. Watching SDO walk ahead, he called out, "Oh, Commander, I've noticed this before, but you're pretty unique, aren't you?" Hearing this, SDO wondered, "What do you mean?" Parker replied, "No, nothing like that." SDO gave him a gentle flick on the forehead. Suddenly, the image of a violent man appeared, yelling, "Get that damn monster out of my sight." SDO walked on, thinking, now that you mention it, it's been a while since I ate with someone. The scene changed to a wide hallway. A man's footsteps echoed softly on the tiles. Soon after, another person quickly caught up. SDO stopped abruptly, realizing it was Parker. "What now?" For a moment, their eyes met. SDO asked, "Do you still have work at headquarters?" A large question mark appeared above Parker's head. He explained, "I haven't had any work for a while. The request I gave you was my last one." Their conversation began. SDO said, "So you're taking a break? Congratulations." Parker replied, "No, I'm still working." He adjusted his tie and asked, "Didn't you know?" SDO asked, bewildered, "Know what?" Parker confidently announced, Bernie Parker, have been transferred to the commander's team." SDO turned back to Parker and asked, "Team?" He extended his hand and said, "So now I'm like a soldier directly under your command." "Nice to work with you, Commander." SDO looked up with a slightly worried expression. He replied, "Likewise." They clasped hands in a friendly handshake. SDO thought, I suddenly have a teammate and a soldier under my command. On his left breast was a badge with 2 eagle wings. He continued to think, "Commander." Parker waved his hand in front of SDO's face, slightly panicked, and said, "Commander, are you all right? Maybe I was a bit much." SDO looked down and replied, "Well, first, let's pack our luggage." Parker asked, "Where are we going?" SDO said as he walked, "I'm planning to go out. We have to go to our client, Mubian Zoega." SDO, Nura, and the cat were standing in front of the gate, near a man standing guard. As SDO looked back, Another man approached and said, "Just as I thought." Parker, carrying all the luggage, exclaimed, "Won't we need camping gear?" Both Estio and Nura froze for a few seconds. Estio explained, "Parker, we don't need camping gear." He cheerfully replied, "I also brought snacks." Parker held out his hand and said, "Tazara, salted crab, and grilled octopus cakes." He proudly presented the pungent-smelling food and said, "This is Banji. I spent all my money on it. Since you're the commander, I'll share half with you." Estio, upon hearing this, declined, "No, I'm all right." His words hurt Parker, his eyes welling up. The guard standing before the gate said, "Apologies, but the Higa territory is off our departure route. Instead, we'll take you to the Renas underground caves, which will cut your journey in half." The guard pulled a lever and said, "I'll activate the gate. Safe travels." Estio slowly approached the gate, purple light illuminating his face. Inside the underground cave, darkness enveloped them. Water droplets falling, black stalactites covering the area. Estio looked down at the ground, assessing it. Parker, however, appeared frightened, trembling and shaking his head. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind him, laughing maniacally and greeting him. Suddenly, a pair of blue wings spread out. Parker intended to fly up, but collided with something. Before the eyes of Estio and the person who had just startled him, Parker fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Estio asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, "Yeah, I'll see you guys later." The person who had startled Parker said, "You're an energetic little dove, aren't you?" Parker then asked, "Who are you?" He laughed and replied, "Indeed, I am the manager of this transfer gate." Estio was a little surprised and requested, "Excuse me, manager, are we in the Renas underground caves?" He chuckled and said, "Oh, what a polite young man. It's been a while since anyone visited this cave." Suddenly, bats flew out from within the cave. Amidst the darkness, his voice echoed, "But why would a youngster like you come here?" Estio bowed his head and explained, "We're on our way to the Higa territory." He smiled faintly and asked, "Higa, you say?" His eyes flashed with a chilling glint. He continued, "Not many adventurers dare to venture into that land of death." Estio wondered, why is the Higa territory called the Land of Death? An image of a house flashed in Estio's mind as the old man explained, "The Emperor doesn't dare keep such a talented relative by his side, because he's an all-around capable individual, strong and very handsome." The old man laughed, revealing his mostly toothless gums. That alone is enough to make the Emperor wary. The manager pointed ahead and asked, "Do you see the path amidst the darkness of the cave?" Before Estio could answer, he continued, "Although it's the only way to the Higa territory, no one knows what lies within." Estio asked, "No one knows? What do you mean?" The old manager laughed and said, "It means I can let you go, but I can't guarantee your safety. You could be torn to shreds, and no one would know." Parker's face paled. He asked, "Are there monsters in there?" The old man replied, "Isn't that obvious?" Countless gleaming eyes appeared in the darkness. The manager added, "The territory ruled by the Duke is teeming with deadly fang monsters, meaning that cowardly king is afraid of his own kin." The manager's smile made both Estio and Parker anxious. Estio glanced in one direction. Then he looked straight ahead. The tunnel manager smiled faintly and assessed him silently. "Look at this kid, not a hint of fear or distraction." A strange look suddenly flashed in Estio's eyes. He took a few steps forward. The manager pointed at him and said, "You'd better be careful." He pointed directly at Estio's beating heart and warned, "Try not to let that cowardly king notice you, or you'll be swallowed whole before you can break free from your shell." Estio chuckled and said, "Please relay this message to the Duke for me. I gladly accept his invitation." He walked away, but glanced back at the manager and said, "And when that time comes, he can speak to me freely without hiding." Estio's figure faded into the distance, but the manager remained, watching him go. He pondered for a moment, then a savage laugh erupted. "Speak freely and without hiding, huh?" The manager's hand went to his neck. A swift cut tore the skin. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared and exclaimed, How interesting. Small lamps flickered in the night as SDO, Parker, and Nura walked along. Parker suddenly looked around fearfully. He looked at SDO, who had a blank expression, and Nura, who was looking cheerful. SDO suddenly said, "I didn't know you were afraid of being underground." "I'm sorry." Parker trembled and cried out, "How?" Then he calmed down and asked, "Did you just read my mind?" SDO replied, "I apologize if I was rude." Parker became more confident, putting his hands on his hips. "And oh, it's okay. You can read it all you want. You're the commander, after all." Immediately after, Parker scratched his head and continued, "Rather than saying I'm afraid, it's more accurate to say it's a characteristic of my race." Hearing this, SDO asked, "A characteristic of your race?" A voice echoed through the desolate mountain forest. Since avians usually live on high mountains and hills, we often feel uncomfortable in such a confined area. Inside the cave, Parker continued, "It's also difficult to fly here because it's too narrow." SDO replied, "Is that so? Since this cave connects directly to Higa territory, we'll arrive within half a day if we travel without stopping." Glancing behind him, SDO continued, "Due to the limited use of the transfer gate, we have to wait a day before using it again. So I thought going through the cave would be faster." Parker seemed to realize something new and said, "This method is actually more efficient." SDO replied, "It's also because I transferred without considering the whole team." He immediately refuted himself. No, don't worry about making mistakes. You just need to give orders." SDO placed a finger on his temple and said, "Give orders." He continued, "Does that mean you will follow all my instructions regardless of your own desires?" Parker gave a forced smile and replied, "Yes." SDO pursed his lips and thought. In the end, it's no different from dominating their minds and controlling them. Parker, cheerful and confident like a bird, continued, "But it's not because I don't consider my own desires. I'm here because I want to follow you." Hearing this, SDO asked, "You want to follow me?" He replied, "You're my superior, but you're also the one who saved my life." Parker recalled the moment SDO stood up for him. SDO looked down, brushing it off, and replied, "I was also in danger at that time." Parker brightened up again and said, "Even so, if it weren't for you, I would have died. I'm truly grateful." While Parker was speaking, Nura suddenly became angry and growled repeatedly. Parker whimpered, How can it be like this?" SDO called Nura's name to reassure him. Suddenly, a dark animal appeared in the distance. SDO wondered, "Is that a monster? There are so many." Parker immediately asked, "Many? How many?" Nura replied, "A lot, and they're fast too." Parker couldn't control himself. He cried out, "Then how close are they?" SDO looked down and saw several cracks beneath their feet. He replied, "Right below us." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground cracked even more. Yellow, arched larvae crawled up from the ground. Parker stammered in fear, unable to form a complete sentence. Looking at the wriggling things that had just emerged from the ground, someone cried out, "Sandworms." SDO asked, "Giant worms?" Uhuru replied, "Sandworms." "Wow, this is the first time I've seen them." Uhuru sounded excited as Nura held them. They continued, "It's okay, they're not hostile. They have a very gentle nature. As long as you don't touch them, they won't get angry." Uhuru pointed forward and urged everyone to look towards the sandworms. The sandworms slowly crawled onto the surface, but didn't bother anyone. Uhuru continued to explain, "They have no reason to attack us. They don't eat people or plants." SDO crouched down and asked Uhuru, "So what do they eat?" SDO and Nura calmly watched the scene before them. Meanwhile, Parker shrieked, "Save me." Uhuru repeatedly reassured him, "They won't kill you. Hey chicken, are you crying?" SDO looked at the sandworms as if calculating something. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "They said we can go through there." Parker crawled on the ground and asked, "What if they eat us?" SDO said, "They won't eat people." Watching SDO walk through the mass of yellow worms, Parker said, "Commander, what if they catch you?" SDO continued walking briskly and replied, "It's okay. They've known we've been here for a while. They're probably just curious because it's been so long since anyone's been in the cave. He looked up as if he had just grasped a new piece of interesting information and exclaimed, "Ah, they said they made this cave." Parker's lament echoed again. The sandworms? Oh dear. Standing on the other side of the swarm of worms, Estio offered words of encouragement. Their feelings are quite similar to human curiosity. So just come on through. Parker sobbed, clutching his trembling body, then looked towards the sandworms and lamented. Oh man. Parker hesitated for a long time before slowly walking towards the worms. Estio watched him with a worried expression and said, "Parker, if it's too difficult." He angrily yelled, "No, I can do it." Parker's feet trembled as he took each step forward, while Estio was still thinking, I was going to ask the sandworms to move a bit. From the darkness, Parker's choked sobs echoed. After overcoming that terrifying ordeal, Parker sighed, "Ugh, I'm all dirty." Nura also sadly replied, "My fur smells like dung." Estio thought the smell wasn't that bad. However, Parker asked a somewhat naive question. "So, is that bad?" Estio, while walking away, turned back to Parker and said, "What's wrong with a bad smell?" "No, a bad smell? It's good." He then thought, even someone who can control their emotions like him can't lie. Looking at the lights hanging overhead, Parker said, "It seems I misunderstood this Renus cave." Hearing this, Estio turned back and asked, "What do you mean?" Parker's voice echoed, while eyes lurked in the darkness. The story goes that there are many monsters down here that attack people, so there aren't many visitors. But looking at the sandworms, even though they're ugly and stink, they seem quite gentle. Estio asked back, "Are you still scared, even though you know they won't attack us?" Parker, walking through the cave behind Estio, continued, "They're slimy, so I'm scared. Just seeing them appear makes me feel like I'm about to be eaten." Estio, walking ahead, glanced at him and said, "Is that so? I think they're cute." Parker seemed frightened and asked back, "Cute? Those slimy, wriggling things?" Estio spoke up in defense of the worms. "Well, they came all the way here to see us, and they're even acting cute by wiggling their bodies." Estio's adorable sandworm wiggled a few more times as Parker said, "That's acting cute." The bright yellow lights illuminated their path. Looking around, Estio guessed we must be close. Parker continued to complain, "I want to wash off this smell as soon as possible. Even a quick rinse would be nice." Suddenly, Nura took a deep breath. He pointed ahead and said, "Then there's water nearby." Following the direction he pointed, Nura continued, "I can smell clean water and the sound of a waterfall over there." In front of the two was a large, brightly shining object from which flowed clear water. A question echoed, a waterfall inside a cave? The waterfall gushed onto the dry ground. Estio's group stood at the foot of the waterfall, marveling at the sight that it's a real waterfall. He approached the nearby stream, bent down, scooped some water into his hand, and then released it. The water seems very clear. He turned his head to say, "It's quite cold, so be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, Nura rushed past him and jumped into the stream with a splash. Water sprayed onto Estio. Nura smiled playfully in the water, adding, "It's cool here, Estio." Ahuru, standing on a nearby rock ledge, also exclaimed, "Looks fun." The two standing by were drenched. Silently, not knowing what to say, they looked at each other for a moment, then burst into laughter. Estio said, "Well, if you say so." Estio, sitting down, replied, "I guess so." Nura, enjoying himself in the water, called out, "Estio, come in too." Estio glanced over and asked, "Aren't you going to bathe the cat?" Estio looked at the scowling cat. "Suki doesn't like water." Estio said caringly, "But there's water available now. A little bath would be good, right? Being dirty can make you sick." Suki grumbled, "You bird-brained idiot. It's nothing. I bathe myself." With that, it stood up and walked away. Zuzu dipped its paws in the water. "I really don't like water." Suddenly, a gust of wind pushed it into the middle of the stream, startling it. What was going on? It turned out that Parker had scooped it up and jumped in. "All right, let's go down." Zuzu only had time to yelp meow. Parker shouted, "Full speed dive." A pathetic meow could be heard. Estio stood in the shallows, calling for Najura, then suddenly noticed Zuzu struggling on top of his head. This made him chuckle. Immediately, Zuzu jumped ashore, growling, "I won't let him get away with this. That bird brain." Estio tried to soothe her. "Calm down, Zuzu. At least your fur is clean now." He bent down and wiped her, saying, "Sit up straight so I can dry you." Parker, standing behind them, scratched his head and laughed so. "How was it, kitty? Did you like it?" Zuzu's fur bristled. "That I'll kill him." Estio had to hold her close to keep her calm. "Parker," Estio said. He replied, "Yeah." Estio explained, "You startled Zuzu." Then he advised Parker, "You should apologize and promise not to do that again so suddenly." Parker straightened up and bowed his head. "Sorry," he said with a dejected look. "Next time, I'll warn you before I do that speed dive." As they walked, Estio said, "Let's get moving." Uhura chirped repeatedly, I'm thirsty." Zuzu yelled, "What are you doing?" Estio suggested, "Water." Uhuru explained, "I just drank some, but it wasn't satisfying. Maybe this is what hunger feels like for a paddle cactus." Estio urged, "Just drink some water. Being too thirsty isn't good for you." Uhuru persisted, "Can you give me something else to drink?" Estio was puzzled. "Something else?" It replied, "Something stronger with a different texture. Something tastier." Estio touched his chin thoughtfully. Could its diet have changed since that day? Is it some kind of blood-drinking plant now? He placed his hand on, "Who are you? Your blood different from everyone else's?" Uhuru exclaimed, "Head pats feel so good." Estio said, "Show me your thorns." "Hurry up." Parker approached, pulling up his sleeve, and saw Uhuru prick Estio's hand with its thorns. Blood welled up from the wound. Uhuru trembled with delight. "Blood. There's blood." Parker looked confused. Estio explained, "I'm just feeding my cactus, so there's no need to panic." Parker looked skeptical. You think someone deliberately created that waterfall?" Estio shared the same suspicion, perhaps. Parker voiced his thoughts. "I don't think those sandworms dug out that waterfall to make a bath. It feels like some enormous creature used to live here." Estio asked, intrigued, "Why do you think that?" Parker replied, "I've heard that caves like these usually have guardians." He continued, "Haven't you heard, Commander? Caves have tigers, wolves, or dragons." Estio was surprised. "Dragons live in caves too?" Parker explained, "Yes, I learned that dragons' territories are often caves. There have been some recent discoveries of dragon lairs in caves as well. But they must be huge." Estio chuckled. This place is a bit small for a dragon, isn't it?" Parker held up 2 fingers, "But some people say that dragons. The Ifma are the strongest of all dragon species. They have 2 physical forms." Estio looked surprised. 2 forms? Parker explained, "One form has wings, a tail, and short front claws like this." He added, "They say that unless they're using their power, most try to maintain their human form." Estio asked, "You mean dragons live by transforming into humans?" He gestured for emphasis, "More than transforming. It's like they have 2 bodies. Dragons are also a species greatly favored by the gods. Isn't it written in the scriptures that the human body is the very embodiment of God? So, dragons also have a second form created in God's image. Although, to confirm all of this, we need to actually meet a real dragon." "Indeed," Estio explained, "I was born in a very poor mountain city. Moreover, even with God's favor, in the end, they amounted to nothing. Despite being a species loved by God, they went extinct, leaving nothing behind." Parker waved his hands in protest. No, it's actually the opposite, Commander." Estio questioned, "Opposite?" Parker explained, "I heard that the dragons ruined this world and left, although they were called guardians. But as the strongest predators at the top of the food chain, who could make dragons extinct?" Estio asked, "Weren't they killed by humans?" Parker chuckled, "No way. The real reason was humanity's relentless progress and the ravages of the wars that followed. The dragons wept as they watched the world begin to crumble. God gave them a final choice." Estio continued, "They could stay in this world as guardians, Parker said, or leave this world for a separate world of their own. SDO realized, so they left. Parker said, I'm not sure if it's true, but that's what the scriptures say. But one thing is certain, dragons were greatly favored by God, perhaps even more than humans. Nura, hearing this, seemed saddened, then angry. SDO sandworms? Something's following us. So they're not as friendly as they said? I think they want to kill us. Suddenly, 3 snarling wolves appeared. Parker gasped, they're red motion wolves. Guess they live here. Nura gritted her teeth, they don't look friendly. Maybe they're sensitive because they're hungry. It's sudden, an attack from above. 2 wolves lunged. Nura sprang forward, punching one in the jaw, knocking it unconscious instantly. She roared, causing the remaining wolves to flinch and back away. Nura detected one coming from behind. She turned, a bloody swipe of her hand sending the wolf flying. The remaining wolves, already scared, became even more so. SDO, standing nearby, extended his hand towards 2 other wolves, and they suddenly became incredibly docile. Nura realized with delight. SDO's using his power. He glanced at her. SDO looked around at the castle grounds, the soldiers, the weapons. This is Haga territory. They were walking when suddenly the ground shook, startling them. What was that? An earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. Nejura pointed. Look over there. It's a group of people on horseback. Baker exclaimed, there's so many of them. The man in the lead dismounted and said, Are you the commander of the Ignis Guild? Style continued, yes. The man bowed respectfully. The Lord is waiting for you. Entering the town, everyone was surprised and curious. Nobles? No way. Looking at his clothes, that guy's a member of the Ignis Guild. They look strong, don't they? One of them even has wings. Are they preparing for battle? So we have to fight then. That's right. Are they new tax collectors? We have to fight a battle. Suddenly the atmosphere became lively. Everyone cheered. Let's fight. Sir, if you need our help, we are always willing to help. Let's protect this city. Stio was surprised. He had to exclaim, This is truly a wonderful country. He explained, because of the hearts of these people. He thought, these strong hearts yearn to protect the place they live together. I've never, not even once, felt such a strong desire to protect the land where I was born. Arriving at the palace, they were struck by its splendor and magnificence. The soldiers spoke up. Forgive me, but the only person allowed to enter is the guild commander. Others are not permitted unless directly invited by the Duke. That is the law. Stio turned back and said, Do as he says. Nejura was quite worried. But Stio reassured him, I'll quickly review the request and be right out. Wait here. Nejura looked disappointed but obeyed. But Mabian suddenly changed his expression suspiciously and transmitted his thoughts. If anything happens, shout loudly and call for me. Stio nodded and went inside. Baker also shouted, Leave this to me, Commander. I'll take good care of things. Before he could finish, the door slammed shut, bringing tears to his eyes as Nejura comforted him. Stio, looking back, thought, I don't think I've ever left the 3 of them alone together like this before. He worriedly thought, I'll just get the information, confirm the request, and then leave. Uhuru appeared, interrupting his train of thought. It moved forward, reminding Stio that Nizu had been holding it for a while. But suddenly, the other person spoke, You've arrived? Did you arrange this meeting beforehand? The person sat up, removing their glasses. You said you would gladly accept my welcome. Didn't you? Stio. Mobian's eyes widened as he realized the thing in front of him was a cactus, not Stio. Uhuru said shyly, My name is Uhuru. I'm a cactus. This made him freeze, then scream in terror. Simultaneously, the cactus and he yelled, causing Stio to spray something, then shake his head. Some guards yelled, asking the Lord, Is something wrong? This made him pause, clear his throat, and glance at the cactus before turning back to the guards and saying, It's nothing. Return to your posts. They looked at each other questioningly, then left. He sighed and said, I heard the commander was eccentric, but I didn't think it would be a cactus. I heard the commander was an ordinary person. You really can walk and talk like one. The cactus grumbled, What? Are you stupid? Looking down, Stio chuckled and added, "Your thorns are quite sturdy too, I like that." The cactus retorted, "No matter what I'm like, this blockhead can't be the Duke." Mabian stepped forward and said, "I'm the commander of this squad. Didn't you say we've met before?" Mabian looked surprised, then laughed out, just kidding. I didn't know if you had a hobby of disguising yourself as a cactus." Stio replied, "I don't have such a hobby." He said, "But you have the ability to do so, right? The ability of psychological manipulation." Stio looked bewildered. He added, "Oh, so I was right? I was just guessing. Because someone who can read minds can also control others." Stio asked, "Just how much do you know?" He chuckled and said, I'm just guessing. Don't be so sensitive, my friend." Mabian thought to himself, "There's no doubt about it. The pressure he gives off is truly immense." He extended his hand. "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Mabian Vega. I'm the one who sent the request to your guild. It's a pleasure to meet you." Stio stared blankly for a moment, then reached out and shook his hand. "That I'm Stio, from the Ignis Guild." He added, "So, about the request?" Before he could finish, Mabian spoke, "First, there's something I'm a little curious about. If you weren't controlling the cactus, then what is that talking cactus? A monster?" The cactus bristled. "You're calling me a monster?" "Sure, but is it okay to call me a monster like that? I won't go easy on you." Immediately, the cactus jumped up. Mabian startled, looking frightened. What's it saying? He jumped onto the table. The cactus ran around the table below, waiting for him to come down, leaving Stio speechless. Then Stio bent down and called, "Uhuru, come here." The cactus immediately turned and ran towards him. He asked, "Duke, your grace, did you hear what Uhuru said?" Mabian turned around, sweating, and stammered, that. A moment later, Mabian calmed down. Oh, that's what the cactus was saying? I heard it all. It was trembling. How scary. Why? Was I not supposed to hear it? Stio said, "I apologize for asking this, but can you also hear plants speak? Do you also have the ability?" he asked, blushing. Mabian immediately interjected, "No, I don't." "What are you talking about? Remember that sword I always carry? Then I'll understand." Stio looked up and said, "What does your sword have to do with it?" He replied, "There's a connection that's much stronger than blood, like if that cactus drank your blood, for example." Mabian stroked his chin, "But that's so." "Stio, this is definitely your power. Your ability is to allow the voices of plants to reach my senses. This ability is achieved through a contract. You can also give commands verbally, but if enough blood is absorbed, you don't need to say anything to activate their ability to speak." Stio responded, "You know more about my power than I do." Mabian waved his hand dismissively. Don't misunderstand. I didn't specifically investigate you. It's just the information I've gathered over the years. It just happened to come in handy now." Stio said, "Such investigation. Does that mean there are others with abilities like mine?" "I've answered that before. It was just a hypothesis, though. To be honest, the characteristics regarding the true form have been passed down in our family for too many generations. I've been misunderstood because of my hair color, misunderstood for having black hair, black eyes, and monstrous abilities. Everyone wonders about this, that the Haga clan are descendants of the Black Dragon." Mabian raised his sword. "Many people wonder, if the Haga clan are descendants of the Black Dragon?" Stio's face darkened. "The Black Dragon," Uhuru exclaimed, "his ego is too big. Scary." The Duke shuddered, unable to stand still. Stio stepped forward. "Duke." Mabian spoke. I can feel the essence of the Black Dragon flowing in my veins." Stio sprayed his sealant. Uhuru tugged at his sleeve. "Let's go." The Duke waved his hands dismissively, laughing. "Sorry, I was just joking. Obviously, I'm not the Black Dragon." He sheathed his sword. "I was just talking about the rumors that have been circulating." He turned around, "Because those rumors are related to the request I'm making." Stio spoke up. "Your request is?" The Duke tossed a large bag to him. It was heavy. He said, to find the true descendant of the Black Dragon." Stio was genuinely surprised by that. He continued, 1 month. If you try to help me with this for the next month, my request will be considered fulfilled, regardless of the outcome." Stio said, if you're the Duke, leaving your position. The Duke beamed. So no need to worry, and just do as I say. I've already found a replacement. 1 month will be fine. Stio stated frankly, I'll tell you up front, I'm not a frontline fighter. Do you have any soldiers with you? The Duke countered, soldiers? Do I need such things? If you're talking about swordsmen, I'm the best swordsman in the Empire. Uhuru shuddered, scoffing. How cringe, the Duke said. Furthermore, if anyone tries to interfere with my affairs, they should fear for their lives. If anyone tries to interfere with my affairs, they should fear for their lives. I'm not like the previous clan heads. Even the Emperor is no exception, no matter who they are. Stio spoke up and asked, can you confirm that your desire to find the Black Dragon is completely unrelated to your current thoughts? He faltered. He read me. He's a bigger obstacle than I thought. Then he said, all right, I'll rephrase. The one making this request isn't the Duke of this nation, but just an individual. Me, Mabian. This has nothing to do with politics. Stio nodded, understood. Mobian's eyes widened. The Haga clan definitely has no relation to the Black Dragon's bloodline. But there's some Black Dragon blood mixed in. The door opened. Mabian continued, one of my ancestors drank dragon blood, and from then on, we gradually gained power over time. Baker and the others saw Stio walk out towards him. Stio, upon hearing this, was about to say something. Mabian cut him off. Quite similar to your cactus, isn't it? Uhuru spoke up. Humph, brat, don't drag me down to your level. Stio stepped forward and said, well then, Duke, please choose my destination first. Let me think. Where should we go? My goal this month is to investigate you, Estio, the one who possesses the Black Dragon's power as recorded in my ancestors' writings. Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. He turned around and said with a smile, isn't this interesting? Among all dragon species, the Black Dragon's raw power possesses the darkness attribute, and based on mental abilities, it can dominate the normal rhythm of life. Then he started acting like he was deep in thought. The way I see it, your power of domination is too similar to the Black Dragon's to be called coincidence. Estio said, doubtfully, that's impossible. Mubian affirmed, you're right. I called you here because I've always thought you would have some connection to the dragons. So, let's help each other for the next month. Okay. A beautiful woman called out, where's Ziria? Mubian replied, here she is, my lovely star. Seeing the small boy huddled in a corner, the woman choked back tears, but then brightened up and spoke to him. Are you playing hide and seek because you couldn't sleep? Hearing another voice, the boy timidly looked up, and in the next second, he felt himself floating in the air. It turned out the woman had picked him up. She gently asked, so, shall I tell you a fun story before you go to sleep? Hearing that he would be told a story, the boy immediately agreed. Yes, please. It turned out the woman was the child's mother. She gently held him in her arms and soothed him. Dragon's blood is flowing inside you, Mubian. The boy, hearing his mother say this, looked a bit confused. Dragon's blood? The woman smiled. Yes, isn't it wonderful? It's a gift from the most precious and beautiful Black Dragon in the world. The boy pouted, a little tired, and rested his head on his mother's shoulder, protesting. You're lying. He told me that dragons disappeared a long time ago. Oh dear, the mother chuckled. Did Sir Heekin really tell you that? The woman hugged the boy close and strode towards the room, continuing her story as she walked. It's true that other dragons may have disappeared, because the world has become too vast and complex to protect them. The boy pouted, looking at his mother. Wow, really? What? The mother continued. However, remember this, okay? For my little star. She placed her eager son down on the bed. Smiling brightly at him, she said, the dragons who share our bloodline haven't disappeared. The proof is our family. For a very long time, our family has always produced healthy children. Seeing his mother about to leave, the boy reached out and tugged on her clothes But haven't they been dead for a long time? Hearing his childish question, she placed a warm kiss on his small forehead. Dragons are the guardians of the world. They don't age, they don't get sick, and they never die. I told you, They're the most noble and beautiful creatures in the world. Surely they are protecting our family somewhere. Looking at his mother's proud expression, the boy flinched a little, shyly avoiding her gaze. What? If dragons don't willingly protect us, then it's because we're too weak for them to care about. She nodded in agreement with her son's words. Compared to dragons, we are nothing. However, by living virtuously and continuing our family line, we are the only living proof of their existence in this world. After hearing his mother say that, the boy Mubian fell silent for a moment, then looked up at his gentle mother and cried out, Ziria, then why doesn't that dragon leave? Why does it stay hidden like that? Ziria smiled. Her smile seemed to brighten the area, because the black dragon loves humans very much. As she said this, Mubian's heavy eyelids suddenly snapped open. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his dazed head. That dream again? Still groggy from just waking up, another voice reached him. Are you awake? He looked up and saw Estio sitting by the fire. Weren't you going to sleep? He asked. Estio replied, I just woke up myself. After that, well, both of them were naturally introverted, so only the crackling of the fire could be heard, filling the silent space. A little embarrassed, Mubian scratched his face and started a conversation. He stammered for a moment, then looked at Estio and asked, Did I talk in my sleep? Or, before he could finish his sentence, Estio quickly interjected, No, you slept very peacefully. Really? Mubian asked, a little doubtful. But Estio reaffirmed his doubt. Yes, really. Mubian was speechless. He looked away, thinking. Come to think of it, the calm way he answered was quite similar to Ziria. Thinking of this, he shook his head like Nobita's bamboo copter to dispel the thought. What the heck? Ziria is a gentle, warm woman. Her hair is reddish pink and completely different from that gloomy guy with that feeling. Estio sighed as he watched Mubian act strangely again, not knowing what else to say. But why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing awake? I feel bad. Look at Nura sleeping like a log over there. Estio quickly picked up a stick and poked the fire. Did you forget? My most basic ability is to read other people's minds. If someone has a dream with strong imagery, sometimes it starts to spill into my mind, even if I don't want to see it. It's like it's being transmitted to me. Hearing him say that, the flickering firelight reflected in Mubian's pupils. He chuckled and said, So you saw everything, huh? Estio nodded. She was a beautiful and wise mother, wasn't she? Mubian chuckled and scratched his head. That's right. Ziria, my mother, was a very intelligent person. Not like me. He then looked up at the sky. A band of shimmering stars caught Mubian's eye, even though she's not here anymore. The feeling welled up inside him. This feeling right here. He sighed. Sensing Mubian's somber mood, Estio quickly changed the subject. You only slept for an hour. Can't you sleep anymore? Mubian shook his head at Estio's question. No, I have insomnia. Remembering the scene of the massacre, Mubian gave a wry laugh. If I got that much, it's enough. Once again, silence fell between them. He suddenly burst out laughing. I'll let you see a part of my past from my memories. An interesting dream, right? One person was trying to lighten the mood. The other responded coldly. Estio simply replied with a calm, yes, which frustrated Mubian. Ziria was my father's second wife, but of course, I always considered her my real mother. I heard my real mother died, trying to give birth to me. As he said this, Mubian's voice choked up a little. Ziria, a cheerful voice echoed in his head. For my lovely star. She called me her lovely star, but I couldn't give her anything. Mubian gritted his teeth, even at the cost of her life. He was incredibly angry at himself. That night, monsters invaded the estate, the servants' cries echoing constantly. Monsters were coming, their sharp, iron-like eyes glinting in the darkness. Calls for each other rang out urgently. Ziria, where are you? That day they all died except me. Mubian gave a smile, but he didn't realize how forced. That smile was that if the black dragon still exists in this world, I really just want to ask it one question. Mubian said, then collapsed. Estio listened silently to Mubian's confession. What should he do? He reached towards the sky. What do I need to protect now? Mubian said, Walida, I don't need this monstrous power anymore. If this is how I am, I'd rather the Hyga bloodline disappear forever. Seeing his despondent state, Estio said, it's better if you have nothing left to protect, then you can rest. Silly thoughts often appear when people don't get enough sleep. He lifted his head. What? You should sleep, Estio said, leaving Mubian speechless, who was wondering if Estio was a descendant of the Black Dragon. Why? Estio sat down and added, you won't have any nightmares tonight. Mubian thought, right? He said he can read minds and hearts, so wouldn't even a little nightmare be no problem? Immediately after, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, a pot of porridge was cooking. The fragrant aroma drifted over, waking him. Up. Yawning, he said, it's morning already. Then, startled, he thought, did I sleep that well? Someone who can use mind powers is amazing. This is the first time in a while I've slept so soundly. A strange voice chirped, greetings, just waking up? How slovenly. Are you related to a sloth? A small, walking, talking Ahu. He smiled brightly and replied, no way. I don't usually sleep this much. Ahu hopped up, no excuses. Liar. Wash your face, then we'll talk. He closed his eyes, chuckling in response, wow. Straight to the point, huh? He rubbed his eyes, and at the same time, Ahu hopped away. Suddenly, a young man, Parker, approached with a bowl of soup, saying, here's your hot ham and cheese corn chowder. He reached out to take it, but before he could finish thanking him, he looked in to see a dark, murky soup concocted with numerous ingredients. His face darkened. What is this? Parker renamed the soup. It's a combined cheese, pineapple, potato, and broccoli soup. He exclaimed, you just changed the name. Parker asked, puzzled, so is it crab, ham, and cheese chowder then? He grimaced, isn't this just a mess of whatever you brought? Parker said, no, it's not. Your Grace, don't disregard my 20 years of cooking experience like that. He retorted, how old are you to have 20 years of cooking experience? Parker replied, I'm 21. I started cooking when I was 1, and I even made my own baby food. This made him exasperated. Nonsense that in Ahu just suddenly appeared. That doesn't make sense. Avians are related to birds. They can fly perfectly well by the time they're 1 year old. Parker added, yeah, I was a skilled bird too, able to fly from a very young age, and now with my current job, I'm a messenger or recognized member of the command team. He turned and said, so, where's Commander Parker? Parker turned away, sweating, who knows? He said he was going to observe the area a bit. He asked further, where's that reliable member? Parker startled and waved his hand. Shouldn't we leave him alone sometimes? It's been quite a shock. He wasn't adopted, and he just found out he has dragon-like abilities. He asked, when did the commander disappear? He replied, I think it was while I was cleaning the pot after making breakfast. It's been a while, but he's the commander, so nothing should have happened, right? He stood up abruptly. That doesn't sound reassuring at all. This land still isn't safe. He thought to himself, I should have told him to be more careful. The other man said, surprise, what? Not safe. He sighed. With rogue soldiers from the enemy kingdom still around, Haga territory hasn't escaped the war. Saying we're safe without any precautions is only true when I have my sword by your side. Immediately, he dashed off, grimacing. Hopefully nothing has happened yet. Parker flew after him, asking, really? I should go look for the commander. He walked on, saying, I'll go. Wait here. Immediately, he flew off. Parker exclaimed in surprise, such a high jump. While he was jumping, he suddenly detected the smell of blood. He saw someone wearing a black cloak. He yelled, hey. Then he jumped down and asked, are you all right? Estio made a sound of surprise. Suddenly, a wolf growled, making him jump. Why are wild wolves out here? Looking at the snarling wolves baring their teeth before him, Mubian looked at them thoughtfully. Why are these wolves out in the open? Are they being mind-controlled? He observed their hostile gazes. Just then, Estio's voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you ready to leave? Mubian walked over and said, no, I'm still having breakfast. Estio replied. Then I'll be going now. Mubian looked up at him. But what are you doing? Stay here then. Estio, holding the wolf pup in his arms, said softly, These are the wolves I met when I was in the Renas underground caves. One of the wolves beside him looked at Estio with a different expression than when it looked at Mubian. He continued, looking at them. They're a species that lives and hunts in the caves, but when they left the caves with me, they suffered great losses caused by humans. Mubian, hearing this, stroked his chin. That makes sense. To the people of Haga, a pack of wolves would be considered a nuisance, so they would be hunted. Estio looked at Mubian in surprise. Hunted? He immediately said, They are predators. The Renas cave system is the only place that connects Haga territory to the outside world. For the safety of the people traveling here, eliminating monsters and beasts that could threaten lives is the right thing to do. After all, if we don't, the vulnerable will be eaten. Anyway, let them be. As he finished speaking, a scent reached his nose, making him look up. He noticed a large wolf licking the blood off a small pup. Did you give it your blood? Looking at the blood on Estio's mouth, Estio calmly replied, Yes. I don't know if it will work, but my blood has been able to heal injured animals before. Hearing this, Mubian said, I understand you want to help it. However, giving your blood away like this isn't good. If you truly are a descendant of the dragon, your blood will have the effect of reviving lower beings and turning them into your guardians. Servants of the Black Dragon, like the Hagar family. Estio looked at him in confusion, causing Mubian to falter. Did I say too much? Anyway, you should stop helping and let them fend for themselves. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Estio spoke in a low voice, I agree with you, Duke. However, we can change them now. Mubian stopped, change. Estio calmly said, yes. If the wolves promise not to harm the Hagar people anymore, what could you offer them in return? This made Mubian turn back to look at Estio. There's a saying that the Black Dragon would moderate the relationship between humans and other creatures. I'm getting closer to my original goal. Thinking this, he chuckled. Just promising not to harm us isn't enough. Perhaps, if they promise to become one of Hagar's guardian forces, we can guarantee their food and safety. How about that? Deep in the forest, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Parker, who was making soup, looked up in surprise at Estio. You're back. He suddenly flinched, looking at the wolves behind Estio, and yelled, What are they? They're wolves. Mubian waved with a smile. They're our new companions. Estio calmly added, We decided to travel together from now on. Parker cried out, Commander, I don't have the resources to feed wolves too. Estio replied, Is that why you're panicking? Parker quickly responded, Don't you know how important meals are? Najura's eyes lit up as he looked at Estio and the pack of wolves. He hurried over, smiling with delight. That that a wolf pup? Estio replied, Yes, but it's badly injured. I thought if we left it to its mother, the wound would only get worse. It was shot in the hind leg with an arrow. Parker, can you take a look at it? Parker replied, Yes, sir. If it doesn't require surgery, I can help. He approached, saying, Give me some medicine and a leather cloth. He watched as the wolf pup lay in the cloth while Parker carefully treated it. Let's see. He suddenly looked surprised. There's no wound. Estio looked surprised. Parker quickly said, If a wolf pup was shot in the leg with an arrow, its paw would be pierced. But this is just a tiny scratch. Calling it an injury is an overstatement. Its temperature is also normal. It seems like it just regained its strength. Parker looked up at Estio. Commander, are you sure it was shot with an arrow? Estio thought for a moment, and then said, No, I must be mistaken. I must have confused it with another wolf. The arrow was hidden behind his back. Watching this, Mubian stood silently behind him, lost in thought. Estio hid the arrow behind his back and looked down at Parker, who was sitting on the ground. He said, I must be mistaken. Estio continued, I must have confused it with another wolf. Mubian crossed his arms and stared intently at him. He was silent, as if concentrating on something extremely important. Noticing Mubian's gaze, he turned to look back at him. He put a finger to his lips, signaling for secrecy. Mubian frowned thoughtfully, so he doesn't want his companions to know about his special ability. Why is that? The campfire had burned out, and the wolves of the forest were ready. One of them took its sleeping pup by the scruff of its neck. Suki was sleeping soundly in the tree. Suddenly, it heard its name called Suki. It squinted, its eyes not yet adjusted to the light. Estio called up, "We're about to leave." Suki looked down and saw Parker and Estio looking up at it. Everyone was ready to go. The black cat looked curiously at the wolves. "What's with these things?" Suki stared at them for a moment, then quickly jumped down. It landed successfully on Estio's head. He looked up at it and said, "They're our companions now, and they'll be traveling with us until we complete our mission." Suki asked, "Companions?" He glanced at the wolves behind him. "Yes, they'll also be new, legal citizens of the Hagar territory." Suki calmly licked its paw and said, "Do whatever you want." "So, have you thought about our next destination yet?" Suddenly, a hand went up, interrupting the conversation. "We should have said this sooner." Mubian raised his hand and said with a smile, "But I've already chosen our next destination." Parker, bewildered, leaned in and whispered, "When did you decide that?" He replied casually, "Just now." Parker was surprised. Mubian walked over to Estio and said, "I heard you grew up in a village. Where exactly is this village?" Estio, surprised by Mubian's decision, looked at him, speechless. He recalled an image of the village at night. He seemed a little saddened and softly replied, "Selbia village." Mubian declared enthusiastically, "We're going there." Parker was so shocked he yelled. In contrast, Najura stared with wide, innocent eyes, full of confusion. Uhuru spoke up. Why would he do something he knows Estio won't like? Is he a pervert? Despite the reactions of those around him, Mubian continued to smile as if nothing was wrong. Uhuru concluded, "Look at that smile, he's definitely a pervert." Estio looked at him and asked, "Why do you want to go to my hometown?" Mubian said with a smile, "I just intended to observe you." He extended a hand towards Estio and continued, "But from what I've seen, it seems you don't know yourself very well, do you?" He said cheerfully, "If I meet the people who raised you, maybe I'll understand you better." Estio thought back to his foster family. Their expressions were full of indifference and anger. He hesitated. "The people who raised me, they weren't my birth parents. No, that's not the issue. He frowned, deeply resistant. Didn't want to see them again. A voice cut through his thoughts. "Hey." Mubian leaned close to his face, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "You should listen to the master's request." He looked directly at Estio and said, "Don't you think so?" Estio avoided his gaze. "I understand. Let's go." At the Galaxia branch of the Ignis Guild, a voice rang out, "Welcome back." "I can't say that anymore." Hack placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely. "Welcome. How have you been, Guild Commander?" Estio held out a hand to stop him. "Branch Manager Hack," he said with a sheepish smile, "please treat me as you always have. I'm more comfortable that way." Hack asked hesitantly, "But my rank. I'm your subordinate now." Estio replied, "Please." Hack coughed a few times, "Not if you insist." He seemed to revert to his usual demeanor, beaming as he greeted Estio. "How have you been, Estio?" Estio was a little surprised by his attitude, but quickly felt a burden lift as he replied with a cheerful smile. "I've been well." Hack clapped him on the shoulder. "That you become the guild commander. The new uniform suits you. Please come in." Although he seemed to be complimenting Estio, he was actually feeling proud of himself. "That I knew you'd do great things. I told you I have a good eye for people." Mubian and Parker stood silently, listening to their conversation. Parker thought, bewildered, why is he bragging so much? Hack continued his monologue that MY for talent is exceptional. I deserve a raise. Or at least, I should get some of those multi-flavored candies you got from Delphia every month, or maybe every week. Right? He talked so much that Estio could only respond with a strained smile. A pale hand appeared before Hack's mouth, stopping him mid-sentence. The hand belonged to Rosalie. She said cheerfully, "Estio, it's so good to see you again." Diopi spoke up. "I heard you're going to Selbia village in the river region." She sounded worried. "But if it's the mountainous river region, It's a long way from here. She reminded him, you'll have to cross many mountains, and the path is very rough. If you walk there, it'll take a long time and be very arduous, so... Hack generously finished Rosalie's sentence. I'll lend you a carriage so you can travel comfortably. Rosalie agreed. We'll prepare a carriage for you. SDO expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Hack smiled at SDO's group. Well, I'm sure you're all tired. Please rest in your rooms. Dusk had fallen, and the last rays of sunlight shone into the room. SDO sat silently on the bed, gazing around the room with a nostalgic expression. Everything is the same, just as it was when I left. As he was lost in thought, strange noises at the door caught his attention. He looked towards the door curiously. Who is it? The noises continued, making SDO wary. Why would anyone come here? Suddenly, there was a click, and the door opened. SDO stared intently, his eyes widening in surprise. It was his colleague. Rosalind, he exclaimed. Rosalind asked politely, Am I interrupting your rest? SDO got up from the bed. No, not at all. Rosalind quickly stepped inside. Do you know how to ride a horse? She asked gently. No, I've never learned, SDO replied. Rosalind sounded a little regretful. Is that so? That's a shame. But none of the carriages are available right now. It seems they're all out on other requests. We do have a few horses, but if you don't know how to ride. Before she could finish, SDO spoke up. It's all right, he said with a smile. Since the request has a long deadline, I can just walk. Rosalind still looked troubled. She was about to suggest another solution. I can at least have several mages accompany you, she offered. Outside the door, a few figures, 2 people, a beast, and a cactus, were eavesdropping. SDO noticed the people outside the door and glanced at them, but continued speaking to Rosalind. That's not necessary. She asked curiously why. He replied, Of course, I have no combat abilities, but since my client has proclaimed himself the best swordsman in the capital, I think I can trust him and be safe on the journey. Mubian, overhearing himself being mentioned, was taken aback. But after hearing SDO's words, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Proclaim myself, he thought. Rosalind clapped her hands, making a decision. Well, that's a relief. If you need any help, just let me know. Parker raised his hand. Excuse me, he said with a bright smile. Now that you're done talking, there's something I wanted to mention. We're almost out of cooking ingredients. He held up a blackened pot, and the bottom of the pot is burnt and dirty. Uhura grumbled, That damn thing, it's filthy. Parker chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his head. I thought it would be a good opportunity to get a new one. Could the guild provide us with that? Rosalind turned and pointed in a direction. Of course, let me show you. Which office is it? He followed up with another question. Can we get other things too? She readily agreed. Yes. Mubian looked towards SDO. Well then, I'll be heading to the weapons shop. Najura poked his head down from the top bunk. Have fun. SDO replied impassively. Yes, please be careful. Suki praised, Good job. Mubian felt a little wronged, unsure of what to say. He asked, Am I going alone? SDO replied casually, I don't know anything about weapon shops. Didn't you say you used to operate in this area? He glanced at Mubian. I'm not a close combatant. I belong to a specialized department. He clenched his arm and continued. So I've never had to use a weapon. Mubian asked, surprised. So you don't know how to use any weapons at all? SDO affirmed his question. Mubian pressed further. I thought you grew up in the countryside? Haven't you ever hunted animals and tracked them to their dens? SDO frowned, a little displeased that I don't want to kill them. Mubian asked, Have you ever killed a person? At his question, SDO fell into a memory. He remembered the bloody scene of a battle, the crimson blood spreading across the floor from his sword. His face darkened, yes. Mubian pondered this. So it's not that he doesn't know how to do anything. He looked at SDO, this person who claimed to have never even slaughtered a chicken. Yet, he could kill a person if necessary. He pulled himself from his thoughts and said, regardless. He extended a hand towards SDO. I know you possess immense power, but humans are more fragile than you think, so it's best to at least have a weapon. He grinned. It's also a request from the client. SDO sighed. Need you, Wait for Parker here with Uhuru. Najura said sadly, I want to go too. He refused, and no, I'll be right back. Just rest. Najura glumly said goodbye to Be careful. Uhuru said seriously, but why are you bringing the tiger? Suki, who was about to leave, paused mid-stride, awaiting his answer. He replied, Suki would definitely follow me even if. I stopped him. Suki wagged his tail contentedly. You know me well. Who would dare stop me? Mubian whistled confidently as he walked, while Estio looked curiously around. They arrived in front of a weapon shop. Mubian opened the door and called out, Excuse me, but before them was only an empty workbench, with scattered papers strewn across it. A voice echoed, Who is it? Mubian replied, Customers. From under the workbench, a middle-aged man with a white bandage on his forehead struggled to get up. He said, My head. I forgot to lock the door while cleaning. He leaned on the table, straightened up, and sighed. I'm not selling anything today, so please leave. Mubian asked, Why aren't you selling anything? The man replied, Why? Because Viscount Fabian just cleaned me out. Looking at the empty weapon rack, he continued, Even though I'm short on stock, he placed another order and demanded I produce more weapons. The weapons seller frowned, trying to recall something that I heard he's gathering troops. But he's out of equipment. Getting more weapons from other shops will be difficult. Estio asked him, Viscount Fabian is gathering troops. The man looked at him as if realizing something. Are you from the Ignis Guild? The weapons seller asked thoughtfully, So shouldn't you know more about that than me? That family's young miss is seriously ill. Estio was stunned by his words. Ill? The shopkeeper frowned, clearly suspicious. You really don't know? It's recent news. He coughed a few times to clear his throat, then beckoned them closer with a few cryptic gestures. Mubian and Estio rushed to the counter, leaning in close. Rumor has it, the man began softly. It's a heart condition. The young lady of that family panics whenever she sees blood and has nightmares every night. A while ago, that family's soldiers were killed in droves, and it seems she's afraid of that emptiness. That's why he wants to recruit so many soldiers and is trying to find a long-term treatment for the young miss. Estio remained silent, his head bowed and his eyes vacant. The shopkeeper smiled, returning to his normal volume that it's not a pleasant situation. Is there anything else I can help you with? Mubian nodded. Could you sharpen my sword? The shopkeeper readily agreed, of course. Only Estio remained lost in thought, dwelling on what he had just heard. He remembered Cerilyn Fabian's words. If you read my secret, that means we're secret friends, right? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Estio. Mubian handed him a small sword. Take this. He accepted it with both hands, asking in confusion, Why are you giving me this? It's better than you being empty-handed. Safety first, and... He pointed at Estio. Look after yourself. You're too careless about your own well-being. Mubian turned to leave. Let's go. He left Estio with a bewildered expression. He looked at the item in his hand, stammering a thank you. They walked down the street as dusk began to fall. Estio glanced at the black cat, Suki, walking slowly beside him, and softly called out, Suki, do you miss Sarah? His voice echoed in Estio's mind. I don't remember all the humans I've met and their appearances. He nodded. Yeah, it's probably better not to remember. Suki called out, Estio. Its blue eyes were tinged with sadness. They made your life miserable, but you still care about them? He clenched his hand into a fist. Sarah didn't do anything wrong. Suki probed, So what are you going to do? He was dazed. I'm not going to do anything. Viscount Fabian yelled, Bring him here right now. The person at the counter was also flustered, But we can't do that, sir. He bared his teeth and widened his eyes. I can't do that. The guild dares to cancel my request. The person at the counter waved their hands. Now, calm down, sir. Just because you said their name doesn't mean we have to comply. She shrugged, because we received a request. But before she could finish, Viscount Fabian interrupted. It's been 10 days already. Just then, Estio walked in. Recognizing him, Viscount Fabian, the receptionist gave a strained smile. I apologize, Viscount Fabian. Commander Estio is now one of the heads of the guild. Even if there is a request, Viscount Fabian roared angrily. "Shut up." He slammed his hand on the counter. "How dare you talk back to me? Do you want this building to go bankrupt?" The receptionist explained, "I apologize, but since this building is under the Emperor's authority, unless we receive punishment or an order from the Emperor's representative." He cut her off again. "Shut up. I told you to bring him here now." This bickering was witnessed by Estio and Heiga. Heiga frowned. "Oh, that's the Viscount everyone's talking about." Estio replied awkwardly, "Yes." Heiga stared at Viscount Fabian. Looking at his sloppy attire and his market vendor-like behavior, he wondered, it seems like he's the crazy one, not his daughter. Where's his noble demeanor? And why is he showing up like this? It's best to just ignore him and walk past. Estio agreed that I think so too. They walked on amidst the Viscount's loud argument. Viscount Fabian's eyes quickly swept over the figure beside Estio. He yelled, "Estio!" His bloodshot eyes were evident, along with his unkempt beard. "You!" He ran towards Estio as if he were a precious dropped item. Viscount Fabian grabbed Estio's shoulders. "That it's been a while. I heard you changed jobs. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" His hands trembled. "Are you going to be here from now on?" Estio's expression was icy. "Let go." The Viscount released his grip, flustered. "Oh, of course." Viscount Fabian gave a strained smile. "I've been a bit strange lately. It's me, Leoge Fabian. Listen to me for a moment." But Estio maintained his cold demeanor. "Why should I?" Viscount Fabian asked anxiously. What do you mean? This is something only you can do, isn't it? If it's you, you can erase her memories, or at least help her sleep well, right?" Heiga, watching from afar, was speechless. Estio turned away. "I'm currently working on another request. Please excuse me." His whole world suddenly collapsed. Another request. Viscount Fabian flung his hand out, his voice rising. "It doesn't matter. Cancel it." Heiga interjected. "I don't want to." Fabian looked over. "Who are you?" Heiga pointed at himself. "Me? You're the one who made the request." He pursed his lips, wagging his index finger back and forth. "I have no intention of canceling my request, so give it up." Fabian gritted his teeth, fuming. This young punk dared to act so rudely in front of Viscount. Heiga called out, "Excuse me for not introducing myself." He placed a hand on his hip and smiled pleasantly. "My name is Mubian, now Heiga." Viscount Fabian's face darkened. "What?" The air between them seemed to freeze. The onlookers also seemed to be frozen in place. Viscount Fabian's eyes widened. An important person like the Duke, showing his face like this? Estio turned away without a word. Heiga chuckled and held out his hand. "Sorry for acting like a spoiled young duke." He maintained his smile. Fabian thought in surprise, an important person like the Duke? He stood before Estio and spoke. "Do you still intend to be hostile towards me because of that?" He recalled the scene of his son pointing, cursing at Nura, and beating him. Snapping out of his thoughts, he placed a hand on his chest. "For God's sake, please don't hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. Think about it. Shouldn't I be the angry one after losing so much?" Sweating, he added, "Besides, I've forgotten all about it. Now is too sensitive a time to be thinking about such things." Estio glanced at him. "Thinking, right? He's always like this, never acknowledging his mistakes or apologizing." Seeing Estio turn back, Fabian flinched and said fearfully, "I'll never ask you for anything again. Please, just this once, help me." He grabbed Estio's shoulders and shook him. Estio asked, "Why should I?" Fabian was taken aback. Estio said impassively, "Let go." As soon as Fabian released him, Estio turned to leave. Fabian let out a gasp. He thought, trembling, this can't be happening. Then he shouted, "Sarah! Sarah wants to see you." He knelt down, pleading, "I beg you, please save my daughter." The onlookers gasped. Estio walked away, thinking, in the end, he never apologized once. That evening, Sarah stood by the window, looking up at the sky. The dog at her feet clung to her skirt and barked a few times. Another rustling sound echoed. A black cat appeared before Sarah. It stood there, looking at her and meowing. Sarah gasped in surprise. That a black cat. She looked at it and called out, "Estio." You really are just like him. At first, I thought he was really foolish. He was thin and very quiet. He also didn't look happy when he read people's minds. If it were me, I would love doing it. I could talk to Hiru all day, and even though he has the adorable Nizu by his side, his face is always so blank. But when I saw him, his eyes were so beautiful. My heart felt so peaceful when I saw those blue eyes. But when I think about him using those eyes to kill someone out there, I don't know anymore. I can't think straight. I was truly horrified by what my father and brother did, but at the same time, I felt relieved. Even though everyone present died, SDO didn't harm my father or brother. I was horrified that I even thought that. A voice rang out, "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself for nothing." The black cat jumped down and ran towards the man who spoke. The girl turned around and called to SDO with a surprise. "Look," he smiled at her and said, "Long time no see, Lady Saralyn." He extended his hand towards Sarah decisively. She was truly taken aback for a long moment. In a blink of an eye, her face lit up with a bright smile. "That I told you to just call me Sarah. Did you come here after hearing from my father?" He replied, "This has nothing to do with the Viscount. Didn't you say the same thing last time?" He shyly and slowly replied, "We're friends." Sarah brightly continued, "Right, secret friends. You still remember." He said, adding, "As your friend, I have no intention of harming you or your family, so I will erase your memories." The happy girl was stunned by his words. She asked absent-mindedly, "What?" He patted her head reassuringly. "You don't need to be afraid, Saralyn. This is necessary for you." She brushed his hand away, saying, "What are you talking about?" SDO fell silent. He hesitated, then said, "Otherwise, do you intend to die?" She looked up at him and said that. Seeing her hesitate, he continued, "If you forget everything about me, you can smile happily when you see your family." She stood still, her whole body trembling. She lowered her head, as if deep in thought. After a moment, Saralyn clenched her fists and spoke. "What do you mean, what I need?" She cried out, "Is ignorance bliss? Can I just ignore the things I don't like? Look the other way, ignore it, and forget everything." She grew even more agitated. "I asked that how adults are." SDO leaned down and gently said, "That's not what I meant." She grabbed his shirt and asked, "Then what do you mean, you idiot?" Sarah's eyes welled up with tears. "I'm afraid I'll forget all these feelings. Hurting others without realizing I'm hurting them. I'm afraid I'll smile because I don't know what I'm doing is wrong." She remembered her father, someone like my father, seeing Hiru running towards her. She called out and picked it up. She added, "If I forget about you, I'll forget everything about Hiru too." Tears of heartbreak streamed down her face. I never want that to happen. Seeing her like this, he wondered and asked Saralyn, "Then what do you want to do?" She was silent for a long moment, then suddenly said, "I want to continue." She looked at him with a bright face. "I'll be your friend. That's enough. I'll handle the rest myself." He was a little surprised and asked again, "Are you sure about that?" She affirmed, "Yes, I am." Her figure shone brightly under the starry sky as she smiled brightly. "After all, I am Saralyn. So don't even think about erasing my memories." She finished her sentence with a sharp glare. SDO replied, "I understand." That concluded their conversation. SDO turned to leave. "Goodbye then." He then climbed up to the window, about to leave. She was about to ask something more when he looked back. She then asked, "Will I be able to do it?" He smiled gently and said, "If it were me, it would definitely be all right." Having said that, he jumped down, startling the little girl. She cried out in alarm, calling his name to see what had happened. But she was surprised to see beautiful feathers fluttering down. The little girl giggled with delight, staring intently. Looking at his back, she thought, "He has so many friends now." The sky, along with the moon and stars, became quiet again. 3 people were walking down the road. Suddenly, SDO stopped. He turned around and asked, "How did you two know I came to the Fabian mansion?" Parker scratched his head and said, "Me?" Mubian kept dragging me along, saying he was going to find you. Mubian shrugged and said, "What do you mean by how did I know?" He recounted. SDO said, "What I want to do is up to me." Then he turned and walked away, ascending the stairs. In a large, quiet mansion, the sound of his footsteps echoed clearly. Estio climbed the stairs with Mubian following behind him. He suddenly stopped and called out to Mubian, whose expression was blank. Huh. Estio told him to go rest. Then he walked past Mubian, surprising him. Estio quickly descended the stairs, leaving Mubian dumbfounded. Mubian exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Walking down the stairs, he complained, "He still acts like a child. How can he not know?" Mubian walked over and put his arm around Estio's shoulder, saying, "But I didn't know that young lady was so lovesick." Estio immediately denied it. "No, it's not like that." He thought to himself, "I'll stop talking now." Someone called Estio's name from a window. It turned out to be Aho. He waved and said, "Dinner's just finished." Mubian looked up and said, "Oh, I'm a bit hungry too." Parker, beside him, added, "Since we have to leave tomorrow, let's just have a little something." Estio thought, Tomorrow we'll be going to Sabia village. They chattered excitedly. Tonight's dinner has special beans, meatballs, and fried rice with egg. Someone else said, "Isn't that a minimal dinner at a guild?" From within the forest, Ahuru's voice complained, "I'm so tired. The ground here is quite barren," making Nazura constantly complain, "Azeta, it hurts so much." Ahuru turned and asked, "Are you very tired?" He extended his hand towards the cactus with a cute expression, saying, "Let me carry you." Immediately afterwards, the cactus jumped into Ahuru's hand. The group continued on their way. Parker wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. He panted, "The road is so bumpy. Even riding in a carriage would be a rough ride." Mubian, walking behind, agreed, "I think so too. We've come this far, but is it still a long way to the village?" Estio replied, "We still have a bit further to go." Mubian said again, "This village is quite isolated. Being this deep in the forest makes sense." Estio looked up at the light in the sky. He thought that he had indeed lived in a very distant place. Parker said, "You can't even get robbed in a place like this." Mubian added, "How can you get robbed if there's no one around?" He flapped his wings to create a breeze as he asked, "Commander, how long has it been since you've been back to your hometown?" Estio replied, "I just left the village at the beginning of this year." He then asked, "Oh, so you left after the coming-of-age ceremony?" He seemed to fall into deep thought. The thoughts that flashed through his mind were of what had happened. The curses, the "get lost, you bastard." The talk about him being a cursed child must have been true. He stood frozen, lost in that dark stream of memories. Estio snapped out of it, startled by Parker's voice. "You felt a great sense of responsibility, so you left to work as soon as you became an adult?" he asked, turning back. "Responsibility?" Parker chuckled in reply. "Yes. Leaving the place you grew up is difficult, even if it's to pursue your dreams." The words sent him into deep thought again. After a moment, he spoke. "No, it wasn't because of some so-called responsibility." He turned and walked away again. Clenching his fist, he thought, "I left just because I wanted to live." Mubian and Parker exchanged puzzled glances. Mubian asked, "But you said your family still lives in Selbia village." He replied indifferently, "I guess so." Mubian, the police looked into your family a bit. Your parents are both fine, and you're the youngest, with an older brother and sister. They'd be happy to see you return, right? But he remained silent. Parker thought, he's strange. Isn't Estio happy, even though he's become a guild commander? He rarely talks about his family, and his expression when he mentions them is awful too. But why? Why wouldn't they like a child with such amazing abilities? Suddenly, he gasped and yelled, "Fire!" Estio immediately dashed towards the blaze. Parker flew up. "I'll go check it out." Mubian asked, "What's with that smoke? A mountain fire?" He looked up and replied, "No, that's where the village is." Mubian asked again, "What? So the village is on fire?" But he replied, "Who knows?" Estio's expression remained unchanged as he looked towards the smoke. Mubian wondered, why is he so calm? Ahuru panicked. "What do we do? Are the villagers hurt? A fire this big in a village isolated from the outside world will be difficult to handle." Mubian looked up. "Even though we don't have anyone with water manipulation abilities, we're in a tough spot." Uhuru's eyes sparkled. It asked, water manipulation abilities? He explained further, mages can use water in the vicinity, and elemental mages can even create rain. Just then, Parker returned. He reported back on the situation. I just want to check. Uhuru asked, how is it? Is the fire big? He stammered, no. It's not a mountain fire now. They stood dumbfounded. Estio suddenly thought of something and said to everyone, wait a minute. Estio turned back and asked, what do you mean now? Parker replied, the villagers built a pyre and a shrine and are burning it. The thing is, the cactus got tired of listening to the story. I'm so tired. Why is it so hard just listening to you talk? Parker became flustered and said, well, if I'm not mistaken, someone is tied up on the burning platform. Estio urgently asked, then what? Parker continued, there's someone tied up on the burning platform. Estio, standing before the blazing fire, was quite surprised to hear that someone was tied up on the burning platform. He stood stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to process the information, and looked at Parker before him. He clenched his fists. You mean the villagers tied someone up and lit them on fire? Parker stammered, it had seemed that way. The person who was tied up, that looked like they were still alive. The words hung heavy in the air. Estio gritted his teeth, thinking, asterisk, that's impossible. He must be mistaken. Asterisk. Without another word, he turned and ran towards the forest. Estio. Parker called out in alarm. Estio only ran faster, his steps urgent as he pushed through the trees. Asterisk, the villagers wouldn't go that far. Would they? Even if they were bad. Asterisk. Asterisk, they wouldn't commit such a heinous crime. Even if they were bad, they wouldn't commit such a heinous crime. Asterisk, but the thought gnawed at him as he ran. The first person they tied up there should have been me. After a frantic sprint, the village came into view. Estio stopped beneath a tree, looking towards the blaze. On the pyre, there was indeed a girl tied up. Seeing Bila bound there made his blood run cold. She was crying and screaming, please, someone save me. He recognized her and shouted, Bila. Bila cried out desperately, I didn't do anything. Please believe me. She called out for Dino and Lewis, but they turned away, pretending not to hear. She called for Jack, but the woman beside him yelled, how dare you call my husband's name, you witch? Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded helplessly, please, someone, save me. Memories surfaced from her childhood of being abandoned by her parents. She remembered standing behind them, watching them. Play with you? We're busy. Don't bother us. Go play outside. The little girl's eyes welled up, but I want to be with you. Suddenly, a voice called out, are you Bila? Want to play together? The little girl turned in surprise. Together? She looked towards her new friends. Yes. Let's play together. Like a moth drawn to a flame, she ran towards them. Precious memories with her new friends flooded back. You're so cute. Do you want to be my little sister? The little girl smiled brightly. Is this what it feels like to be loved? I'm so happy. For the first time, she felt loved and cared for. Everyone praised Bila for her sweetness, that you're getting prettier every day. The little girl craved affection. She wanted to hear those loving words that I love you, Bila. She yearned for more love. But later, all she received were curses from the wives. What are you doing with my husband? How dare you? Bila thought that if she acted this way, she would continue to be loved. But in the end, all she got were accusations. That girl is a witch. She's bewitched you. She was bewildered. But you said you loved me, she cried out. You said you loved me. But now, all she heard were curses. Die. Burn the witch. The flames grew larger and hotter. It's so hot, Bila cried, praying, asterisk, I don't want to die like this. Someone, please save me, asterisk. As if in answer to her plea, Suki appeared, standing on the wooden post and meowing. Bila looked up in confusion. Is that a cat? The crowd gasped at a black cat. This is a sign of the devil. She's definitely a witch. The black cat looked towards Koku and meowed a few times. Bila followed its gaze. The more she looked at the cat, the more its eyes reminded her of someone. That's right, it's all his fault. If that person hadn't left, I wouldn't be like this. Immediately, her bonds were cut. The people standing below were panicked. What? Just now? What did you do? Estio jumped down, landing on the platform. He walked over and stood in front of the girl. At this moment, Bila was still stunned that Estio had come to save her. He simply picked her up and carried her away from the flames. The old man, standing in front of Estio, looked at the badge on him. He immediately recognized it as the Ignis Guild's insignia. Estio gently helped her down to the ground. He stood protectively in front of her and asked what was happening here. The old man, gritting his teeth, replied, "That girl. She's a sinner. She committed a grave sin that angered the gods, and now she must pay the price." Estio calmly asked, "What did Bila do?" A woman in the crowd snarled, "That horse seduced a man and killed him." Rosette, Estio's sister, walked over and said sarcastically, "Look at you, back after becoming whatever this is." "So," she continued, "the girl you just saved is a murderer." Bila hurriedly tried to explain, "That's not true." Not letting her explain, the woman said, "She's a witch. She seduces men in the village, kills them, and eats their livers. They say she likes to eat the organs as soon as the body is dead. We have to kill her, the disgusting witch." Estio remained calm and asked, "Is there any proof? And a fair trial?" Rosette laughed loudly. "Why bother?" Someone else spoke up, protecting that sinner like that. "You truly are a cursed child." Tyrios, Estio's brother, added, "If you were going to leave, you should have stayed gone." He sneered, crawling back to the village like a rat. "What for?" Estio firmly stated, "Bila has never killed anyone." This statement truly enraged Tyrios. Estio explained, "I just read Bila's memories. There's nothing like that in them." She quickly pleaded, "That's right. I'm innocent." But no one believed them, that he's using that strange power of his. How can we believe his lies? Curses followed. "Get out of here, monster!" Going further, they grabbed a fish carcass and threw it at his head. This action truly frightened the old man. He turned and yelled, "You fool! What stupid thing did you just do?" Suddenly, it began to pour, the rain growing heavier. Estio stood still, facing the crowd. The blood from his forehead mixed with the rainwater and streamed down his face. Bila anxiously asked, "Estio, there's blood on your head." He looked dazed, then laughed loudly. "This place hasn't changed a bit." Suddenly, his eyes glowed. He commanded, "Stop." Everyone involuntarily fell to their knees. They couldn't move. "You just cursed us." Tyrios shouted, "You damn bastard. Even though we raised you." He suddenly noticed feathers falling down. Mubian, who had been watching, couldn't stand it anymore and growled, "Enough. Don't speak to the Ignis Guild commander like that. What kind of behavior is this?" Rosette's face paled. The famous Ignis Guild. "Since the weather isn't suitable for receiving guests outside, I'll bring the Ignis Guild members to my house. Everyone else, please leave. That old man has evacuated everyone, so you can follow me." Everyone finally listened and began to leave. Bila, her face tinged with sadness, hesitated. She approached Estio, tugging at his clothes. "Estio," she said, "thank you for saving me." He coldly replied, "I wasn't trying to save you. Don't misunderstand." Bila continued, "Even if you say that, I know what you're like." He turned away, coldly saying, "You still owe me, even now. As much as you wished, I was the one who fell into that fiery pit." Bila cried out, "That's not true." He pulled his hand away, "That I'm not so kind as to accept someone who disgusted me. After this is over, I hope we never cross paths again. You and this whole place just tire me out." Bila, feeling a pang of frustration, wanted to explain, "Back then, I didn't know anything about you and believed the lies they told about you, but now I know it wasn't true." Full of remorse, she added, "I understand now. We're the same. We were both abandoned." Mubian spoke up, "What are you doing? Are you going to keep listening to that nonsense?" Hearing this, Estio replied, "No. Let's go." She still tried to hold him back. "Estio," she asked, "we were friends when we were little, weren't we?" She started to add, but before she could finish, he retorted, "Were we ever close enough to say something like that?" With that, Estio turned and left with Mubian. Bila slumped down, overwhelmed with regret. She sobbed in the rain, asking herself, why? Inside a house, everyone exclaimed in unison, the Ignis Guild? Inside, the white-haired old man said excitedly, such a wonderful person was born in our village. Ha ha ha. The old man, his laughter turning awkward, quickly added, right? It's been a while since you've seen your family, so make yourself at home. His words became increasingly strained, silencing the room. Try to ease the tension, the old man continued. Huh. Estio has become famous and returned. Wonderful, isn't it? He gestured with his hand at a certain height. It feels like just yesterday he was only this tall. The bearded man echoed, indeed, ha-ha. A voice rang out, is that so? The two men startled. A young man replied, our commander didn't come back because he missed you. Mubian added, he's here to fulfill my request. The old man's face darkened, that I know you made the request, but don't interrupt when adults are talking. Mubian touched a teacup and looked up. How rude. Mubian continued to sip his tea casually. You elders all speak the same way, don't you? He looked up and demanded, give me a proper answer. The two men flinched, trembling slightly. The old man looked at Mubian and asked, are you a noble? Mubian rested his chin on his hand, me. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of gold, dumping it onto the table. That I said I'm the one who made the request. Everyone around gaped at the pile of gold Mubian had poured out. He gave a sly smile. Then he added, this is yours. He scooped up the pile of money and let it fall back down. If you answer my question, I'll give you all the money on this table. The old man was taken aback by what was happening. The power of money was too great, and he greeted Mubian warmly, saying, oh my, you should have told us you were a nobleman. A woman spoke up, I knew it. You radiate such an elegant scent, like you've bathed in honey. Mubian ran a hand through his hair, striking a pose. Not honey. It's perfume. The woman's face lit up with interest. Perfume? He preened, touching his face. That I use Crick's distilled perfume, a gift from the emperor himself, to massage my feet every morning. It would be rude not to use such a gift. A voice chimed in, trying to flatter him. You're truly amazing. Mubian glanced at them with an inward grimace. I was hoping for something special, since this is where Estio grew up, but this place is truly disgusting. The old man stood up and said to him ingratiatingly, but sir, I don't know what information country bumpkins like us could possibly provide you. Mubian picked up a bean, rolling it between his fingers. I'm surprised you're even more foolish and blind than I thought. If I hadn't known you were the commander's family, I wouldn't have guessed. It's truly astonishing. Mubian crushed the bean. Enough nonsense. Let's get down to business. He tossed the crushed bean onto the table. Least you fools should be able to answer questions about your own experiences. He looked up. Are you truly Estio's family? The surrounding people glanced at the husband and wife, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Then they both answered, yes, of course. Estio is our son. The woman turned to look at Estio, but he was vacant, staring blankly into space. The woman approached Estio and patted his head, feigning affection. He's our precious child. Mubian replied flatly, that's not what I want to hear. The woman's expression faltered. He repeated his question. I asked if Estio is blood-related to you. There will be immediate punishment for lying, so be truthful. The woman continued to pat Estio's head. Sir, he's my son. Estio's face remained expressionless. She added, he looks just like his parents and sister, so why would you doubt it? The other two looked at Mubian. He turned to them and asked, so, were you present when Estio was born? Tyrios stammered, I don't remember. He looked at his son defensively. The children were too young at the time. Tyrios was only 3, and Rosette was just a year older. Mubian crossed his arms, looking skeptical. But I remember everything I heard and saw when I was 1. Baker waved his hands dismissively. That's because you're special, Master Mubian. He looked at Estio.so. Are they telling the truth? Estio looked bewildered and asked him, why are you asking me? Mubian looked at Estio and added, because you're the only one who can tell if someone is lying. Estio's expression became blank as he asked, do I have to check if they're lying? Estio turned and looked at the man, a man with white hair and a goatee. Estio then looked at the woman. She was also looking at Estio with a worried expression. Estio thought to himself, I can't. He then saw a flashback of his childhood, the woman holding a ladle full of soup about to hit him. He could only shield himself, cowering on the ground. The man then spoke to Estio, listen. The man lectured him, reading other people's memories is a very bad thing. Then he pointed at Estio's face and yelled, You're a monster who does all sorts of bad things. Estio recoiled in fear, but he couldn't finish his sentence before a hand covered his mouth. The couple continued to scold and lecture him, treating him like a monster. The woman also threatened him, asking if he understood. Estio's face flushed red with fear as he looked at them. The woman threatened him, You're never reading our minds again. If you do, the woman shoved Estio against the wall and said, You'll never be our family again. As a child who didn't understand being scolded like that, Estio teared up with resentment. The words, You'll never be our family again, echoed in Estio's head. His face was filled with sadness as he thought to himself, What did I read back then? I can't remember. Estio closed his eyes, shaking his head repeatedly, trying to recall. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Baker asked Estio, Commander, you don't look well. Are you all right? He also looked at and examined Estio. Estio stammered reassuringly that a sudden sound startled him. Mizura and Uhuru were approaching Estio with worried faces. Estio gave a gentle smile and replied, I'm fine, just thinking about something. Estio turned back to reassure everyone, Don't worry. Then he looked at the people who were supposedly his parents, and they seemed to become anxious. Estio thought to himself, They're definitely hiding something. He stood up abruptly and walked towards them. He slowly stepped behind them. They remained seated, still as statues. Estio placed his hands on their trembling shoulders and said, As requested, could you show me your memories for confirmation? They flinched. The woman cried out no, while the man remained silent. She yelled, We told you, Estio. It's because you do things like that you became a monster. You don't know how hard we tried to. Annoyed by her outburst, Mubian slammed his hand on the table, splitting it in two. Their daughter screamed in fear, and their son also looked at him with frightened eyes. Mubian's face showed annoyance as he said, That monster nonsense again. He was clearly angry as he added, You should shut up. Estio was surprised to hear the comment. Monsters get sad when they hear that, you know. Mizura crossed her arms and pouted, adding, That's right, I don't like it. Baker scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, saying, Actually, I'm not entirely human like you guys. I'm an avian, a bird person. Baker then laughed, He. Hiro had collapsed on the table and remained there until now. Suddenly, he sat up and said, Uhuru here. What's going on? Count me in. Everyone there was shocked, staring wide-eyed at the talking cactus. The young woman screamed, Monster! Overcome with shock, she fainted. Everyone panicked and called out, Rosette. Uhuru asked in confusion, Hey, wait a minute. Is this thing scary? Uhuru yelled in frustration, I know you're faking it. Wake up. He continued, Good heavens, there's a talking hairy monkey, a guy with black dragon blood, and a talking chicken, but I'm the scary one. Baker flinched, annoyed at being called a chicken. Ahi, his face darkened with anger, jumped onto Estio's hand. Estio looked down to see what was happening and found Uhuru crying. Uhuru sobbed to Estio. Everyone looks down on me, hick. Estio reassured him. They don't look down on you. They're just scared. Being able to scare so many people is pretty impressive, Uhuru. He then patted Uhuru's head and said, If you say so, then I guess I am pretty great, huh? Estio didn't reply, but turned to look at their family. If you want the reward you asked for, you should cooperate. Estio's older brother yelled, Who do you think you're threatening? He stormed towards Estio, grabbed his collar, and shouted, You damn bastard. You've been a burden from start. We've had to live in shame and humiliation because of you. Why do we get scorned and gossiped about because of you? His anger escalated. I put you in the attic, so I wouldn't have to see you, you little brat. Estio remained silent, saying nothing. He continued with a haughty expression. You know, that attic wasn't built for living in. He added, do you know that in winter, that place becomes like a freezer, so no one can survive there? The older man yelled at him. Tyrios, stop it. Tyrios flinched at the older man's words. He continued, we didn't feed you for a whole month, and you still survive like a cockroach. The older man roared, I told you to stop. Tyrios still wouldn't stop and yelled at Estio, if you survived even after we banished you to the gates of hell, what are you if not a monster? The older man was horrified by his son's words, and even the woman covered her mouth in shock. Estio looked up with an indifferent expression and said, I see. Tyrios continued, I hate that you're the biggest freak of all. It's disgusting. You even live as if you're part of our family by mimicking mother's eye color. Mubian thought to himself, mimicking eye color? Estio gripped Tyrios' hand tightly and said, I for a very long time. His face a mask of displeasure and anger, Estio finished, have hated you too, Tyrios. Tyrios gritted his teeth in utter fury at Estio's blunt words. Then he threw a powerful punch towards Estio, yelling, you bastard. The fist flew, but the boy's father stepped in, blocking the blow. Estio was stunned by what was happening. He called out, Father. The man calmly said, he's your brother, Tyrios. I'm not forcing you two to get along. The man looked at his son with resolute eyes and said, but you can't deny him. Tyrios asked why. Tyrios angrily shouted at him, you hate him too. You've always been afraid of him. The man honestly replied, yes, I'm afraid. The man trembled, but I've never hated him. Estio thought to himself, if you don't hate him, then why? Estio put his hand on the man's back, thinking, why are you doing this? His hand suddenly emitted a light. Something surprised Estio greatly. His mouth dropped open. This is... The light spread throughout the room. Estio thought, this light, suddenly the room was empty. Outside, in the forest, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A man was breathing heavily. With an axe in his hand and a pack on his back, he trudged up the mountain. A crow took flight. Startled by the crow, the man stumbled backward. He slowly got up and muttered, damn it. He looked around and I've lost my way. A light shone in the distance, blinding him. He blinked, tried to see towards it. A light shone through the trees. The man ran towards it. As he ran, he called out, excuse me. Hey, over there. Help me. The man continued running, panting, please wait. At least stay with me until sunrise. The light grew brighter and larger, blinding the man, forcing him to cover his face with his hands. When the light subsided, he slowly opened his eyes and gasped, oh my. At the bottom of a wide pit, a glowing yellow stone pulsed with light. The man stared at it, my. He slowly slid down into the pit towards the yellow stone. Reaching the bottom, he exclaimed, oh. He thought, this must be gold. A joyful smile spread across his face. Gold, a huge gold nugget. Then he excitedly said, I can take this. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. It was a wolf, wounded in its front and hind legs. The wolf growled and moved towards the man, who recoiled in fear. The wolf bared its teeth, its eyes cold and fixed on the man. He trembled, cold sweat dripping down his face. The gold continued to glow as the wolf dragged itself towards him. The image of his wife and two young children flashed through his mind. Gripping his axe, he thought, if I can bring this back, my life could change. He lunged at the wolf, axe raised. The wolf looked up at him. The man swung his axe, but the wolf bit the man's hand. Gritting his teeth, the man raised his axe and stabbed at the wolf. A stream of blood sprayed into the air, the wolf's howls fading away as it lay motionless in a pool of blood. The man dropped his axe and slumped to the ground. He embraced the yellow stone, laughing joyfully, duh, if I take this. His laughter echoed through the area. He then ran back and banged on his door, calling out to his wife, honey, open the door. His wife, holding a child, said to him, no, you've. He said frantically, pack our things first. She, not understanding, scolded him, are you crazy? What are you babbling about? I don't have time to explain. We need to take the children and leave this village. She continued, You have to explain to me before I decide to wake them up and pack. The man recounted, I got lost in the mountains. She worried, what? Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine, the man replied, that you'll be surprised by what I found in the mountains. His wife approached him and asked, what is it? The man opened the container and said, a precious jewel, unlike anything I've ever seen. The man pointed to the gold inside the container. It's gold. She asked him again, are you crazy? He looked back inside, surprised. What the? Inside was a baby boy. The cute baby smiled at the man. The man yelled, no, wait, what is this? A slap landed squarely on the man's face, blood splattering. The man fell to the tiled floor and said, no, honey, it's a misunderstanding. His wife snapped, gold? A jewel unlike anything you've ever seen. The man raised his hands pleadingly. No, what I brought back isn't. Shut up. Cries echoed from within the forest. The man, carrying the child through the woods, thought to himself, it was clearly a gold bar. The child lay in his arms. Am I hallucinating? The man looked back to see his wife, with an annoyed expression, following him. His wife's face was stern and annoyed. Return to where you found it, right now. The man silently continued carrying the child, thinking to himself, if that gold bar is a person, then what about that monster? He was gripped by fear. Did I kill someone? The man stopped by a tree and looked off in a certain direction, his wife still following behind. When he reached the place where he had retrieved what he thought was a gold bar, he saw several people gathered below. There were also people standing around the edge of the pit, making a commotion. He reassured himself, right, with a pit this big, it's only natural they'd find it. Just act normal. Someone said, I heard the high priest came from the temple. It seems they're planning to do something. Another person added, from what I heard, what was supposed to be here seems to have disappeared. The man spoke up and asked, excuse me, what's going on? A red-haired man looked surprised and said, you came here without knowing anything? The red-haired man pointed towards the crowd below. Over there, see? The man holding the staff, like a holy cross, is the high priest from the temple. The man startled, his face darkening as he thought, the temple? And a priest. He anxiously asked the red-haired man, so what's a priest doing here? The red-haired man replied, they say the dragon's treasure fell down here. The man was alarmed. The woman behind him also gasped at those words. The man stammered, a dragon. The red-haired man confirmed, yes, a dragon. He added, aren't dragons divine creatures? According to what's been discovered, they say it's been hidden for hundreds of years. The temple must be in chaos. The woman's face paled at his words. However, the red-haired man continued, they say someone killed the dragon's guardian and stole the treasure. He clicked his tongue, but they've got guts. They deserve to be punished 1,000 times over for stealing the dragon's treasure. If they're caught, it's an automatic death sentence. The man, frightened, clutched the baby in his arms. The red-haired man added, the royal family will probably take care of it before the dragon gets involved. They won't survive otherwise. When they returned home, neither of them spoke. The man still carried the sleeping baby in his arms. He asked his wife, what should we do? She didn't know how to respond. A child came out of the house and asked, Father. The man called out, Tyrios. The boy continued, did you go to the market? What did you and mother buy? Did you get anything good? The two of them looked at each other, silently debating what to tell their son. The man nodded to his wife. He chuckled and said, nothing like that, Tyrios. The boy added, then what is it? The man brought the baby down and said, this is a baby. He'll be your little brother. The boy asked, a little brother? The man replied, yes, even younger than Rosette. The boy excitedly approached Estio and said, really? So this is my second little brother? The man replied, that's right. The boy continued joyfully, wow, his eyes are dark but so bright. What's his name? The man, realizing he hadn't named the baby yet, stammered, right, his name is... The boy continued to stare at Estio. The man thought for a moment and decided on the name Estio. His name is Estio, he declared. Back in the present, Tyrios, after hearing the whole story, exclaimed, what, father? Their faces darkened, and they remained silent. Tyrios shouted, father, mother, what the hell is that thing? The man stammered an apology. He bowed his head to Estio. He approached SDO, clenched his hands, and offered a sincere apology that I'm so sorry. He knelt down. Please forgive me. I truly didn't know. His face downcast and trembling. He added, no, I still don't know exactly what you are. SDO remained silent, lost in thought. The man added, I couldn't let my family be killed, but that doesn't mean I blame you or hate you. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke. Hey, your father. I just wanted to protect everyone. SDO still stood there silently. Then he looked down at the man. Seeing this, the man added, I also decided to protect you. I truly wanted to treat you like my own son by giving you a name and watching you grow up. But I'm not normal. I'm just imitating normal people. Human language, human emotions, even rare human development. My growth slowed down while living in the attic, but even so, I still woke up and went outside like normal. He was terrified. The man knelt down, hands on the floor. Please forgive me, I was wrong. I was wrong. SDO's face was filled with confusion, an apology in exchange for his family's lives. He felt awkward. If only he hadn't read so much. He raised his fist and punched the air. Everything felt like it shattered. Everyone in the room looked at him. Across the table cluttered with dishes, the old man recoiled in fear, trembling. A dragon? Tyrios, seeing him move, backed away in terror. Are you going to kill us? I'm still your brother. Spare me. I'm sorry, it's my fault. So let me live. The woman just stood beside him, covering her face and crying. Was it this easy to see? He walked towards Tyrios. Thinking of how weak they were, he turned and left. The two turned and followed him. SDO walked out of the house. He walked step by step in the rain, and the others followed behind him in the rain. All was silent. The two silently followed, observing SDO. The rain poured down harder and harder, as if the sky was crying for him. SDO went deeper into the forest, despite the rumbling thunder. He kept walking. Finally, SDO stopped. Everyone stopped in front of a pond. It turned out to be the pit where he was born. He thought the pit had become a pond. He looked at his reflection in the water. He looked at the wolf following. Beside him, he wondered, what is your name? Mubian, standing behind him, suddenly knelt on one knee. SDO asked, did you know everything? Mubian replied, I figured it out myself. But if I said I didn't know they would do so much, would you believe me? SDO didn't answer. He continued, do you resent me? SDO opened his mouth. Should I resent you? Mubian was about to say it wasn't necessary. He turned his head and said, your request was fair, and I accepted it. And the request was entrusted to me. Isn't that right? Mubian could only say, I agree, and I will protect that. Hearing this, he was quite surprised. He continued, Haga is the dragon blood drinking clan. Mubian, now Haga, the name I received from the god who was saved to ensure a tragedy like this never happens again. I want you to choose me as your guardian. Everyone was silent. SDO looked at him and began to think. The dragon's guardian, receiving the blessing of dragon blood, also has its price, the price being the submission of the soul. The one who becomes the guardian must obey, and the safety of the master is the top priority. It's a blood contract. They returned to the inn to rest, having walked too much today. He thought, you go, Commander. Suki came to SDO's bedside. Looking thoughtfully at him, she mused, he must be very confused, so it's good that he's sleeping like this. Suddenly, he murmured, then unexpectedly hugged the cat to his chest, calling Suki's name. It bumped its head against his forehead, softly saying, not far. Whatever you are, it doesn't change anything. The next morning, sunlight began to stream through the window. The light shone on SDO, and he gradually opened his eyes, waking up. He sat up and looked around the room, rather surprised with himself. Did I actually sleep? He wondered. Parker walked in, smiling at, oh, I was about to wake you up, but it seems you're already awake. Good morning. Mubian also appeared at the doorway. Now, then, come down to eat. Parker, cut off mid-sentence by Mubian, angrily yelled, I was going to say that. The scene changed to the outdoors, where it was pouring rain. Inside, everyone was eating when Parker spoke up. They say it will take about 2 days to get to Galaxia. but it's raining so hard that the carriage can't go anywhere. Now we have to wait until the weather clears up. Parker picked up a piece of bread and continued, muttering something unintelligible as he ate. The cactus spoke up and asked, "What will we do when we return to headquarters?" SDO remained silent, his face blank, before finally replying, "Probably wait for the next mission." Mubian interrupted, "Do you intend to continue working in the guild?" SDO replied, "Yes. You also have duties as a duke. You can't just be an ordinary person." Mubian replied, "I intend to relinquish all my current positions." But SDO stopped him that's not necessary. Mubian refused a guardian cannot leave their master. You know they can't exist on their own. But it's different for you. I don't. The only thing I know is the truth about myself. Nothing else. He thought to himself, that's right. If you consider SDO's real age, he's just a newly hatched dragon. A dragon's growth process is quite long, 100 years at least, 500 years at most. After hatching, a dragon is cared for by its mother for 100 years before becoming an adult. So, this commander is no different from a newborn. Moreover, he may resemble a human, but that form is just an imitation for survival. Why didn't the black dragon protect its bloodline? What if it wasn't that it didn't protect it, but that it couldn't? The scene changed to Mubian and SDO talking. He explained, "The mission is complete, let's go back." "Lord SDO, why are you so determined to stay in the guild?" He placed his hand on his chest and sincerely said, "At least come with me. My territory is safer than here." SDO said indifferently, "I may not be the being you think I am. Honestly, everything so far is true, and I'm not sure I want to know more, so please leave." Mubian tried to add about that. He started to speak but stopped, thinking, the only remaining trace of the dragon, the master I've always wanted to find, but if everything I've done so far is for nothing. He clenched his fist, thinking, is the Haga clan truly that useless? SDO spoke up, "However, I will contact you in the future. Please return and continue your work. I will call you when I need you." SDO spoke to Mubian with utmost seriousness, I swear. The scene shifts to the headquarters. A voice echoes, "Get some rest." SDO stands there with Ahunu and Nezura, papers fluttering in the air. The vice president tells him, "Get some rest, Commander. The president wants to see you. He'll meet you soon, so rest until then." SDO stares blankly at the vice president. He stands up, walks over to SDO, and hands him a blanket. "This is precious to me, but I'll give it to you. You don't know the joy of rolling up in a blanket on the bed, do you?" SDO remains speechless. He adds, "Try reading a book in the warm room. Since you have a blanket now, you can open the window a bit for a breeze, maybe have a snack, lie down for a bit, and wake up and have a chocolate bar. How about getting some things from my room?" SDO holds the blanket, looking at it without saying a word. The vice president leaves, adding, "It's okay. Just rest. Don't push yourself too hard. The president will see you later." SDO heeds the vice president's words and goes into the warm room. Suddenly, Nezura calls him. He replies, "Yeah." Nezura continues, "Are you really okay not knowing more about your family?" He replies, "Yeah," and leaves. Even though they put you through all that. The cactus fumes, "But why? This is infuriating. I can't stand it. I'll be back and shove thorns in their mouths." He turns to Ahunu. "Even if they change, I won't. There's no need to change." So, there's no need to change at all. The scene changes to the next morning. SDO suddenly opens his eyes. He stares thoughtfully at the ceiling. He thinks to himself, "I've never learned how to play before. What should I do now?" Then he sits up and prepares to get out of bed. He reaches out and opens the window. SDO looks out the window to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, a noise catches his attention. The surrounding area is filled with tall buildings. Down below, under a tree, SDO sits on a stone bench, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice says, "Huh." Then Parker, walking with Lena, waves to him. "Commander." Lena speaks up, "Wait a moment. I'll go say hello." "Is that the commander you always praise? Should I go greet him too?" Parker pauses thoughtfully. "I'm afraid it'll be too noisy if we all go together. I bet he's enjoying some alone time." He looks at SDO. I can't quite understand his feelings. Then Lena walks off to, I'll go greet him myself. Parker flies closer to Estio. He calls out, Commander. Then he asks, have you eaten yet? Estio is a little surprised. Yes, at lunchtime already. Parker replies, yes, actually, it's a little past lunchtime. I was waiting for a friend to finish some work. He smiles and continues, I'm also taking a break just like you are. Estio replies, is that so? Then Parker suggests, oh, let's go together. He adds, Nizu, Ahuru, and the kitten too. Estio asks, me too. He asks him, will it bother everyone if I join? Parker denies it. Not at all. Those shameless guys won't mind. Suddenly, Lena slowly approaches and stands behind him. Estio sees her and greets her, oh, hello there. Parker turns to Lena in surprise. What? You two know each other? Estio says softly, perhaps. He approached Estio, staring intently, finding him both familiar and strange. Lena suddenly realized something. He broke into a wide smile as he recognized him. Right, Estio, your face has always been etched in my memory because it's so unique. He reminisced about their past encounters, then continued to smile. Estio called out to him, Lena. So you still remember me, he said to Estio with delight. I thought you died because of that white-furred thing, but you're still alive. It's great to see you again. Then he spoke about the white-furred creature. Although I searched the entire mountain, that white-furred thing vanished without a trace. Everyone thought you'd been eaten by it. Lena continued, I didn't think we'd have a chance to meet again. Suddenly, Niju poked its head out from behind Estio's chair. Lena, seeing it, was utterly horrified. Fur, white fur, he yelled, his face pale. Parker, seeing the situation getting out of hand, spoke up reassuringly. Calm down, Lena. Niju is the commander's companion. Lena observed Niju, who was looking at him with sparkling eyes. Companion. That white-furred monster. Then he asked Estio, this Estio, so he tamed that monster with his mind-reading ability? He praised him. He's more impressive than I thought. Oh, he wondered. Oh my God, you're the guild commander? Parker, standing aside, reminded him with an exasperated look, Lena, you're being rude. Even though you're the ace of the combat division, you still need to show respect to the commander. You'll drop quite a bit in the rankings. Hearing this, Lena didn't understand what was happening. Lena guessed, our rankings. He replied, exactly. As you know, causing trouble will result in demotion or expulsion, right? Estio suddenly spoke up. Parker, go eat with your friend. Parker asked, oh, aren't you coming with us? He replied, I'll go separately. It'll be uncomfortable for everyone like this. He added, I also felt uncomfortable with how you spoke about Niju. The three of them, having heard him, looked at him with helpless expressions. Then they said their goodbyes and left. Lena stayed behind, thinking about something. Then he called out to Estio. Hello, hey. Commander. Estio turned around. Anything else? Lena bowed his head with a deeply sincere look. I apologize. Estio stared at him blankly. He spoke up. It wasn't that I was uncomfortable, but I was just so surprised to see it. I promise I won't call it a white-furred thing anymore. And I'm also not used to someone I know being the commander. From now on, I'll call you Captain. He looked up and said to Estio and Niju, so, please, don't misunderstand me. I'll treat you to a meal today as an apology. Since we're out, I'll take you to the best restaurant. A cheerful voice rang out from inside an old-style building. Here, this is the best restaurant in Reverdo. Lena cheerfully waved to a waiter. He generously told Estio, I'll order for you. Trust me, this is their most popular dish. Estio exclaimed in surprise. Oh, really? Lena immediately replied, of course. Estio silently stared at Ahu, thinking he's unusually quiet today. Ahu indeed hadn't moved a muscle. He was completely still, looking no different from an ordinary cactus. Estio was extremely worried. Is he in pain somewhere? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his gloomy thoughts. Excuse me. Zen seemed genuinely curious as she asked directly, how old is that cactus? Estio was at a loss. I've never asked him, so I don't know. Zen wasn't about to let it go. She continued to probe. You don't know? What? Zen's face was calm. her voice even and unwavering. You could know without asking. After speaking, Zen's expression quickly darkened. Estio stared at Zen, silently assessing her. Asterisk, that's strange. I can't read any of her emotions. Asterisk, he didn't beat around the bush, asking directly, "Who are you?" Lena, who was next to him, suddenly leaned in, introducing Zen to Estio. Zen isn't human. She's a doll made by the Guildmaster. Estio was incredibly surprised. A doll. Baker then joined the conversation. He asked with a smile, "Huh? You didn't know?" Then he began to explain Zen's origins more clearly. The Captain of Ignis is the most unique puppeteer in this world. He carefully observed Zen's eyes, hair, nose, and mouth. Estio couldn't help but exclaim, "Aside from the fact that I can't read her emotions, she looks just like a human." He curiously asked Lena, "How can you tell she's a doll?" Lena didn't answer directly, only saying, "Look at Zen more closely." Sure enough, when he looked closely at Zen's face, Estio easily spotted a small star just below her eyelid. Lena calmly continued, "See the tattoo under her eye? All dolls made by the Guildmaster have that mark to distinguish them." He then rested his hand on the table, his tone slightly troubled. "Well, don't pay too much attention to her. After all, a doll is just a doll," Lena advised Estio, but it was as if she was telling herself the same thing. A doll only obeys its master and doesn't feel pain. It won't be good if you treat her like a human. Lena glanced at the delicious food that had just been brought out, finishing her sentence, "I'm speaking from experience, so you can trust me." The waiter also spoke up at that moment. "Here's everyone's food." Lena's voice stretched out excitedly. Ew. Estio fell back in a deep thought. A living doll. When all the food had been served, Lena cheerfully called to him, "Estio, look at this." Baker chimed in, "All right, everyone, let's eat our fill." Niju's eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars, unable to contain his excitement. Everything looks so delicious. Estio looked at the dazzling dishes before him, agreeing, indeed. They began to dig in with gusto. As Baker was about to lift a piece of fish to his mouth, his ears suddenly perked up as if he'd heard something. He looked at Estio, who was still motionless. He asked doubtfully, "Commander, aren't you going to eat?" Then he realized with a start, could it be that you can't eat raw food? Hearing this, Lena was also extremely flustered. "Just as I thought. We should have asked before ordering." He quickly thought of a solution. Should we order some cooked dishes? Estio gently countered, "That's not it." He seemed about to say something, but then stopped. He turned his face away, helplessly saying, "It's just not to my taste." He quietly glanced back. The plates piled high with food still looked appealing. But to him, they appeared horrifying. He couldn't help but think of the creatures, cut into pieces while still alive. A few minutes ago, or maybe even just a few seconds ago. His gaze at the food darkened, the sheer terror and pain of a once-living being evident. The air around him seemed to grow dim and gloomy. I can only see it as a pile of resentment. He quickly pushed the chaotic thoughts away. Forget it, it's not important anyway. He returned his conversation with Lena and Baker, and "I'm not that hungry either." Baker still wasn't quite convinced, wanting to persuade him further, but Estio quickly cut him off. "It's all right." "Damn it." Baker, unable to sway him, turned to scold Lena angrily. "Lena, this is all your fault. Even the vice president told us to take good care of the commander." Lena scratched his head helplessly. I know. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done this." Baker could only clutch his head and groan. "Oh, Dad." Lena asked tentatively, "What should we do now?" Estio, beside them, didn't interfere in their conversation. He leaned down and asked Niju with concern, "Niju, are you able to walk?" Niju replied happily, "Yes." Seeing this, Baker suddenly had an idea. He suggested cheerfully, "Commander, why don't we take this opportunity to show you around the city?" Looking at the spacious and clean streetscape, the houses closely packed together, Baker continued to persuade him that you've only been assigned to headquarters for a short time, right? You've been stuck inside with work ever since, so you probably haven't been out at all. Baker's concern for Estio was genuine, and most importantly, You've looked quite tired these past few days after completing your mission. Lena confidently assured him, "Don't worry, giving city tours is my specialty." He winked playfully at SDO. The gesture made SDO's hair stand on end. Lena cheerfully rushed over and slung an arm around SDO's shoulders. "Come on, Commander, you don't have anything important to do today, right?" He pointed towards the city. "Then let's go." SDO asked, "Go where?" Lena smiled smugly, beginning his tour guide routine. "Well, our guild has a tradition originating from long ago when the guild was first established." His face was bright and cheerful. It's the newcomer welcoming culture. SDO didn't show any particular reaction, just stared at Lena. Baker, however, was enthusiastic. He chimed in, "That's right." Then he offered his own testimony that I experienced it too. What followed was a stream of information from Lena about the newcomer welcoming ritual, painting vivid images of the city's landmarks as he spoke. From immodest houses to the city's symbolic clock tower, and even the roadside stalls. Normally, we'd ask newcomers to patrol around headquarters to understand the city's structure. And then, they'd be randomly quizzed about the city, the largest sculpture in the square, the most famous candy store, and countless other things. Lena twirled his finger as if illustrating the scene. "If you can't answer, they'll make you run laps until you're drenched in sweat." He then laughed heartily. "But since you didn't go through the newcomer phase, Lena, will help you, Commander." SDO flatly confirmed, "Really?" Then he bowed his head respectfully. "Then please guide me well." Lena confidently pointed at himself. "You can trust and follow me." Revito, the safest and most prosperous castle. Starting now, I'll give you the best tour. SDO didn't object, quickly responding, "All right." Baker suddenly noticed something else. He yelled, "Wait, why are you spinning around with your arm around the commander like that?" Zen quietly walked behind them, calmly observing, enduring the noisy group. Zen looked at SDO from behind. Zen smiled, a truly beautiful smile, silently sighing. "You really are a good person, Commander." Rays of sunlight shone down on the bustling, magnificent city, a peaceful and cheerful atmosphere filling the air. Lena said, "This is the famous midday Sunbeam Street." He enthusiastically explained, "The interesting thing is the sun moves directly along this street. Shall we get on a carriage and explore?" SDO looked around and shook his head, declining, "No, there's no need." Lena looked at him curiously, "But, Commander, you've been looking around for a while now. Are you searching for something?" SDO then looked up and asked him, "Is there a medical center here that can check the condition of plants?" Lena stared at him in surprise. He looked at the Ahu cactus in SDO's arms, pondering, if it's a plant then. Lena hesitantly suggested a place. "There's a botanical garden, but the manager there is always busy, so I don't know if we can see them now." SDO softly asked him, "Could you take me there?" Lena immediately broke into a bright, cheerful smile and replied, "Now I feel like bringing the commander along is worthwhile." He excitedly led the group, saying, "Please trust me, follow me." Baker awkwardly looked at SDO, trying to find a reason to dismiss Lena's previous embarrassment. "He's always so full of energy, isn't he?" SDO, unconcerned, indifferently replied, "It's fine." Baker helplessly rubbed his head, sighing, "He's just like a colt without reins." It's terrible that the guild gave him the nickname Pretty Lena. SDO's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Lena's nickname. Baker, looking at Lena skipping ahead, quickly explained, "It's from the Pretty and Pretty Crazy." He chuckled, telling SDO, "Just hearing the name makes people think of a beautiful woman. So we often use it to tease newcomers." I was tricked too. Lena, walking ahead, saw SDO's group lagging behind and shouted, "What are you two doing back there? Aren't you talking about me behind my back?" Baker laughed and replied, Yes, we're coming." SDO looked down somberly at Ahu, who lay in his arms, still silent. The scene shifted to a garden within a beautiful white house. Baker wondered, "Is the gate open?" Lena quickly replied, "Because this is the botanical garden authorized by the guild. I guess it's also considered city garden." SDO's group walked along the path leading into the garden. Lena continued, "So anyone can come and see the flowers and plants." Baker looked around in surprise, saying, "This is my first time at the botanical garden, too." The peaceful scenery, bathed in sunlight, made him exclaim, "Unlike animals, plants don't move or talk." Baker suddenly turned to SDO behind him. "I just thought of something, Commander. Do the plants here talk?" He replied indifferently, "I don't know." Baker asked again in surprise, "What?" Lena also turned around curiously. "Don't you read the emotions of animals?" "Commander, is it harder to do that with plants?" SDO looked at the cactus in his hand and slowly explained, "It's not like I can always hear them. It can happen if I look at it or have a certain level of contact with it." Lena, as if enlightened, said, "The more I hear, the more interesting it gets." Suddenly, she grabbed a tree trunk. Lena innocently asked, "So can I know what this guy is saying now?" He stared thoughtfully at the large tree, the sunlight glinting off its leaves. SDO lowered his head and replied, "If I could, I wouldn't want to hear it." Lena stared blankly at him, silent. "But why?" He began to think. Asterisk, if I can read the hearts of other things, I'll become curious and try to read everything. Damn it. Asterisk, a voice rang out. "It welcomes you." Baker and Lena spoke up at the same time, Zen. She called to him, SDO. Zen faced the tree and said, "It welcomes all of you." The tree began to shed its leaves, its voice echoing, "It is good to meet you, last child of the Dark Tribe. It is a relief that you are still alive." A leaf gently landed on his head, like a welcoming touch. SDO reached up and took the leaf. Looking at it in his hand and swaying it back and forth, he turned to her and asked, "Zen, can you hear the voices of plants?" She calmly replied, "I'm also made from a tree." He was surprised, then lowered his head, thinking, "So she doesn't have the same ability as me." Zen approached him and suggested, "Here, listen to the trees." SDO immediately refused, "No, I'm fine." She wondered why. "Do you hate trees?" He shook his head in denial that it's not that. SDO's face turned sad as he replied, "I'm sure they don't want their thoughts read by me." His inner turmoil showed as he continued with difficulty. Reading the heart of someone who doesn't want to be read can be violent. Zen asked, confused. "Violent?" The past indifference, oppression, and harsh words began to stir in his mind. SDO heavily replied, "Yes." Zen stepped closer to him and reminded him, "SDO, trees can't talk if you don't listen to them." He reacted by looking up at her. Zen began to explain, even if they want to say something, even if they have a story to share, even in the moment they wither and die from lack of water, they cannot express themselves. She slowly took off her hat and continued, "That is the nature of trees." Zen's face brightened as she smiled at him. SDO, do you know? To us, your existence is a blessing. SDO looked at her, about to reply. A sudden shout interrupted him. "You there?" Bryn angrily questioned their group. "What are you doing in the garden?" Baker quickly bowed his head and apologized. "I apologize for Lena touching the tree without permission." Lena stiffened, standing behind him. "Why are you using me as an excuse?" He rushed over and not the tree. He pointed at Niju urgently, "That you're stepping on the flowers." Niju yelped in surprise and lifted their foot. A pitiful flower had sacrificed its life. Niju quickly dodged the other flowers in the guilty patch. "Sorry." A cracking sound echoed, making them flinch. Bryn stared in despair at the pitiful little petal resting beneath Niju's foot and unconsciously snapped his broom handle. He clutched his head in anguish, looking at his precious broom and wailing pathetically, In the botanical garden, sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. Lena repeatedly apologized. "We are so sorry, Manager Bryn." He suppressed his grief and replied, "Lena, is that you? Are you still living as a wandering mercenary because you haven't become famous yet?" She bristled and denied it. "What are you talking about? I'm very famous." Lena forced a proud smile. "I'm the captain of the combat division. I have a lot of missions and items now. Manager, you're so mean to bring up the past in front of the commander." Bryn looked up curiously. "Commander?" He looked at SDO's group thoughtfully. "Could you be?" He looked directly at SDO in surprise at, Could you be the guild's new commander who was recently promoted? Bryn warmly shook Estio's hand and introduced himself. I'm Bryn. Although I'm still lacking, I'm in charge of taking care of this botanical garden. Estio softly replied, I'm Estio. The thoughts of the nearby tree appeared as it watched their hands clasped. A person who can read the hearts of others. Looking at the sincere smile on Bryn's face, it mused, *wonderful. I should ask him what these kids are thinking. Estio froze, hearing the tree's innocent thoughts. He remained silent, speechless. Scene change. Bryn was now using a magnifying glass to observe a cactus. He pondered seriously, his throat making soft humming sounds. Baker quickly asked about the situation. Manager, how is Ahu's condition? He examined it carefully and replied, it's a little difficult. Baker made a sound of discontent. Bryn assessed it. This cactus, its name is Ahu, right? It's been very well cared for. He looked at the potted plant on the table, puzzled that it's not lacking water, and it's not lacking nutrients. From its appearance, there's nothing wrong with its health. Baker was suspicious. Then is its condition not good? He grabbed his chin in denial, replying, no, I don't know why, but it looks strangely weak. Bryn turned to Estio for permission. Commander, may I take this little guy out of the pot and check its roots? A strange sound echoed. Roots? He looked down at Ahuru on the table in bewilderment. Bryn froze in stunned surprise as he realized where the voice was coming from. Ahuru swayed, saying, whose roots? Mine? Seriously? Pervert. He quickly backed away, yelling in alarm, oh my God. Bryn stammered, pervert? You're calling me that? Baker suddenly asked, aren't people usually surprised about something else? He then realized the main issue and yelled again, now that I think about it, the cactus is talking. Ahuru swayed in displeasure. What are you looking at? First time seeing a talking cactus. It turned red with anger, mentally preparing a string of insults for Bryn. Hey! Estio stepped forward to intervene. Ahuru, stop. It retracted the choice words it was about to unleash, swallowing them back down and agreeing fine. Estio patted its head comfortingly. You seem a bit different than usual, so I asked him to check on you. Ahuru asked curiously, is that a doctor? He looked at Bryn and introduced him to a plant doctor. This is Bryn Gizer, Ahuru exclaimed. You're really a plant doctor? Bryn stammered yes. It thought for a moment, then said, here, you can see my roots from the bottom of the pot. Wouldn't pulling me out be too cruel to a plant like me? The roots began to emerge from the bottom of the pot, swaying back and forth. He examined them carefully. Bryn touched its roots and concluded, you're perfectly healthy. Ahuru replied enthusiastically, see, I'm just sleepy. I'm perfectly healthy. Bryn said suspiciously, sleepy. He looked at it and asked, hey, little guy, I'm just asking as a precaution, but how old are you? Ahuru covered its face, shyly .200. Baker appeared out of nowhere, chuckling, in a way, this cactus has been alive for 200 years. It looked at him surprised. What? You don't believe me? Ahuru declared emphatically, I'm actually older than that. It's just been 200 years since I've been on my own, and in my tribe, I'm still considered young. Bryn's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my God. He stood up excitedly and turned to report to Estio. Commander, this little guy is a rare plant thought to be long extinct, a giant cactus. Estio asked in surprise, what? What's that? Bryn began to explain its origins. That's a very large and beautiful desert flower. It's said that every 1,000 years, it produces a fairy fruit. Ahuru cried out in alarm as he spoke. What? We're extinct? My mother and all my relatives are still alive back home. Bryn said incredulously. How is that possible? He continued excitedly, reporting to Estio. From what I can observe, Ahuru's current drowsiness is a sleep phase caused by a developmental period. But a moment later, he grew serious, adding a caveat. However, since this is the first time I've seen a giant cactus, I can't be entirely certain. Estio looked at him and asked, how long will this sleep phase last? Bryn replied, I need to research the data on this to be more precise. I only know that giant cacti, during their 1,000-year lifespan, have several long dormant periods. Estio turned and called Ahu. He said to it, "This is the botanical garden at the guild's headquarters. I'll ask them to take care of you safely until your dormant period ends. So please rest well. A greenhouse with full amenities and light is really suitable for plants." Ahuru firmly refused this request. "No, I don't want to." Estio bent down and gently asked, "If you feel uncomfortable here, I can also ask Haiga, since Mobin is a strong person." Before he could finish his sentence, Ahuru interrupted, reaching out with a hurt expression. "Do I make you uncomfortable?" Estio was taken aback and speechless. Then he patted Ahuru's head reassuringly and replied, "That's not it, it's just—" Once again cutting him off, Ahuru firmly asserted their resolve. "Estio, I don't want to sleep. I will never sleep." Then it leaned against Estio's hand, silently thinking, "Because I'm worried about you, Estio." When it was time for Estio's group to leave, Bryn gave him some advice about Ahuru. "Since it's a special kind of plant that can talk and even move, I can't be entirely certain about this." He seriously explained the consequences, but continuously refusing to sleep will probably lead to some health problems. "I hope you'll keep this in mind." Estio replied, "Understood." Bryn looked at it lying in Estio's hand and continued, "Although plants seem simple, when you understand them better, they are as delicate and diverse as animals." Rays of light shone through the glass doors, enhancing the beauty of each plant and flower. Bryn spoke softly. Habitat, size, sex, age, or even the shape of a leaf makes them all different. He smiled, looking at Ahuru, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Although this little fellow here might take advantage of being able to talk to get what it wants." Bryn handed Estio a bag and reminded him, "I've packed some nutrients and loose soil. They will help you." Baker took the bag, and Estio replied, "Thank you." Bryn suddenly remembered something, rummaged in his pocket, and said, "And one more thing." A letter tucked inside a glass bottle. He handed it to Estio, saying, "These are handwritten instructions that the guild master sent for you." Estio looked at Bryn holding the glass bottle in front of him and asked in surprise, "Did you know I was coming here?" He scratched his head and replied with an embarrassed laugh, "Not at all, Commander. I was only informed a little before you arrived." Estio took the glass bottle and stared at it pensively for a long moment. Estio realized something. He thought to himself, "So I'm being monitored." As if knowing what he was thinking, Bryn hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "Please don't misunderstand. The guild master doesn't just do this with you. The guild master always cares about all the members." Estio asked doubtfully, "Always?" He began to talk about the guild master. "She's a puppeteer. The number of puppets she publicly controls is known to be over 1,000. Baker tiptoed closer and whispered in Estio's ear, "Actually, it could be even more than that." He continued, explaining that because the puppets break easily and quickly become useless, she makes a lot of them. Estio opened the letter and began to read the contents inside. The letter read, "Ichne's Guild, Guild Master, private mission for the commander, location, Revito Castle Central Market, time limit, 30 minutes. The request is to find Guild Master Kai at the Central Market of Revito Castle within the time limit. The reward will be given when you find her, and the instructions will automatically be canceled after the time limit. So please find her quickly, from Guild Master Kai." As soon as he finished reading the letter, the numbers on it began to count down. Lena, looking curiously at the letter, asked, "Magic ink? I wonder how much of a hurry she's in to give you a time limit." He suddenly realized something and reminded her, "Wait, isn't there less than 30 minutes left?" The numbers continued to decrease as Lena anxiously said, "It's already 27 minutes. He waved his hand in exasperation. "Oh dear, this is hopeless." Estio asked doubtfully, "Is the way back that long?" Lena shook her head and began to explain, "No, it's not that. The Central Market of Revito Castle is huge. There are 8 main roads going in different directions. The alleys are complicated, and there are tons of people." Baker also started to respond hurriedly. "On top of that, we don't know what the guild master looks like." Lena replied, "That's right. The guild master usually only relays messages through the puppets. Baker continued, right? Because only the Vice Guild Master has ever spoken directly to the Guild Master. Before he could finish his sentence, Estio quickly ran past. Baker called out in a panic, "Commander!" His only reply was a brief, "I'll go to the Central Market." He suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at Bryn standing in the crowd. Estio, with a determined look, told him, "All the plants in the garden are grateful to you. They all like you." Bryn, surprised and in disbelief, stammered in response. "Really?" He explained, "The ginkgo tree behind you, and even the flowers that Nizu stepped on. Just as you wanted to hear their thanks, they also wanted to say this to you all this time." Hearing Estio's words, Bryn felt a warmth in his heart, an unexpected happiness spreading through him. After conveying everything he wanted to say, as well as the message from the plants, Estio quickly ran off, leaving only the word goodbye. Estio's group was walking in the Central Market. Dark thoughts surrounded Estio, making him uncomfortable. The hand holding the letter unconsciously tightened. Confused thoughts continuously appeared in his mind. Estio thought to himself, "If I have to figure out who Guild Master Kai is among so many people, I'll have to read them." His ability was like a double-edged sword, hurting his own spirit. Estio took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and began to receive information. The thoughts of everyone in the market appeared before him. Estio focused his ears, listening intently. One person complained, "It's so hot, I'm going to die." Another plotted, "There's so many here, they probably won't notice if I take one." The bustling sounds of the city filled the air. Come here, looking doesn't cost anything, I won't ask you to pay. So come in and see." Even the smallest thoughts of people were amplified. "This sword is disgusting." Estio didn't give up. He closed his eyes and began to filter the information. No, more than that. His ability snaked through the nooks and crannies of the market. Having gathered enough energy, he opened his eyes wide, his mind focused on finding one person, Kai. He was startled to feel a warm liquid flowing. It was blood trickling from his nose. Nizu beside him anxiously reminded him, "Estio, your nose is bleeding." He simply wiped the blood away calmly and said, "I'm fine." Nizu started to tear up, whimpering in alarm, "You're bleeding. You're not fine at all." Ignoring the crybaby beside him, Estio stared intently in one direction. His eyes sharp, he thought to himself, "I found her." Without a word, he walked forward. Baker, bewildered, called out his name, "Estio." In a corner of the Central Market, Estio arrived in front of a stall. A gentle voice came from within, "Welcome." A blonde-haired woman smiled and asked Estio, "Are you looking for a gift?" Her smile widened as she continued, "Or something for yourself." Estio stared at her, confirming in his mind the Guild Master's puppet. He held out the letter and slowly said, "I'm here to see Guild Master Kai." She continued to smile at him without saying a word. This made Estio feel confused. He thought, "Asterisk, isn't she here? But I definitely sensed it before." Asterisk, he suddenly sensed something. Turning to the side, just as a pair of small hands clipped a pink ribbon onto his hair. Kai smiled and said to him here, "This is a reward for finding me. Please accept it." At the resting place, Estio greeted him warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander." She replied, introducing herself, "This is Kai, the Guild Master of Ignis." Just as Estio was about to speak, another voice interrupted, calling out loudly, "Master!" Jeanne came running from somewhere, excitedly shouting, "Master!" Her face now wore a radiantly happy smile. Seeing this smile, Baker and Lena gaped, stammering in astonishment. She's smiling. As soon as they finished speaking, Jeanne rushed forward and embraced Kai tightly. He watched the two of them hug warmly and began to introduce himself. "I'm Estio. When I was wandering after leaving my hometown and had nowhere to go, the Guild's acceptance helped me a lot. Although a little late, I want to thank you." Kai politely replied, "Please feel free. Our Ignis Guild has received a great deal of trust from you." Seeing that she seemed unaware, he bluntly revealed, "I'm also a member of the Ignis Guild, Guild Master." Hearing his words, she froze for a few seconds. Realizing her blunder, She quickly gave a nervous laugh. I've made a mistake. The commander is also an important member of Ignis. Thank you for helping me realize that. Immediately afterward, she stood up from her seat. Kai walked straight towards him and inquired, "Is there anything else you want to ask? I've prepared everything to meet with you." With Kai having opened the conversation, STO didn't hesitate to voice his question. "Why did you give me the position of guild commander?" Seeing his directness, Kai lightly waved her hand and replied, "Oh, that's a good question. It's similar to the reason why I came to see you." Kai then looked at their surroundings and suggested, "It wouldn't be good if others overheard this. So, let's use the commander's special ability." Hearing this, STO hesitantly guessed, "Special ability? What do you mean?" From beneath her cloak, Kai gave a slight nod and a mysterious smile. Under the blue sky, STO stood motionless. But a few seconds later, the sky was suddenly enveloped by a dark curtain, covering him. Inside the dark space, with only STO and Kai present, a voice echoed, "Me." The voice, emanating from Kai, wanted to protect him. And then, she began to talk about her guild. "Our guild was created to help those who use abilities. We have always protected those precious ability users under the wings of Ignis. Among them, the commander position was created for the sole purpose of protecting you, because a long time ago Her face and voice became increasingly mysterious as she revealed, knew of an existence with an ability similar to yours. Hearing these words, STO furrowed his brow in slight surprise. Then, Kai continued, "A long time ago it was said that dragons disappeared from this world, but two remained." Filled with curiosity, STO inquired, "Who were they?" Kai calmly and slowly replied, "One is dead, and the other who remained in this world until the end is the golden dragon, Sahanan. I used to think he was the last dragon, until I heard the report about you." STO, slightly shaken, wanted to ask further, "Does that mean he—" But Kai immediately interrupted him with strange words. "STO, stay away from Sahanan." She pointed at him and warned, "I understand what you're feeling right now. You must want to meet him and learn more about him. However, you absolutely must not be curious about this and don't try to find him, understand? Sahanan doesn't know about your existence. If he learns that another black dragon is alive in this world." Listening to her next words, STO's eyes became blank and dazed. "He will definitely try to end your life." But she also reassured him, "Fortunately, Sahanan doesn't live in the Rubrazen Empire. Because I can't hide you forever, I decided it's best to let everyone know that you are under special protection in this empire." After rambling for a while, she finally decided, "Commander STO, for these reasons, I think from now on, I will accompany you." But beneath his cloak, where no one could see, STO clenched his fists, tried to remain calm. "Why?" he asked, confused and bewildered. "Am I worthy of that? I don't even know exactly what I am. What does the guild master believe in that makes her willing to put the entire guild in danger just for me?" Kai slightly lifted her foot and stepped forward, saying, "It seems you still don't know your own worth." She stood before him, asserting confidently, "However, please remember this. I also won't do anything that puts myself at a disadvantage." Having said that, she smiled brightly, concealing her secrets to end the conversation. A moment later, they returned to the present. Kai spoke refreshingly, "Together, we will slowly find the answer." STO looked up at her, smiling amusedly, and said, "It seems like even if I told you now, you wouldn't be able to understand." Just as she said, STO had remained silent and uncomprehending the entire time. As soon as Kai turned around, Baker and Lena immediately stood at attention to hear her speak. "Go back and rest. I apologize for today." The two of them hurriedly bowed respectfully to her. And before leaving, she waved slightly, smiling brightly as she made a promise. "I'll see you again soon, Commander." Time passed. Night turned to day in the Rubrazen Empire. Blinding sunlight shone down on a villa where the sound of conversation emanated. STO had been asleep for several days. Nizu was holding a discussion with Suki and Ahuru. "What should I do?" It turned its head towards the sleeping human. Worried, should I wake him up? STO, on the bed, unaware of this conversation, remained lost in a pleasant dream. Suki twitched its tail, indicating it was thinking. Immediately after, it leaped high into the air and darted forward. It sat on the bed, tilting its head, intently watching the person breathing evenly. Suddenly, Suki turned its head towards Nizu and gently shook its head, as if rejecting its earlier suggestion. The two creatures and the plant sat silently, watching their sleeping master. All right. But Nizu didn't know that Suki was extremely worried. But if this continues, it could be very dangerous. At a time like this, who can help? It looked at the two useless ones and considered its options. Asterisk, that muscle brain Lena probably wouldn't understand my signal. Perhaps the bird person would be a better choice, since they have good senses. Asterisk. Suki turned its head again, looking back in contemplation. Just then, STO woke up, dispelling its worries. I'm fine, Suki. Under the setting sun, a guilt-ridden voice rang out. I'm sorry for waking up late. STO sheepishly embraced his pets. Nizu hugged him dramatically, crying, what a relief. Because you wouldn't wake up? I thought you were sick. Suki nuzzled against him, adding, I thought you'd caught my hibernation sickness. Now everything's all right. Everything's all right. STO, his face flushed, shrugged slightly, reassuring them, I'm fine. Saying that, he picked up Suki and staggered to his feet. Seeing this, Nizu exclaimed, STO, seeing him suddenly grab his coat. One of them cried out in alarm. Hey, the sun's already set. Where are you going? Uhuru moved its body, trying to persuade him, since you woke up late anyway, rest a little longer. But STO, holding his coat in one hand and Suki in the other, refused. I'm going to get food for her. Suddenly, Suki interrupted. You're burning up. Having been held by STO, it seemed to have sensed his temperature, questioning, you're sick. Why are you trying to pretend everything's okay? Hearing his words, STO faltered for a moment, letting out a small sound. Just then, a knock at the door caught his attention. STO released Suki and opened the door, asking, who is it? Standing outside the room was Kai, holding a piece of paper and smiling brightly as she presented it to him. Here's your assignment. Her smile faltered as she took in his current state. She saw his flushed face and the way he was breathing heavily, looking exhausted. Kai lowered her hand, expressing her concern. It seems I came to see you a little too early. She tucked the paper back into her pocket and changed the subject. Let's postpone our discussion about your work for today. As she changed her mind, STO only managed to utter a few words, the assignment, before she cut him off. So, where are you headed? He put his cloak back on, his three pets gathering around him as he went to leave. I was just going to the dining hall. Hearing his plans, Kai suggested, oh, then let's go together. The food in our dining hall is the best, isn't it? Her words sparked a litany of delicious dishes in her mind. Honestly, I'd like to go there more often. But for some reason, every time I do, I attract a lot of attention. It's not very comfortable. Uhuru, seemingly realizing the reason, questioned her again. You really don't know why. He immediately gave a blunt, to-the-point answer, wearing normal clothes. But Kai innocently repeated, are my clothes that strange? And of course, Uhuru didn't hesitate to confirm, extremely strange. However, she simply replied helplessly, but I can't change my clothes. Hearing this, he asked, why? She stated plainly, they're expensive. Uhuru, officially defeated, conceded, all right, do what you want. It's your life, after all. He watched her walk ahead, radiating cheerfulness, and commented, besides, a kid dressed like that is bound to attract more attention. People are often interested in unusual things. A while later, they arrived together at the bustling dining hall. Here, eat a lot. An extremely lavish table piled high with food was brought out. STO, looking at the mountain of food before him, said shyly, I can't eat this much. Kai assured him casually, I just told you to eat as much as you can. I'm not forcing you. Then, she addressed Suki beside him, you too, Black Tiger. But his gaze towards her clearly expressed displeasure. Recognizing the situation, SDO inwardly exclaimed, "Just as I thought, she already knows a lot." He picked up his spoon and dipped it into the soup, thinking to himself, "Golden Dragon Sahanan." He took a small sip of soup and mused, "I don't think the name is based solely on color." With that thought, he looked up and addressed the person in front of him, Guild Master. With her cheeks puffed out from a mouthful of food, she corrected him, "Call me Kai. If possible, I don't want my position revealed." SDO understood and put down his spoon, getting to the main topic, understood Kai. "How did you know about the dragons?" After swallowing a mouthful of food, she chuckled lightly and replied, "I was wondering what you were thinking so deeply about." "Are you serious now?" He calmly replied, "Yes." She picked up her chopsticks, moved on to the fish, and casually remarked, "It seems like you're quite indifferent to your own problem, SDO." Kai thoughtfully made a clean cut along the fish's body. Using her chopsticks, she carefully separated the fish into two pieces and said nonchalantly, "There's nothing that can be done about this." After separating the fish, she pushed it towards the small, black, four-legged figure and revealed, "This is just information I've learned over the course of my long life." Suki stared intently at the beautifully presented offering. Without a word, he swatted the offending plate of fish away with his paw. Next, he unceremoniously climbed onto Nizu's back. Nizu explained on his behalf, "Suki doesn't eat fish." Hearing this, Kai seemed surprised. "I thought cats like fish, didn't they?" Nizu sagely explained, "That's just a stereotype." She seemed to understand that. I see." From this, she drew an example for SDO. As you can see, I also have some misinformation. She then stabbed a piece of bread with her fork and rambled, "Living a long life just means I've experienced more than others. So, the information I have about you might not be entirely accurate either." Suddenly, her grip on the fork tightened. The atmosphere around her, as well as her gaze, became tense and serious. "I can guarantee that the Golden Dragon Sahanan is your enemy." Immediately after, her tone shifted again to "Oh," and also, Kai added, divulging an interesting piece of information, "Starting tomorrow, I'm thinking of joining the support team." SDO quickly asked for clarification, "The team with Parker?" Kai took some more food and nodded slightly. "Yes. This is to support you, not as the guild master, but just as Kai." Her tone lowered slightly, understood. After a while, seemingly finished with her meal, she walked towards the door and bid him farewell. "Enjoy your dinner. I'll see you tomorrow." She left shortly after, and Suki suggested, "Do we need to finish eating now?" SDO stopped him, and "Oh, take your time. We could take a walk after dinner." The sky gradually turned a deeper red in the beautiful and peaceful sunset. He and his pets strolled around the guild grounds after their satisfying meal. Within the grounds, a peaceful scene unfolded as a monkey played with rabbits, and bears and horses drank together from a small stream where a duck was swimming. Witnessing this scene, he was a little surprised and couldn't believe it. "I didn't think these animals would thrive in the same habitat." Just then, a greeting came from below him. "Hello." A tiny red panda appeared, smiling brightly at SDO's feet. SDO's head filled with question marks as he bent down slightly and exclaimed, "A raccoon." Upon hearing SDO call it a raccoon, the red panda immediately puts hands on its hips and angrily scolded him. "Huh? Raccoon? I'm a red panda." Its scolding flustered SDO. He quickly apologized, trying to appease it. "Sorry, I mistook you." Accepting SDO's apology, it quickly cheered up, looking at him with satisfaction. "You're forgiven." Then the red panda introduced itself. "So, my name is Ban. Who are you?" SDO calmly answered the red panda's question. "I'm SDO. I arrived at the headquarters not long ago." He thought to himself, "Asterisk, is this one of the animals that belongs to the Ignis Guild? It looks a little different from the animals I saw in the village." Asterisk SDO, curious, stared intently at the red panda's paws with their sharp claws, then shifted his gaze to its fluffy tail. Suddenly, other animals appeared from somewhere, a rabbit, a monkey, a bear, and a horse, all standing behind the red panda. It cheerfully opened its arms to welcome him. "So, you're one of our people." Estio, surprised, looked towards the animals standing there. He bowed towards the red panda and curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of humans?" Its face lit up, and it quickly answered his question. "No, everyone in the Ignis Guild is very kind." The red panda listed a series of things about the Ignis Guild that made them unafraid of humans. They feed us, teach us, and even clean up our droppings. Even the horse neighed happily upon hearing that. The red panda continued, "They play with us every day and take us out. So we love humans very much." The clear blue sky had turned into dark night. The scene changed to Nizu's bed. Nizu happily praised the animals they had just met. "They're so adorable." Estio agreed. Well, they're as adorable as the hairs on my plate tree." He turned, wanted to confirm with Nizu, right? That raccoon, Ban, was especially cute. Nizu misidentified Estio's red panda as a raccoon, so he corrected him, "It's a red panda." Nizu leaned down from his bed, excitedly telling Estio, "I want to see them again." He quickly agreed and replied, "We can go tomorrow if you want." Nizu turned back to his bed, his face full of excitement. "Okay, Kai said she'll bring the mission tomorrow." Estio stared at his upturned palm, replying to Nizu, "Right." Then he immediately clenched his hand into a tight fist, telling the monkey, "Once we accept the mission, we'll have to leave headquarters for a while, so get a good rest, and it's best we say goodbye to them before we leave." The dark night slowly faded, giving way to the first rays of dawn. Estio gently opened the window to welcome the sunlight. Sparrows chirped to him, "Good morning, Estio," and also reminded him, "It's going to rain later." They reminded him, "It's a morning shower, be careful not to get wet." Estio was quite surprised to hear this, but he politely replied, "Thank you." Nizu had also woken up and walked towards him. "You're up?" Estio, hearing this, turned around. Nizu's face was radiant, and he gave a bright smile and said, "It's a very beautiful morning." Estio, curious, wondered to himself, "Very beautiful? Who did you learn that from?" Nizu's eyes lit up. He eagerly invited Estio, "Let's eat, and then go say hello to the friends we met yesterday." Estio agreed, walking towards Nizu. "All right." Heavy, dark clouds gathered in the sky, slowly spreading to cover the entire expanse. A cold wind rustled through the leaves of the trees. Estio and Nizu strolled along a tree-lined path. Estio walked ahead, while Nizu sleepily trailed behind. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Estio." It was Lina who had called out. His face lit up when he saw Estio. He greeted him warmly. "So we meet here? It's good to see you." Lina didn't forget to greet Nizu either, adding, "Hello to you too, Whitefur." In contrast to Lina's enthusiasm, Estio seemed more indifferent, simply replying, "Lina." Confused by Estio's reaction, Lina quickly asked, "Whoa, your expression is terrible. Did something happen?" Estio's gaze quickly shifted elsewhere. He responded flatly, "No, good morning." Lina smiled and slung an arm around Estio's shoulder, asking, "What are you doing here?" "I'm about to go train." He gestured toward the path leading into the forest and continued, "If you follow this path, you'll find the training grounds." He then began to share what he knew with Estio. "Actually, I heard that a super strong warrior returned today. I heard they mainly use a spear, but can also use other weapons." As he spoke, the weapons materialized in both their minds. Besides the spear, there's also a sword, bow, an arrow, and a chain mace. An image of a warrior wielding a spear appeared. Lina continued, "Anyway, that person with their superior killing skills is also known as..." He curled his fingers like a bird's talons and declared, "The Talon of Ignis." After taking in the information Lina had shared, Estio replied, "I understand." The three of them walked and talked. Lina wondered aloud, "Isn't Ignis a mythical bird? If that warrior is called the Talon of Ignis, then they must be a legend too." Estio turned to Lina and asked, "Why are you trying to meet them?" Lina burst into hearty laughter. "I just want to see if I can learn anything from them. They've already taken the Talon, so I'll become the beak." Estio, neither overly enthusiastic nor indifferent, replied, "I'll cheer you on." Lina's face flushed with pleasure. He cleared his throat and responded shyly, "Thank you." Suddenly, he stopped walking. Lena scratched his head awkwardly. Well then, I'll go this way. Lena suddenly sensed something and turned back to SDO. Oh, wait a minute. A sudden gust of wind blew from the forest, scattering the fallen leaves on the ground, the rustling echoing all around. Lena frowned, apprehensive. Commander, I don't think you should go this way today. I can smell blood at the end of the path. Nizu spoke with a worried expression. That's not human blood. I think it's the blood of those animals we encountered yesterday. Estio sensed something strange in the air. He thought, something is approaching us. Lena took a fighting stance. He gripped his sword in one hand and shielded Estio with the other, the killing intent drawing closer. Suddenly, a pair of legs slowly emerged from the shadows. A girl with bruises on her arms, carrying a sword on her back, stepped into view. Her name was Bilong. Her eyes drooped, veiled as if by a gloomy mist, her tranquil gaze radiating a chilling sharpness. Lena, seeing the girl approach, kept his hand on his sword, slowly drawing it. He spoke first to break the tense atmosphere, starting a new day with the smell of blood. A monster appeared in headquarters. What? He asked Barong. Or were you so hungry you butchered it yourself? She retorted curiously, butchered. Hearing the word butchered made her suddenly remember something, her lips parting slightly. She pointed ahead and said, there's another one here. She pointed decisively towards Nizu, who was standing bewildered in a corner, another filthy thing. Nizu froze, not understanding why they were being targeted despite having done nothing. A light blade appeared in her hand. She sneered, not human, but a dirty, living creature. Filthy. With that, she charged towards Nizu with both blades. In a panic, Nizu raised their hands defensively. Nizu's sudden movement caused the Ahuru cactus on their head to fly off. The white-furred monkey clutched their chest, trembling, and asked, Hey, what was that sudden sword swinging for? Barong started in surprise. You can talk. She reassessed the white-furred monkey before her. What is this? You're not a monster? A human. Just a hairy human. Her hand, holding the blade, trembled slightly. Nizu squeezed their eyes shut in fear, only hearing her muttering like a madwoman, There's a problem if you're human. Say you're not. Say you're not human. Suddenly, a hand gripped her light blade, Estio's voice ringing out, Human. He questioned, or not human. Estio's grip was so firm that she couldn't move or take another step forward. Barong looked up in astonishment, thinking, since when was he? Estio countered, does it matter? He flicked his wrist, and Bairang's short light blade dissipated, slowly vanishing. Estio looked at and addressed the girl, Xian Barong. She was still slightly bewildered. How did he know her name? She withdrew her hand, cautiously asking, You're the new psychic ability user? Estio, right? Why did you stop me? Estio stood protectively in front of the white-furred monkey, Nizu, and questioned Barong. Why did you want to hurt them? She calmly replied, Monsters are bugs that need to be eliminated. Estio explained, Nizu is not a monster. Barong stubbornly argued, it's not human either. The two couldn't reach a common understanding, their argument going nowhere, ending with them silently glaring at each other. After a moment of silence, Barong looked at the innocent-looking white-furred monkey and accused, That monster can use its sharp teeth and claws to tear you to shreds any time it wants. She continued to defend her point, unlike with humans. We can't communicate with these low-level creatures. Barong stepped forward, and if we can't communicate with them, she brushed past Nizu and Estio, concluding, then they can never be trusted. Never. Estio calmly questioned, Is that why you killed him? Barong paused slightly, not turning back as she replied, The guildmaster ordered me not to harm others indiscriminately. She glanced back, meaning, if they weren't human, it wouldn't matter. Just then, Kai appeared to clarify, That's not what I meant. Barong turned her head happily at the sound of her voice, Kai. Kai walked up. I asked you not to end the lives of other creatures unnecessarily. Barong realized Kai wasn't speaking up for her. She sullenly replied, No one lost their life. Kai sighed, displeased, That includes the animals cared for within. The guild, she explained. They are an important part of the guild and also allies. Burong suddenly shouted in annoyance. Treating those things as allies was a mistake from the very beginning. She turned her back on everyone and sulked. I won't participate in this mission. Kai said sadly, Burong, you need to be more careful with your words. Burong turned away silently, without saying anything. Kai looked at her and said, I will request compensation for this incident, so please return to your quarters. I hope you won't cause harm to the guild during your stay. Hearing this made her grit her teeth, as if she couldn't accept it. Finally, before actually leaving, she grumbled sullenly, fine. Estio and Nizu watched the retreating figure, both looking unhappy. After Burong left, they looked back at the battlefield she left behind, trees fallen, and the blue lake now stained with blood, not to mention the animal carcasses scattered on the grass. Lena gasped. How could this be? He desperately searched to see if any animals had luckily escaped death, that I don't see any animals alive. Estio looked sadly and regretfully at the gentle, lovable animals that had lost their lives. He stepped onto the grass, going to the side of the unfortunate animals. Behind him, Kai spoke up, I'm sorry. She explained, Burong isn't a bad person, but whenever she sees monsters or wild animals, Kai hesitated and cleared her throat. The first encounter between you and her was incredibly bad. Estio's voice grew somber. The ones who should receive an apology have met their deaths just because they were different from humans. He remembered their words from before. The animals had said, we love humans. Estio lowered his head, his emotions unclear. If an incredibly powerful creature appeared and harmed humans without a second thought, he turned and glared sharply at Kai. After seeing all the victims, would humans just say it was another terrible thing? Kai chuckled wryly, thinking, it truly is a disaster. She tried to salvage the situation. They won't change until that happens. Estio knelt beside the animals' bodies, sadly picking up the body of a weasel with both hands. Then he turned and walked toward the patch of empty ground. The atmosphere was quite somber as Kai watched Estio's actions. He knelt beside the empty patch of ground, placed the weasel's body to one side, and began digging with his bare hands. While focused on digging, Estio felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Lena. He chuckled softly and said, let's do this together. Nizu also stepped forward, indicating they would help. On the simple earthen grave, a few white flowers served as a farewell to their newfound friends. Estio's hands were covered in mud, but he didn't care. Estio, Lena, and the white-furred monkey, Nizu, stood stunned, staring at the freshly dug graves meant for their animal companions who had perished due to Bairang's recklessness. Lost in their thoughts, the rustling leaves swayed in the wind, as if wishing for the animals to rest peacefully near the tree's roots. After this, everyone headed into town. It was a clear day, and they hoped no further sorrow would befall them. In front of a cafe, people bustled back and forth. Inside, Kai and Estio sat facing each other, preparing to discuss work. Looking at Nizu chained up outside, Estio reassured him, it's a bit cramped in here. I'll be out right after our talk. Then, he turned his attention to the mission details on the paper. Exclusive mission for the Ignis Guildmaster. Requester, Marissa S., Rebrazen Iconia. Location, Eli Capital. Estio's eyes widened in surprise as he thought, Rebrazen. Across from him, Kai sipped her coffee and began to explain the mission details. Her Highness Marissa is the first princess of the Rebrazen Empire. She is also the Emperor's firstborn and receives all of his affection. The mysterious princess seemed to be quite a daring individual, based on Kai's account. This year, she will turn 21. She's a tomboy princess who has refused all proposals. She said that, if it were up to her, she might request something unreasonable. Kai chuckled and asked Estio, would you accept? Estio calmly countered, do I have a right to refuse royalty? Kai beamed and announced, there is one condition before you undertake this mission. She stated the condition with amusement, bring a warrior to that location with you. Kai gestured. This mission was originally going to be assigned to Buron. Then, looking at the coffee in front of STO, her tone shifted. However, since the situation has become like this, she smiled gently and pointed to herself that, of course, I will also go with you, but I shouldn't be counted as a combat member. With that, Kai pushed several files towards STO that I will give you the right to choose your combat member. Please select from these lists. STO put down the mission paper and looked at the 3 files in front of him. He flipped through the information on each person. The first one had lightning magic. As he looked, STO inquired, is there a reason for requesting a combat member for this mission? Kai replied, the Eli capital is a very peaceful city. Her expression then turned serious. However, according to guild rules, mission teams must include both support and combat members. Kai rested her chin on her hand. Because you are one of the guild leaders, you are not permitted to leave without a guard. Hearing this, STO understood the reasoning, but he still wondered, do I need to be protected more than usual? Kai looked at STO's serious face and replied, of course, it's not easy to go against your abilities. She glanced towards Nizu, who was chained outside with a cactus on his head, whimpering by the window that I also know that your companion, Nizu, is very strong. Despite this, Kai still worried for STO. But if you were to encounter an enemy on Bairang's level, can you defeat them without getting hurt? STO silently reviewed the combat member's information without replying. Finally, he closed the file, seemingly unwilling to choose anyone from the list, and asked, does the combat member have to be chosen from within the guild? Kai replied, no. If you can recruit someone from outside the guild, feel free to do so. STO lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then pushed the file back to Kai and made his decision. Then, on a clear day, within a lush green forest, there were miserable retching sounds. Parker had just stepped out of the transfer gate and was hugging a tree, vomiting violently. STO had to stand behind him and pat his back. Parker's face was as pale as his hair as he covered his mouth. Sorry, Commander. At this time, Kai also stepped out of the transfer gate. Parker continued to empty the contents of his stomach and explained his embarrassing actions. The transfer gate is fine, but I sometimes have these after effects. Worried about Parker's physical condition, STO turned to ask Kai, isn't there a gate that can go directly from headquarters to the capital? Kai explained, the Emperor is very cautious. The royal family always has many enemies. Thinking of the Emperor she hadn't met, she gave an example of his cautiousness. Even Mubian and Haiga, who were from his mother's side of the family, were sent to the front lines and never called back. From Kai's words, it wasn't difficult to guess her conclusion, so he doesn't want a guild of ability users to be able to easily enter the capital. Finally, Kai chuckled and pointed to the road ahead as, even though it's tiring, starting from here, we'll have to walk. A gentle breeze rustled through the green branches, the leaves swaying in the wind. Everyone walked for a long time, finally arriving at a place called Ranger Village. The villagers seemed excitedly awaiting the group. New travelers. Looking at the group, inquiring with the villagers, someone exclaimed, there's even an angel. Children in the village peeked from behind a pile of firewood, asking each other, where did they come from? I heard they came from the Ignis Guild. The boy in the middle turned to ask a guild. The people who came here last night also came from a guild. The boy on the left replied, no, they came from the Ballista Guild. The remaining boy wondered, who's stronger? His 2 friends immediately shouted, of course, Ignis. Stupid. Ignis is the best guild in our country. Hearing the commotion, Nizu looked over at the wood pile. But the children were startled and ducked down, Nizu curious with a head full of question marks. Crouching down, the black-haired boy in the middle affirmed, that's right, Ignis is the biggest and strongest guild of all. His friend chimed in, His Majesty the Emperor is on their side too. The boy with the buzz cut, not understanding the current guild situation, also had to praise them. Amazing. Footsteps approached. So, a red-haired boy joined the group. Will these people agree to help us? He spoke expectantly. Guilds are places that take on requests. The boy with the buzz cut spoke up. Ryan, I heard you have to pay if you want to request a mission from them. The black-haired boy added, that's right. Ryan clenched his fists. I have money. The other boys stood up abruptly, quickly making a decision. Then go ask. The black-haired boy urged, all right. He then pulled Ryan's hand. Let's go, Ryan. The red-haired boy, Parker, hesitated, glanced back, and then blurted out, well, Parker's voice filled with regret echoed in the house. I'm really sorry. STO consoled him. It's okay. Rest until the after-effects subside. He tried to apologize again, stammering sorry. Kai entered the room and saw this scene. Oh dear, this is bad. Is he all right? He patted Parker's leg and replied, he'll be fine. STO stood up and requested, please take care of Parker. I'll be out for a bit. Kai, understanding, replied, I know you must have a reason to leave like this. Despite this, Kai reminded him, but you don't have any combat members in your team right now, so be careful. Nizu confidently assured, don't worry too much, Nizu will go with him. The monkey cheerfully waved goodbye. See you later. They went outside together and closed the door. Behind them, Kai anxiously watched their receding figures. Then, she returned to Parker, who was resting. Comfortably, she touched the door and thought of someone, Mubian, 2 chicken. Kai absent-mindedly looked at the glass door, thinking, Ezio is the only one who can appoint a public servant as his protector. While looking down at Ezio and Nizu, she hoped, I hope he arrives soon, public servant 2 chicken. At the same time, Suki perched on a high branch, letting out a cry. The black cat immediately sensed someone is watching you. Ezio paused and replied, I know. Immediately after, Suki jumped down from the tree. The cat, now perched on his shoulder, reported suspiciously, it's not the children. Suki recounted with disdain, those bastards are staying at the same inn as that idiot Arvian. They've been following you since you entered here. Despite this, Ezio calmly replied, I know that too. Jumping down from Ezio, Suki landed on the ground and remarked, Ezio, you become more perceptive than before. He explained, I just sense them naturally. While glancing at the suspicious individuals behind Ezio, Suki continued, those natural thoughts flow in naturally, even when I'm not focusing on it. The cat swished its tail and praised, good. You need to practice more. Like a seasoned mentor, Suki continued to instruct, you must be cautious even around people or animals. They can all become cunning and deceitful. He obediently agreed, I'll try. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rang out. Were you muttering to yourself? It turned out to be a familiar soldier walking with his comrades. You have the ability to talk to cats and things like that, right? The soldier's words left Ezio speechless and Suki wondering. Does that idiot seem like he doesn't know your rank? One of the comrades scoffed and pointed. That guy doesn't have a weapon, so I don't think he's a physical ability user. Another speculated. Maybe he left it somewhere important. The leaders started laughing mockingly. Making such a basic mistake? What a rookie. Ezio asked, puzzled, who are you? They roared like cats whose tails have been stepped on. We are Ballista. He angrily raised his voice. I can't believe that guy's trying to ignore us, even after seeing our guild insignia. Right? As soon as he finished speaking, the leader pointed to the guild emblem on his chest. After seeing it, Ezio realized, so that's the guild's emblem. He continued arrogantly, now you see? Nizu stepped forward and made a strange sound before you could celebrate your victory for long. The soldier trembled with fear that he's tamed a beast, a monster, or something. Ezio gently explained, Nizu isn't a monster. He acted friendly, but inwardly he was criticizing that he's showing off because he has a giant beast by his side. Don't get too cocky, buddy. The soldier tried to maintain composure. We're just trying to understand you a little better since we work in the same field, right? He thought to himself, does their guild have a grudge against Ignis? No. Seeing Ezio's silence, they became restless and pressed their lips together. One soldier indignantly demanded, why aren't you answering? He shouted furiously, are you saying you don't want to talk to a low-level guild like ours, you Ignis brat? Another, equally angry, added, you talk to that cat, but you're ignoring us? Ezio stared at their anger, completely bewildered. The ballista members continued to mutter, frustrating Nizu. Meanwhile, Ezio walked closer to Nizu. He said to the monkey, "I can't stay here long, so finish what you want to say." Although still apprehensive, the leader spoke up. "It seems like you're just a low-level member tasked with protecting a child without any proper teammates." His words stunned both Ezio and Suki. A child. Suki immediately realized the growing misunderstanding. Another soldier asked, "What did you start working?" Ezio humbly replied, "I joined the guild at the beginning of this year." After hearing his answer, they regained their confidence. "See? I told you." Instantly, the soldier threw a punch, sneering, "He's just a newbie." The leader, with all his might, swung a fist towards Ezio. In a flash, Nizu's hand blocked the attack. Ezio's face darkened while the monkey roared angrily. The soldier, shocked and trembling at the sight, fearfully glanced at Ezio. The frightened leader, still defiant, yelled, "This bastard even dared to attack first." Suddenly, a warning shout rang out, "Captain, watch out above." It was Suki, transformed into a tiger, pouncing as if to attack. A tiger! One of the ballista soldiers screamed in pain as Suki swiped at him, sending blood spraying. Fortunately, Ezio intervened before anything worse could happen. "Suki, stop." He gently admonished, "You can't just attack people like that." Ezio slowly approached as the two remaining soldiers backed away in terror. "They weren't really trying to hurt us, were you?" Josmark, captain of the Special Task Force. Upon being discovered, Josmark sat up in astonishment, thinking, "Damn it, he knows everything about us." His companions, sweating with fear, still blustered, "How dare you attack the leader?" Rian, along with the other children who were sitting in the tree observing, suddenly shouted, "Stop! No fighting allowed in Ranger Village." The little boy sternly threatened, "We'll report you if you cause any more trouble." As he was being helped up, one of them retorted, "You're going too far, kid." We're the ones who got attacked. They steadied each other as they walked away. "Hey, brat, you'd better leave your guild as soon as possible." Despite their retreat, Josmar turned back to warn, "The guild master of Ignis isn't human, he's a monster. They didn't create the guild for humans." Estio calmly questioned, "Do you have any proof that the guild master is an enemy of humanity?" He replied, "Saint Sahanan told us." Estio's face darkened as he repeated, "The golden dragon, Sahanan." Josmark, though struggling, still managed to explain, "Seems like you don't know. There's been news from the Eastern continent about a newly appointed pope. Those with quick access to information already know." Estio affirmed in his mind, "He's not lying." Josmar continued in an unfriendly tone, "Although he hasn't officially entered the Holy Land, how long do you think that cowardly emperor will cling to Ignis?" Staring intently at Estio, Josmark offered some parting advice. "I hope you'll make a wise decision, friend." Estio watched thoughtfully as he walked away. Rian and his friends approached Estio and asked, "Are you all right?" He turned around gratefully. "I'm fine. Thanks for stopping them." The children, full of admiration, curiously inquired, "Are you raising a tiger?" Estio disagreed, correcting them, "Suki is my companion." The children petted Suki's head and exclaimed in awe, "Wow, he's friend with a tiger. That's so cool." The puzzled kids then asked, "But why didn't you do anything? You're from Ignis. You should have taught those guys a lesson." Estio appeared perplexed by their words. "Didn't you say fighting is forbidden in this village?" Rian stepped forward and replied matter-of-factly, "Well, yeah, but they provoke you first, so there's nothing wrong with punishing them." The boy suddenly hesitated, clenching his fists, and Rian's hesitation made Estio curious. He blurted out his request, "Can kids like us make requests too?" Estio gently replied, as if it were obvious, "There's no age limit for requests." Rian beamed, laughing happily, "That's a relief. I heard Ballista doesn't accept requests unless you're an adult. Then I thought maybe Ignis would." Estio leaned down and informed the boy, "However, I'm currently fulfilling another request." Not wanting to disappoint Rian, he offered, "If you want to submit a request to the guild, please visit the nearest branch." Another boy sadly declined. I can't do that. The people of Venger Village can't leave the forest. SDO, adhering to the rules, explained while Rian looked dejected. There are procedures for submitting requests to the guild. If you don't follow them, we can't accept your request. The children complained in unison. That's so unfair. Suki endured the children's petting, knowing full well that if he were truly indifferent, he wouldn't explain things to them. The brown-haired boy pleaded, "Can't you at least listen to us?" Rian's father, in the capital. Before he could finish, Rian interrupted, "No need. That's enough. Talking about procedures and all that." The boy said in a desperate voice, "You mean you can't even give a chance to people like us, who can't leave this forest?" Rian's friend gently advised Rian if we ask nicely. But Rian wouldn't listen. "Enough," he shouted, expressing his frustration that I don't need help from a group. Like that. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind pushed SDO backward. He found himself in a gray space. It turned out SDO had fallen into Rian's painful memory. Rian and his father were playing in the forest when his father suddenly turned around as if he had noticed something. A group of soldiers marched solemnly towards them, making them curious. Suddenly, a soldier grabbed Rian's father's hand and forcefully pulled him away. They took him away, preventing the boy from following. Rian, with tears in his eyes, reached out, wanting to chase after him, crying out, "Father!" The flashback ended there, and SDO returned to reality in confusion. The boys called after Rian, attracting SDO's attention. "Rian!" They immediately started running after him. "Wait!" Although he appeared calm, SDO watched the children and was lost in his own chaotic thoughts. They returned to the house as dusk fell. He took small steps into the room and called Kai. Kai seemed to have anticipated this. "It seems you have a lot to say." SDO, looking dejected, asked, "The Ignis Guild, was it created to harm people?" His question made her flustered. "That question is so broad that I'm hesitant to answer." SDO persisted, "Please answer me." After considering, Kai seriously replied, "This guild has no intention of harming anyone." He responded firmly, "Understood." She looked dumbfounded that I asked that all. SDO stated resolutely, "I've heard everything I wanted to hear. There's just one thing I'm not sure about. Between Sahanin and Kai, one of you is lying." He declared boldly, "I can tell if you're telling the truth." Thinking of Sahanin, SDO continued, "I just wanted to hear you say the truth yourself." This meant the one lying was Kim Long Sahanin. The owner of the unconsciously clenched hand spoke, "I'm sorry. There's still something I haven't told you." Kai, sitting by the bed, sincerely expressed, "I didn't intend to deceive you, but in the end, I used you without explaining." She carefully revealed what she knew. A long time ago, when the guild was first established, people with abilities like us were hunted and oppressed. So, the guild was created to provide a place where those with abilities could live with dignity and also with the hope of a world where everyone could coexist peacefully. But times have changed, and those with abilities are no longer ostracized. And a leader has joined hands with the guild. Speaking of which, she remembered that gigantic figure. It was then that I met Sahanin. His dragon eyes were filled with rage and vengeful hatred. Disgusting. "I will never forgive you, Black Dragon Zoa Aaron. I hate the humans you cherish." The flashback ended, and Kai slowly raised her hand, looking up at SDO and saying, "Zoa Aaron was the Black Dragon who didn't abandon humanity even until the last moment, choosing to remain in the human world." She pointed directly at him, stating her deduction, "SDO, I'm guessing you carry his blood." She frowned slightly, asserting based on her knowledge, "Because only a dragon can kill or injure another dragon nearing death. I can only assume that Sahanin survived after killing Zoa Aaron." Then she recalled the moment she arrived at the giant dragon's location, saying, "After the roar subsided, I went back to search." And when she saw that the ground bore no trace, she was heartbroken, but Sahanin had vanished without a trace. She gradually regained her composure and questioned. "I was certain he was plotting something, so I wandered the world to track him down. Finally, I found his trail in the eastern continent, the furthest from the Empire. Kai bowed her head slightly, gravely muttering to herself. Although he had lost his former authority, Sahanan's seizing the position of Pope and openly confronting the Ignis Guild means he has begun to act on his desire to destroy the world he hates. It was during that time that I found you. Estio, who had been silently listening attentively to her, said, I feared you would follow the path of the Emperor Dragon, hating humanity. Therefore, I want to keep you by my side. Suddenly, he called out her name, interrupting her, Kai. Immediately after, he posed a difficult question. Is it a sin simply to harbor hatred? Have you ever tried to see things from Sahanan's perspective? Hearing him, Kai was a little bewildered. Sahanan's perspective? She immediately shook her head in denial. Impossible. I don't have the ability to read people's hearts like you do. How could I possibly understand him? Estio firmly asserted in response. You can still try to guess. Immediately afterward, he hypothesized, perhaps Sahanan was the one who sensed the hostility from you first. I also hate those who hate me. Hearing what he said, Kai lowered her head, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought, but Sahanan's rage and power cannot be taken lightly. Having thought it over, she stood up, preparing to leave. It's late. Everyone should rest. Estio quickly stepped aside, thanking her. Thank you for telling me this story without hiding anything. Seeing him thank her, she was surprised. You're not angry? He calmly repeated his previous word in response. I'll say it again. Just because you hadn't said it aloud doesn't mean I didn't already know. Hearing this, Kai agreed somewhat. That's true. Without further ado, she pulled up the hood of her cloak and walked towards the door, bidding farewell, good night. The next morning, a hollow voice echoed throughout the inn. Sorry to disturb you. In Estio's room, he and the others stared intently at the person walking unsteadily, worried. Parker, you can walk again? He turned around, giving a thumbs up with a bright smile, replying, I'm completely fine. Let's go. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. From outside the door rushed in the village children, excitedly greeting them. Hello, Ignis Guild members. Seeing the children, Estio's group was immediately surrounded by giant question marks. At that moment, Parker watched the children rush past him, complaining, Hey kids, bursting in like this is going to cause trouble. He saw that they were ignoring him and quickly reminded them, if you want to see the leader, you have to speak properly, one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, the children immediately stood in a neat line in front of Estio. He looked at the children before him and asked, Are you waiting for me? The children quickly nodded in reply. We've been here since before sunrise. Please accept Rian's request. He reluctantly looked at the children and instructed them again. I explained the procedure clearly yesterday. If you want to submit a request, please do so at the nearest branch. But the freckled boy cried out in distress. But we can't leave the forest. Just then, the remaining boy at the door entered. Excuse me, sir. The red-haired boy, who seemed to be the leader of the group, stepped in and inquired, You're refusing because you've already accepted another mission, right? The boy frowned slightly and pleaded sincerely. Then, after you finish that, could you help us? Hearing his words, the other children immediately put on pleading expressions. Yes, you can accept it after you finish the other mission, please. The freckled boy pleaded to the point of tears. If you leave, we don't know when we'll see anyone from the guild again. Caught in a difficult situation, Estio turned to Kai for help, but it seemed she was on the children's side. Her face held a saintly smile, radiating sparkling light. Troubled and flustered, Estio turned his head to look in another direction. Then he met the pleading, pitiful gaze of the red-haired boy, the leader of the village children. Suddenly, an image from the past surfaced, a large bear being carried by a large man, Rian's father. The man carrying the bear proudly showed off his catch to the delighted boy. Look what your father caught. Young Rian excitedly declared his dream. I'll become the best ranger in the village, just like Dad. Hearing this, the boy's father praised him. Good. So what do you want me to do this time? Hearing him ask, the boy suddenly hesitated. He hesitated about his request. Unexpectedly, the boy's eyes began to well up with tears. Rian seemed unable to control his emotions, squeezing his eyes shut and muttering in frustration, "Damn it." He clenched his fists and with all his might revealed, "Honestly, I want to leave the forest myself to find my father. But if I leave, I don't know what to do or where to go. I can't do anything." Rian mustered all his courage and loudly voiced his request. "Please find my father in the capital. Please find him and tell me how he is. Even just a little, please." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy burst into tears. Seeing the boy like this, Estio said with a hint of regret, "I'm sorry, but I can't accept your request." Hearing this, Rian immediately turned his head in disappointment. "I knew from the start you wouldn't be able to do it." But before he could finish speaking, Estio interrupted him. "On the contrary, I will personally go and find out about your father." When he heard Rian's next question, "What's your father's name, Rian?" the boy turned his head. He quickly stopped crying and put his hand on Estio's shoulder, replying, "It's Isaac." Upon receiving the answer, Estio stood up and said, "I understand. When I complete my mission, I'll pass by here. Wait for me, okay?" The boy suddenly thought of something and hesitated a little. Then, "What about the price?" Estio didn't think twice and refused. "This isn't a mission, so you don't need to pay. But promise me you'll wait here and not leave the forest." The boy happily promised, "I promise." "Thank you." Immediately after, Estio turned towards the door, satisfied. "All right." Suddenly, the boy called out to stop him. But," hearing the boy's question, Estio paused. "What's your name?" He immediately turned back and answered with a gentle smile. "Estio." The scene transitioned from the inn to the dense forest beneath the clear blue sky. The chirping of insects amidst the sunlight created a lively soundscape. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out in the quiet space. "The weather's so nice." While humans enjoyed it, Aharu complained, "It's too hot." Baker held Estio with a hint of agreement that it's summer. "After all, lately, I've been waking up suddenly every morning because it's too hot." Aharu sighed wearily. "I just wish winter would come soon." Baker agreed with him again. "I prefer winter to summer too." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and exclaimed, "You're from the desert, right? Shouldn't you like hot weather more?" "Aharu," Estio asked back, a little exasperated. "Good heavens, if that's the case, do you also like eating insects because you're a bird?" Seeing Estio teasing him, Baker retorted angrily, "I'm not a bird, I'm a winged one, and I absolutely hate insects." Based on Baker's answer, Aharu said, "I also hate summer. It's just that I was born in the desert." "You're really prejudiced." Hearing them bicker, Kai approached Estio and commented, "It seems like they don't get along at all." Estio calmly reassured her, "It's okay. Aharu doesn't hate Baker. If he really hated him, he would have shown it clearly." But Kai seemed unconvinced as she watched them squabble. "But I feel like he's being quite aggressive right now." Estio, unconcerned, replied matter-of-factly, "That's just his usual way of talking." Estio, understanding them well, reasoned, if he were facing someone he truly hated, it wouldn't just stop at this level. With that said, he turned away with a gentle smile. Watching his actions, Kai pondered deeply. Asterisk, I definitely didn't see wrong. When he left the inn, he smiled. Asterisk. From this action of his, she confidently affirmed, Asterisk, yes, he's definitely different from Xuanan, who only lives for guidance and hatred. Asterisk, thinking this, she started a conversation. Estio, before we leave Vanview. Kai, with a curious mind, inquired, Can I ask why you accepted those children's request? Estio calmly replied, I didn't accept any request. Hearing this, she hurriedly corrected herself. Of course, it wasn't a mission from the guild, but a promise. She continued to follow him, revealing, I only heard them talking. The rest of her words, instead of speaking them aloud, she murmured in her heart, Asterisk dragons always keep their promises. It seems he still doesn't understand how important a promise is to a dragon. Asterisk Estio, paying no mind to the heartfelt explanation, continued, We were already on our way to the capital, and since it wasn't too difficult, I decided to accept. Just then, Suki appeared and exclaimed, You're not heartless. As soon as the words left her mouth, he remembered the crying boy from the village and assured her, I'll personally look into what happened to Rian's father. This won't affect anyone else, so there's no need to worry. Having said that, he seemed to remember something and turned around to ask, would acting alone like this violate any guild rules? Kai shook her head, and it doesn't. Immediately after, Baker, who seemed to have finished arguing with Aharu, cleared his throat. Captain, as long as it doesn't violate the rules the Guardians requested, you can do whatever you want. He cheerfully added, actually, the captain's support team is already in place, so feel free to do as you please. SDO, a little surprised, asked for clarification. Even personal matters? Baker laughed heartily. Of course. It's all work, after all. All guild members are paid based on the work they do. His eyes sparkling, he expressed his own desire. I'm going to work hard because I want to get a blue Pegasus this year. SDO, hearing this for the first time, asked innocently, what's a blue Pegasus? Hearing his naive question, Baker sagely explained, simply put, it's a horse with wings. These Pegasi are very fast and strong, but they only care about sparkling gems, so they're quite difficult to manage. Baker puffed out his chest proudly. Where I come from, many avians dream of riding Pegasi in unicorns. Hearing this, SDO looked at Baker's wings. Don't you already have wings? Baker raised his hand, seemingly mimicking Aharu, and offered an example. While humans have legs, but they still ride horses. We're the same. He then embraced Aharu and skipped ahead. If I could, I want a Pegasus more than a unicorn. SDO, watching him, asked, puzzled, is there a big difference between them? Baker, picturing the mythical creatures, explained, although they're the same species, unicorns are usually female. And instead of wings, they have a horn with healing abilities. Pegasi are male and have incredibly large wings. He dreamily envisioned a wondrous scene. It would be amazing to put silver armor on that blue fur. If I get one, I'll show you, Captain, first. Looking at his enthusiasm, SDO said, a little wearily, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. After that, they ended their conversation and continued forward. Baker, full of excitement, took the lead instead of SDO, skipping and hopping along. The forest returned to its initial tranquility. Under the sweltering summer sun, only the sound of insects remained. After a while, Baker reached a rocky outcrop, shielded his eyes from the sun, and looked ahead, spotting something. He pointed excitedly. Captain, look! In the sky, a flock of white birds soared freely. Below the ground, a magnificent, awe-inspiring castle gradually came into view. He looked at the majestic scene before him and exclaimed, we've finally arrived at the capital, Ellie. He excitedly gazed at the castle ahead. That castle in the distance is Zabaran Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright voice rang out. Oh my, it's wonderful. Nizu, full of anticipation, described, it's more like a work of art than a city. Hearing this, Aharu asked curiously, do you know what a work of art is? Nizu nodded slightly, displaying their understanding. Of course. It's something that holds beauty. I feel it's truly beautiful. Suddenly, they became a little shy and asked hesitantly, but, can Nizu go there? Aharu, finding this puzzling, asked, is there a problem? Nizu clasped their hands together, rubbing them nervously, and stammered, well, to others. A feeling of withdrawn guilt immediately enveloped them as they continued. Nizu is dirty. The white-furred monkey was filled with shame. Well, to others, Nizu is very dirty. Hearing this, SDO fell silent, lost in thought. Nizu continued to voice their insecurities about their body. I'm really big, and I have a lot of fur. Just then, SDO stepped forward, interrupting them. I asked what Barong said that's bothering you. Hearing him ask, Nizu looked up at him, eyes watering, lips pressed tightly together, hesitating. Finally, they lowered their head and spoke honestly. To be honest, yes. Nizu remembered the moment when someone had pointed at them and yelled, another filthy one. Monsters are insects that need to be exterminated. Barong had shouted angrily. From the very beginning, it was a mistake to consider those things allies. After she finished speaking, Both Estio and Nizu fell silent, glancing at her. Doubt filled Nizu's heart. She's right. Most people hate beasts like me. Can I really stay with Estio? I want to protect Estio, but if I do, it might put him in more danger. Back in the present, Estio clasped his hands apologetically. I'm sorry for letting you hear those words, Nizu. Hearing him say that, Nizu exclaimed in surprise, It's not that I feel bad. They carefully expressed their inner thoughts. I'm worried. I'm worried that people will attack Estio again, just because of Nizu. Standing on a mountaintop with the others, looking down below, Nizu suggested the capital will have more people than other cities, right? If so, Nizu won't go inside. I'll just wait out here. Estio immediately stopped them. There's no need to do that. Hearing this, Nizu looked at him, but he gently placed his hand on Nizu's shoulder, reassuring them that it's not your fault. Nizu also gently placed their hand on his, replying thoughtfully, I know, but I don't like people who say such bad things. Hearing Nizu's continued refusal, Estio spoke with a touch of sternness. Nizu, I'll be very angry if I hear you say things like that again. He then turned his head to look forward, declaring resolutely, And I told you, you're not dirty. You're just different. Under the light of the setting sun, Estio offered reassuring words that I'll face them with you. Don't avoid their gaze. Nizu looked up at him, smiling and nodding slightly. Aharu immediately chimed in, offering their support, that if anyone says anything, I'll tell them off. Feeling encouraged, Nizu said cheerfully, Thank you. The scene gradually shifted closer to the villagers carrying and pulling goods below. Then it shifted to two men laughing and admiring a bird. And then the scene cut to Estio's group following the villagers into the city. The sky grew darker with the hues of sunset beyond the city walls. Beneath the gate, a guard questioned the group. Where are you from? We're from the Ignis Guild. Just as the guard was asking for something, Parker noticed Ahuru move. Please present your identification. Ahuru, seemingly sensing something, subtly shifted on the tree trunk. After being allowed through, they began to enter the capital city. Just then, Ahuru exclaimed, Oh, it smells so good here. His words caught Estio's attention. Oh, you smell something? Ahuru looked at the faint lights before him, puzzled by the question, Can't you sense it, Estio? Under the bewildered gazes directed at him, Ahuru immediately revealed, It's definitely the smell of divine power. Hearing his words, Kai seemed to realize something as well, adding, Now that you mention it, the capital has the only direct connection gate to the Holy Temple. Seeing his unexpected usefulness, Parker proudly lifted him up in praise. Wow, Ahuru, you can detect divine power. Praised, he excitedly replied, I don't really know. He didn't care about that and continued to praise him. Are trees sensitive to divine power? That's amazing. Ahuru looked at him in agreement. Maybe. Suddenly, he continued, feigning wisdom that, of course, divine power can only be sensed by chosen priests. I heard that trees often thrive in sacred places, and they wither and die in impure places. That's why there's a theory that trees were the first beings to discover divine power. Ahura looked at him helplessly, retorting, That's just a theory. Rebuffed, Parker chuckled, trying to save face. Actually, since we can't communicate with trees, we have no way to ask them, even if we're curious. After that, they continued deeper into the capital city, and Kai seemed to be looking for something. Suddenly, she stepped forward and called his name. Estio. She inquired, Do you know where we need to meet the requester? He nodded slightly, yes. Hearing that, Kai immediately considered and suggested, Well then, since we have a few days before the deadline, let's rest today. He was a little curious at her suggestion. I asked their particular reason. She carefully elaborated on her request a bit more. It's best to postpone the meeting so we can gather our fighting strength first. When she mentioned this, he let out a sound of realization. Estio then recalled the image of two gas and muttered, I assigned him because I remembered I said I'd call him when needed. Immediately after, Kai turned and called out the full name of the person beside her, Bunny Parker. Called out like that. He exclaimed in alarm, yes. Like a commander, She asked him, "Do you know where the Ignis Guild branch in Ellie is?" He regained his composure and answered her, "I've come here every year to deliver goods, so I'm very familiar with it." He suddenly realized something and was about to ask her, "But what about Kai?" She gently turned, revealing her intentions. "I have someone to meet." With that, she blended into the crowd and left. "You go ahead." Just like that, her figure gradually disappeared deeper into the city. Time passed, from the sunset's glow until night fell, and until the next morning at the Ignis Guild Ellie branch. Parker sat on a chair, watching Estio walk by, and asked, "Where are you going?" Carefully fastening his cloak, Estio replied, "I heard the guild has a separate team that manages information." Hearing this, Parker immediately jumped up excitedly. "The information management team? Ah, is this related to Riel's father? Oh my, you should have told me. This is the support team captain's job." Estio stepped back slightly, awkwardly refusing and "Oh, it's not necessary." But Parker seemed not to hear. He ran up the stairs, calling back to Estio, "Please wait here. I'll call the information team right away." Estio stared blankly, watching the man rush off, feathers fluttering from him in his haste, and could only manage a small "Ah." He watched helplessly as the feathers drifted in the air. "Parker," Estio called. Then Uhuru asked Nizu, "Did you know?" Nizu innocently replied, "No, what?" Looking towards the pigeons circling in the sky, Uhuru continued, "Every time a pigeon flaps its wings, 100 lice fall off it." Estio reminded him, "Uhuru, if you keep joking like that, you might actually be disliked in the future," he said. Hearing this, Uhuru looked slightly saddened and exclaimed, "Sorry." Seeing Uhuru like that, Estio thought to himself, he might be disliked by Parker in the future. It seemed he regretted saying it. "I shouldn't have said that," Estio thought. At that moment, Parker returned, bringing Skylatai with him. Parker's face clearly showed his cheerful mood. "Captain, I've brought them here," Parker announced. Skyla then stood at attention and politely greeted him. "Hello." She courteously introduced herself. "I'm the team leader of the Senior Information Management Division, Skylatai. It's an honor to meet the captain." After the greetings, Skyla and Estio sat down to discuss the matter. "What information are you looking for?" she asked. Estio immediately replied, "I'm looking for 2 things." Hearing this, Skyla asked, "Can we discuss the information here?" "One of them, yes," he answered. Then they began to discuss the main issue. "Can you tell me about that one first?" Skyla asked that I'm looking for a person. He said. She handed Estio a form and asked him to fill it out. "That I understand. Please fill out this form with the characteristics of the person you're looking for." He immediately took it and quickly filled in all the information he had. Name: Isaac. Age, hair color, eye color. Parker, observing from the side, wondered, how does he know when Riel didn't even provide a description? I guess the captain knows. In just a moment, Estio finished filling it out. Skyla then said, "I'll bypass the other documents since this isn't a formal request." She added, "All right then, we can change locations and continue our conversation." Suddenly, 3 men appeared out of nowhere, brazenly kicking the door open and stepping inside. They even broke a potted plant in the room. Seeing this, the people inside, still unsure of what was happening, looked at them with puzzled expressions. The 3 men, their faces full of murderous intent, slowly advanced. Estio seemed to recognize them, thinking to himself, the Ballista Guild I saw in Ranger Village. The waiter, his face showing a hint of bewilderment, asked hesitantly, "What are you doing here?" One of the men, looking annoyed, replied, "What?" He slammed his hand down on the table and continued, "What kind of question is that?" Seeing their behavior, the employee clutched his head in fear and let out a yell. "We're here to make a request." Hearing this, the employee calmed down slightly and replied, "I'm sorry, but that badge, you're not members of the Ballista Guild. Are you?" The man in the middle crossed his arms and said smugly, "So you recognize us. It seems the Great Ignis Guild does pay some attention to a weak guild like ours." The waiter immediately denied this. "I apologize, sir. but the Ignis Guild doesn't accept requests from other guilds. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's face crumpled in anger. The waiter continued, I'm also sorry to turn away a customer who has come to us, perhaps another time. Before he could finish, the men angrily shouted, We're not customers? Are you discriminating against us? Not getting their way, they started causing a scene. We said we'd pay and make a request. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Estio thought to himself, they're a bit rude, but I don't sense any malice from them. It seemed the Ballista Guild had misunderstood the waiter, who then tried to explain and calm them down. What I meant, sirs, is that we cannot accept members of other guilds as requesters. This applies to all guilds, not just Ignis. Before he could finish, one of them cursed, Damn it! We're being threatened, he exclaimed. Get your guild master here immediately. Seeing their behavior, the employee stammered, Try to reassure them. Please, calm down. There's no way we can calm down, they retorted, sweeping the papers off the table. Sensing the unstable situation, Estio stood up, intending to help. He thought, Asterisk, they seem to really need help. Right now, I need to check. Just a little longer, asterisk. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Violation of regulations. Estio turned towards the source of the voice. It was Burong. She continued, listing the offenses the three men had committed: property damage, disruption of business. Her eyes were cold as she approached. According to Alliance regulations, when a guild member enters the branch building of another guild, it is considered a provocation. After saying that, she immediately generated power. Estio, seeing this, was stunned for a moment. Burong, he called. She then decisively threw the javelin in her hand. She said, Annihilate, and her target was the man who had just been yelling. But surprisingly, in that precarious situation, Estio stood in front of the man, shielding him. Seeing his actions, Burong was extremely surprised. She quickly threw the javelin elsewhere before it hit Estio. The javelin plunged powerfully into the ground. No one was injured. After that, the two looked at each other, neither of them speaking. Then suddenly, Burong said, What is this guy doing here? Estio remained silent, not answering. The faces of the two men behind him also carried awkward expressions. One of them spoke up and asked, What the hell is going on, girl? She's a battle mage, Estio replied. Then, Xian Burong picked up her javelin. She asked, Did you follow me all the way here? I made it clear I refused to team up. Hearing this, Estio replied, You were about to kill this man. Burong didn't even show remorse, retorting, Well, they're intruders from another guild. He responded, We could have quietly sent them away. Xian Burong remained stubborn in her approach. She argued back, Killing them would be faster. Then, Estio posed a question. Was what they did wrong enough to warrant death? Burong pointed her javelin at Estio and said, They're trash that someone needs to clean up. I'm not telling you to do it, so get out of the way, coward. Seeing this, one of the Ballista Guild members stepped forward and pushed Estio aside. He said, I was going to let it go, but aren't you going too far? I didn't expect the guild called the greatest in the Empire to have such terrible customer service. Another guild member also expressed his disapproval. He said, Let's go. All right. Then he looked at Xian Burong and said with disappointment, We really came here to submit a request, not to fight. Hearing this, she didn't apologize, but instead brought her javelin to his throat. The Ballista Guild member continued, So if you don't put that damn javelin away, we'll draw our swords too. Now the man was completely enraged. The two of them glared at each other with killing intent, as if a fight would break out at any moment. Seeing this, Estio intervened. Lower your weapons. Burong reacted agitatedly, stepping back and saying, You're not even the leader. How dare you order me around? Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Bairang's face. It seemed like she wanted to grab her staff, but couldn't touch it. Burong looked around, searching. At some point, Bairang's staff had been moved to the corner of the room. She said in disbelief, What was that just now? It seemed Bairang's anger had reached its peak. She furiously called out, You. Then, Burong angrily rushed forward, grabbing Estio by the collar and shouting, What did you do to me? Hearing this, Estio didn't answer. responding with silence. Burong continued to press. Isn't your ability just reading? She continued, you're not human. If you're not human. While she was trying to get more information from SDO, the tip of Bairang's staff moved, pointing toward her. Seeing that, a member of the Ballista Guild warned, hey, be careful. SDO, watch out. Niju also yelled in surprise. Suddenly, someone slashed between the two of them. Fortunately, both Burong and SDO dodged in time. Shaken, Burong was still unsettled. It turned out to be Duke Haiga. He teased, hold on, hothead. He then walked over and put his arm around SDO's shoulders. If this man gets hurt even a little, I'll be really angry. Haiga's eyes flashed with a murderous aura. You won't like me when I'm angry, he said. Hearing this, Xian Burong gripped her staff tightly, thinking, I didn't even notice him approach. She then approached Haiga and asked, who are you? He smiled and replied, me? I'm a combat member of the support team. Burong continued, I heard there were no combat members. So you have one now. Haiga replied, only temporarily. My circumstances don't allow me to officially join the guild. After hearing his answer, she angrily said, you're helping him, but do you know what kind of monster he is? Haiga asked incredulously, monster? It seems you attacked him because he has different abilities. He then pointed towards Parker, who was standing there looking confused, and said, then why aren't you attacking that gentleman with wings over there? He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Parker stammered, I'm human. Even though Phoenix people might be a subspecies, we're still human. Haiga, unconcerned, continued. Besides, this big fellow over here has both white-furred monkey and human blood. So what? Are you only planning to kill half of him? Niju spoke up, don't bully SDO. Haiga continued, as you can see, this world is much more diverse than you think. If you cling to your own narrow-minded views, you won't be able to see the incredible things that exist. Despite Bairang's scowling face, he continued to lecture her, don't be arrogant. It's not your place to judge them. As expected, Xian Burong turned and walked away, fuming, without looking back. I don't know what happened, but it seems things have calmed down for now, Haiga said to SDO, who replied, thanks for your help. He then looked towards a Ballistic Guild member. SDO asked, so, what brings you here? The man stood up and replied, well, actually, the Ballista Guild is in danger of being disbanded, he said. The man said sadly, well, actually, the Ballista Guild is in danger of being disbanded. He continued in a distressed voice, we were scammed by that gambling quest that's been going around lately, and now we're about to go bankrupt. SDO asked in surprise, a gambling quest. The man explained it's a scam targeting smaller guilds recently. They offer a huge quest with an incredibly attractive reward, but it's extremely dangerous. If you fail to complete it, they charge a cancellation fee. SDO couldn't help but feel doubtful. Did you accept the mission without knowing how dangerous it was? The man hung his head apologetically. We knew, but the reward was too great to refuse. He clenched his trembling fists and continued. We just heard that the guild leader failed after returning to the capital. The other teammates beside him also lowered their heads, their faces grim. The man suddenly turned away, looking troubled, and said, what good is this information to a rookie like you? Sorry for the outburst. I'm leaving. Watching them walk away, Mubian curiously asked, aren't you going to tell them you're the commander? SDO replied, no, I don't want to interfere with their affairs. Parker ran up excitedly to greet them. Long time no see, Mubian. I thought it would take you quite a while since you had to go through multiple transfer gates. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Mubian replied, the one-gate-a-day rule is really just a suggestion. You know, he continued with a detailed explanation. As long as you accept the risks and don't file any complaints if there are side effects, anyone can use more gates than allowed. Parker was suddenly taken aback. Wait, don't tell me you went through 2 gates in one day. Mubian casually held up 4 fingers in response. No, I went through 4. Parker exclaimed in shock. What? Mubian calmly explained. I had some things to take care of before leaving the station for a while, and I felt that time was of the essence, so I came straight here. The longer I wait, the more news about my location will spread. Parker asked him with a mixture of confusion and concern. But I think you should get a health check. Should I call the medical team? Mubian laughed heartily, reassuring him, It's all right, I'm fine. Then, Estio suddenly interrupted him. We're not going today. Suddenly, someone approached them. It was Skyla, carrying a stack of documents. She greeted them. Thank you for waiting. We should continue this conversation elsewhere. She gestured upstairs. This way, please. Estio's footsteps slowed as he walked up. He suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, Need you? Can you go back to the room with Parker and wait for us? He replied, Yes, sir. Uhuru spoke up in disagreement. What? Where are you going? Aren't you going to take me with you? Estio confirmed. That's right, you can't come either. Uhuru let out a disappointed sigh. Estio explained, I know you're curious, but this is going to be boring and there won't be any information you want to know. I don't want you to hear it either. Uhuru fidgeted, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. That I'll wait, but you have to come back quickly. Estio smiled, agreeing with him. They quickly entered a private room. It was a large room with thousands of small books. Mubian hesitantly asked Estio, Hey, can I listen to this? Estio replied, Yeah, it's fine. He placed his hand on the chair beside him. Then, sitting down, he got straight to the point. I want you to investigate Sahanin. Estio continued, making it clear, I heard he lives on the eastern continent. There are also rumors that he will become the next pope. He might possess a golden artifact. Skyla, understanding his intent, searched for a document. Sahanin has been a person of interest. She handed the document to him. This is the latest report, updated today. Skyla continued, I'll entrust this entire report to you, Captain. After reading it, instead of returning it, please burn it. Her expression turned serious. Although we can't be completely certain, it's possible Sahanin will soon try to contact the guild. The Ballistic Guild mentioned they were threatened with disbandment before, right? Skyla explained gravely. Our Ignis Guild believes the one behind these demands, forcing guilds to disband to increase their power. Is Sahanin. She seemed to sweat as she spoke the name. And in the worst-case scenario, if all of this is aimed at destroying the Ignis Guild. Her words startled Estio that a war will break out. After their conversation in the private room, Estio and Mubian finally left. As they walked, Mubian inquired, Who is Sahanin? Estio answered him without hesitation, a dragon. Mubian couldn't help but be bewildered upon hearing something so unbelievable. He hesitantly probed, You're not joking, are you? Estio replied calmly, as if it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. That I'm not. Mubian fell into deep thought. Well, if the black dragon exists, it's not surprising that there's another dragon, but he seemed astonished as he pondered. The timing is too coincidental. Estio suddenly spoke knowingly. I heard he hates the black dragon. He continued calmly, The reason he's targeting the guild might be because of me. Mubian abruptly stopped, asking him suspiciously, So, are you going to leave the guild? Hearing no footsteps behind him, Estio also stopped and turned to answer, I haven't decided yet. Mubian said sadly, So you've thought about it. What if this golden dragon really is targeting you, Estio? He suddenly questioned Estio with indignation. Is this a problem that can be solved just by leaving the guild? Estio calmly replied, At least it would remove the reason to start. A war. Mubian frowned and raised his voice. Don't you want to stay in the guild? He clenched his fists in frustration. You just don't want a war to happen. As if having made a decision, Mubian knelt respectfully before Estio. He spoke earnestly. Give me your orders. What do you want your servant to do? Estio, taken aback by his actions, reached out to stop him. That I didn't call you here to ask for any favors. We really just needed a combat member on the team. The reason I let you hear about Sahanin is because I suddenly remembered you were searching for traces of dragons. Mubian's face darkened as he said in a low voice, The traces I was searching for. I've already found them. His words made Estio pause for a moment. At a magnificent, ancient building, a cheerful voice called out, Good morning. Kai greeted them with a smile. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've met. Nice to meet you, Mubian. He leisurely enjoyed his fragrant coffee, teasing, It's our first meeting, and you're already addressing me so casually. Kai chuckled and played along that I did that because I knew you were intentionally hiding your identity. Mubian set his glass down on the table and continued, even though this building belongs to you, seeing all the puppets on alert makes me want to play dumb. He rested his chin in his hand, feigning annoyance. S.O. Should I call you guild leader? Kai chuckled nervously. Just call me Kai. Mubian smiled amiably. Then call me Mubian. Suddenly, someone entered, accompanied by a gloomy voice. All right, who's the next idiot? Estio entered the room, carrying a Haru with Nizu at his side. Kai, you're here. Kai turned around cheerfully. I tried to get back before Mubian joined the group. Sorry I'm late. Seems our combat member is pretty quick, he added, then paused, noticing something odd. Kai looked at the bandaged wound on Estio's hand with concern. What happened to your hand while I was gone? Kai glanced at a Haru, whom Estio was holding. Did you give a Haru your blood again? Estio admitted, yeah, it stopped drinking water at some point. A Haru stirred, looking extremely healthy. I feel full of energy. Kai pondered for a moment, then advised Estio, it's hard to think of it as a normal plant, so it's best not to let it drink your blood too often. Without further delay, Kai turned and suggested, let's go meet the client. He added, they're in a wealthy, crowded district nearby. Estio's group walked cheerfully down the street. Parker suddenly turned to Mubian.Mr. Mubian, are you all right with meeting the client? Mubian leaned back casually. Yeah, I don't care much, he said, then added with a sigh, there's only one person in the royal city I don't want to see. Mubian closed his eyes indifferently. Otherwise, I don't have any grudges against anyone in the royal family. The client we're meeting today probably doesn't even know my face. After a while, they arrived at a house with a beautiful flower garden that we're here, someone said. The small house was secluded from the bustling street. They quickly entered the house, the doorbell chiming cheerfully. A girl with green hair, holding a large bouquet of flowers, greeted them brightly. Welcome. I'm Lantana from Evergreen Hill. What flowers are you looking for? Estio stepped inside and replied, we're here to see the crystal flowers. Please lead us to the hill where they bloom. Lantana maintained her cheerful smile. Oh, you have an invitation? Estio immediately presented an iron coin. Yes. Lantana, after confirming the invitation, directed them with her eyes, confirmed. Please come in and wait a moment. Estio's group followed Lantana's directions and entered the room. As soon as they stepped inside, someone quickly drew the curtains, covering the area. A line of stern-faced people guarded the passage. Mubian glanced at them, thinking they're all knights. He then looked at Lantana, who was preparing to unlock the next room, and wondered suspiciously, the guide is a maid? Inside the room, a vibrant vase of flowers was displayed. Lantana quickly poured tea for them. She lifted the teapot and cheerfully introduced it. This is Locusta tea. It helps to clear the mind. This flower has a minty flavor, so will dispel any drowsiness. Parker took the first sip of tea, his face grimacing as if he wanted to spit it out immediately. The smell was too strong. Lantana inquired, it clears your mind, right? She seemed surprised to see Estio take a sip quite calmly. Oh my, you don't seem surprised. Most people find it unpleasant the first time. Estio replied casually, I know a candy with a similar taste. His words made Lantana excited. Seaway-flavored candy, she exclaimed. She excitedly approached Estio. Is that Adelphia specialty? That's Seaway flavor. Estio replied, surprised yes. Lantana, thrilled, grasped Estio's hand. It's quite an acquired taste, so rarely anyone recognizes it as a candy flavor. It's nice to meet someone who understands. Mubian impatiently spoke up, urging kid, get to the point. His words startled Lantana, and she quickly released Estio's hand. Oh dear, I got carried away. She politely greeted them. I am Lantana, the eldest princess of the Marissa Empire. Unable to leave the palace, at her behest, I have come to relay this request. She looked towards Estio, making it clear, I hear the guild leader of Ignis has the ability to read minds. Lantana held up 3 fingers, explaining, when the princess questions those 3 people, you just need to accompany her, listen to their answers, and confirm whether they're telling the truth. Simple enough, right, leader? Lantana asked with a smile. Estio couldn't help but ask after I confirm, what will happen to them? Lantana thought for a moment and replied, well, if they tell the truth, they will receive appropriate treatment. But those who dare to lie before the royal family. Her eyes suddenly sharpened with a hint of malice. Will be executed. Of course, you wouldn't be an exception. After those words, she maintained a polite smile while the room fell silent. Mubian sighed under his breath, disapproving that that means the leader is just being used as a political tool. The rumors of a righteous princess were just rumors. Like father, like daughter. Estio didn't take long to think. He quickly made his decision that I accept the request. Mubian was startled by his words. Lantana put her hands on her hips, seemingly dissatisfied that I thought you would hesitate a little, so I'm a bit surprised. How can someone be so fearless? Estio calmly asked, should I be afraid? Lantana suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Leader, please be serious about your decision. She asked sternly, are you confident enough to fulfill this request without displeasing the princess? Estio didn't answer, but instead proposed, before that, I want to ask something. His gaze seemed to see through everything. This question, are you asking it as the princess of the empire? Estio stared at the girl before him. Lantana, no, Princess Marissa. His words stunned Lantana for a moment. The half-drunk teacup was suddenly knocked over, spilling onto the table and breaking the silence. Parker, startled and flustered, quickly apologized that I am sorry. My hand slipped. I'll clean it up right away. Suddenly, Lantana spoke up, I knew it. She excitedly patted her chest, looking delighted, just like the rumors. You just read my mind, right? Lantana is my birth name. My mother gave me that name because I looked like the white lantana flowers. She honestly removed the clip from her hair. That M.Y. real name is Marissa Esruberziniconia. Her hair gradually shifted from blue to a brilliant, shimmering gold, a magical transformation of color. Lantana returned to her noble form as Princess Marissa. The one who requested your presence here is me. Marissa continued, making her intentions clear. Currently, I am searching for the traitor who betrayed His Majesty the Emperor. Although I've narrowed the list down to 3 people, we have yet to find any further evidence. She spoke seriously. If the royal family openly suspects them, the consequences will be extremely severe. Marissa raised a hand to her mouth, signaling for silence. This mission must be conducted in secret. Therefore, I cannot give orders as First Princess Marissa. Estio looked up at her and inquired, I've accepted your request. Tell me whose mind I need to read. Marissa listed a series of influential figures, Count Endymion, Duke Delphia, and someone very close to me, the 5th Prince of the Jers Empire, Furuberezinikidian. Back at the luxurious building, Mubian couldn't help but exclaim about the targets. That's unexpected. The Imperial Princess suspects her own brother, Prince Jers. He poked a small flower, his voice laced with sarcasm. Well, it makes sense. A family rotten to the core. Aharu yelled indignantly, Stop poking the flower. It doesn't like it. He hopped up and down, expressing his outrage. Mubian ignored him, turning his gaze towards Estio. Sir Estio, is this crystal flower saying it doesn't like me? Estio shook his head. I don't know. I can't hear plants unless they want to speak. Mubian teased Aharu. See? It didn't say anything. Aharu was so irritated he looked like he was about to burst into flames. What? Just because it doesn't speak doesn't mean you can touch it all you want. Are you ignoring plant rights? He frowned, continuing to provoke him. Do plants have human rights? Aharu scowled, even more. I know you're doing this on purpose. Mubian stopped teasing him and seriously asked Estio, more importantly, will everything really be all right? The Imperial Palace will be no different from a battlefield. Estio remained calm and replied, as long as I'm in the guild, I'll carry out the mission, whether I want to or not. He continued, explaining in detail, because the guild has allowed me to be here. Outside, the sky suddenly began to darken, and raindrops began to fall, quickly turning into a downpour. A drop of water slipped through the window and landed on Haru's head, making him cry out cold. He looked up at the windowsill urgently, crying and urging someone, "Our crystal flower is about to get hit by the rain. Someone pull it back quickly." Kai kindly went over to move the small plant, and was suddenly surprised by what she saw. The small flower's color changed from white to purple, making her exclaim, "This is a flower that changes color when it comes into contact with water." So that's why it's called a crystal flower. That's so cool. SDO stepped forward and embraced the small potted flower, prompting Mubian to ask, "Are you going to bring it inside?" He looked out at the pouring rain and explained, "It seems like it's afraid of the sound of the rain." Suddenly, a voice spoke, "Thank you, Lassie to the Black Tribe." The strange voice startled SDO. Parker asked worriedly, "Hey, it's raining really hard. Will Suki be all right?" Seeing SDO still frozen and not responding, Parker approached him. "Sir SDO, are you okay?" SDO suddenly came to his senses and answered him, Suki hates water, so it'll be back soon." Parker understood but still hesitated. "Well, that's all right, but..." He looked at the dark sky and the heavy rain and sighed. "The weather is terrible. It makes me a little worried." A long time passed, and Parker cried out in frustration, "Why has it been raining all week?" He wept in distress, while Mubian calmly explained, "It's the rainy season, so it will probably last for another 2 or 3 weeks." Looking at the pouring rain, Parker cried even harder in sadness. Suddenly, a carriage approaching caught his attention. A formally dressed person was slowly driving the carriage close to the building. Parker hurriedly announced to everyone, "It looks like the invitation has arrived." His words stunned them all. Parker quickly ran to the door. "I'll go tell Kai myself." The small potted flower spoke up again, "I'll go too." Everyone left the room. Only SDO paused, looking back at the potted flower. Niju turned back in confusion and urged him, "Let's go." The small potted flower pleaded again, "Take me with you, I want to see her." Its words made SDO's eyes widen in surprise. A moment later, in the waiting hall, a solemn knight entered and introduced himself. "I am a knight serving the eldest princess of the Empire. My name is Talon de Zapiro." He continued to explain the events in detail. "When you board the carriage, everyone will play the role of guild members tasked with protecting Duke Hyga." Then he described the lively scene of the ball. The Duke will attend the eldest princess's birthday celebration. Talon frowned sternly and warned, "If you cause any unacceptable trouble in the Imperial Palace, the royal family will not guarantee your protection." Then he asked seriously, "Do you truly accept this mission?" SDO, leading the group, answered him, "We accept." SDO and his companions declared, "Ready to go. Let's depart immediately." A moment later, they were escorted to the front of the magnificent castle. The carriage sped through the heavy rain towards the castle. Inside the castle, a beautiful flower garden appeared before their eyes. "I will lead everyone to the eldest princess's garden." Everyone gasped in unison and looked around. Parker exclaimed in astonishment before the large dome, "This is..." Outside the dome, the heavy rain continued to pour down. It's like we're standing inside a waterfall. Marissa, dressed in a beautiful gown, stepped out to greet them. "Everyone has arrived." Mubian knelt and respectfully greeted her. "Glory to the sun that shines upon the Empire and its children. I greet the eldest princess." We should have said that. He then looked up and asked, "But isn't this greeting a bit too impersonal? Outsiders might think we're meeting for the first time." Marissa smiled politely and replied, "Within the palace, it's better to be cautious, Duke Hyga." Mubian understood, if that is what the princess desires. Suddenly, Marissa's expression changed, her face darkening as she warned, "All right, from now on, you must absolutely obey my orders." Marissa's sudden change stunned the group, leaving them speechless for a moment. Unable to contain herself any longer, Marissa burst out laughing. Puff. She waved her hand, a bright smile on her face, I'm just kidding. Don't worry too much, he. Marissa, cheerful as ever, turned to instruct the maid. We're going to be meeting some cunning nobles, so it wouldn't be good if we were too stiff. Penzia, could you please bring the tea you prepared for the guests? The maid politely replied, Yes, Your Highness. Shortly after, a delectable cake was presented on the banquet table, along with other delicious sweets. Marissa elegantly raised her teacup, reassuring them, Don't worry. This is just a simple birthday party, although I'm still not very used to parties, so I'm a little nervous. Mubian thought to himself, Now that I think about it, I've never heard of the eldest princess participating in any high society social activities. He glanced at Marissa, who was still talking, and mused, She's received a lot of praise for her noble deeds, thanks to the charity work she's organized to help the community outside the palace. I can understand why she has such strong support, although I heard she gave up her right to the throne. But naturally, the other princes and princesses are still wary of her. Marissa cheerfully inquired, So, are you all feeling less tense now? Parker yawned widely, unable to help but wonder, I wasn't worried at all. Why is this, Yon? He suddenly looked at Marissa and flinched apologetically. Ack, please forgive me. I've been impolite in front of Your Highness. Marissa, unconcerned, replied thoroughly, It's all right. The tea has a calming agent that soothes the mind and relieves tension in your body. Mubian, hearing this, was slightly alarmed. Did you just say you put something in here? Marissa gently explained, I only use healthy ingredients, so you don't need to look at me with such a scary expression, Lord Hyga. Mubian breathed a sigh of relief. I wouldn't dare threaten the princess. Please forgive my impertinence. Marissa swirled the tea in her cup, unbothered, and oh no, I understand. I don't blame you for becoming wary when you hear that the tea you're drinking contains a foreign substance. This is a medicinal tea. The main ingredient is the leaves of a flower cultivated in the greenhouse, called Tula. Suddenly, she exclaimed, However, it does have the effect of making animals that consume it become overly excited. Her words made Niju pause. It suddenly realizes, My tea is a different kind. Marissa cheerfully took a large sip of her tea. But for us humans, it's just a harmless plant. Because it soothes the mind and loosens tense muscles, the knights often drink this tea during their breaks. She then looked pointedly in a certain direction, continuing, The Ignis Guild will always be a friend of the royal family because they discovered the answer in the labyrinth. Estio curiously inquired, So, all the flowers you use for tea are grown by your own hand? Are you a flower lover? Marissa spoke about her hobbies, her eyes softening considerably. Of course. I've met many different people and animals, but no creature is as honest as a flower. However, flowers can make sound, so at first, I found it a bit difficult. But you don't have to overthink your actions or hide your intentions in front of flowers. And because they can't speak, I can delude myself into thinking they like me. That's why I love flowers and plants so much. She suddenly paused, lost in thought. Why am I telling them all this? Is it the effect of the Tula tea? Realizing she had said too much, Marissa quickly stood up and suggested, Everyone seems relaxed now, so let's end the greetings here. We should prepare for dinner, shouldn't we? Talon, please show them the way. Talon quickly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Everyone left as instructed, except for Estio, who hesitated, seemingly deep in thought as he looked around the garden. Suddenly, he called out to Marissa, Your Highness. He offered her the small flower pot. I'd like to return this flower to you. Marissa asked, puzzled, Oh my, you don't like this flower? You own a cactus, so I thought you liked plants. Estio countered, This flower is lovely. He continued earnestly, But I think it's better to return it to its original owner rather than keep it with me. Marissa accepted the flower pot. Estio turned and left, following the others. I'll go prepare as you requested, Your Highness. Marissa stood silently, looking at the small flower pot in her hand. It seems very happy to be back. Then she looked in the direction of Estio's retreating figure and murmured, Estio, he seems more special than I thought. A while later, upon entering the hall, Niju raised an eyebrow, looking incredibly dejected. It's a shame Niju can't join everyone. But have a good time. Ahuru called out, remember to bring me back something to eat. He suddenly looked around as if searching for something. But where's that tiger? Estio suddenly remembered and exclaimed, ah. Niju also remembered and said worriedly, Niju is very worried. Suki is so late. What if he's been kidnapped? Ahuru couldn't help but complain, oh my god, that's the last thing we should be worried about. Mubian asked with concern, are you all right, Estio? He replied reassuringly, it'll be fine. They quickly walked to the banquet hall, where a servant respectfully guided them. Please enter this way. Inside, the room was elegant with luxurious furnishings. People dressed in elegant attire chatted politely. They erupted in murmurs when they saw Estio's group. Oh my, the rumors are true. Duke Haiga is personally attending the banquet. But why this banquet of all of them? They continued to gossip. Perhaps he has some connection to the Lunar Princess. I give up. Who knows what the lives of royals are like? Marissa approached Mubian and greeted him that I'm so glad you accepted my invitation, Duke Haiga. Mubian bowed formally in return. I offer my congratulations on your 21st birthday. The crowd began to notice Estio walking behind him. Wait, there's another black-haired man? Does Duke Haiga have a younger brother? Someone suddenly rebuked another person. Idiot, look at his outfit. That's a guild uniform. Mubian turned to look at his companions. All right, who's going first? Suddenly, someone called out, Lord Haiga. A person respectfully greeted him. It's been a while since I've seen you in a place like this. Are you well? Mubian looked at the unfamiliar face and exclaimed, I apologize, but I don't remember who you are. The other person understood and quickly replied, Oh, my mistake. The young man cheerfully introduced himself. I'm Rizi Endymion. I inherited the position of head of the Endymion family at the beginning of this year. Mubian smiled amiably and extended his hand to shake his. Ah, so you're the one the princess is waiting for. Hearing his words made Rizi overjoyed. Does her highness really say so? Mubian smoothly continued. I heard she's waiting to see if you're the right person. He thought to himself, as long as you're not a traitor. Suddenly, Mubian asked suspiciously, but didn't you receive a different name? He looked down, embarrassed, and continued, I'm a little ashamed to admit this, but that's right. His expression puzzled Mubian. Why is that? Rizi hesitated, not wanting to be clear. Well, my family situation is a bit. Estio looked intently at him, as if pondering something. He could see Rizi's sorrowful thoughts, a child not recognized by the Holy Church. Mubian should understand the meaning of that. He certainly is someone who can't feel the pain of others, so continuing this conversation is pointless. Seeing this, Estio called out to Mubian, Lord Haiga. Suddenly, someone approached them and spoke curiously. I've been wondering why my sister's palace, a place that's always been deserted, is so lively today. Their robes fluttered authoritatively. It seems it's because a distinguished guest is here. Mubian, Rizi, and Estio suddenly froze in surprise at the newcomer. Mubian respectfully bowed and greeted them. I, Mubian the Haiga, offer my greetings to the fifth prince. Girls stepped forward and greeted him majestically. Welcome, Lord Haiga. I am Girls Ruberazin Akidian. Mubian glanced at Girls and smiled politely, greeting everyone in the banquet hall. Fifth prince, Girls Ruberazin Akidian. Mubian remained bowed respectfully, thinking to himself, I didn't expect to meet you in such a crowded place. Marissa approached excitedly. Girls. He also cheerfully stepped forward. Sister. Marissa raised an eyebrow reproachfully. You should have said something when you arrived. I just realized you were here. Girls apologized to her sister. I'm sorry, I should have greeted you first. The two sisters laughed and talked happily, leaving Estio and the others slightly surprised. Estio silently stared at the two of them. Marissa asked her brother with concern, You must be very busy with your studies. Are you sure you have time to be here? Girls laughed dismissively. This is what I should do as a member of the imperial family. Marissa dramatically pretended to cry, wailing, You're still so stiff. You're not as cute as you used to be since you grew up. Girls politely greeted her sister. Thank you for your concern. I should be going now. Marissa looked slightly surprised. So soon? Girls readily explained. Like you said, I'm quite busy these days. I just wanted to personally give you a gift. He took out an exquisite red box and presented it to his sister. Inside, a precious necklace was carefully packaged. This is a holy relic. It has the ability to heal wounds. Marissa happily picked up the necklace. That it's beautiful. She quickly put on the jeweled necklace and excitedly promised her brother, "Thank you. I'll treasure it." Girls suddenly paused. Yes, however, he glanced at Estio and Mubian and questioned his sister. Are these black dogs your answer to me? He feigned indifference, shrugging casually that it's fine. I knew you would test me. Marissa sweated nervously at her brother's perceptiveness, but he knew and still came here. Suddenly, girls moved like the wind, embracing his sister. Because I've shown you everything without hiding anything, I hope you'll listen to one request. Girls frankly proposed, you must always support me, okay? You mustn't abandon me. Marissa, stunned and stiff, hugged him back. Touched, she breathed, girls. But out of her sight, Girl's face twisted into a fierce scowl. Don't interfere. Girls projected his thoughts, warning Estio, who he suspected could read minds. Asterisk, you're a psychic who can read minds, aren't you? Stay there and do nothing. I will protect you from the enemy threatening the Ignis Guild. Asterisk, his thoughts made Estio pensive. Girl's gaze darkened, flashing menacingly. But if you dare get in my way, I will destroy your guild, so you'd best choose the next emperor of Ruber-Raisin wisely. A while later, Mubian sighed, complaining. That kid is a bit troublesome. He put his hands on his hips, irritated. He's just like a copy of the emperor. Damn it. But he seems very close to Her Highness. Parker smiled brightly, replying, he even brought a gift. Seeing the two siblings so close, I think the next generation will be very peaceful. Mubian shook his head, disagreeing. Peaceful? Nonsense. He won't sit still just because he's not next in line for the throne. Parker stammered awkwardly. Gee goodness, Lord Mubian, how could that be? The fifth prince seems to adore Princess Marissa, right, Captain? Estio remained silent, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Parker called out to him again, Captain. Only then did Estio snap out of his reverie. He hastily asked Parker, Oh, I'm sorry, Parker. What did you just ask me? Parker, sweating nervously, stammered in nothing but Captain. Parker, noticing Estio's preoccupation, asked with concern, You've been quiet. Is something bothering you? Estio looked slightly surprised and exclaimed, What? Estio suddenly clenched his fist, a realization dawning on him. Right, this feeling is called anxiety. He hung his head, troubled. This isn't good. It seems we have a problem. Everyone stood at attention, waiting for him to elaborate. I'm listening. What is it? What happened? Estio began to recount the details of the previous encounter. Just now, the fifth prince. After Estio finished his explanation, Mubian exclaimed in astonishment, That's a blatant threat. He crossed his arms, indignant. This is no longer childish mischief. Parker paled and urged Estio, Captain, let's refuse this request. We need to leave here immediately. Mubian interrupted him, asking, I agree, but is that even possible? Parker faltered, his face growing even whiter. Her Highness the Princess also threatened to have our heads if we fail. He then raised an eyebrow, analyzing the situation. But the nature of the request has changed, hasn't it? This is no longer a simple task, like finding a traitor. He contemplated the potential bloodshed, sighing, This is a battle for the throne. With that thought, Parker grew even more anxious and continued to advise Estio. These kinds of matters aren't something a guild should interfere with. We should heed the prince's warning. It would be better for us to stop here, even if it means displeasing Her Highness. The captain can deal with the consequences. Kai finally spoke up, sharing her thoughts. I understand. Although I suspected this possibility. Parker exclaimed in surprise. You knew. Kai continued. But I still think this has become more dangerous than we anticipated. Her gaze, full of expectation, turned towards Estio. What will you do, Captain? Estio shook his head without answering. I'm not the one who will make that decision. Marissa rushed in, interrupting their conversation. She spoke hurriedly. We're canceling the request. We'll send you the cancellation fee later. Please leave now. Estio asked doubtfully. It's odd if I don't tell you about what I read today. Marissa urgently instructed, Yes, don't tell anyone what you read today, not even me. Sweating profusely, she continued nervously. You don't need to meet Duke Delphia either. The request ends here. Marissa thought to herself, I don't want to know. It's best if I don't find any evidence. It'll be fine. Gers doesn't have anyone supporting him. Suddenly, Estio spoke, having read her thoughts. He does. His words startled Marissa. What? Estio continued. He's stronger than you think. He calmly expressed his thoughts. He's not complaining. He's been preparing for this since he was very young. What he said about you not abandoning him, he meant it. His words gave Marissa pause. She gritted her teeth in anger. How dare you? Who gave you permission to eavesdrop on my private thoughts? Once again, she instructed them. The only reason I treated you specially was because of the request. Don't interfere in this matter anymore. They understood and bowed in unison. We will take our leave as you command. Immediately afterward, they left the castle, looking at the potted plant on the table. Marissa hugged the small flower pot and fell silent. She fiddled with its leaves, pondering Estio's words. Wait, if Gers is more powerful than she thought and has been preparing to seize the throne for a while. Then she considered a possibility. Were all of them traitors? The rain continued to pour outside the palace. Estio and his group quickly departed after the banquet. Seeing Marissa still lost in thought, a worried maid called out to her, Your Highness. Suddenly, Marissa turned and walked quickly in one direction, startling the maid. Your Highness. Marissa hurried forward and called out to the group about to leave. Wait. Please stop. She grabbed Estio's hand and asked seriously, Tell me, how deeply can you read someone's heart? Estio quickly replied, How deeply do you want to know? Your Highness. Marissa's hands trembled uncontrollably. She lowered her head and hesitantly spoke, I need to stop that child. Marissa looked directly at Estio. Tell me everything you read. Sometime later, Estio and his group finally left in a carriage, heading towards an unknown destination. Baker's face paled considerably. Distraught, he muttered, in the end, it still came to this. Mabien crossed his arms and calmly replied, There's nothing else we can do when Her Highness the Princess herself tearfully begged us. Baker, sweating nervously, exclaimed, Even so, I really thought the request had been canceled. I never thought we'd actually travel all the way to the Delphia family's territory like this. Soon, they arrived at the elegant estate of a powerful family. A refined man bowed in greeting. Simplatina Delphia offers his greetings to Her Highness the eldest princess. Marissa returned the courtesy. It's been a while, Duke Delphia. Sin smiled warmly, welcoming his esteemed guest. I prepared a bath for you. Please take some time to relax. Marissa graciously replied, Thank you. After Marissa left with the maid, Sin's demeanor abruptly changed, and he continued with a look of disdain. Now that that's over, he crossed his arms, his eyes sharp as he scrutinized Mabien. Someone from the Haiga clan shouldn't have any connection to Her Highness. What are you doing here? Mabien hid his annoyance and forced a polite smile. Oh my. Why would you say such a thing? We still have blood ties to the princess. Sin scoffed sarcastically. How laughable. If you cherish the royal family as you say, the situation wouldn't have become like this. Mabien appeared unfazed by his taunts and maintained a polite smile. Oh, but Her Highness the eldest princess has a reason for coming all the way to the Delphia territory, doesn't she? Could you explain what that is? Mabien's barbed words left Sin speechless, only able to exclaim in frustration, You're still as quick-witted as ever. Mabien laughed heartily, acknowledging the compliment. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. Sin's smile stiffened. Inwardly, he cursed this guy really. He maintained a polite facade and forced a smile as he spoke to Mobian. But at least I admire you for still being alive after the Emperor's games, Duke Haiga. Then he frankly warned Mobian, but that's as far as it goes. Even though everyone knows about you lurking around my territory like a beast, I expect you to maintain your humanity within my domain. Having stated her wishes clearly, Marissa turned to leave, and wise servants will lead you to the guest rooms, she said. Rest well. After you've had some time to relax, we will receive you in the dining hall, which has been formally prepared for our esteemed guests. Delicious-looking dishes were laid out on the table. Estio and his companions sat silently, observing the food without immediately partaking. Seated at the head of the table, Sin inquired doubtfully, "These commoners, and oh, who are they?" Marissa promptly replied, "They are with me. You needn't concern yourself with them." Her words gave Sin pause. He didn't pry further. "Understood, Your Highness," he replied. Soon after, they began the feast, and expensive bottles of wine were brought out. The atmosphere was strangely quiet as everyone silently savored the dishes before them. After the tense meal, Marissa set her cutlery down and spoke, "Duke Delphia." She went straight to the point. "I came here to return your heart." Sin feigned confusion. Why heart? What do you mean?" Marissa's voice hardened. "We're not in a formal setting right now. Don't pretend you don't know." Marissa elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin and continued, "I find I must ask this question to ensure a truthful conversation." Her voice grew serious. "Who do you serve, Duke Delphia?" Sin broke out in a sweat, flustered by her words. "Princess Marissa, how can you ask me such a thing?" Marissa, impatient, pressed him again. "Answer me, Delphia. Whose side are you on?" Sin frowned, falling silent to carefully consider his response. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly stood. He walked towards Marissa and knelt respectfully before her. "I, Simplana Delphia, hereby declare that all children born into the Delphia family will serve only His Imperial Majesty, now and forevermore." Marissa, unconvinced, exclaimed, "Lies." She sternly questioned him. "If you're truly loyal to the Emperor, then who dares to push Gers towards the throne?" Sin, sweating, quickly denied, "No one would dare such a thing, Your Highness." "Then why?" Marissa clenched her fists in frustration. Sin continued, his voice clear, "I believe you also know that it is the duty of the imperial family to make their servants choose their master." He looked up, confidently asserting, "Prince Gers has accomplished that." Sin's words enraged Marissa. She stood up abruptly and rebuked him. "The one chosen to inherit the throne is Gu, not Gers. Are you trying to defy the Emperor's will?" Sin remained remarkably calm in the face of her outburst. "I implore you to reconsider, Your Highness. That is a choice that can change at any moment." He raised an eyebrow, explaining, "Crown Prince Gu aims to eliminate all of his siblings the moment he ascends the throne." Marissa gasped. "What?" Sin continued his explanation. "Prince Gers may be young, but he has chosen to fight for this position to protect you, Princess Marissa." He frowned, his voice firm. "The Delphia family will obey the Emperor's command under any circumstances. However, if we can help secure the future of the imperial family." To Marissa's astonishment, Sin continued, "We wish to use our power to support a leader willing to fight to protect. We beg you to punish this disloyalty." The information Sin revealed caused Marissa to lose her composure. Her face paled in shock. She abruptly turned and left, leaving Sin kneeling there. Before departing, she quietly said to Estio's group, "We will return tomorrow." Outside the mansion, the rain continued to pour. Dark clouds gathered ominously. In a room somewhere, Baker lamented, "This is frustrating. We came all this way." He suddenly felt uneasy. "I'm a little worried. What if something big breaks out because of this?" Mabian remained unfazed by the recent events. This isn't the first time internal conflict has appeared in the Empire's history. Honestly, I find it more surprising that the Empire is still standing. Baker, disapprovingly, advised him, "You're a man who stands on the front lines to protect the Empire, and yet you say such things." Suddenly, Mabian asked him, Have you ever kept a dog? Baker, confused, replied, No, why? Mabian explained thoroughly. Dogs also like owners who feed them, care for them, pay attention to them, and love them. Those are their masters. Baker hesitantly understood and exclaimed, I understand. Mabian continued, making his point clear, me too. I don't raise my sword to protect the country. What are you going to do now? If you just leave Her Highness like that, the situation will only become more complicated. Estio was equally troubled and lost in thought. Niju looked at him with a puzzled expression. Estio, flustered, exclaimed, Honestly, at this point, I don't know how I should continue to ask. The group fell silent for a moment after his frank words. Uhuru suddenly spoke up. Well then, he suggested, can't you just control all of them? The Duke, or the Prince, or anyone else? Uhuru bounced on the table, continuing, just order them not to kill anyone, and the problem is solved. Estio replied, My ability doesn't last that long, so unless I stay in the palace permanently, it's very difficult to do. Uhuru said sadly, Oh, really? Estio turned his face away, unable to help but think, If I could, I wouldn't want to use that power. He sighed inwardly. Is this why the Dragon Clan keeps their distance from humanity? Uhuru continued to offer another approach. So what if we instigate the war ourselves? Niju disagreed, objecting we can't do that. Estio would be in danger. Uhuru waved his arms uncertainly. So, can we say that Mabian supports the fifth prince? If both dukes support him, then even the emperor can't object. Mabian interrupted him. Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't openly oppose the emperor's wishes like that. Uhuru asked in surprise, why? Delphia just did. Mabian looked away, explaining thoroughly, Our situation is different from his. To put it simply, it concerns the fate of the people in the territory who helped us when our clan was on the verge of destruction. Uhuru understood and dismissed his idea. Tisich, fine then. A new day arrived. The rain had stopped, and the warm sunlight bathed the mansion. A black cat scratched lightly at the window of a certain room, meow. The person inside heard his voice and called out. Suki? Estio quickly opened the door to let him in. Suki immediately began his report. The child asked me to find his father. I found him. Estio looked surprised at Rian's father. Suki explained in detail. His name is Isaac. It seems they didn't want to leave any trace, so it was quite difficult to find him. I spent a lot of time searching. Estio asked in astonishment. Did you go to him directly? Suki confirmed. Yes. There's evidence he was taken to the fifth prince's palace. He's currently in the capital. Kai, seeing him by the window, walked over. She murmured, seemingly having guessed, It looks like the Black Tiger went to find the Zanvu child's father. Estio replied to her, That's right. It seems the fifth prince's men captured him. Kai exclaimed in surprise. Guards skilled in ambush and hunting, kidnapping people. Suki recalled the scene and explained. There were other soldiers who came from the same village as him. He continued. They didn't look like they were being treated well. They're secretly training on their own. You won't easily be able to meet him. Suddenly, Estio lifted him up. Thanks for the information, Suki. Holding him gently, he instructed, Next time you go out, tell me first. I was very worried about you. Feeling the warmth, Suki readily agreed. All right, I will. Baker also approached them. Oh, Suki's back? He couldn't hide his excitement. Niju greeted Suki with a bright smile. Welcome back, Suki. I'm glad you're okay. Uhuru missed you a lot. Mubian pointed towards Uhuru and exclaimed, The cactus is sleeping now. Should I wake it up? Suki, lazily draped over Estio's shoulder, replied, No need. We're about to leave. A short while later, in front of the luxurious mansion, Sin respectfully greeted Marissa. Your Highness Marissa. She was about to turn and board the carriage when she paused. Oh, you still have something to say? Duke Delphia? Placing a hand on his chest, Sin bowed and replied, This unfaithful one dares to inform you that you hold the key to this battle, Your Highness. His words made Marissa burst into laughter. Oh, her expression couldn't hide her indignation. How laughable. How could I, who couldn't even sway the heart of a loyal servant of the Empire, possess such ability? Under her sharp gaze, Sin quickly knelt, showing sincerity. Your Highness Marissa, this might be difficult, but please do not avoid this conflict. He continued with conviction that I will surely obey every decision made by Her Highness the eldest princess for the future and glory of the Ruberraisin Empire. The carriages soon departed from the mansion. They stopped somewhere. The carriage halted before a stately building. Marissa walked in, greeted by the knight's respectful bows that I almost knew nothing about Ger's plan against the emperor. She frowned in thought. And if the crown prince is planning to eliminate all the other heirs, it means the emperor knows about this but is deliberately ignoring it. Marissa couldn't help but feel confused by the complicated situation. What can I do from now on? Suddenly, she turned back towards the transfer gate. Well done, we'll part ways here. Marissa looked at those present and declared, Thank you for giving me courage. She smiled radiantly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought to visit Duke Delphia. Estio bowed respectfully in return. Yes, I wish you a safe return. She cheerfully bid them farewell. Indeed, everyone. She hadn't finished speaking when Marissa's eyes widened in surprise as she sensed something unusual and dangerous. Something whizzed past her face, startling her. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion erupted in the middle of the room. Marissa collapsed to the ground in fright. "Oh!" The knights quickly shielded her. "Protect Her Highness." Marissa, still shaken, looked towards the source of the bright light. What is this? A group of people in black cloaks appeared near her. The leader had just thrown the dangerous object at her. Marissa questioned them loudly. Who are you? Show yourselves. Talon, sweating nervously, said, Your Highness, they are individuals with a considerably high level of magic. Marissa, filled with suspicion, exclaimed, They're targeting me, aren't they? She quickly regained her composure and instructed the knights, I'm all right. Focus on fighting. We need to capture at least one of them alive to interrogate them about who sent them. Talon understood and acknowledged her command, a SU command. The cloaked figures, without a word, once again extended their hands, summoning orbs of light. The orbs of light were repeatedly launched towards Marissa and the knights, causing them to struggle to defend themselves. A thick cloud of dust momentarily obscured their vision. When the dust settled, the cloaked figures had vanished. Damn it, they disappeared. Marissa was surprised to see Estio confronting one of the mysterious figures directly. Estio. She couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking, I heard he wasn't a combat specialist. Immediately, she ordered her knights, help him. One of the cloaked figures shouted in frustration. Damn it. He ran quickly, looking back to urge his companion. What are you doing? Hurry up. The person facing Estio responded in confusion. My legs won't move. Through the lingering smoke, Estio's sharp gaze was fixed on the mysterious figure. Another cloaked figure stopped, looking at his companion in bewilderment. Your legs won't move? What nonsense are you talking about? The first one angrily shouted, I don't know either. His heartless companion abandoned him and quickly left. Everyone will retreat first. The remaining figure paled in terror as he recalled. I only looked into his eyes for a moment. As he was hurriedly retreating, he paused, glancing at Estio nearby. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled when his two inconsiderate companions were thrown unceremoniously at his feet. Mubian, having just tossed them aside, complained, Oh dear, I caught them quite easily, but one of them died. Niju also excitedly carried two figures over to him. I caught these guys too. Baker joined in, bringing another captured person. Another one successfully delivered. Seeing his companions all captured, the figures standing frozen in the room panicked. He gritted his teeth in frustration and blurted out, Just kill me. Estio indifferently commanded. Sit down. The figure was forced to kneel by an unseen pressure. He clenched his teeth, bewildered by his body's involuntary reaction. Estio calmly walked forward, looked down at him, and continued to order, Lower your weapon. Put your hands on your head. The man trembled once more and obeyed, raising his hands above his head. His body wasn't under his control. Marissa, sweating profusely, stared blankly at Estio's abilities as she approached gratefully. Thanks to you all, we were able to easily capture the culprit. Thank you, Estio replied. We haven't caught the true mastermind behind this yet. Marissa glanced around, agreeing. That's right. She tightened her grip on her skirt, thinking resolutely. Now that things have come to this, I need their strength again. With that thought, she proposed, until we find the one pulling the strings behind this ambush, I want to hire your services again. Estio asked in surprise, Are you ordering us as a member of the royal family? Marissa replied in a serious tone, No. I, First Princess Marissa E.S. Ruberazin Aconia, require your assistance. I formally request it. She thought about the group from earlier, the Palagon Magic Guild, one of the strongest guilds, a professional magic guild consisting solely of mages. Marissa also guessed the person behind this attack and the one who hired them to carry it out, Crown Prince Gu. She silently sighed that I don't want to believe this, but the Crown Prince really is trying to eliminate all the other heirs. She fell silent, sweating nervously. This isn't enough. I still need more solid evidence. Soon after, the group arrived at Marissa's palace. Marissa gave them instructions and turned to leave. Please wait here. Baker looked up at the luxurious dome and exclaimed, Wow, we're here again. He clenched his fists excitedly. We must be the first guild members to enter Her Highness the Princess's garden twice, right? Kai confirmed his words that that's right. Mubian couldn't help but ask her, Strange. I heard that the Ignis Guild has a very deep connection with the royal family. Kai shrugged her shoulders reluctantly. It's a relationship built on paperwork. Suddenly, she remembered Lesky's lazy demeanor. Come to think of it, I heard that Vice Guild leader Lesky once met the Emperor directly. At the mention of him, Parker crossed his arms, displeased. Well, the Vice Guild leader mostly handles foreign affairs, but he's still a bit unreliable. Estio remained silent, not participating in their conversation. Kai turned to him and asked, Estio, after this, the royal family owes our guild a favor. Did you intentionally suggest that Her Highness seek our help again? She continued, speculating, Are you preparing for the moment Sahanan targets our guild by resolving this power struggle and using it as an excuse to protect the guild? Estio replied frankly, That's not entirely my purpose. You understand. Helping Her Highness is my personal desire. Although I do have other goals, they're solely for my own benefit, so you don't need to feel guilty. Kai nodded in understanding, if that's what you wish. She thought to herself, ever since she realized Estio's identity, she had seen him as a weapon against Sahanan. She suddenly fell silent. However, he was different from Sahanan. He wasn't consumed by rage and possessed many human emotions. She felt a pang of guilt about her scheme. Was it really right to involve him like this? Meanwhile, Parker strolled around the garden. He was surprised to see a familiar pot, that crystal flower. Mubian, also curious, approached and looked at the pot. Isn't this the crystal cactus flower you were looking for? Parker suddenly realized something. Oh, the color of the flower has turned a slightly gloomy blue. He couldn't help but sigh. But it doesn't look very lively, does it? Nisa looked closely at the small pot with a puzzled expression and asked, Q, I think it still looks healthy. Parker looked back at the flower pot and exclaimed in confusion, I must have been mistaken. Everyone fell silent and looked at Estio. Estio was confused when he saw them staring at him. He suddenly understood and exclaimed, Ah. Estio quickly walked towards them. Let me see. Parker jumped up happily. Thank you, Captain. Estio approached the small flower pot. His hand caressed its pale leaf. Uhuru exclaimed worriedly, What is it? Is the crystal really unwell? Did it get sick after coming here? After a moment of observation, Estio replied, It's not sick, but as Parker said, it's true that it doesn't look very lively. He looked back at the other listless flowers. This flower will wither soon. Estio suddenly fell silent, as if pondering something. Nizu and Uhuru, hearing his words, also looked sadly at the small flower pot. Mubian, surprised by Parker's perceptiveness, exclaimed, You noticed that its vitality had decreased. Parker turned to him and replied, "It was just a feeling. I thought I was mistaken." He was troubled as he pondered Estio's earlier words that I'm a little sad. Even as it's dying, it can't say it's in pain. Mubian quickly spoke up to reassure him, but its wish to return to its owner has been fulfilled, so it must be very happy. Suddenly, the small flower pot spoke up in protest. "I'm not happy." Estio, noticing its words, turned to look at it intently. The small flower pot continued, making its feelings clear. Would any living thing be happy knowing it's about to die? It spoke with a sense of contentment. "But even so, I can return to where I was born before I wither, so I have no regrets." Then it turned towards Estio and expressed its gratitude. "Thank you, Estio." Parker, noticing the flower's unusual behavior, asked, "Huh, did the flower just move?" Suddenly, a door opened, interrupting their conversation. A maid entered and respectfully invited them to join the feast. "Her Highness invites you to join her for a banquet." The afternoon sky was painted red. In a lavish banquet with enticing delicacies, the table decorated with vibrant flowers, made the group exclaim in awe, "Wow." Marissa smiled as she invited them to join. "Welcome, everyone. I'm a little embarrassed that I wasn't fully prepared." Mubian gaped in surprise at her words. "Not fully prepared? Princess, what is all this?" Marissa cheerfully replied, "I wanted to use it as a thank you." Her voice softened, although after the previous request, I realized what the royal family members desire is completely different. Moreover, choosing to become one of my people during these dangerous times isn't an easy decision. Marissa hid her feelings with a bright smile. "I want to show my gratitude through this banquet. I hope you all enjoy it." They followed her to the banquet table. Parker excitedly rushed forward. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mubian pondered this princess, thinking, this person, she's completely different from that cowardly prince. They quickly sat down at the banquet table to enjoy the delicious food. Suddenly, Estio spoke up. "Your Highness." Marissa turned her attention to him and asked enthusiastically, "Do you have something to say to me?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, she suggested, "Ah, am I making you uncomfortable? I can leave." Estio refuted her words. "That's not it, Your Highness." Marissa fell silent, thinking about something. She leaned closer to Estio, carefully observing him. "Your expression, why has it become like that?" Suddenly realizing her impropriety, she blushed and took a few steps back. "That I don't mean there's anything wrong with it, but you usually only show one expression, so I was a little curious." "I'm sorry. Did I make you feel uncomfortable?" Estio lowered his head and replied, "No, Your Highness." Inwardly, he mused, "That's right. Those who can't hear other people's thoughts will predict their emotions through their facial expressions. It would be strange if I always had the same expression." Both of them suddenly became awkward and didn't continue the conversation. To break the awkward silence, Marissa raised her glass here. She cheerfully introduced the special drink in her hand. "Try it. I used very good flower petals for our victory." She took a large, refreshing sip of the wine. The others quickly took a sip. The taste of the wine made Mubian pause in surprise. He curiously spoke up. "I have tried many delicious wines, but this is the first time I've tasted a flavor like this." Marissa frankly explained the preparation of this special wine. The base ingredient of this drink is Tantalus nectar, a precious flower that only blooms once every 10 years. It's also known as the golden flower because of its golden color. Hearing the name of the flower, Mubian exclaimed, "Oh ho, the name sounds luxurious too." Marissa swirled the wine in her glass and continued her detailed explanation. "Nectar has been used to make wine for a very long time. There's a saying that if you enjoy a drink made from nectar, you will possess both heaven and earth." She cheerfully joked, because they say that the nectar flower is a narcotic that can even tempt dragons. She enjoyed her own story. What a funny story, right? But her story startled Mubian. He spat out the wine he had just drunk in shock. Mubian's expression worried Marissa, who immediately asked, "Duke Haga, are you all right? Your face is covered in sweat." He stammered, You just said this is medicine?" Marissa covered her mouth, laughing. Haha. Are you surprised by that? Don't worry. Nectar flower is completely harmless to humans. Marissa conjured an image of a large dragon hovering around the beautiful flower. She continued to explain about this intriguing flower. Instead, we hear that it has a scent that attracts dragons. Because dragons have been gone for so long, this is a poor flower with no target to lure. Mubian felt even more confused, thinking, what does she mean? Meanwhile, Estio still held his glass, about to sip the wine, oblivious to their conversation. Suddenly, Zuki approached, attracting his attention. Estio. He advised Estio, it's best you don't drink that. Marissa suddenly remembered something and turned to Estio. Oh, right. Didn't you have something you wanted to say? Estio stopped drinking and placed the glass back. On the table, yes. He continued, the divine crystal flower you gave back is withering. Marissa was surprised to hear this. Oh my, it still looks fresh and lively. You can tell that. Estio thought about the fading flower and said, I can. It will wilt soon, but this is also inevitable. Usually, crystal flowers only live for a year. His words made Marissa feel a pang of sadness. A flower blooms quickly, and it withers quickly too. Another sprout will grow in its place, and when spring comes, a new, beautiful flower will bloom again. As if remembering something, she quickly explained, its life cycle may be short, but it's also very beautiful. I didn't intentionally give you a low-quality flower. Please don't misunderstand. Estio interrupted her. That flower asked me to bring it back to its owner. Marissa froze, confused. What? Estio faced her and clarified. It wished to spend its remaining time with that person, Princess. Marissa was silent for a moment, then asked incredulously, You can read the hearts of beings other than humans? She seemed astonished. That child wanted to return to me before wilting? Do plants have such feelings? Estio answered her doubts. It's rare for a plant to be able to let others know its thoughts or express such strong emotions. He continued, however, they also know who has cared for them and have similar feelings to humans. Marissa trembled and stammered, impossible. Mubian seemed to understand Marissa's feelings and thought. She said she liked plants because they couldn't talk, but now she knows they can think like us. Marissa started to cry, feeling sympathy for the wilting flower. If I had known this a little sooner. Her words surprised Mubian. She stood up abruptly, extremely anxious. I need to go see it right now, before the crystal flower withers. Can you help me read its heart, Estio? Estio was slightly taken aback by her actions, yes. The group quickly left the banquet table for the flower garden. Only Nizu and Ahuru remained, frozen in place. Ahuru asked Nizu, puzzled, What's wrong? Did you forget something? Nizu sniffed the air and exclaimed, I smell something strange. Ahuru, unconcerned, urged him, Isn't it just someone releasing snakes? Forget about it and follow them. Nizu continued to ponder the scent he'd just noticed. There's something. Suddenly, he stood up, startled, and yelled. This smell is... In the garden, Marissa reminisced about precious memories. This glasshouse garden was a gift from the Emperor for my 5th birthday. I initially loved it because it was beautiful, and over time, it became a place where I could spend quiet, private moments with the flowers and soothe my soul. She glanced at the nearby gardening tools, and then, before I knew it, gardening became my hobby. She looked back at the beautiful, vibrant flowers. They grow and bloom when I give them love. The more I care for them, the more beautiful they become. Marissa reached out and embraced a small, pitiful potted flower. I thought this was where the mark of care was most evident. She happily shared her feelings with everyone. That's why I always thought our interaction was one-sided and that I needed to take care of them. I never thought these little ones would cherish me back. Her cheeks flushed. Thinking back, I feel like such a fool. She affectionately nuzzled the small potted flower in her hands. Welcome back to me. We'll see each other again next year. The small potted flower was deeply moved. Marissa, interrupting their moment. Nizu rushed over, shouting a warning that I smell something burning. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Nizu urgently raised his voice. There's a fire. Immediately after his warning, Palace servants rush to address the fire. There's a fire at the entrance to the flower garden. Quickly extinguish it. Baker exclaimed worriedly. If it's at the garden entrance, weren't we just in that area? I hope the fire isn't too big. Marissa, sweating, added, you're right. The garden entrance is there. Mubian frowned, sensing something unusual, that something's not right. Pushing that thought aside for the moment, he urgently reminded them, let's get out of here first. The group followed him, running towards the fire. From the gate, flames blazed with thick black smoke. Fortunately, it hadn't spread too far. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted amidst the fire. The explosion reached them, and Mubian quickly shielded Marissa with his arm. Immediately after, Marissa anxiously asked, is everyone all right? Mubian, sensing danger, reminded her, Your Highness, please stay behind me. This is quite dangerous. The flames at the gate spread, obscuring their vision. This is an attack. Amidst the smoke, Marissa's maid emerged unharmed. Marissa was relieved to see her safe. Banshee. She rushed over and asked, Are you all right? Thank goodness. We need to inform the Emperor before things get more chaotic. Banshee sadly interrupted her. I apologize, Princess Marissa. Marissa exclaimed in surprise. What? Banshee, are you using magic to do something? The door quickly slammed shut, leaving Marissa stunned. Wait, Banshee. Mubian approached, understanding the situation. There's a traitor in the palace. I believe you've considered this possibility as well, Your Highness. Marissa pressed her lips together in frustration. Turning, she agreed with Mubian. You're right, Duke. The palace is a battlefield where anything can happen. Mubian grasped the hilt of his sword. Do we need to abandon trying to escape through conventional means, Your Highness? How detailed are the protective magic layers of this garden? Marissa hesitantly replied, the highest level. Mubian swung his sword forcefully at the closed door. But the sturdy door remained unscathed after his strike. Baker anxiously asked Kai, Hey no, Kai, is this difficult for you too? Kai, sweating profusely, explained, My puppets are made entirely of wood. Mubian looked upwards, troubled. This is a disaster. If I put more power into my attack, this entire structure will collapse. Suddenly, he remembered something, causing him to frown and pause. He turned to Marissa. Your Highness, don't you need to water the plants? She exclaimed, remembering, Oh. Marissa quickly replied, There's a pond that supplies water in the center of the garden. We can get water there. They quickly moved towards the pond. Let's hurry. After a while, they carried large buckets of water back. The fire was quickly extinguished. Phew, we're alive. Baker sighed in exhaustion. Now we can get out, right? Marissa replied, Yes, there's no protective magic on the entrance gate, so we can destroy it and escape directly. Mubian suddenly became more tense. I agree. Your Highness, but please look outside. Marissa turned her head anxiously. What do you mean? Outside the door, bloodstains stretched from a fierce battle. Marissa was speechless. Mubian spoke somberly. This is the consequence of blindly trusting the Emperor's orders. Your Highness. Estio suddenly knelt down, startled by something. Nizu approached worriedly. Are you all right? Suki was also concerned about his unstable emotions. Estio. He'd been sweating for a while. How long has this been happening? Estio's face was drenched in sweat, and he breathed heavily, thinking, why is everything so hot? Is it because of that drink? Mubian, noticing his condition, asked with concern, Estio, are you all right? Estio responded vaguely, I don't know. Marissa, noticing Mubian's form of address, thought, now that I think about it, Duke Haga isn't a member of the guild, so why is he addressing him so humbly? Estio's face paled further. He stammered, Princess Marissa, your flower has a message for you. Marissa asked in surprise, what? Right now? Suddenly, mixed voices emanated from the flower pot. Greetings, my beloved human. Marissa, hearing the voices, was astonished. Oh, there are so many voices. With each falling leaf and a somber voice. We know you well, Marissa. The trees spoke in unison. Though we've slumbered for a time, we always hear Marissa's greetings. Marissa looked up at the trees around her and exclaimed, "You can hear the voices of the other trees, too?" Estio replied, "Yes, the trees that have grown under the current caretaker's care are speaking." His words surprised Marissa even more. "It's not just the Phalia flower?" Estio's face flushed with effort. "I try to do that, but I can't control it now." The surrounding trees continued. "Marissa always talks to us. Now it's our turn. We will protect her." "It's okay, Marissa. Everything will be all right." Baker noticed the extending branches and exclaimed, "The branches are growing longer." The spreading canopy softened the surrounding air. It wasn't as hot as it had been just moments before. Mubian looked around. The fire outside has been extinguished. The chaos has subsided. From beyond the door came the urgent voices of knights. "Your Highness, are you all right?" They burst through the door. "We've come to rescue you, Your Highness." Marissa was relieved to see her people. "I'm all right," she said. Suddenly, ash fell on her face. "Huh?" She looked up at the sky. "Ash, the burned trees are disappearing." "Oh." They continued to reassure her, "We will protect you. Everything will be all right." Marissa wept at the sacrifice of the beautiful trees. "You put out the fire. You were always by my side." Tears streamed down her face in sorrow. "Thank you so much," she whispered. The small potted flower in her hand now withered. Marissa, eyes brimming with tears, cradled the small pot. "I wish I had known your feelings sooner. Thank you for protecting me." The frail little flower replied. "Me too, Marissa." The withered flower, no longer burdened, spoke, "But I'm still relieved that I could be by your side until the very end." Marissa looked sorrowfully at the small pot in her hand. "I still haven't given you a name, even though I really want to call your name right now." The flower reacted strongly when she mentioned it, but a name. Marissa began to think of beautiful names. "Yes, what do you think of Pearl? The kind of pearl that's milky white." She continued sadly, "So I can always remember you by that name." Suddenly, Kai stepped up to Marissa and suggested, "We can save it, Your Highness." Her words astonished Marissa. "Really?" Kai explained, "Although it will live on in a different form. Would you like to see it?" Marissa quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, I have, thanks to you." The small flower pot in her hand bobbed, as if also agreeing. In the following days, the palace servants paid the price for their betrayal after the Great Fire. The harshest punishments were imposed, and after this incident, all the staff and security systems were changed. Some faced His Majesty's wrath and were beheaded. However, they didn't seem interested in finding the true culprit. Marissa recounted the events of the past few days with a heavy heart, meaning they must have realized who was behind it all. His Majesty's lack of action meant he was allowing the battle for the throne to unfold between his children. She frowned, grieving for the trees that had sacrificed themselves to protect her. Even plants knew who cared for them. Humans were no different. Marissa walked towards the brightly lit window. A king who listens to his people, a country where people care for each other and acknowledge the leader who cares for them. She sadly asked Estio and the others, "Is Ruber Raisin such a country now?" Estio, understanding her feelings, softly replied, "Princess Marissa." Marissa seemed to have made up her mind and turned around with determination. "Ah," she declared resolutely, "I will become emperor." Marissa's eyes held a plea as she looked at Estio and the others. "Will you join me, Estio?" A while later, Estio and the others left the palace. Marissa watched them go with a hint of reluctance. "So, they've left." She approached the window, silently watching the carriage grow smaller in the distance. "That it's a shame. They would have been a great help." A little girl approached and asked, "Marissa, why didn't you try to persuade them more?" Marissa explained, "They looked like they had already decided to leave. I didn't want to order them to do something they didn't want to do." Then, her face brightened. "Anyway, I still have a lot to do." She turned to the small, pretty girl nearby. "Let's go, Pearl." The little girl smiled brightly and replied yes. In the carriage speeding across the high hills, Nizu's anxious voice rang out repeatedly. Suki, annoyed, snapped, "Be quiet." Nizu complained, "I can't help but worry." Suki retorted irritably, "Don't make a fuss about it. You've done your part. Parker, listening to Suki's voice, remarked, hearing Suki's real voice now, it's even sharper. Mubian disagreed, his face grim. Hey, it's not just the cat. He paled, his head buzzing from the cacophony that I feel like I'm going crazy listening to everyone's thoughts. Mubian glanced at SDO, who was slumped over in exhaustion, and thought, it seems his power is out of control due to the effects of the nectar. Suddenly, SDO groaned wearily, ugh. Nizu reassured him anxiously, we're almost there. We're at the capital gates. SDO looked out of the carriage. We have to get off now. Nizu nodded. They said we have to walk from here. Outside, the streets were bustling with people, but to SDO's eyes, the lively scene appeared bleak. SDO, tired, closed his eyes. Mubian worriedly thought, we should have gone around the outskirts instead of through the capital. It might have been better to let him faint. Suddenly, SDO turned and called Nizu's name, Nizu. My eyes are closed, so I can't see anything. Please lead me to the guild's dormitory. Nizu was puzzled by his actions. Okay, but why are you closing your eyes? SDO explained his reasoning. I'm trying not to look anyone in the eye. Anyway, please. Although he had explained, Nizu still didn't quite understand. Just trust me, Nizu. After a while, they arrived back at their grand building. Skyla stepped forward to greet them. Welcome back, everyone. SDO, clinging to Nizu, walked on. He quietly spoke to Parker. Parker, please go report that the mission is complete. Parker understood and quickly left. Skyla, seeing SDO, greeted him. Oh, welcome back, Captain. She was holding a thick document. I have something I need to talk to you about. SDO's eyes were still closed, making Skyla wonder, are your eyes injured? SDO, unsure how to explain, simply replied, something like that. Skyla worriedly asked him, let me see. I'll call a healer for you. SDO immediately declined her kindness. No, I don't need any treatment. Despite his refusal, Skyla still anxiously advised him, Captain, your eyes could have lasting damage if they're injured. Don't hesitate to come to me if you need anything. SDO understood and suggested, could you get me something to cover my eyes? Skyla quickly left. I'll be right back. A moment later, she returned with a bandage. Will this work? SDO quickly covered his eyes. Yes. What did you want to talk to me about? Skyla quickly detailed the information she had received. This is the report on the person you asked us to investigate. The information about the person named Isaac is all here. We've confirmed that he's currently still living in the capital. We're looking into further details about that. She flipped through the document. Since you won't be able to check the report, I'll send it to your teammates. Skyla held out a small piece of paper. Kai, be careful with this. Kai, sweating, gave a strained smile and took the paper. SDO gave an order. In the information gathering mission there. Skyla understood and replied, I understand. Next is the supplemental information on Sahanan. Thinking of the Grand Temple, Skyla continued, there's a rumor spreading that Sahanan will soon move into the temple. Skyla's voice became serious. This morning, the current Pope, Ezekiel, announced his resignation. The temple is starting to make its move. Her words made Kai ponder. That's strange. I thought Sahanan would destroy the groups in his way first. After conveying all the information, Skyla turned to leave. That's the end of the report. We'll send you more information through the transport unit when they arrive. SDO nodded in understanding. Thank you for your hard work, Skyla. Parker returned after a short absence. He scratched his head and grinned that I've completed the final step of the request. It's great that we were able to write a detailed report. He suddenly stopped, noticing everyone's unusual demeanor. Parker looked at them, confused. Why are you all looking at me like that? He broke out in a cold sweat as he offered his theory, as if everyone had just seen a ghost. Mubian sighed in response. We're about to see something worse than a ghost. Parker couldn't help but ask doubtfully, worse than a ghost? Mubian looked meaningfully at Kai. Something truly terrifying, isn't it, Kai? Kai readily agreed. Peasish, I'd rather see a ghost. SDO didn't join in their banter. He worried silently. When will my ability stabilize? He frowned in discomfort. What if the situation continues like this? What will happen? Everyone's thoughts swirled around in his head. Mubian fell silent, worried about Estio's current state. Suddenly, he turned and suggested to Estio, Estio, I'll go complete the rest of the mission regarding finding the man named Isaac. Mubian leaned in and respectfully instructed Estio, please rest until your ability stabilizes. Estio, taken aback by his suggestion, protested, I was asked to complete the mission personally. Mubian furrowed his brow and said seriously, I'm not a member of the guild, Estio. I'm just a guard accompanying you. Unable to persuade him, Estio relented, at least let me go with you. Kai stepped forward and declared, I won't participate in this request anymore. I need to prepare countermeasures against Sahanan. Return safely. Estio understood and replied, all right. He turned to Suki and instructed, then, please lead us, Suki. She quickly acknowledged his request. Okay. Sometime later, at a dilapidated, run-down building, a man sat huddled miserably in a corner. The crates in the area emitted a foul stench. Right next to the man, another lay bedridden, covered by a simple, musty blanket. Suki led Estio's group to the front of the building. It's here. Mubian raised an eyebrow in disbelief at the dilapidated house. Is this really the place? The fifth prince took him and left him in a place like this. Suki affirmed confidently, I'm certain. Mubian quickly stepped forward and knocked on the door. Is anyone inside? He knocked for a long time, but no one came to open the door. Mubian called out again, is no one there? We came here at Rian's request. Hearing him mention Rian's name, the person inside slowly opened the door suspiciously. Did you just say Rian? Mubian peered inside and described the boy's appearance. Rian for the guard's village, red hair, 10 years old. I'm here to see his father, Isaac. The man looked over Estio's group and inquired, you look like guild members, but you came all the way here? For a request. Follow me. They quickly followed him inside. They approached a dirty, crumpled curtain. Estio, guided by Parker, also stepped inside. He faintly perceived the smell in the air. There's a smell of blood and urine. He wondered aloud, is this man even alive? They all turned their eyes toward the severely wounded, unconscious man. The man who led them and replied to Estio, he's still here, at least for now. Parker looked at the wounds wrapped around the man and exclaimed with distress, oh my God, his wounds are so severe, we need to treat him. The other man cut him off, it's no use. This isn't the first time someone's passed away like this. He turned his head and glanced at the elegantly dressed people. Don't forget this place is like the Empire's trash dump, esteemed guests. I'll be right outside. Call me when you're done talking. As soon as the man left, Estio stepped closer to the bedside and asked, are you Isaac, Rian's father? Isaac weakly replied, Rian? He shakily inquired about his son. How is that, child? Is he all right? Estio sensed his faint life force and thought to himself, he won't survive. We're too late. Estio then replied to reassure Isaac, Rian is very healthy. You don't need to worry. Relieved, Isaac stammered his thanks. Thank you, truly. Rian. Suddenly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood and pain. Estio, sensing that Isaac's time was running out, removed his blindfold and looked directly into his eyes. Mr. Isaac, if you find it difficult to speak, you just need to think about what you want to convey in your mind. He thought to himself, to talk to Isaac, what does he want to send to Rian? Isaac was stunned by Estio's extraordinary ability. Tears welled up in his eyes as he painfully thought, my son, Rian, tell him about my death. If he asks, tell him how I died, He reflected on the past and recounted in detail, I wasn't captured and brought here. I came here completely of my own free will. And even until my last moment, I don't regret placing my complete loyalty in Ribble Raisin. The only thing I regret, he thought of Rian's bright smile and lamented, is that I can't go back to him. Isaac looked pleadingly at Estio with trembling eyes. Please tell him I love him. Estio understood and accepted his request. I understand. I'll tell him what you want to convey at the guard village. Tears streamed down Isaac's face before he closed his eyes and passed away. He only had time to whisper his thanks. "Thank you." His hand went limp, leaving this place for somewhere far away. At this time, Niju was obediently standing off to the side, waiting for Estio's group. He was too large to enter with them. The people around stopped and looked at him, gossiping, the first customer in a long time. Their thoughts and voices lingered. "I heard they're from the Ignis Guild. What's that monster? Is it a pet?" 3 men nearby suddenly had a wicked idea and said to each other, "Let's steal it and sell it." Niju was distracted, hearing a melody of some sort. Suddenly, he looked around in confusion as the melody disappeared. While he was scratching his ear, trying to hear it better, a man quickly approached him from behind. The man swung a wooden stick, hitting Niju hard on the head. He grinned slyly, thinking he had succeeded. "Got you." But the sight before him made the man panic. Huh? Niju is still conscious. A large lump had swollen on Niju's head. Niju turned his head indignantly. "Hey." He grabbed the long wooden stick from the man's hand. "Hey." Niju raised an indignant eyebrow. "Your wooden stick hit me." The man cried out in terror, calling for his companion's help. This guy is strong. Help me." His 2 companions, fearfully huddled to the side, assessed the situation. One exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you hear that? That monster can talk." The other replied doubtfully, "Is it some rare monster?" The first man excitedly thought of the potential profit. "Isn't it just a monkey? Looks like selling it will fetch a good price." At this point, Niju was still unaware of the danger. He directed his innocent gaze at the man harboring ill intentions towards him. The 2 men emerged from their hiding spot, grinning maliciously at Niju. "Looks like selling it will fetch a good price." Niju, still confused about what was happening, looked at them in bewilderment. The man who had just attacked him, frightened by Niju's strength, quickly dropped the stick. "Ack!" He quickly ran away, shouting for help. "Help me!" Niju, surprised, reached out to grab him. "Huh? Wait!" The man screamed, even louder in fear. "What? There's a monster chasing me." Niju retorted in confusion. "That's not it. Wait." Suddenly, a splash of blood splattered before Niju's eyes. The fleeing man had been dealt with by his own companions. "Looks like you understand our language." The other man cruelly kicked his fallen companion. "That will give you food. We'll give you lots of delicious things if you come with us." Niju trembled with anger. "I don't eat humans. I'm not a monster." He yelled in outrage. Estio said, "I'm not a monster." Suddenly, something was thrown hard at him. A glass bottle smashed against his head, making him cry out in pain. The bottle shattered, spraying a frightening red liquid. He hurriedly wiped away the sticky red liquid that spread across his hand. The 2 evil men laughed savagely at their direct hit. The man laughed loudly, thinking he had succeeded. "If you absorb that liquid, no matter how strong you are, a monster can't resist us." "Huh!" Niju's docile expression vanished. He roared in fury. His roar startled the 2 men. "Huh!" Niju suddenly transformed completely. He became bloodthirsty, bearing sharp fangs and growling. He quickly and violently advanced on the 2 clueless men, making them scream in terror. A bloody rampage ensued. Hearing Niju's roar from inside the house, Estio rushed out to see what was happening. "Niju." He hurried towards the enraged Niju. "Niju, look at me." Estio gently approached Niju, trying to calm him. "It's okay. The ones who made you mad are gone now." Niju growled angrily. "Estio, those people killed their friend and told me to eat him. They were horrible." Tears welled up in his eyes as he was heartbroken by their cruel actions. "I'm not a monster, but they threw things at me. My eyes hurt, and I was too angry to just stand there." Estio paused for a moment, then reached out and gently comforted him. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone." Niju had calmed down considerably. He looked suspiciously into Estio's eyes. "But, Estio, you took off your blindfold? You don't need to cover your eyes anymore?" he asked, puzzled. Estio grasped the blindfold and replied, "No, I still need it." He quickly put the blindfold back on. "Let's go back." Immediately afterward, he returned to the building with everyone else. A few days later, at Estio's elegant building. Estio remained inside, resting quietly. In his private room, he lay contemplating the past few days. 10 days have passed since I drank that nectar. My power is more stable now, but I still haven't completely mastered it. I need to find a way to control all of it. He still had to wear the blindfold even after many days of recuperation. Suddenly, he sat up as if he had thought of something. Estio fell silent, deep in thought. He clenched his hands, crumpling the bed sheets. It's my power, but why can't I control it as I wish? I need to train somehow. He thought about the magnificent temple and the mysterious people there. Someone there might understand the power of the dragon, the golden dragon, Sahanin. He paused, countering his own thought. But Kay said Sahanin despises the black dragon. Estio gritted his teeth in frustration at the thought. He turned and got out of bed, still lost in thought. Even though he hates the black dragon, why didn't he go to the dragon world instead of staying here, trying to eradicate humanity? He made up his mind that I need someone who can help me. Estio quickly called out, Kay. Kay cheerfully entered his room. Did you call for me? She approached him and asked, I just got back. How are you feeling? I try to walk as softly as possible so as not to disturb you. Estio responded vaguely, don't know. Suddenly, she remembered the others and looked around, asking, oh, where is everyone else? Estio replied, they'll be back soon. Kay placed her hands on her hips and said angrily, they left you alone in this condition? Mubian, standing by the door with Parker, spoke coldly, we went out to look for you. He turned to Kay mockingly. You disappeared for several days. What an irresponsible guild leader. So, if you found any information, start talking. Kay quickly reported what she had learned, that I have both good news and bad news regarding Sahanin. Which do you want to hear first? Estio made his choice. The good news, please. Thank you. Kay immediately elaborated. Sahanin has halted his activities. It seems he's thinking about climbing to the position of Pope. Mubian crossed his arms and commented on this information. Oh, that's good news, isn't it? Kay turned to him and continued, yes, but it could also lead to more trouble. She considered the worst-case scenario, that if he manages to become Pope, then even the Emperor won't be able to deal with him easily. Moreover, Sahanin will definitely try to pull the Emperor over too. His side, Parker scratched his head in confusion and exclaimed, so, what kind of trouble will it cause if he becomes Pope? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Kay enthusiastically answered him. Sahanin isn't human. He's a dragon. Parker, excited to understand, said, I get it. But then he froze, shocked. Wait, a dragon. Kay continued, don't you want to hear more about this? Parker quickly held up a hand, and oh no, I think it's best I don't. He paled, frightened. Dragons are supposed to be mythical creatures, but why do I feel like I'm encountering them everywhere? Estio asked suspiciously, so what's the bad news? Kay didn't say anything, just silently handed him a piece of paper. Estio took the paper and removed his blindfold. He was astonished as he read the contents. Kay elaborated. Sahanin seems to have learned about the Black Dragon's identity, Estio. He wants to meet you. On the paper were a few lines of writing. Requester, Sahanin. Estio read the following information aloud. On the day the Lord's holy pillar of light covers the eternal resting place of the worthy, on that day, I will call for you. You will shed your own blood on the altar and reveal the truth. Mobian raised an eyebrow at the contents of the paper. Good heavens, is that a request? It's more like a command. So, he'll drag you there by any means necessary. Uhuru hopped closer, exclaiming, is this Sahanin a teenager? I don't know if this is a request or a poem. Kai continued to elaborate on the information she had. The Lord's holy pillar of light must be the Pope's inauguration ceremony, a baptism performed by God, not by mankind. The moment the new Pope's position is determined, a pillar of God's light will descend to illuminate the entire eternal resting place of the worthy, proving the Pope's holiness. Mobian frowned, analyzing the situation. He'll meet Estio at the moment he becomes Pope. We've received their request. If we refuse, Kai stated firmly, he'll even destroy our guild to find Estio. She closed her eyes, sweating nervously, because the only emotion Sahanan has towards the Black Dragon lineage is bone-deep hatred. Everyone looked at Estio, awaiting his decision. Parker spoke up, flustered, so does shedding blood mean he'll die? Kai turned to explain to him clearly. He won't call Estio all the way to the Holy Land just to do that. Besides, don't the Lord's followers consider killing a taboo? Kai also wondered aloud. He must have some secret method to deal with Estio. Parker, still not understanding, continued to ask, Phew, so why's the captain being called to the resting place? Mobian, distraught, quickly dismissed the thought. Get that out of your head. Why are we trying to understand the desires of a crazy dragon? I just don't want my master to be harmed. Parker agreed. Try to reassure him. You don't need to worry too much. Looking at it another way, we still have time until then. After a while of pondering the paper, Estio suddenly spoke up. Kai. He turned to her seriously and continued. If we can't find a solution before the Pope's inauguration, I'll leave the guild. Kai disagreed with his request, protesting, You don't need to do that. Our Ignis Guild won't sit idly by and let things happen as they please, you know. Estio fell silent for a moment. He clutched the paper, feeling remorseful. Everyone doesn't need to be endangered because of me. He looked back at the name on the invitation. Actually, I also want to meet him someday, even if he hates me. He thought of the Golden Dragon's appearance, the first one of my kind I've met. But I don't want my choices to endanger the guild. Estio put his blindfold back on. Guild leader, I request permission to leave the guild. He pursed his lips, waiting for Kai's reaction. Is she disappointed? Estio worried silently. He thought of Kai's previous cheerful demeanor. I don't care if people I don't know hate me. I'm used to it. But then, thinking of her serious expression, he silently resolved. Asterisk, I want to protect her stard. After a moment of thought, Kai sighed. Well, there's no other way. We'll go meet him. Her words surprised Estio. Huh. Kai firmly assured him, I always told you that the Ignis Guild will always support you. That means, no matter what you choose, we'll follow you. She pointed at Estio and continued, because you're the captain of this guild, Estio. Her voice became serious and resolute. That title isn't just for show. Mobian leaned back casually. So do we have some free time until that inauguration ceremony? Kai turned and answered him, currently yes. Because we've completed the previous mission, we don't need the combat specialists right now. Mobian exclaimed unhappily, how unfortunate. Why are you so eager to kick me out of the guild? I'm outside my territory now, so I'm going to enjoy life. Parker looked at him in surprise, thinking, I think you already are. Kai turned back to Estio and suggested brightly, Estio, let's return to headquarters. Estio smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. This morning, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. The plants thrived, stretching towards the sunlight. Meh. Parker looked around hesitantly. Summer is almost over. Mobian replied, indeed. I hope autumn comes soon. Parker asked curiously, is there something fun happening in autumn? Mobian pointed in a direction, explaining one of the biggest festivals in Luberazen, the Autumn Leaf Festival. Parker exclaimed doubtfully, the Autumn Leaf Festival. Mobian, thinking of the vibrant golden maple leaves, continued, yes, it's a shame that the Higa clan's territory has too many monsters, so it's not a good place to watch. The falling leaves. The thought made him cheerful. When autumn comes, I want to run and play around somewhere with beautiful leaves. Parker, even more confused, thought, aren't you going back home? Suddenly, he remembered something and exclaimed, if it's leaves, my hometown has beautiful leaves too. Mobian paused and asked, Avian Village? Parker, remembering the lush green trees among the high cliffs, confirmed, yes, even though they're deep in the mountains. The more he reminisced, the more excited he became. Maybe because of the location, the leaves there are all sorts of colors. The fruit from those trees is also delicious. Mobian suddenly asked curiously, do you want to go home? Parker took the opportunity to share his true feelings that I really like my current life. Now, I feel like the headquarters is my home. He laughed cheerfully, of course, when I have a break, I'll go back to my family and rest for a while. If there's a chance, I'd like to invite everyone over to my house. Nizu, caught up in their conversation, chimed in, Nizu wants to go too. Parker exclaimed, that place might be a little too high for you. Nizu remained enthusiastic, it's okay. Nizu can climb mountains. Parker couldn't bring himself to be more explicit. Thinking of the sheer cliff face, he gave a strained laugh. It might be a bit steeper than you imagine. Time flew by, and the setting sun painted the sky red. Golden-orange sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the clearing. Estio's group stopped at a certain spot. At the side of the road, a weathered wooden sign indicated the name of the area, Guard Village. Parker stared at the sign and sighed. Even though we had to go through here, I guess we ended up back in Guard Village after all. Suddenly, someone's loud voice startled them. It's the Ignis Guild. The children and Rian excitedly ran to greet them. Rian hugged Estio tightly and anxiously asked about Isaac, Estio's brother. Did you find my father? The boy's voice rose with excitement. I've been very good waiting for you. Tell me everything. Estio hesitated, unsure how to begin. Rian's eyes sparkled, waiting for his answer. Rian suddenly noticed something unusual in Estio's expression and paused. Huh? The boy asked with concern, is your eye hurt? Estio remained silent, lost in thought. He knelt down and gently took the boy's hand, softly saying, Rian. He continued seriously, there's something I have to tell you. Estio slowly answered the boy's expectant gaze, your father. Everyone around them fell silent as Estio began to recount what happened. He explained Isaac's illness and how he had passed away. Everyone who heard the story was heartbroken and began to cry. The children, who had been so cheerful just moments before, were now sobbing uncontrollably. Rian froze, tears streaming down his face in shock. Estio, feeling pity for the unfortunate boy, said, I'm sorry to bring you this sad news. Rian didn't blame Estio, but instead countered, why are you apologizing? The boy managed a weak smile. Thank you for keeping your promise to me. I'll definitely repay you someday. Estio was taken aback by Rian's innocent words. Suddenly, a voice called out, bringing him back to the present. Estio. Estio's group had long since left the village and continued their journey. Mabian asked him with concern, are you still worried about that child? You've been in a daze ever since we left Guard Village. Estio confided, I thought he would resent me, at least a little. Mabian was surprised by his thought. Resent you? What? Estio's voice was low and troubled, because I brought him sad news. Even so, Rian thanked me. Mabian turned to comfort him. That child wanted news of his father, and you fulfilled that request. It's only natural he feels grateful. He softened his gaze and reassured Estio. Why would he resent you? Estio still seemed troubled. That's true, but he pressed his lips together, leaving the thought unfinished, but thinking to himself, sometimes people need something to resent. Parker looked around the crowded space. The headquarters were a bit noisy now. Kai explained, this situation will continue for a while longer because the power struggle within the royal family has officially begun. She reflected on the countless letters sent and the waves of requests that would continuously flood the captain. But I recommend we don't join any side, whether it's the princesses or the princes. Estio nodded in understanding that I understand. Kai added one more thing. She instructed Sahanan's inauguration ceremony as Pope will take place in winter. Until then, everyone can do whatever they want. Kai waved goodbye and left. Now, I'm very busy, so I'll go ahead. If you need any help, just call me. Kai hurriedly turned and left. Parker hesitantly spoke up. Captain. He held a stack of letters that I've checked. There are a total of 88 requests for you. Should I give them to you? Estio broke out in a cold sweat at the sheer volume of mail. Please filter out the requests related to the royal family. Looking at the remaining letters in the basket after Parker had filtered them, only 9 requests remained. Estio leaned his head on his hand and groaned tiredly that there's still so much. He quickly picked up the letters. Parker asked in surprise, Captain, are you going to work on them right away? He couldn't help but worry about Estio's health. He advised, "You must still be tired. You should rest first." Nizu agreed that that's right, you just got back. Mabian added, "We're also on vacation. How about instead of working, we go on a trip?" Parker quickly agreed that I agree. But Estio seemed not to hear their advice, focusing on examining the letters. Parker. Parker flinched when his name was called. Yes. Estio looked up and asked, "Where is the headquarters culinary department?" Parker replied in surprise, "Huh? If it's the culinary department, do you mean the chef in charge of the guild's public cafeteria?" They thought about the cafeteria. Parker asked hesitantly, "Do you want to eat something? Then I'll go get it for you." Estio countered no. He held out a piece of paper. "It's a request." Parker took the paper and read through the contents. A request from the culinary department? I'm a little surprised. Normally, guild members don't send requests to each other. Suddenly, the information on it made him freeze. "I am Fo Mai, head of the culinary department. It seems there are two creatures we cannot distinguish in the kitchen. Because of them, there's been a lot of confusion and constant accidents lately." Parker continued reading, "Captain, please let us know which is real and which is fake." "Captain, are you going to take this mission?" Estio nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes. I don't want to pretend I don't know about a troublesome situation happening within the guild." Parker replied understandingly, "Yes, I understand. Well then, because we now have a mission, we won't split up yet, right?" Suddenly, Estio said, "Parker, you won't be participating in this mission." His words made Parker cry out in shock. Estio explained carefully, "A mission from the culinary department doesn't require traveling far. There's nothing you need to worry about, Parker." Parker teared up, heartbroken, but Estio took back the request form. "The others should rest today and start the mission tomorrow. You're on vacation, Parker. You should rest comfortably." Parker fell silent for a moment. Then he turned and scratched his head reluctantly. "I'm a little tired, but you don't need to be so considerate all the time." Time flew by, and a new day arrived at the magnificent building. The sound of someone's footsteps echoed in the deserted hallway. Mubian walked while exclaiming, "It's good that I'm still here with you." Nizu and Suki couldn't come in because they're covered in fur. Estio nodded in agreement. "Yes, you did well." Mubian couldn't help but feel pleased at the praise. The two walked quickly, Mubian continuing to explain, "Because we came on our own after lunchtime, it should be empty in there now." Not long after, they reached their destination, and Mubian led the way with a smile. "All right, this way." Suddenly, an angry voice echoed from the room. "Damn it!" A furious voice roared. "Do you dare call this food?" Inside the kitchen, someone angrily reprimanded the assistant chefs. "What is wrong with you people?" Mubian opened the door and entered, sighing dejectedly. "Oh dear." Estio had put his blindfold back on as it seemed noisy. A very tense scolding was happening inside the kitchen. "I hope yelling isn't part of the request." The angry person berated them, his tongue burning. "Where's the head chef? Come identify this dish." "No, tell me why my tongue is burning like this right now." The people in charge of the kitchen bowed their heads in apology. "We apologize. A small mistake occurred during the cooking process," but he continued to reprimand them irritably. "There's a limit to how spicy something can be. Do you know that my friend, who has a very weak stomach, ate this burning dish, fainted, and had to go to the emergency room?" Mubian, after listening to everything, finally realized the source of the fiery individual's problem. "I thought he was just angry, but the spiciness is what's making him so red." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I'm the head chef." The head chef was tall and blocked his view completely. But then another person came forward, claiming, "No, I'm the head chef." At this point, two identical head chefs appeared. This made Estio, who was behind them, think to himself, they're the real and fake versions mentioned in the request. The two head chefs glared at each other, their eyes sparking. "I'm the head chef. How dare an imposter like you ruin the dish? You're the one who ruined the dish. Get this imposter out of here. I'm the real one. He's the fake. Can't you tell? This one is the imposter." The young man who had complained about the food looked at them in astonishment, stammering, T-twins. Hearing this, the two head chefs turned to face him and yelled in unison, "Don't say such ridiculous things. I don't have any siblings. That's right. I'm an only child." Everything was a chaotic mess in front of Mubian and Estio. At that moment, the female employee turned towards Mubian and Estio, her eyes lighting up with recognition. She rushed over. "Is that Captain?" Estio calmly replied, "Yes, I came here after receiving the request." After seeing her savior, she looked at them with teary eyes. Mubian asked, confused, "Hey, why are you crying?" "We're here to help." She sobbed, as if she had been holding it in for a long time. Thank you. "You see, these past few days have been like hell. We can't tell what's real and what's fake." Mubian reassured her, "Stop crying and explain everything to us from the beginning. What happened here?" She explained between sobs. "A few days ago, a doppelganger escaped from the Department of Magical Research and entered the kitchen." Mubian asked in surprise, "A doppelganger?" She replied, "Yes, it's a psychic-type monster. Its body is like a mirror. It transforms into a perfect copy of whoever looks at it. After it transforms, you can't tell the original from the copy just by looking. It hasn't hurt anyone, but it keeps ruining the dishes. It really loves playing pranks and getting attention." Having finished her explanation, she said cheerfully, "Anyway, thank you both for coming here. Without the captain, we wouldn't know what to do." Suddenly, Xian Burong appeared, voicing an incredibly reckless idea. "You could just kill them both." Estio, displeased with this approach, said sharply, "Xian Burong." Mubian, on the other hand, waved a friendly greeting. "Long time no see, little lady." She replied coldly, "You're not a guild member. Why are you here?" Mubian answered, "Well, because I was called by my master." Burong then put her hands on her hips and said to him, "I don't understand why you'd use your skills to serve a kid like this. What a waste of a good sword." Mubian didn't seem to care much. He laughed and replied, "Oh, do I look like I'm serving him well?" Burong didn't seem to care much either. She summoned her weapon and walked towards the two identical figures. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Mubian gently intervened. "Hey, wait. I don't think this is your business." Angrily pointing her weapon at the doppelgangers, Burong warned, "Don't interfere. I'm an independent combatant, unaffiliated with the guild. My alias is Zhang. I received a request to exterminate a monster from the Department of Magical Research." She pointed her weapon at one of them and demanded, "All right, speak up if you don't want to die. Which one of you is the real one?" The one being pointed at insisted, "I told you, I'm the real one." Hearing this, the other one looked at the one being threatened, and they both simultaneously pointed at each other. "Oh, he's the monster. Don't you see? That one's the monster." Seeing this, a murderous look filled Bairang's eyes as she decided, no other choice. "You both die." They exclaimed, "What? How can someone be this brutal?" "Wait, we didn't send a request to you." Then they pointed at Estio and said, "We sent it to him." Burong turned and asked, "That kid?" "No way. You sent a request to the captain?" This seemed to irritate her even more. "Captain, huh? I suppose you won't let me kill them. But what's with that strange eye patch? Are you injured?" Estio explained, "Some things happened." She asked as Estio slowly walked forward, "So what are you going to do now? Are you planning to tell which one is real and which one is fake with your eye covered? You can't see what's in front of you, so how are you supposed to use your special mind-reading ability? Am I right?" Estio didn't seem bothered. He continued with his task. "Please, both of you extend your hands." They looked bewildered, surprised, and confused. "Huh? Our hands?" They looked at each other suspiciously for a moment, then offered their arms to Estio. Burong, standing behind him, watched Estio apprehensively. Wait a minute, can he read their minds just by holding their hands? Estio concentrated, listening to the thoughts of each head chef. "Oh, a mind reader. Please tell everyone I'm the real one, please." Hearing this thought, Estio guessed this one is the real head chef. Then, "I can't sense anything," as if he's completely empty. The head chefs anxiously asked, "Do you know who the real one is now?" "I'm the real one. Reveal the truth, Captain." Burong also inquired, "Well, what's the situation?" Estio spoke up, Yes, I understand. The real head chef will be revealed when we arrive at the Department of Magical Research. Let's go. Having said that, SDO turned to Burong and sent a message. Astra's killing monsters isn't the only way to deal with them. We can bring the doppelganger back to where it's being managed. Astra, she was annoyed at being lectured by SDO. This damn brat. Meanwhile, at the Department of Magical Research, a bell rang in the large building. Inside, guards were diligently performing their duties. Mubian looked around, thinking this is the most heavily guarded building in all the guild buildings I've seen so far. So that means they're doing something extremely secret. Just then, SDO's group arrived and encountered the guards. Greetings, guild leader. What brings you to this facility? SDO replied, I've brought back the imposter that the Department of Magical Research lost. Hearing this, they led SDO and his companions towards the first floor. The head of the Department of Magical Research is in the first basement level. A staircase appeared, leading them down. Mubian gaped in astonishment as they descended. The stairs are also magically created. They even have a telecommunication device. Hearing this, SDO turned to Mubian. A telecommunication device. Milan explained, a magic marble used for surveillance. It's a three-dimensional object that allows the other side to see what's happening on this side. It's also used for unmanned expeditions during wartime. SDO wondered the other side is where. She replied, wherever the telemarble can send a magical signal to. SDO felt uneasy. That means someone is watching this place. Mubian added, perhaps they're always monitoring this area. I've seen these marbles throughout the buildings and on the ceiling here. SDO asked in surprise, how do you know all this, Mubian? He just chuckled and explained, it's also installed in my house, so I have a little understanding of it, but the ones here are much bigger and fancier. Just then, a voice echoed from within the doorway. Thank you for the compliment, Duke Hyga. It was Swan. She had been waiting to greet them. Did I say your title correctly? Thank you, Duke Hyga. Mubian politely replied, the way you said it the first time was fine. Swan remained formal. My apologies. I've never learned how to behave before nobles since I was born. She startled again, realizing, oh my, look at me, I'm losing focus again. Swan hurriedly went to shake SDO's hand. It's truly an honor to meet you, President. I'm in charge of this department, Swan Book. Please, just call me Swan. SDO, taken aback, could only reply, hello, I'm SDO. Swan smiled excitedly. I know. I've been following your career. Phew. Oh no, it's just, I'm really a big fan. An ability to read hearts is so cool. I want to test that power. No, not experiment. No, I want to research it. Seeing her flustered state, SDO nervously sweated. I understand. Then Swan continued her greetings. Ahem, welcome, Burong. Thanks for accepting the request. Burong remained as cold as she had been. Shut up. I wouldn't have accepted if I knew I'd run into the president. Swan asked why. Don't you like him? Burong just glared silently, turned sharply, and scoffed. Then Mubian got down to business. So, you're the one who sent the request about the doppelganger? Swan said, that's right. I asked Burong to handle it. I really thought it was dead by now, with the way it was still so lively, but thankfully you caught it without causing much damage. Mubian waved a hand, sighing in relief. Good heavens, if it weren't for you, SDO, the kitchen would have been a bloodbath. Hearing this, Swan excitedly replied, no problem. There's no way to completely kill it anyway. The doppelganger is a type of spiritual entity, a soul originating from the material world. Mubian inquired, I'm asking just to be sure, but are you experimenting with creating souls here? Swan, startled, replied, huh? Of course not. It would be amazing if we could do that, but this was completely an accident. We were just checking if an old mirror displaying psychic phenomena contained new magic or not. That doppelganger just crawled out of the mirror. Hearing this, SDO understood. That's why I couldn't read its heart. Then Swan continued, President, we'll take this spirit. SDO wondered, what are you going to do with the mirror's spirit? Swan, after a moment of thoughtful disgust, replied, humph. It doesn't have a contract with anyone, and it can't be killed. We'll have to seal it back in a mirror. SDO asked again, seal it? She explained material spirits have a strong connection to the object that birthed them. Using that characteristic, we'll lock it back in the mirror. If it feels the mirror is about to break, it won't dare come out again. Mubian, seemingly finding it a bit harsh, asked, "Do you really need to threaten it like that?" Swan, certain of her intentions, went and knocked on the mirror. "If we don't, it'll continue causing trouble everywhere. This is how we protect both the spirit and the people here. If it meets someone suitable to make a contract with, maybe an archmage will be born from it." Then she knocked on the mirror and ordered, "All right, get back in there before your precious house is destroyed." Hearing this, one of the two head chefs suddenly transformed. From head to arm, he began to dissolve. Estio removed his blindfold, curiously observing. It turned into a pitch-black liquid. Is that the true form of the mirror spirit? After watching it disappear, the head chef expressed his concern. These ghosts or spirits or whatever they are we sure it will be sealed inside the mirror? Swan replied hesitantly, "Well, we can't be 100% certain. We need to research it further." Burong spoke up, suggesting idea 102. "No one wants it, so let's just kill it. We won't know if we can kill it until we try. Who knows when that monster will escape from the mirror and harm people again?" "Good heavens, Zhang, it's a spirit, not a monster." "I don't care what it is. If it harms people, it's a monster," Burong said, aiming her spear at the mirror. Estio quickly intervened. "Wait." Estio's eyes pleaded earnestly. He truly wanted to stop her. Swan, startled, could only manage, At that moment, another person appeared, standing in front of the mirror, blocking Bairang's attack. Before them stood a dark-haired, brown-skinned version of Burong, calmly standing her ground. Looking at this other version of herself, Burong pointed her spear at her, asking, "Why is it black?" As if witnessing something spiraling out of control, Burong gritted her teeth in anger, her body trembling. Swan calmly explained, "The mirror spirit reflects your true self, the Zhang that originally existed." She then covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Impossible." Estio thought worriedly to himself, *on. Burong doesn't like her real name revealed. Even those in the research department only know her as Zhang, *. Just then, Burong furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with determination. She swung the spear in her hand as if about to attack someone. Fortunately, Estio reacted quickly, shouting for Mubian. He immediately charged forward with his sword, blocking Bairang's spear. Their strength seemed equal, the sword and spear constantly clashing. Mubian smirked. "There's some kind of power behind it. Are you thinking of killing your ally?" Gripping her spear tightly, Burong continued to tremble. She lowered her head and muttered, "No one can know that I was once her, that I survived there." Mubian looked at the dark-haired spirit and asked, "Black hair and brown skin. Are you from the east?" Burong tightened her grip on her spear, her voice anxious. "I should have killed that monster from the start. Then this wouldn't have happened." She then spun around, glaring at the others behind her, and yelled, "This is all your fault." Estio felt a pang of worry for Burong. "She's terrified." Swan, apprehensive of Bairang's unusual behavior, took a few steps back and stammered, "Why is Zhang acting like this?" Estio immediately took action. He turned to Swan, "Forget everything you saw today." Swan, confused, uttered, "Huh?" He used his ability, beginning to hypnotize them. "Today, the only thing you saw was the head chef transforming into the mirror spirit. Forget the girl with the black hair." Estio's eyes glowed as he implanted a crucial memory wipe command. "You were never here today." With that, he lulled them into a deep sleep. Immediately, drowsiness overcame Swan, and she collapsed. Not only Swan, but the chef and the two people with her also fell to the floor and sank into sleep. Estio softly called Xian Burong, falling into extreme terror as her secret was exposed in front of so many people. Burong angrily shouted, "Don't call me by that name." The unrelated people who knew Bairang's secret were now sound asleep. Estio calmly reassured her, "You don't need to be afraid. They won't remember seeing you." Burong asked in confusion, "How can I trust you?" She looked around and saw the communication device. then questioned, there's a remote communication device here too. There will be others watching us through that stone. Estio affirmed, that's not a problem. He placed a hand on his chest and swore to express his sincerity. If I lie to you, you can come and kill me anytime. Hearing this, Burong lowered the spear in her hand. The air fell silent for a moment. Burong lowered her head, voicing the question in her heart. You, the first time we met, you read all my thoughts, didn't you? Not just my name, but also where I came from and why I dyed my hair. The more she spoke, the more certain she became of her guess. You knew everything, so you erased everyone's memories, right? Estio replied, yes. Burong further questioned, then why didn't you say anything? The spear in Bairang's hand turned into light and disappeared. She spoke to Estio, as if muttering to herself, you knew my secret. You could have told someone or used it to threaten me. Estio stepped in front of Burong and sincerely said, I didn't want to do that. The girl lowered her head and raised her voice, and I'm asking you why. Instead of a concrete answer, Estio countered, do you need a reason not to do something you don't want to do? Burong couldn't hold back her tears. She choked out, just as I thought, I hate monsters like you. With that, she turned and ran, not wanting them to see her current pathetic state. After Burong left, he turned to look at the dark-haired Burong spirit behind him and asked, can you stop imitating her? The spirit didn't understand. She sadly asked, why does everyone hate me? Even though I don't go out anymore, even though I don't cause trouble, did I hurt anyone? The melancholic spirit began to melt, no longer able to maintain Bairang's form. It gradually turned into a pool of grayish-black mud. Having returned to its original form, not imitating anyone, it asked in confusion, if I'm a useless spirit, then why was I born? Estio sat down and comforted it. Someone will come for you. They definitely will. The spirit was half doubtful, me. Estio affirmed, there is no life in this world that is useless. 1 month later, on a beautiful sunset afternoon in Estio's luxurious house, he announced, there's a request to the branch in Turkey. Mubian put his arm around Parker's shoulder and asked, oh, that's Turkey, right? The vast desert in the south. Parker was a little worried. It's been a while since we've received a request so far from headquarters. Will the leader be all right? Estio looked up at them and calmly explained the reason for the trip. Yes, the request to transport the Mirror Spirit for sealing is an extension of the Mirror Spirit mission we received earlier. So even though the desert in Turkey is far away, I still want to complete it. The Uhuru cactus excitedly exclaimed, what? The desert in Turkey? What a coincidence. That's my hometown. Mizu, the white-furred monkey, widened his eyes in anticipation and asked, really? So, will we meet Uhuru's family? The Uhuru cactus chuckled in response. I'm so excited. Let's go meet my mother. Mubian, ever inquisitive, asked, do plants have family structures too? Uhuru explained, we don't remember lineage like humans do. While I remember my mother, my siblings. He burst into laughter. Are so numerous they can't really be called siblings. There's just me, you, and all of us. Everyone exclaimed, that's interesting. The next day, Kai approached with a worried expression. I heard you're going to the Turkish desert. The trip to the desert won't be easy. She anxiously looked at Estio. I want to go with you too, but given the current situation, that would be difficult. I'm sorry. Estio reassured her. It's okay. He was about to turn away when Kai called out, and one more thing, Estio. She introduced the member who would accompany him. This is the support member for this mission, the one who will be going with you in my place. The person introduced was Burong, who appeared hesitantly. Seeing Burong, Estio said impassively, I recall you saying we would never take a mission together again. Burong stammered, I volunteered. She nervously explained, I asked Master if I could join the support team for the captain. If you don't want me to, you can refuse. I'm not participating because I want to. Bairang's voice choked slightly. I need to repay a debt to you, President. Then, she stubbornly declared, at least I'll feel better knowing where the person holding my secret is going. Estio pondered silently for a moment, then bluntly declared, I refuse. Estio explained, we have enough members in the group. We don't need anyone else. He told Burong, go back. I won't tell anyone your secret. The girl started to angrily yell, "Shut up. How can I trust a promise like that?" STO calmly replied, "Me neither." He retorted, "How can I accept someone who doesn't even trust me onto my team?" Thus questioned, Barong gritted her teeth, trying to maintain her composure. Finally, she lowered her head in thought for a moment and then dejectedly replied, "Fine, I was wrong." She remembered the earthen mounds of the animals she had harmed and promised. "I'll apologize for causing trouble with your companions and treating them like monsters. Now that I know the president doesn't like killing, I won't kill anything without permission. I promise." Having said that, Barong pointed at STO and made a request, "So, keep your previous promise too." STO nodded in agreement, understood. "On the condition that promises are kept, I'll accept you as a member of the group. But remember this." He looked at his teammates, the white-furred monkey, the cactus, Mubian, and Parker. Then he corrected Barong. "They're not pets. They're teammates. As long as you're a member of this group, they're your teammates too." Barong blinked in confusion, repeating, teammates." Seeing that everything had been settled, Kai opened a portal and said, "Now then, let's go before the portal closes." STO seriously replied, "Yeah, right." Parker cheerfully added, "We're off." STO pulled up his mask, nodding reassuringly to Kai, who was still worried. "It won't take long." She replied, "I believe you'll do well." And she added, "Be careful." The group stepped through the portal, arriving in a scorching desert of sand and rock. Parker, recalling desert survival tips, asked as I thought, "Don't we need a camel to cross this desert?" "No," Mubian asked casually, hand his pockets. "What are you worried about? Doesn't the guild provide all the necessary tools for the mission?" Parker cleared his throat. "Only if we ask, and we can't ask for what we don't know we need." Mubian pressed on, "Haven't you done a lot of delivery missions? Never had one in a desert before." Parker scratched his chin sheepishly. "No, avian wings aren't really useful in the desert." He explained, "We can't fly with all the sandstorms around." His gaze fell on the white-furred monkey, Nizu, and a thought struck him. "Now that I think about it, is it okay for Nizu to come with us?" Nizu, the white-furred monkey, looked back at Parker. He analyzed, "White-furred monkeys usually live in cold mountains. Are you going to be all right wandering around in this heat?" Uhuru, the cactus, spoke excitedly, "I'm fine. Let's go." Nizu raised both hands to indicate his well-being. Nizu hates the heat, but Nizu is half human. Mubian approached teasingly, "If it gets too hot, why don't you shave some of your fur off?" Nizu cried out in embarrassment, "No way. That's humiliating." Mubian crossed his arms, thinking that I guess we have to think about what we need to prepare. "I don't know much, so." Barong spoke up, "I know." This surprised Mubian. "Oh." Barong stated, "I've been to the desert many times. This is my 5th time in Turkey." Mubian seemed skeptical of the girl. He asked thoughtfully, "A kid like you going into the desert? What for?" Barong curtly replied, "Missions." Mubian clarified his question, "What I'm asking is, why are you taking these kinds of missions at such a young age? Aren't you quite strong? Even outside the guild, you could have a comfortable position somewhere, right?" The question seemed to startle Barong. She hesitated. She turned away, looking uncomfortable and unwilling to answer. "It's none of your business." Mubian also turned away, seemingly unconcerned. "Fine, I'm not that curious." Bairang's voice rose in annoyance. "Then why ask?" Meanwhile, Parker pulled STO forward, avoiding the argument between the two. "Let's go find the things we need, leader." Mubian replied nonchalantly, "Because I'm bored." And hey, he slung an arm around Barong as if they were close, while Barong scowled, looking trapped. He said with a grin, "You need to go through the process of talking about yourself to close the distance between people." Mubian smirked. "You know, it can be easy to cut down a stranger, but if you know their circumstances, you might hesitate." Barong frowned, remaining silent. The group arrived at a small market selling desert necessities. After some shopping, Mubian assessed, "All right, so we have everything we need. Now, there's only one thing left." He stroked his chin. "That's our means of transportation to Turkey." STO mused, I guess we'll need camels." At that moment, Barong offered some information. To reach the Turkish village, you need a proper astrologer. STO wondered, an astrologer? Parker explained, they're people who make predictions based on the positions of the stars, but honestly, I think most of them are just swindlers. Mubian shook his head, disagreeing with Barong, adding that astrology was also forbidden in Rubaraza. The girl spoke up, that's why I said a proper one. We don't want some quack. Mubian stroked his chin. So. Barong explained, astrology is a practice similar to the shamanistic magic used in the Empire. STO was bewildered by this new information. He asked curiously, shamanistic magic? Nizu also chimed in, so it's not magic but sorcery. Barong sighed and explained simply, anyway, because astrologers can read the paths of the stars, they're essential when traveling through the desert. With a good astrologer, we can even find oases. Parker innocently asked, can't we just use a map? Barong was exasperated by their lack of desert knowledge. She snapped, the magical axis in the Turkish desert constantly shifts, so maps and magical compasses are useless. Parker was confused. What? How does it shift? Barong elaborated. There are also illusions that can cause hallucinations, and ravenous monsters lurking around every corner. Mubian agreed. Yeah, I've also heard the desert is quite dangerous. Finally, someone with a bit of sense. Barong said gloomily, exactly. That's why we need a skilled astrologer. We'll never reach the Turkish village without someone who can read the stars. Never. Among the clueless group, Parker hesitantly asked, so what do we do? Barong shared a desert survival method. The best way is to travel with a merchant caravan. That's how I've done it before. And most merchants traveling between towns hire guards to protect them from monsters and bandits. Parker seemed to understand that, so we'll take on a merchant escort request. Barong nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. We'll travel with them, with the shared goal of reaching our destination safely. In the middle of the small marketplace, Mubian spoke up. I'm fine with this. Parker echoed. I agree with this method too. STO made the decision. All right then. They wandered around, searching for merchant groups amidst the desert heat. Several people called out loudly, looking for combat mercenaries. Looking for an additional ice support mage. Mubian looked around hesitantly, searching for a suitable team. Are all of these merchants? He asked. Parker replied, most of them seem to be. A group of merchants noticed the party and murmured amongst themselves, isn't that Ignis? They whispered that I think so. They have the Firebird emblem and black uniforms. It would be best if Ignis took our request. Parker looked around and suggested, there are a lot of people here. Maybe it's best to go with the largest caravan. Barong agreed that, of course. This is the time to leverage Ignis's reputation. While everyone searched for a group, STO, who was blindfolded, suddenly turned his head in a certain direction, as if sensing something. He listened silently and sensed a small figure walking on air approaching. Strange. It was a ragged little girl. She looked up at STO and asked, why don't you have a star, mister? She held out her hand and said, everyone is born under a unique star. The star tells you your fate and guides you. She explained, our merchant family and the other mercenaries all have a star, but why don't you have one, mister? Mubian crossed his arms and muttered thoughtfully, a con artist kid. What? He gaped, pointing at himself. Ugly? Me? Check again, is it really that bad? Someone in the group reassured him. Please calm down. The little girl is talking about your star, not you. Mubian didn't feel comforted. He grew more frustrated and yelled, no way, I don't believe it. My star must be big and bright. Parker, following along, was also speechless. Please calm down. The girl looked at Parker and remarked dreamily, this angel mister has a small star, but it shines so gently. Are you a guardian angel protecting everyone? These words stunned Parker. He chuckled and corrected her. No, I'm not an angel. I'm a bird. The girl didn't understand. A bird? Parker spread his wings for her to see and laughed. We're just winged people. We're the same as normal humans, except we have wings. The girl was delighted as she looked at his wings, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Parker. But you really look like an angel. Looking at the gentle light from your star, You must help a lot of people, right? That's amazing. From behind, someone approached, laughing heartily. He explained, that child is a star contractor. Then, he called to the girl, Anzanip. The girl immediately ran to his side. He greeted them with a kind smile. Hello, I'm a leader of the Parima Merchant Group, Russell. SDO politely extended his hand to shake Russell's and introduced himself. I am the president of Ignis, SDO. Russell was surprised. President? His eyes widened as he thought to himself. The new president of the Ignis Guild, the one who can read hearts. What a special encounter to meet the main character of that story. Russell proudly introduced the little girl. This child is Anzanip. She's my granddaughter. She's also one of the best star contractors in this desert. Parker politely inquired, excuse me for interrupting, merchant leader, but what is a star contractor? Russell was taken aback by the question. Wait, is this the first time you've heard of this concept after coming to the Turkish desert? Mubian offered a guess. They probably call astrologers that here. Merchant leader Russell Jong explained in detail, it's similar, but you're wrong. Those who contract with the stars aren't ordinary astrologers. They're people who can directly hear the whispers of the stars within the astrological realm. In my imagination, they have a connection to spirits, so I said their name that because it looks as if they've made a contract with a star spirit. Anyway, they're very precious individuals. Russell chuckled, patting his granddaughter's head. Anzanip said that she would meet special people if we came looking for job hunters, but I didn't expect we'd meet the guild leader. SDO listened and then asked, so, Russell, you didn't come here to hire mercenaries. He replied, we've already hired our combat team. From behind him, someone spoke up. Oh, wait a minute. The other person waved. That black-haired kid from the Ignis Guild. Russell was surprised, thinking to himself, kid? Rosemax appeared with two other people, greeting them with a bright smile that you're a rare sight. We meet again. The merchants exclaimed in surprise. The Ballista Guild. Rosemax waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Our guild collapsed. Everyone was astonished. What? He continued talking about it casually. As if it wasn't his guild, IT completely disappeared. The guild leader ran away. Everyone was stunned. Ran away? Rosemax continued. So, we're just traveling together as a mercenary group now, since we were on the same team before. His two companions nodded vigorously, confirming his words. The two groups faced each other, Anzanip clinging to Russell. SDO spoke. I didn't think I'd see you again. Rosemax spoke nonchalantly. Yeah, we actually meet quite often considering... Wait a minute. He noticed SDO's blindfold and asked, did you get injured in the eye? SDO didn't elaborate. Something like that. Rosemax exclaimed, man, losing an eye as a rookie must be tough. Do you think it'll recover? SDO replied, curtly. I don't know. Rosemax clicked his tongue and spoke with disdain. Look at you, coming all the way to the Turkish desert, even though you're from the Ignis Guild. You've really fallen. Burong, behind SDO, wasn't pleased to hear such negative remarks about their guild. Perhaps because her displeasure was so obvious. When Rosemax's group saw her, they cried out in fear like children seeing a monster. What? Why are you with that scary woman? Burong glared at them, warning, don't talk to me. The group trembled and obediently replied. Yes. SDO asked Rose, are you the mercenary group that the Parima Merchant Group hired? He replied, yeah, that's right. We just received our payment. What about you guys? Hearing this, Russell anxiously waved his hands and, oh, absolutely not. Don't say that. I don't have that kind of money. Rosemax sighed unhappily. How can a merchant leader not have money? SDO stepped in to smooth things over for the merchant leader. He turned to Russell, asking curiously, what's wrong? He expressed his intentions that we need to get to the Turkish tribal village in the desert. Can we travel with you as mercenaries? Russell was dumbfounded. Actually, I don't have the money to pay you. SDO reassured him, we don't need money. Russell hesitated. Is this really all right? Members of Ignis working without a requested fee. Burong also spoke up. It's fine as long as we can get to the Turkish village. Parker smiled gently. We're just following the captain's decision. Mubian crossed his arms and asked, Is that so? What's your decision? Can we go with you? Russell cleared his throat nervously and said, Of course. But the Parima Merchant Group never makes a request without something in return. Why, you ask? He declared magnanimously. There's a give and take. That's a merchant's mindset. If we reach the village safely, I'll share a portion of the earnings from there with you. Amidst the scorching desert sun, the voice of the merchant leader, Russell, resonated. Now, to all those who have trusted and chosen the Parima Merchant Group, I entrust this to you. Finally, the group achieved their goal of joining a merchant caravan, surrounded by carts of supplies. They looked around, seeing even elephants pulling carts. There were also camels carrying goods. Parker exclaimed excitedly, Those camels! Then, the merchant leader countered, They're not for us. Parker didn't understand. What do we ride in the desert if not camels? He blurted out, Huh. Mr. Russell didn't say much. He turned and pointed in one direction. We'll be riding those. In the middle of the desert, a giant crustacean leg lumbered forward. Someone stammered, Teach, this is quite a unique choice. Russell encouraged everyone. They're all docile and sturdy. Don't be so scared. Hasn't everyone ridden a horse before? Looking at the enormous mounts before them, the group was a bit apprehensive. SDO, being blindfolded, was also curious since he couldn't see anything. Parker even yelled, This is completely different from riding a horse. Russell chuckled gently. It's all the same after a while. SDO cautiously stepped forward, like a blind fortune teller examining an elephant. He reached out and touched the creature in front of him, murmuring, It's certainly sturdy. Is it wearing armor? Because he touched a living being, SDO could read its thoughts and feelings. Like, you I like. Hearing this, he wondered, So it likes me? SDO turned to ask his teammate, Parker, what is this? Parker scratched his head. It's too big to be called an animal. Hesitating for a moment, he announced, It's a desert crab, Mr. SDO. Standing before a giant crab, the sheer size of which SDO couldn't even fathom, he exclaimed in astonishment. A crab? Parker raised his hand to explain. They usually live in the sea, but it seems they appear in the desert too. It's huge, so it probably won't be difficult to ride. It just looks a bit strange. He looked at the crabs being distributed to each person and said, The one you'll be riding is a blue desert crab with a beautiful dark shell. Then Parker looked at the crab assigned to him. I'll be riding a hairy green desert crab. Mubian frowned, pondering for a long time. This is quite a predicament. I've never ridden a crab before. The merchant leader, Russell, led his granddaughter away, turning back to reassure him with a smile. Don't worry, just sit on the saddle and hold on tight. Mubian turned his head and sighed. Even if I wanted to, it would be difficult because this saddle is tilted to one side. A crab walked by, and a voice called down from atop it, clear and distinct. Burong spoke with disdain. You're the educated one, aren't you? The crab's going that way. But the funny thing is, the crab she's riding is going straight. This startled Mubian, who yelled, You just said crabs walk sideways, so why is that one going straight? Burong frowned, disdainful of Mubian's limited knowledge. That's a gravel crab, a different species. Isn't this basic knowledge? Mubian genuinely didn't know, and he asked dumbfoundedly. Really? Sitting on his crab? Parker also looked apprehensive. He looked around and asked, Is everyone on board? Seeing that SDO hadn't mounted his crab yet, Parker leaned down and asked, President, are you all right? SDO turned his head and replied softly, I'm fine. Parker chuckled and asked, Really? Then he said something that made SDO flinch because it hit a nerve. Could it be that you're scared? Parker continued, gesticulating and laughing. I bet you are. Well, I'm a little scared too. You're even blindfolded, and they say not being able to see makes it even scarier. SDO remained silent. Parker suggested, Do you want to ride with Nizu? These giant crabs are huge. Multiple people can ride them at the same time. Just then, SDO heard the crab's thoughts. It said, Don't go. He tilted his head up in surprise. Suddenly, he felt his body being lifted, his feet leaving the ground. The crab had gripped SDO and lifted him up. It whispered like You ride me. Then it placed Estio onto the saddle, next to Anzanip. Feeling himself no longer suspended in the air, Estio breathed a sigh of relief. Sensing the presence beside him, he tentatively asked, "Anzanip?" The girl, holding the reins, said, "Poco is my blue crab." She smiled brightly and boasted, "This is the first time I've seen Poco pick someone up on its own. It only picks me up with its claws because I've been riding it since I was little. Since you can't see, I'll hold the reins." Estio politely replied, "Thank you." Anzanip started to guide the crab and warned, "It'll be a bit bumpy, so hold on tight." The group set off, stopping around late afternoon. The sound of retching echoed from somewhere. It was Parker. Despite being of the bird tribe, he didn't have a strong stomach. While vomiting, Parker said, "I get motion sickness." Josmark walked over and patted his back in concern. "Are you all right?" Parker answered honestly, "No, every time a crab moves, I feel like my insides are turning upside down." Behind them, Anzanip and Estio had dismounted. She looked up and asked Estio, "I'm curious about something. You're not actually human, are you?" Anzanip confessed, "I knew from the moment we first met. You're the only one without a star." Estio chuckled and asked in return, "What does it mean to not have a star?" The girl patiently explained, "Every human is born with their own unique star." She looked up at the evening sky and envisioned the star-filled expanse. Depending on their heart, the star's light can shine brighter or dimmer. They have different shapes and sometimes foretell dangers that might befall their owner. Estio seemed to understand that reading the stars is astrology. Under the setting sun, Anzanip agreed, "That's right." Estio pondered, "Not having a star, it sounds like I don't really exist." After a moment of thought, he asked her, "So you're not afraid of me?" The girl gave a bright, natural smile. "There's no way someone Poco likes could be a bad person." Everyone set up camp and rested. People started fires and cooked soup, the fragrant aroma filling the air. Parker slurped his soup happily. As everyone gathered around the campfire for dinner, Anzanip asked, "By the way, Mr. Angel, what's your name?" Parker cheerfully replied, "I'm Bunny Parker. Just call me Parker." Anzanip wondered, "But isn't Bunny your name?" Parker chuckled and began to explain, This is a custom of the bird people. You probably wouldn't know. Usually, a person's name consists of a given name and a surname. But the bird people are different. We use our village name as our surname." Anzanip, curious and confused, tilted her head. "Village name?" Parker clarified, "That's right. When a child is born, the bird people hold a ceremony. The elder then gives the child their name, and the village name always comes before the given name. So Parker's my actual name." While Parker and Anzanip chatted animatedly, Josmark suddenly noticed something. A cat walked over, meowing. It sat by the fire and licked its paw. Josmark, curious, said, "A cat? Where did it come from?" Mubian, sitting nearby, spoke succinctly, "That's Estio's cat." Immediately, Josmark put on a fawning expression and tried to play with the cat. "Here, kitty, kitty." Mubian glanced at him, warning, "Be careful. If you say anything careless to that cat, something might happen." But Josmark didn't seem to care. "Well, it's just a cat. How much damage could it possibly do with a bite?" Mubian was exasperated with this airhead. He said coldly, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Josmark turned to Mubian and laughed. "I thought you were a brave warrior, but you're scared of cat? Are you going to faint if you see a desert monster?" Mubian refused to comment. He turned away, leaving the remark, "That cat is more terrifying than any desert monster." His actions only further convinced Josmark that Mubian was a coward. He grinned, "Just kidding. You've never seen a desert monster, have you?" Mubian replied indifferently, "No." Josmark nodded, chuckling, "Neither have we." Thinking about the mysterious desert monsters, he began to speak in a serious tone that I hear they're all incredibly ferocious. Starting tomorrow, things could get very dangerous. Be prepared. Mubian pondered, murmuring, "Dangerous." He fell silent, a grim image flashing through his mind. From the past, Josmark, ever inquisitive, asked, "By the way, I heard you're not even a member of the guild. So why do you keep following that kid around?" Mubian's reply seemed unrelated, which only piqued Josmark's curiosity. "That's been bothering me. Why do you keep treating him like a child? Josmark asked, confused. Mubian turned and asked. Josmar turned his head away, scratching his face hesitantly. I heard he's just a rookie who joined the guild not long ago. Mubian questioned, so? Josmark recalled his previous encounter with SDO, assessing, the last time I saw him, he didn't even look like someone who could fight. Low-ranked, doesn't know how to use a sword or magic. Isn't that just a kid? Then he suddenly paused, reconsidering. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, how did he even get into the guild in the first place? A thought flashed through Josmark's mind. Wait a minute. He turned to Mubian, startled. Was it through connections? Could he be from a noble family? Mubian just sighed, a mixture of exasperation and resignation. Clearly, normal conversation with someone possessing such a strange train of thought was impossible. He didn't say anything but turned and patted the other person's shoulder. Go to sleep. Josmark was startled by the hard pat. I thought your soul had left your body. A few days later, amidst the vast expanse of sand, a voice rang out. This journey is almost over. Parker looked around and exclaimed, I've been wondering what desert monsters look like, but in reality, it's just a vast sea of sand. Caravan leader Josmark laughed loudly and said, Even if you get close, you won't be able to see most of them. He asked, his head full of questions. Why is that? Their fire flickered continuously in the desert night. He slowly explained, Most of them hide under the sand, sandworms, giant scorpions, all sorts. They move by digging through the sand. Parker sighed heavily and complained, Everything is so scary. Mubian raised his head and added, as if trying to frighten him, It'll definitely be harder to spot them if they move underground. Suddenly, Josmark, sitting opposite, spoke up, but the most dangerous enemy is the desert ghosts of the blue sand. A curious voice repeated, Blue sand? He warmed his hands and slowly replied, Blue sand is a place that often appears in ghost stories. Josmark immediately elaborated, It's an illusion. At some point, the fantastical blue sand will spread out before your eyes. The blue desert looks beautiful and dreamy, but don't be mesmerized. The moment you step on it, you'll surely die. Mubian asked in confusion, Die instantly? Is it because there are powerful monsters in that area? He replied hesitantly, No one really knows. I've only heard that as soon as you step into that area, you'll die mysteriously. Parker turned to the caravan leader and asked, So have you ever seen the blue sand, Mr. Merchant? He replied matter-of-factly, I have seen it. As he spoke, Josmark recalled the terrifying scene from the past. The blue sand was really just a step away from me. It looked like the ocean. I was terrified when I saw it. He fearfully cautioned everyone. Even if you travel by the guidance of the stars, the blue sand will still suddenly appear like an illusion. So everyone must be very careful. Parker absently pondered. A blue desert? Direction. So did I ask that it? Parker asked loudly with worry, confusing everyone. Something like that? Gathered around the fire. Everyone quickly stood up. Blue sand. We need to get out of here immediately. His hesitant, fearful voice rang out again. What is it now? Before their eyes was an enormous scorpion, a giant scorpion. Burong recognized its characteristics in an instant. They're cunning monsters, always moving in packs. Meanwhile, Parker trembled with fear that it's so close to us, and I didn't even notice it. Then she summoned her weapon, reassuring herself, There's no way to know, since they move underground. They must have been following us all day, treating us as prey. Burong stepped forward and shouted, as if to announce, Damn it, I'll distract it. Everyone, wake everyone up. She boldly approached, provoking them. Hey, come out here, you stupid scorpions. Burong swung her staff at the scorpion, trying to draw its attention and buy time. She gritted her teeth and stared at it with fierce eyes. Next, Burong launched a magical attack, striking the lead scorpion directly on the head. Luckily, the blow flattened its head, leaving it dazed and stunned on the ground. Russell yelled out orders, Retreat. Retreat. Don't fight the monsters. Get out of here. While everyone was running around in a panic, Parker asked, confused, Mr. Muzubian, shouldn't we be retreating instead of just standing here, dumbfounded. Muzubian didn't bother to reply. Who knows? I don't think I have a reason to intervene while that young lady is fighting. He chuckled and asked back, aren't you being a bit cold? This is about people's lives. He didn't even flinch as he gestured forward. Anyway, look. It turned out Burong was fiercely attacking the scorpions. In front of them, Muzubian spoke, as if predicting the future. She'd probably be angrier if we interfered. Parker watched helplessly. Right, that's true. He continued to analyze. What we need to do is clear an escape route. At the same time, panic cries continuously erupted. Blue sand is coming from the other side. From the west too. In the east. The caravan leader looked around, exclaiming, oh my God! The entire caravan was surrounded by the constantly flowing streams of blue sand. Anzenith cried out in fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Uncle! Russell didn't hesitate to ask for help. Mages, please erect a barrier. A blonde mage looked bewildered. Wait, in this situation, shouldn't we try to escape? He tried to explain as quickly as possible. It's precisely because of this situation that I'm requesting a barrier. Since there's no escape route, we can only rely on magic. After analyzing the situation, the caravan leader offered his opinion. If we use a barrier spell, the blue sand won't be able to get any closer. We can just wait inside until it recedes. The mage was astonished by this bold idea. Wait? You mean wait for the blue sand to pass? How long will that take? He calmly held up 2 fingers. At least a day. If it's worse, it could be several days. He roared in frustration. Damn it. Do you think I'm a dragon? I can't hold out that long. Let alone a day. Even half a day would be difficult. Russell rushed over, seriously pleading, causing the mage to click his tongue in resignation. There's no other way. Please, do your best. He decisively announced. Hide the crabs under the sand and gather everyone as close together as possible. The mage stood tensely in front of everyone, preparing to create the barrier. He looked at the bluish streams of sand that had almost completely covered the desert and worried to himself. That's the kind of sand that will kill anyone who touches it. Josmark worried about Estio. Hey, kid, once the barrier is activated, you can't go through it anymore. Call your teammate back right now. Muzubian immediately agreed that I'll bring her back. He unconsciously exclaimed to himself, that group is full of skilled people. No matter how many times I see it, it's an amazing combination. Next, Josmark looked curiously at Estio, who was covering his eyes. Now that I think about it, what is this kid's special ability? He just opened his mouth, kid, but before he could finish, Muzubian spoke up, brought her back safely. Seeing him carrying Burong horizontally with one arm, Parker panicked. Did you two just fight in such a short amount of time? He stammered while she fumed, her face dark with anger to Bairang's hair. Muzubian waved his hand dismissively, as if it were nothing. No, I accidentally cut her hair while trying to stop her. Burong grumbled. Did you cut me by accident? She asked after he set her down nonchalantly. Sorry, Ma Bian said, holding out a black thread to Burong. I was giving this to you. It's still better than dying, isn't it? She snapped. Shut up. While they bickered, the blonde-haired mage raised his staff and shouted, Barrier! A magical circle appeared, expanding to surround the group. Suddenly, the scorpion lunged forward, stabbing its pincers at the circle. It attacked relentlessly, as if trying to shatter the barrier the mage had worked so hard to create. If it keeps attacking like this, the blonde mage warned, the barrier might break. Despite his worry, a calm voice responded, There's no need to worry about that. It was the caravan leader, holding his granddaughter. Those monsters will disappear soon. Blue circles suddenly appeared in the air, moving towards the scorpions. The light engulfed the nearby creatures. Then, they slowly lost their color and seemed to crumble. Gradually, the scorpions turned completely blue and vanished. To the astonishment of the group, the blue sand had completely eradicated the giant scorpions. Parker's trembling voice broke the silence. Hey, how is that possible? Ma Bian, also witnessing the scene, remained indifferent. Who knows? Something like a disease? He said casually, approaching the barrier. But it won't get past the shield anyway. Parker anxiously urged, It's dangerous. Mr. Mabian, please step back. Mabian chuckled reassuringly. It's fine, it's fine. Even if it's dangerous, the sand can't get through the shield. Parker remained apprehensive. But what if the shield disappears? Mabian replied matter-of-factly, then we'll see. He looked at Parker, puzzled. Why are you so scared? You can fly and avoid it. Parker, still worried, asked, but what about everyone else? After a moment of thought, Mabian suggested, when you fly up, we'll go with you. As if he'd come up with a brilliant idea, Mabian said confidently, sound good? Everyone can stack up like they're climbing a ladder, and then we'll zoom up. Parker was exasperated. I can't carry anyone heavier than me. Mabian grinned, but I'm just kidding. Amidst the playful banter, Estio suddenly realized something's not right. He thought about the information he'd learned. Asterisk, I heard that blue sand is a strange phenomenon in the desert. People die if they touch the cursed blue sand. So what am I hearing here? Asterisk, Estio called out, startling Josmark. Jos, Estio asked seriously, while the barrier is up, can anyone go outside? Josmark replied gravely, going out is possible, but getting back in isn't. Estio nodded gratefully. I understand. Thanks for letting me know. Josmark cautioned, be careful not to step outside the boundary. If you step outside, you'll... Before he could finish his warning, Estio quickly walked towards the barrier, causing Josmark to yell in alarm. Hey, Estio. Estio reached his hand outside the barrier and touched the blue sand. Everyone gasped at the sight that he touched the blue sand. After touching the blue sand, Estio immediately realized something. Just as I thought, this isn't a curse. Surprisingly, Estio's hand remained perfectly normal after touching the blue sand. The surrounding crowd gasped continuously, seeing him completely unharmed. They couldn't believe it. He was perfectly fine. They were baffled, sweating bullets. He hadn't turned to sand, nor had he died. Had that kid really just touched the blue sand? At that moment, Parker shouted, trying to stop him. You can't go out there. Both Mabian and Nizu were also stepping outside, following Estio's footsteps before Parker could stop them. Parker, without a second thought, ran after them. Captain, please tell us before you do something like that. Nizu agreed that that's right, Estio. Estio turned around apologetically. Sorry, he said softly to we're teammates, Captain. If you keep acting without telling us in such dangerous situations, it's like you don't trust us. I'll be angry. Having not yet calmed down, Parker's tone shifted to reproachful. And you too, Mabian. Even if you're worried about the captain, how could you just follow him like that? Burong, standing inside the barrier, was speechless. Are they all idiots? How can they trust someone that much? She affirmed to herself, her face serious. There's no one in this world worth entrusting your life to. Parker looked curiously at the glowing blue sand. But didn't they say this blue sand was cursed? Nizu felt uneasy. Yeah, I heard that anyone who steps on it will die. Estio pulled up his blindfold to explain. That blue sand isn't sand. Parker questioned. What? He replied matter-of-factly, they're bugs. Parker's jaw dropped in surprise. Bugs? Meanwhile, Mabian reached out and caught a blue bug that was flying toward his hand. After his initial surprise, Parker could see it too. Now that I look closely, they have wings. Nizu exclaimed, Really? Mabian calmly turned to Estio. S.O., that's why you stepped out of the barrier. But do bugs even think? He slowly clarified, they're simple, but they do think. As if to confirm Estio's words, the blue bugs trembled and made a sound, scared. Uhuru suddenly ran out from somewhere. I know them. Parker jumped, startled by his appearance. You scare me to death. Uhuru, you're awake? Uhuru confirmed, they're skin-eating insects. Parker voiced everyone's thoughts. What did you say? He continued to explain what he knew, that they're cute little things that eat the dead skin of plants and animals. They obediently act as scavengers, eating dirty things to keep the desert clean. Why do you all have that expression? Everyone was suddenly speechless, unsure how to react to this information. Those inside the barrier asked each other, Oh my God, so it's not blue sand but insects? What about the victims up until now? And the monsters just now? Were they all eaten by these insects? Can we turn off the barrier now? The merchant leader felt strange. Why aren't they attacking us? Uhuru was also confused by this information that it's strange for them to attack people. They're usually super lazy. Sometimes they even starve to death because they're too lazy. He realized something. Oh, I understand now. But who's talking? SDO began to answer everyone's questions. The reason these insects are attacking other creatures is because they're extremely frightened. Someone, intently observing the blue bugs, spoke up. Are the insects losing their minds? He replied as the barrier began to dissipate. Yes, they attack anything they encounter after their survival instincts kick in. SDO lowered his voice, a hint of melancholy in his tone. I don't know the reason. I thought I could see something, but they were all just fragments. Ma Bian, seeing his somber expression, spoke up. Please don't overdo it. No matter what, the important thing right now isn't those bugs, it's you. Parker interjected cheerfully that it's good that everyone here escaped that dangerous blue sand. He gestured with his wings. Right, Mr. Ma Bian? Ma Bian, dodging the gesture, mumbled, I suppose so. Rosemark questioned loudly, hold on, kid. How did you do that? He continued to press. The blue sand is a mysterious phenomenon that's caused quite a few problems for a lot of people for a long time. But you recognized what it was as soon as you saw it, and you neutralized it too. The crowd, fickle as ever, shifted their suspicion. Thinking about it, isn't this very suspicious? Rosemark lowered his voice, as if he had more to say. I hope it's not like this, kid. But then he made a malicious accusation. Did you learn the forbidden necromancy of the Empire? As Rosemark spoke, the image of a skeleton seemed to appear before everyone as a sinner, one who has made a pact with the soul of the dead, one who uses magic to bring the living to death. That kind of magic is forbidden by the Empire, and if this law is broken, the necromancer and all those involved will be executed. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. How foolish. I'll let you speak, but you only spout nonsense. Rosemark cried out in alarm. What? Looking for a fight. It turned out to be Burong approaching. That's SDO, commander of the Ignis Guild. She stated firmly, as if slapping Rosemark across the face. You just accused a member of the guild's executive board, a necromancer whom even the royal family respects. Rosemark was stunned. Executive board member? He immediately began to reconsider. Now that I look at it, the clothes he's wearing look quite expensive. He's been wearing them all day, so they probably have built-in temperature control magic. There's no way a newbie would have such high-quality clothes and enchantments. Rosemark was sweating profusely, filled with anxiety. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this sooner? He stammered, needing confirmation to, yes, it's true, sir. Kid, sir, are you really a member of the Ignis Guild's executive board? SDO, his guild badge gleaming, replied yes. He answered calmly, Do you have any more doubts? Or should I provide further proof? That alone was enough to make Rosemark wave his hands in fear. That's enough. Burong scolded disapprovingly. Just answer directly when you hear such nonsense. At least react somehow. SDO remained unfazed. Why should I? I don't particularly care. This only seemed to irritate her further, that you're an executive board member. Burong suddenly became furious at his calmness. Insulting the guild master is the same as insulting Ignis. You can't disgrace the guild while you're still an executive board member. Her raised voice softened slightly. Ignis is important to me. Parker couldn't help but interrupt. More importantly, SDO, I think you should take these insects somewhere else. SDO replied, Actually, that's impossible. It seems there's nowhere for these insects to return to. He then suggested, I think we should leave as soon as possible. He slowly pointed out the crux of the matter. Even if we leave, nothing will be solved. More and more insects are being frightened in this area. Mubian astutely pointed out, You mean we should find the source of the blue sand? SDO quickly agreed yes. Suddenly, a hand went up as if to offer a suggestion. The merchants made their request clear. Can't you protect us all the way there? You're here to work as mercenaries to escort us, aren't you? Let's just safely reach the Earth Tribe village first. He pondered dejectedly. I still haven't fully mastered my power. It might be better to go to the village first. Estio's voice dropped. Low and resigned, I understand. We'll have to rely on you again, Anjanip. He then turned away while the insects continued to tremble in fear. Scary, so scary. Estio turned, showing only the back of his head, but unable to hide his overflowing disappointment. I'm sorry, I can't help. The bugs continued to plead pathetically, please, save us. The sky had brightened, and the sun was high, casting scorching rays down on the desert. The group expressed their gratitude. Thank you for escorting us this far. Gasso smiled and extended his hand. Although our Paraima merchant group is small, I can guarantee the loyalty of the Paraima people. He shook Estio's hand, showing his gratitude. I will never forget what you've done for us. Anjanip popped her head out to speak about their next plan. We have to continue to the other side of the desert. The other mercenaries will go with us. The young girl held a blue gem in her hand. Here, please take this. Anjanip cheerfully handed him the guiding orb and instructed, when you return, just follow the path that led you here. Oh, the girl tried to remind him, there are many great and powerful stars gathered around you. Be careful. Estio replied, thank you for the warning. Anjanip, you be careful too. Anjanip, walking with the head merchant, turned back to say goodbye. Thank you for everything. In the village, people were still bustling about in the busy market. Parker approached to ask for directions. Excuse me, could I ask you something? We're looking for the Ignis Guild building. Kevin laughed loudly and turned to answer, the Ignis Guild? What a coincidence. This excessive friendliness startled him. Oh. He casually pointed the way. I'm also on my way there to submit a request. Let's go together. Parker, surprised, agreed. All right. Kevin inquired cordially, judging by your attire, you must be members of the guild, right? Newly hired for the Earth Tribe branch, or just visiting? Estio replied cautiously, we're here to deliver something. He took the hint. I suppose I can't ask about that, can I? He flatly stated, his expression unchanged. No. Kevin, both surprised and amused, exclaimed, you're quite straightforward. He cheerfully struck up a conversation. It's been a while since we've had visitors in our town, after all. Parker curiously added, really? I heard merchants come through here pretty often. Kevin eagerly explained while Estio watched intently. Of course, many merchants pass through here, but it's different from tourists and sightseers. I don't know how to explain it properly. He helped Kevin out. When merchants come here, it's for a specific purpose, so they feel like familiar business partners. But sightseers come here for their own reasons, so each visit feels new. Kevin laughed heartily and praised him. Exactly. You put it so well, as if you can see right through me. Parker, intrigued, and asked, so what are you going to the guild for? Kevin quickly turned and explained the whole town decided to submit a request. Something about, well, you understand, it's better not to talk about it if it's something extremely important. Kevin cheerfully reassured him. Ah, I'm the representative, so it's all right. He suddenly repeated, representative? Kevin proudly introduced himself. Yes, I'm Kevin of Turkey, the representative of this town. Parker questioned, are you the Lord? Kevin scratched his head and agreed, yes, the Lord. I'm not very used to this empire's titles. Parker thought to himself, asterisk, how did I end up asking the Lord for directions? Come to think of it, most of the townspeople seem quite friendly. Asterisk aloud, he remarked, the weather's nice, isn't it? Echoing the general sentiment of the town. As they walked, Kevin inquired, do you know about the blue sand appearing in the desert? He excitedly recounted, more than know about it. We encountered it on our way here. Kevin was surprised. Oh no, so you've seen it. Parker continued, as if to further surprise Kevin. Not only that, we crossed it on foot. He excitedly shared the shocking information. While crossing the desert, we encountered insects that looked like fireflies and emitted a blue light. Kevin lunged forward, raising his voice, insects. He sounded like he had found a kindred spirit. Everyone says it's cursed sand, but they're actually living insects, aren't they? So I wasn't mistaken, but I heard that touching them is fatal. How did you walk through them? Parker chuckled. It's all thanks to our commander. Kevin continued to praise. despite Estio remaining silent, as expected of Ignis. His excitement suddenly subsided as he sighed. Anyway, the blue sand, or rather, the insect, have caused so much damage. On top of that, the desert monsters have become much more aggressive, their actions stranger, as if they have a strategy. Mubian, silent until now, agreed, "Yes, I also feel like they're attacking us intentionally." Cavan grumbled, as if wanting to vent, "They're so strange, don't you think? But the townspeople don't believe me. There's definitely something strange going on, but they have no intention of investigating." This made Parker extremely curious. "Didn't you say you're the Lord? You can just order them." Cavan held up a finger, explaining like a seasoned veteran. "Making people do something unbelievable will only cause trouble and end up with them scolding me. That's why I'm on my way to submit a request to the guild." Curious, Cavan asked, "I heard the Ignis Guild accepts any request, no matter what it is. Is that true?" Parker wasn't so sure. "Well, if it's doable, they'll send someone suitable to handle it. Some requests might get rejected, though." They stood before a pristine white building, remarking to each other, "We're here." The building's doors slowly opened. A blue-haired woman greeted them with a gentle smile. "That I've been waiting for you, Commander. I'm a member of the guild, the manager of the Turkish branch. My name is Jinzu." She stopped abruptly mid-sentence, then continued in a lower voice, "And I also have the same ability as you, Commander." Estio, curious, asked, "The same type?" Jinzu explained, "I can infuse emotions into my voice and spread them to others. It's a psychic ability." While everyone watched, she added, "My ability is called emotional synchronization." Estio seemed more excited than usual. "I never thought I'd meet someone with the same ability." Jinzu shook her head, and, "Oh, Commander, I can't read minds. The effectiveness of my ability isn't strong, and the duration is very short." She looked at him with admiration. "You truly are the best in the field of psychic abilities. It's an honor to meet you, Commander." After hearing Jinzu's explanation, Estio looked down, slightly disappointed at IC. Parker, standing to the side, held out his hand as if to get their attention. "I think you should hear our request first." Jinzu spoke apologetically. "Excuse me, Lord of the Territory. What is your request?" Cavan quickly stated his request, that "I want someone to investigate the blue sand and find out why the insects are appearing around us. If possible, I'd like proof that the blue sand is also insects." He grinned broadly, that "I need to inform the townspeople about them." Jinzu asked curiously, "You don't want to exterminate them?" Cavan flexed his muscles and replied confidently, "If we have enough evidence and information about their origin, then we, the Turkish warriors, can deal with the insects ourselves. The Turkish desert is our home." She agreed without hesitation. "All right, I'll take your request." He flashed a bright, toothy smile. "Everyone, if you have any problems while you're here, come find me. I'll help as much as I can." Then, like a gust of wind, Cavan dashed off. "All right, see you later." Parker, still reeling from Cavan's eccentric energy, exclaimed, "The lord of this place. How should I put it? He's impressive." Inside the guild was a vast space with long, expansive staircases. A curious voice echoed in front of a circular mirror. "Oh, this is the soul mirror." Jinzu recounted what she knew, that "I heard the soul mirror can change its shape, like an impersonator." Estio spoke slowly, "That's right. There's no reaction now, because they're sleeping. So we need to keep it somewhere quiet and undisturbed." As he explained, Estio recalled the image of himself conversing with an indistinct being. "Someday, when the one who seeks you appears, I hope you can awaken from your deep slumber and find happiness." He asked softly, "I heard there's a suitable place to store the mirror in the Turkish desert." She also pensively recalled, "Near the town, there's an ancient temple from long ago. The guides maintain it very carefully, so it's a good place to store it, but there's a problem now." Jinzu suddenly remembered the temple and the blue sand and worried. Like the Turkish lord said, recently blue sand and monsters have been constantly appearing and attacking the area around the temple. The road to the temple has become dangerous, causing even the worshippers to stop going there. Estio looked into space, thinking to himself. So that's why he said it's been a while since they've had any visitors. The image of Kavin chattering appeared in his mind. Anyway, it's been a while since we've had visitors to our town. While everyone was gathered around the table, she announced some news that shocked Parker, causing him to shout. We also found this phenomenon strange, so we conducted a preliminary investigation. He turned sharply, worried. But branch manager Jinzu, isn't the guild not supposed to act without a request? That's a violation of guild rules. Jinzu seriously recounted. The guild master ordered us to investigate the unusual activity in the Turkish desert. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone started speculating and thought of Kai. Wait, is that why she sent us here too? Mubian was so annoyed that he couldn't control his facial expression. That damn brat. She's using us like pawns while pretending to be innocent. By now, it was getting dark in Turkey, and the sky was showing twinkling stars. A green lizard was clinging to the transparent window. Estio was lying awake in bed with Mubian, who was fast asleep. He kept his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, Estio sat up in silence, putting on his robe as he stealthily made his way to the door. He reached the door and was about to open it when Suki's voice suddenly came from behind. Where are you going? Estio immediately glanced back and spotted Suki. He opened his mouth as if to explain something, but couldn't find the words. Estio continued walking out of the room, calmly replying, Nothing. He walked further and further away from the building. While walking intently, Estio abruptly stopped as if frozen. It seemed he had noticed someone. This place could be dangerous for you. Estio turned around questioningly. Have you been following me this whole time? It turned out to be Mubian, who was supposed to be asleep, affirming, That's what I'm here to do. Suki also wondered, but there's nothing interesting about following you around. He bent down, chuckling playfully. If no battles break out, what am I supposed to do? Black cat. The cat didn't bother to acknowledge the jab. I'm not a black cat. Mubian continued to nag. Even if it's boring, safety is best, black cat. Despite understanding clearly, he still walked over and asked, More importantly, this isn't a good area to wander around in. Couldn't you sleep? Estio softly replied, Yeah. Mubian suddenly remembered the blood splattered everywhere, his voice turning serious. There are days like that when my body is tired but my mind is clear. I can only keep thinking. He returned to his usual playful tone, shrugging, So at times like these I feel the need to do something, so I hunt a lot. Suki was suspicious of what he'd just heard. Hunt. Mubian continued to reminisce. Hunting monsters. There are monsters everywhere, so I can immerse myself in hunting them. Then he suddenly became serious. Mr. Estio, after surviving the encounter with the anomaly in the desert, I have a question. Estio didn't hesitate. What is it? Mubian offered conjecture. What if someone is controlling the monsters? While aiming at the golden dragon Sahanan, he issued a warning. The Turkish desert may be much more dangerous than we think. Suddenly, a noise startled him, making him look around cautiously. Mubian turned to look at the firewood shelves in the corner of the room, shouting, Who's there? Behind a shelf, something was flickering in and out of view. After a moment of rustling, a potted cactus timidly emerged. Seeing this, Mubian sighed in relief. What, it's just you, Mr. Cactus? The cactus said fearfully, That should be my line. Why are you standing there in the dark? I thought you were a monster. Ahuru used its roots to lift the pot as it moved closer to Estio's group and asked, So what are you three doing here? The atmosphere seems serious. Are you fighting? Mubian sighed and said, We were just taking a night stroll. Estio asked with concern, Ahuru, do you want to go back to your family? Ahuru questioned, Family? Estio said, I don't know how you got to Galaxia, but I don't think you wanted to come here. He asked Ahuru, Don't you want to go home? The cactus startled and replied, No, not at all. I think you misunderstood. Ahuru pointed at itself, confused. My family, whether it's family or not. Anyway, we don't have deep family affection like humans. It began to recount its difficult childhood. We are born underground, and after we grow to a certain extent, my mother pushes each of us up to the surface. My first memory on the surface is the desert. Under the scorching sun, it didn't have a good impression of it. I hated that hot and silent desert. Uhuru remembered the shade of a human that sheltered it. And then, by chance, I got to travel all over the continent thanks to a human. It was put into a pot, placed on a carriage, and taken everywhere. Because of that, it lost track of its family. I don't know where my other siblings went or where my mother is now underground. Uhuru confided, I want to see them again, but I don't need to go back there. Estio knelt down on one knee, extending a hand to the cactus. I understand. Uhuru rubbed its head against Estio's hand and said, So, I like being with you like this. Estio. Mubian crossed his arms casually and asked, So, Mr. Cactus, where were you planning to go alone in the middle of the night? Estio, now holding the cactus pot in his hand, replied for the cactus. Estio disappeared, so I went out to look for him. Estio was touched. Thank you, but don't do that again. Uhuru didn't understand. Why? Estio explained. It's dangerous for you to go alone. He instructed. Next time, please wake someone up or wait for me to come back. Hugging the cactus to his chest, Estio promised. I promise to come back as soon as possible. Comforted and instructed, Uhuru understood. Okay, you promised. At that moment, Mubian stepped forward and suggested, Let's go inside. It's cold at night. Estio spoke up. Mubian. He replied, What's this? Estio voiced his plan. I intend to go to the desert temple tomorrow morning. Mubian calmly replied, If you order it, I will follow, but may I ask why you're willing to put yourself in this danger? Estio pondered, then answered, The sand insects asked for my help. I want to see what's frightened them so much. Uhuru suddenly scoffed. I hate insects. Mubian asked in surprise, But you're a cactus. Why do you hate insects? The prickly cactus retorted, Just because I'm a plant, does that mean I have to like insects? Everyone went inside to rest. Mubian soothed the cactus. All right. The next morning, in a magnificent house, an apology echoed. I apologize, Jinzu said, flustered. If I had known you were going to the desert temple, I would have prepared beforehand. Estio replied, It's okay. To salvage your support services, Jinzu hesitantly added, We've also quickly prepared a means of transportation. A few minutes later, everyone was arranged to ride giant desert crabs. Mubian grumbled to Burong, who sat in front. Don't make that face, girl. I don't want to ride this thing either. If you hate it so much, you can get off. She gave a strained, annoyed smile. I'm enough to protect him by myself. Suddenly, the reins were yanked from her hands. Burong glared at him, gritting her teeth. What do you mean, get off? I'm the driver. Mubian put his hands behind his head and whistled. All right. Just drive carefully. Burong thought irritably. Asterisk carefully? Don't make me laugh. Asterisk, she scowled, thinking, I'll make you regret letting me drive. The person behind her said nonchalantly, I think I'll take a nap. Estio, controlling a different desert crab, was amused by the bickering from the other side. They're at it again. Nizu, holding Uhuru, steered another crab. He exclaimed, Poor crab. Uhuru agreed. Lucky I was born a cactus. Seeing that the group was settled, Estio volunteered, Let's go. The place they arrived at was an old and dilapidated temple. The angel statues were damaged, wings broken, heads missing, as if they had suffered severe destruction. The decaying walls were covered in cobwebs, making the place look even more desolate. The group dismounted the crabs. Parker, also just off his giant crab, followed behind Estio and asked, Guild leader, is this the destroyed temple? Estio looked around. I don't sense any human presence here. He looked at the trembling crabs and thought, and the desert crabs are also very afraid of this place. Mubian, arriving later, suggested, Let's install the equipment we got from the association and explore the surroundings. Estio looked up at the entrance of the dilapidated temple before him. The darkness within radiated a dangerous mystery. He didn't hesitate and chose to enter. Inside, it was pitch black. What awaited them within? Because of the darkness, the group stayed close together to avoid getting lost. Mubian remarked, With this, I don't think we can call this place ruins. Parker worried. I don't think there's anything here, no signs of human activity either. Estio walked ahead, his face serious, saying nothing. Seeing him quieter than usual, Parker softly called out, "Guild leader." Then, suddenly, Estio's eyes widened. He heard someone crying. "I'm scared. I want to go home. Save me." Parker reached out to touch Estio, who was walking ahead. "President," he called, then hurried inside. "Someone's here. I can hear them." Parker urgently called out again, "President, wait for us." Inside the desolate temple, the flickering light from the wall sconces was the only illumination guiding their way. The group carefully descended the stairs. The deeper they went, the more astonished they became by the architecture and other details within. "Amazing," someone breathed. "This is a temple built by people who lived thousands of years ago. It's hard to believe they could build something like this, even with all of our modern technology." Parker spoke up fearfully, "President, let's go back. I don't think we'll find anyone if we keep going down." Estio asserted, "No, someone lives here." His eyes held a firm conviction that I hear them. From deep below, a cry for help echoed. "Someone please, help me. I want to go home." Parker anxiously followed, thinking to himself, "I think the president's abilities are getting much stronger. It's as if he's evolving," he mused. Lost in thought, he was startled when Estio pointed to an altar ahead. "Parker," he called, "there's an altar over there." They reached the bottom of the temple, where there was little more than murals and an altar draped in a red cloth. Parker looked around. "I think this was originally a place of worship." Estio sounded surprised. "A place of worship?" Parker continued, "I heard that in the old days, people offered live animal sacrifices to the gods." Mubian chimed in, "Yeah, I've heard of that too. Don't some people still do that?" Parker explained, "Nowadays, they only do it on special occasions. In ancient temples, they performed sacrifices every time they worshipped." Mubian casually dropped a bombshell, "And there are records that show they sacrifice humans too." Parker gasped, "Huh?" While Estio looked around, Mubian was busy sharing information that it's just a theory. When the ancient ruins were first discovered, human remains were found buried in the ground of temples like this. Hearing this, Parker was so scared his soul nearly left his body. He stammered, trembling, "Bodies?" Trying to salvage his rapidly departing courage, he argued, "No way. Why would people worshipping gods do that? They must have done this for some other ritualistic purpose, right?" Mubian continued, arms crossed. "Some findings suggest they placed living people in coffins and nailed them shut, so they couldn't escape. They also covered them with magic preservation powder to stop decomposition. I don't know if they knew these things would be discovered in the future." Not wanting to dwell on this gruesome topic any longer, Parker decided to change the subject. He called out firmly, "We're from the Ignis Guild. Is anyone alive down here?" This time, even Parker heard the cries for help. "Oh, the gods have answered our prayers." The voices of those trapped called out, "We're alive. Hurry." Parker looked around. "I hear them too." He was puzzled, but why do those sounds? By now, Estio seemed to have located the source of the sounds. He crouched down, knocked on the stone floor, and listened carefully. Then, he concluded, the floor is hollow. Niju and Ahuru arrived. Parker stood cautiously nearby, and Mubian also approached, wondering, "Good heavens, how do they get down there?" A voice from below instructed, "There's a handle on the tree painting on the stone wall." Estio stood up and found the handle as instructed. He gently pressed it, and the floor beneath opened, surprising the group standing there. The passage under the floor opened, and shortly after, a boy wearing a white hood emerged. He rejoiced at being free. "Oh dear." Mubian stood to the side, silently assessing. He wondered how long they had been down there, but it was surprising they hadn't run out of air. The boy expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have suffocated down there." Estio asked, "Is this mechanism designed so you can't get out from the inside?" The boy replied, "Yes. We were being chased by insects and ran inside as fast as we could, but it couldn't be opened from the inside." Estio inquired, "Did the blue sand come here too?" The boy answered, "Yes, it did." At this point, he suddenly panicked. We have to leave here now. SDO didn't understand. What's wrong? It turned out there wasn't just the boy who had emerged, but several others, helping each other climb out. The first boy explained, this temple is their nest. If we stay here, we'll be overwhelmed. SDO pondered their nest. He looked towards the wall and realized, so that's why I could hear insects from here. Following his intuition, he walked over and gently pressed his hand against a brick on the wall. Seeing this, Mubian said, there's a door behind the altar. The stone door appeared heavy and remained motionless. The group of white-hooded people had escaped and were huddled together, trembling. One of them spoke up, that door won't open. It's a room that's been sealed for a long time. The person continued, according to legend, unless someone is divinely blessed, it cannot be opened. They stopped speaking abruptly because SDO had opened the stone door. The hooded group was also stunned, as light flickered from within the doorway. Seeing this, the group cried out in fear and ran away, shouting, "Blue sand!" Parker asked worriedly, should we let them go? Mubian didn't seem concerned. Let them go. They'll be fine. SDO looked inside the room, which was much brighter than outside. He remarked, how interesting. It's brighter underground than it is during the day. With light like this, it feels like we're in a cave filled with crystals. SDO pondered, we've found survivors and also learned that the blue sand originates from this temple. What reason do we have to continue into this dangerous place? Footsteps echoed from behind. Just let me burn this whole place down. Bilong approached and offered her opinion. Even if they're small, if the passage is on fire, their numbers will be significantly reduced. She tried to persuade SDO, they're different from the monkeys and cacti you're so fond of, guild leader. These insects are man-eating monsters. If we want to get rid of them, we have to do it now, so they can't crawl up to the surface. SDO interrupted. Wait, they were originally harmless abstract creatures. His eyes held sincerity. We need to understand why they turned into monsters. Bilong questioned, are you saying we'll understand if we go in there? SDO replied, I'm not entirely sure. The frightened cries for help still echoed in SDO's ears. I'm so scared. Please help me. SDO pushed open the stone door and said, I'll check it out once I'm inside. With that, he stepped inside, turning back to instruct them. Do as you please. You don't need to follow me. Bilong stubbornly declared, I'll go in and check too. She worried aloud. If even docile creatures can turn into monsters because of external factors. Bilong gritted her teeth, as if recalling something unpleasant. Anyway, this could be an important issue for me. So, please read their minds and find out why the insects turned into monsters. She pleaded, please, SDO. SDO paused, thinking, please. He looked down, his gaze troubled. Looking at his hands, SDO questioned himself. Is this ability even worth anything? Without further thought, they ventured deeper. Before a glittering light, they froze. Before them. There was no danger, but a mountain of gold, enough to make them exclaim in unison, gold. Everyone stared in amazement at the mountain of gold before them. SDO calmly stepped forward. Mubian, arms crossed, stood in place wondering, is this all gold? Parker, overjoyed, exclaimed, are we going to be rich? Mubian shook his head, ruthlessly throwing cold water on his excitement. Wake up. All the treasures of the temple are considered sacred relics. Everything here will be confiscated by the Holy See. Parker immediately deflated before the pile of gold. Hey, but why is there gold in the temple? Mubian replied indifferently. Who knows? He frowned slightly, and in such a secret place too. Thinking of the blue sand insects, Mubian suddenly asked, wait a minute, is it possible that the insects were born from the gold? Nizu replied, probably not. The white-furred monkey looked at the pile of gold before him and said, there aren't any insects near the gold. In the room filled with shining gold, someone spoke up analytically, come to think of it, they only appeared up to a certain point. Parker shrugged, I don't see anything suspicious. Isn't this just an old secret vault? SDO sat down to examine the area. Bilong, standing beside him, was also puzzled. Why would the temple need a treasure vault? The knowledgeable Mubian spoke up again. Priests need to live and eat too, young lady. The Pope is quite wealthy, you know. There are probably 10 vaults like this in the Holy See. Bilon complained, that's blasphemous. He chuckled. You say that. Yet you don't even believe in the divine. She turned to ask, so, do you believe in God? Mubian switched to pious believer mode, clasping his hands together, but his words were laced with sarcasm. Everyone in the empire is baptized at birth. My religion was decided before I was even born. Such forced faith. Then he expressed his own view. Well, it's true, but I personally believe there is a God, and he cares about people and sometimes intervenes in their lives. Back with SDO, he heard the blue sand insect crying out again, Save me. He was bewildered. How can I save you? He closed his eyes and focused, sensing their words. The box. Parker asked curiously, Guildmaster, did you find something? SDO replied, The insects are talking about a box. Parker looked up, hesitantly saying, The box you're referring to is... Following Parker's gaze, on a high shelf, a single, ornate box sat apart from the rest. He flew up to retrieve the box, bringing it down to SDO and asking, Is this it, Commander? SDO, surprised by a sudden sensation, said, The insects, there's a change in their movements. He curiously opened the box. Inside, a golden light shimmered. Looking at what resembled a glowing golden potato chip, someone blurted out, Gold again. Mubian, hands on his hips, observed for a moment before concluding, No, this isn't gold. This is Uhuru, perched on Nizu's shoulder, spoke up. A golden dragon scale. Mubian turned and asked, Mr. Cactus, do you know anything about golden dragon scales? SDO also looked towards Uhuru. The cactus replied, It's just as the name suggests. Uhuru explained, This is a dragon scale. Unlike a fish scale, it's imbued with magic. Everyone reacted with surprise. Magic? Uhuru continued. Dragons are the race that created magic, correct? So naturally, each of their scales contains immense magical power. Mubian still didn't quite understand. He asked, for example, Parker interjected, bewildered, Wait a minute. He furrowed his brow in thought. Could it have the magic that drives monsters mad and makes them kill? Uhuru hopped onto Nizu's head, praising him loudly. Exactly. Mubian crossed his arms and sighed in exasperation. So that golden dragon, Sahanin, or whatever, is the mastermind behind all this? Nizu asked. Then what should we do? Uhuru replied. We just need to destroy the scale. The insects and scorpions will return to normal. Parker was puzzled. But how do you know all this, Uhuru? Uhuru puffed out his chest proudly. I inherited the memories from my mother. Someone asked, By mother, do you mean that 1,000-year-old Akiyomi Nada from the Turkish desert? Uhuru chuckled. 1,000 years is a bit of an exaggeration. My mother lived during the time when dragons and humans coexisted. Uhuru added, She spoke with them directly. She also learned many secrets from various other sources. Uhuru said proudly, My siblings and I inherited all of those memories. The Akiyomi Nada are like that. We are one, and one can become all. Anyway, back to the main issue. Uhuru hopped onto the box containing the dragon scale. A dragon will die if killed by another dragon. He looked at SDO. Meaning, only you can do it, SDO. SDO nodded. I'll destroy it. Suki, unhappy, wagged their tail in disagreement. I object. It could be very dangerous. Do you think a dragon scale is just some ordinary scale? They frowned, voicing their concern. This is highly suspicious. If it were that simple, there's no way it would break as easily as a twig. Suki strongly protested. You accepted the mission to come here to investigate. Didn't you hear about it too? The people of Turkey will handle this themselves. They turned away, showing their intention to leave. We just need to go back, tell them the cause, and let them take care of it. SDO spoke seriously. I'm still going to do it. The blue sand is killing every living thing it encounters. Suki paused when they heard SDO add. The insects are suffering too. They're being forced to hurt others. He turned his head arrogantly and asked, Are you going to risk your life for those insects? SDO calmly replied, I don't simply want to help someone. Suki didn't seem too concerned. Then what? SDO sincerely expressed his personal view. The reason he wanted to see this through, because I've seen this, because I'm here, I don't want to ignore it and leave as if nothing happened. Suki looked up sadly. I don't want you to be in danger. I hate that you're getting caught up in this too. SDO smiled gratefully. Thank you for worrying about me, Suki. He turned to the box containing the dragon scale, picked it up, and wondered aloud, but how do I destroy it? SDO tried to focus his strength into his hand and strained to break the dragon scale. Seeing him struggling until his whole body trembled and his face turned red, Parker softly called out, President. Seeing this, Suki also stepped forward. You need to use your power. SDO innocently replied, I don't think strength is what's needed. Suki sighed, not that kind of power, but your ability. SDO turned back to look at the dragon scale in his hand, confused, but my ability only reads minds and controls emotions. Against an inanimate object, He closed his eyes, thinking to himself, no, let's try. SDO concentrated and activated his ability through his hand. He was surprised to see the golden dragon scale glow brightly, as if responding to his power. SDO took out the stone he had just retrieved from the chest and examined it. Parker curiously asked, so you can destroy a golden dragon like that? I never would have guessed it was possible. Duke Mubian spoke up. Well, then the insect control magic will be deactivated now. As soon as he finished speaking, an earthquake suddenly occurred where they were. Parker immediately ran over and said, Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. Duke Yaga agreed. I have a similar feeling. At this moment, Parker spoke with a slightly frightened expression. Hey, SDO, can you stop it? He froze, helplessly saying, Sorry, I think it will take some time for me to control it. At the same time, Burong shouted in panic as the surrounding earth and rocks fell. Then what are we supposed to do now? SDO calmly replied, It seems like you'll be dreaming for a bit. Just wait in the dream. Everyone exclaimed in surprised confusion while the stone in SDO's hand flashed. A dream? The scene shifted to a strange place. SDO was still drowsily closing his eyes when a clear voice appeared beside him, speaking to him. Hello, who are you? SDO slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a lush green prairie, thinking to himself, such unfamiliar voices. Are they people I know? The clear voice greeted him, causing him to startle and open his eyes wide. Hello, Sahanan. I am Zoa Arin, one of the black people. Where SDO sat in the grass, a young boy lay while a little girl chattered incessantly. The blond boy opened one eye to look at the girl, Sahanan, and asked, A black person? Zoa Arin, looking at him with a bright smile, said, Yes, I'm so glad to meet a fledgling like me. SDO sat stunned, thinking, this must be Sahanan's memory, probably because I touched the dragon scale. He sat there, seemingly unseen. Sahanan sat up and sighed, saying to Zoa Arin, I'll forgive your rudeness because you're young, kid. I'm not a fledgling. Zoa Arin said with interest, Really? But you look pretty small. This made him fume. Then Sahanan continued, I dress like this on purpose to appear kinder to humans. Zoa Arin huddled beside him, her face curious, and asked continuously without pause, Really? I've never talked to a human. What do they look like? Do you understand them? Sahanan turned and said, You ask a lot of questions, just as expected of a fledgling. I don't like humans. The little girl cheerfully asked, Then why are you here? And you change your appearance too. The boy's eyes held a hint of sadness. Just for fun. Zoa Arin obediently said, I understand. In the distance, someone called Zoa Arin. Hearing the call, the little girl stood up. I'll play with you. So please tell me more about humans later. Then she ran towards the voice, smiling brightly and waving. He propped his hand on the grass and replied, Don't come back. You're annoying. The scene changed to a different setting in the future. They had finally become friends and were walking side by side in the grass. Then the scene shifted to when the two children had grown up. Now, they were lying on a lush green meadow, gazing at a small flower in front of them. The scene shifted again to a bridge where the two young adults were sitting. Zoa Arin, why do you like humans so much? She asked, stroking her hair with a gentle smile. They're lovely. Hearing this, Sahanan turned and said, I heard that black people are very skilled in mind-related abilities, reading souls, or things like that. Zoa Arin leaned a hand on the bridge and replied cheerfully, That's right. I can also hear your heart. Sahanan exclaimed in alarm, What? The young woman continued, I heard it from the first time we met, and everything you wanted to tell me. Sahanan stammered. Actually, Zoa Arin giggled and finished his sentence. Love humans very much, right? Sahanan stared at her. Then, blushing with embarrassment, he turned away. Yes, I like them now. Flustered and red-faced, Sahanan turned away and explained to the young woman, Ultimately, I like them because you like them too. Zoa Arin, hearing this, gently called, Sahanan, you asked why I love humans, right? Sahanan, his blush still lingering, turned a curious face towards her and said, Yes. Zoa Arin began to explain, They say we are born as intermediaries of this world. Among us, black people are born to love all beings. As she explained, she imagined a beautiful scene where lovely humans resided. We share our thoughts and feelings with them. In that scene, a happy family of 3 stroll together. So how can I not love humans? A beautiful lotus bloomed in the middle of a lake. When even a lotus flower in the pond is so lovely. Sahanan trailed off, slowly reaching out to take the hand of the small girl beside him. The scene shifted to a bright midday with a clear blue sky, the sun shining down on a boy and a girl. Du Arin, with a beautiful smile, ran quickly to Sahanan's side and called out, Sahanan, you said you'd be right back after seeing the Lord. Why did it take so long? I have so much to tell you. Sahanan, with a slightly saddened expression, called back to her. Du Arin, don't get close to humans anymore. It's the Lord's order. Du Arin, as if she couldn't believe her ears, grabbed his sleeve. Order? What do you mean, Sahanan? He lowered his head to explain to her. All the dragons have decided to abandon this world. We will leave this place. No, this world, so don't love humans anymore. The girl gently released his sleeve. I'm sorry, Sahanan, I can't go. I won't go. I'll stay here. Sahanan, momentarily angered, snapped at her, making her flinch. Du Arin, seeing his outburst frighten her, he quickly became flustered and apologized. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I didn't mean to. If you stay here, I'll stay with you. Promise me, Du Arin. Sahanan placed his hand over his heart and spoke sincerely. Let's never leave each other. Estio, watching from behind them, thought to himself, I can't see any more memories. But I still can hardly understand. Did Du Arin break her promise? There are still a few things that can't be explained even if that's the truth. Black people are born to love all living things. Estio walked in the darkness, slowly saying, To love. The scene changed to a place filled with cursing and negative emotions. It's not because of my ability, but because I've met such people. The image of 3 people and 1 beast appeared in Estio's mind. This ability saved Nizu. It allowed me to register at the church and led me to where I am now. Maybe I'm afraid of this power. If things were even slightly different. Estio smiled. Am I like you? Under the bright, lively sky and the cool air of the new day, Estio, Parker, Nizu, and Ahuru stood still. Burong and Nubian lay curled up in a circle, sleeping soundly despite the cold, rough stone floor. A moment later, Estio woke up. He slowly lifted his sleepy eyelids and looked around the space. Suki, who had been silent while watching him sleep, let out a soft meow as he awoke, a sweet good morning. Hearing this, Estio turned his head and looked up at Suki with drowsy eyes, smiling slightly. Did you have a good dream? Suki didn't speak aloud, but a thought emerged from its mind. Asterisk, I guess so. I don't know about the others. Asterisk. Seemingly having slept enough, Parker sat up. He didn't appear fully awake, raising a hand to his forehead and groaning softly. At the same time, Suki continued its silent thoughts, confirming it was a good dream, and then everyone gradually woke up. Nizu sat up abruptly and said happily, My mother appeared in my dream. But only Burong remained asleep, lying motionless. Mubian softly called out to wake her, "Burong." Even so, she didn't stir. He asked, puzzled, "She still hasn't woken up? Is she sleeping very deeply?" As Nizu watched with worried eyes, Estio suggested, "We'll wait a little longer." A long while later, under the clear sky, someone spoke up, "Guild leader, we've wasted too much time. The desert crabs might be gone by now." Seeing this, Estio turned to Nizu and asked, "Nizu, can you carry Burong on your back?" Everyone standing around Burong looked at her with concern. Nizu, hearing him ask, replied, "I can." Having said that, Nizu added hesitantly, "But I don't think she'd like it." Without a word, Mubian suddenly lifted Burong and placed her on Nizu's back, calmly saying, "I'll carry the luggage. Let's go." Suddenly, Estio became serious. He asked gravely, "But before we leave, there's something I want to ask everyone." He recalled the room filled with gold in the temple and continued, "Even after we return to the Turkish village, please don't tell them that we saw that room." Someone asked back, "You want to keep the temple's treasure a secret?" He replied, "Yes." Mubian, standing before him, asked curiously, "I don't object, but may I ask why?" Estio suddenly remembered the dream he had just had. His voice became deep as he explained, "In my dream, I saw a fragment of the Golden Dragon's memory. A beautiful girl with black hair and a scholarly young man with golden hair appeared. Fragments of memories flashed before Estio's eyes. He continued, "This temple might be a place that holds a precious memory for him. I don't know what it means to him, so I don't want to touch it without his permission." He bowed his head in thought and continued, I also think we should leave the soul mirror here as well." The others, hearing this, nodded in agreement at the same time. Everyone took turns voicing their agreement. "Then we'll do that." "All right, I'll keep it a secret. Nizu as well, I promise." Several days later, on a clear morning in the beautiful Turkish village, from a grand, ivory-white house, magnificent and splendid, a voice echoed, "This trip seems to have been a success. Our mission was completed without any problems, and the guild leader's condition has also improved. Can you control your power now?" Inside a room within the large house, Burong still lay, silently asleep in bed. Parker, Nizu, and Mubian stood around where Estio was sitting. Estio replied, "Yes, at least I won't cause any unintentional harm." He looked at Bairang's rosy face and softly said, "But I'm a little worried because Burong hasn't woken up yet. We need to return to headquarters soon." Parker, Nizu, and Mubian all directed worried glances towards Burong. Suddenly, Mubian spoke up anxiously, "We can't take her through the transfer gate in this condition." After a moment of contemplation, Estio spoke up, "I'll enter her dream and pull her out." Hearing him say this, all three of them exclaimed in surprise, "Can that be done?" He stood up and walked slowly towards her bed as he said, "I can only know if I try. This is different for everyone." Uhuru, who had been standing silently on the shelf, suddenly voiced his thoughts. "But do we need to wake her? Can't we just leave her here until she wakes up on her own? I don't like her. She's the one who said anything that isn't human should die." Uhuru leaned forward, his voice filled with a mixture of resentment and anger. "How many animals has she killed in front of us? Plus, my nose is numb from the smell of blood on her." Estio, facing a disgruntled, arms crossed Uhuru, asked, "Mr. Cactus, do you even have a nose, being a cactus?" Uhuru immediately retorted, "I have a nose in my heart." Estio turned his back to Uhuru, his voice low and firm. "Uhuru, stop it." Uhuru, seeing this, grumbled inwardly, "Humph. Why am I the only one getting scolded?" He muttered aloud, "I'm not scolding you. I feel the same way. Burong won't change even if we help her." He then added, his voice tinged with bitterness, "However, this incident is my fault." Suki padded softly towards him and let out a small sound. Looking up at him with clear, two-toned eyes, Suki projected the thought, "Let's go, Estio." Estio nodded in response to Suki's gaze. He then walked over to Bairang's bedside and gently placed his hand on her forehead. He channeled his power into his palm. Clusters of clear, bright light began to flicker within his hand. Beneath a clear blue sky and the warm sunlight, a lush, vibrant bamboo forest stretched out before him. Estio looked around in surprise. A bamboo forest. He looked down at Suki beside him and asked, "Can you find Xian Barong here?" Suki glanced around, then replied telepathically, "I can't find her from here. We're in a dream. You should be the one observing." Hearing this, Estio slumped back in defeat. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had an idea. He exclaimed, "Ah!" Estio's gaze landed on a bamboo stalk. He grasped it and snapped it in two. He then placed the broken end on the ground. He nudged the stalk and let go. It swayed precariously, then tipped over. Watching intently, Estio followed the direction it fell and said, "I think we should go that way." Suki, seeing this helplessness, spoke up. "Estio, who told you this?" Estio, getting to his feet, replied, "I saw it in a book." Suki walked gracefully, her thoughts echoing. Even a foolish method could be a sure one here, since we're in a dream. Anything could be a sign, and anyone could appear if you wish. Estio and Suki walked along the chosen path. Hearing Suki, he said, "But the owner of the dream has to be the one who wishes for them, not me." Suki glanced at him and slowly replied, "That's true, but you're the one who can control the dream." Hearing this, he unconsciously lowered his head, his indifferent eyes drooping in contemplation. He thought to himself, "This ability of mine now feels like a given." In his mind, the image of a powerful dragon, its face unclear, briefly appeared. He continued to think, "What am I becoming? What kind of creature is a dragon?" While he was still lost in his thoughts, a familiar sound repeatedly called his name. Estio. Despite the repeated calls, he remained motionless. Suki, frustrated, projected her thoughts loudly. Estio. However, the sound that came out was Nyack. Hearing this, Estio flinched. Suki, puzzled, projected her thoughts inquiringly. "What are you thinking about?" Standing there pondering, and stared at the tense Estio. Suddenly, amidst the densely growing bamboo, Suki saw a familiar figure. She exclaimed, "Look!" Hearing this, Estio immediately looked over. He saw Barong in a tiny form and called out, "Xian Barong." Suddenly, a small, round, yellow ball rolled to his feet. Estio carefully picked it up and showed it to the cat. "It seems like she's looking for this." He watched the little girl rummaging around, thinking, "Seeing how the ball rolled to me, it seems like she'll never find it." Then, as if she saw something strange, the little girl suddenly ran forward, unable to hide the excitement on her face. Hidden behind the trees was a blood-covered, humanoid white tiger, its eyes slightly dull. The little girl greeted, "Hello, Mr. White Tiger." Suki, as if sensing something, explained, "A divine being present in the world through the body of an animal. However, they're not gods of humans, but gods of animals." Estio repeated, "A god?" Clearly, they aren't true gods, but animals can't resist the commands of a divine beast. Beside the tiger now was Barong, trembling and bewildered, kneeling down, stammering, "Mr. White Tiger, are you injured?" The tiger was in pain and no longer had the strength to cry out, only able to let out soft groans. She worried, "Does it hurt a lot?" Seeing that the tiger seemed too weak, she offered, "Do you want to come to my house? I'll apply medicine to you." Hearing this, it just opened its eyes and remained silent, as if thinking about something. Then it decided to stand up, despite its blood-covered body and depleted strength. But it could only stay upright for a few seconds before collapsing. Barong cried out in alarm. "Mr. White Tiger." After recounting her terrible memory, she was a little emotional. "I should have left it there." Hearing this, Estio turned around in surprise. The little girl continued, "If I had ignored it then, the Xian clan wouldn't have suffered." Tears welled in her eyes, and her brows furrowed in frustration. "That divine beast, the white tiger or whatever it is, I shouldn't have trusted it. You don't know what to do, so you just call out, 'Zhang.'" But she was only met with the confused face of a young girl. "Just call me by my real name. We're in my dream, after all." Seeing Estio's slightly shocked expression, the girl continued. What's with that look? You read my mind before. You should know everything, right? He calmly replied, I came to find you because you haven't woken up after all this time. Hearing this, Burong quickly turned away, speaking bitterly. Do you feel responsible for me or something? Just go. I won't resent you just because I'm trapped in a dream. But Estio's response made her pause. I'm responsible for you, he said apologetically. I'm sorry for trapping you in this dream. I'll do my best to help you get out of here. Her footsteps were silent as she walked away. However, Estio's answer didn't seem to sway Burong. She quickly walked toward the wooden house. Inside the house were her mother, father, and younger brother. Burong turned back and said to him, Who said I wanted to leave? Her kind mother, just setting a fragrant pot of stew on the table, cheerfully called out, Zhang. Hearing someone call her name, young Burong excitedly ran in from outside. Mother, standing before this scene of her happy family from the past, the girl of the present couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Do you know how many times I've dreamt this dream? Should I tell you what happens next? Burong tried to restrain herself, her clenched fists trembling. That divine beast I saved in the forest. It was the one who cursed my clan. A divine being? A great white tiger protecting our country? Don't make me laugh. Unable to hold back any longer, she yelled, her eyes filled with resentment. A divine beast that couldn't even make a contract with the king. Who can it protect? In her memory, the image of a house engulfed in flames appeared, with the silhouette of the white tiger outside. Then she continued, The white tiger divine beast, called the god of all four-legged beasts, can control all animals. In front of the tiger was young Zhang, lying unconscious beside a horrific pool of blood. I fainted right after, so I don't know why I was the only survivor, but thinking about it now is pointless. The tigers seemed to have left. Burong recalled. Not long after, the king's army arrived, and my clan, the ones who cared for the white tiger, were accused of treason and labeled as the thieves who stole the royal palace's divine beast. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth, tears welling up, her face filled with extreme indignation. Everyone was wrongly accused because of me. We were condemned as sinners. Those who harmed the divine beast, there wasn't even a trial. And that beast just, bloody images and the corpses of her family members kept flashing through her mind. She continued, sat there, and did nothing while my clan was being destroyed. After recounting her painful story, she spoke softly. So, being in this dream is okay. Just being able to see my family, that's enough for me. Burong turned back and gave a bright smile to the two who had listened to her story from beginning to end. Thank you, guild leader. After witnessing that heartbreaking scene, Estio was a little bewildered. He remained silent for a moment. Suki then spoke up. Actually, divine beasts are the gods of animals, and they wouldn't kill humans without reason. After a moment of silence, Estio offered, I'll help you. But Burong responded with an irritated tone, I said I don't need it. Seemingly very upset, she turned around angrily. Now that I'm out, what can I even do? That king and the whole country are crazy. How can I fight against those beasts, those I don't even understand what they're thinking? Faced with that outburst, Estio gently placed his hand on her and said, I still don't like you, but I don't want you to die. Then he looked directly into her eyes and slowly uttered each word. Live, Zon Burong. A familiar image suddenly flashed in her mind. It was the words of her deceased mother. Covered in wounds, she still managed to tell her little daughter, You must live, Zhang. Estio's voice pulled her back to reality. I will go meet the white tiger. I will ask it who harmed the Xian clan. Here, Estio held her hand tightly and pleaded, So please, don't run away anymore. Hearing that, Bairang's emotions were in turmoil. She was touched, confused, and a little scared. Before she could react, Estio continued, Meet the king who accused your family. Let them know your pain. Realizing his sincerity, she was a little moved, but still acted cold. Even if you help me, it won't change anything. Hearing that, he didn't scold her, but replied gently, I don't expect it to. Burong was surprised. Then why? An answer made the girl's eyes well up with tears. Because I want to help you. She lowered her head to stop the tears from flowing, trembling as she compromised with Estio. I'll go with you. Wake me up from this dream. Bairang's eyes slowly opened, looking tired. Hearing a call, she hurriedly sat up, rubbing her head. Beside her, Estio had also just woken up. Suddenly, a voice called out to both of them. Miss Zhang, Mr. Estio. Now awake, he quickly turned to Barong and said, Tomorrow we will return to headquarters. Rest today. She was a little touched and softly said, Thank you. Parker, who overheard, was extremely surprised. He held his head as if witnessing a world wonder. Did Zhang just say thank you? When the world happened in that dream? Mubian added a sarcastic remark. I heard people often change when they're about to die. Hearing that, Barong was furious. I'm not dying. She continued to explain. The guild leader said that he would go meet the White Tiger for me. Hearing the words White Tiger, a clear image appeared in Mubian's mind. He asked, White Tiger? Barong said with a hateful voice, a hateful divine beast in the form of a white tiger. He wants to use the beast to crush humans and rule them. Hearing the background of that divine beast, Mubian could only exclaim, Oh my, you're involved with something like that again? The girl, now preparing to get out of bed, slowly explained to him, We won't meet it right away. We'll go when the guild leader says so. Suddenly, there was a loud noise at the door. It burst open, revealing a messenger from a guild. He quickly announced, Fast and accurate. The Ignis Guild is here to meet the client's trust. This is the master's order. Everyone wondered, from the master? The paper only has 2 words on it, Master. Revido Castle, the headquarters of the Ignis Guild, was a vast and magnificent structure, no less grand than any royal palace. Kai, seeing everyone return, was overjoyed. She cheerfully ran out to greet them. Welcome back, Commander. She hopped onto the table, holding out her arms as if asking to be picked up. She cheerfully praised him. I heard you resolve the issue in the Tak Desert brilliantly. Estio, not fooled by Kai's innocent demeanor, immediately questioned her. Didn't you deliberately send me to Tak? Caught red-handed, she could only laugh loudly. Busted. Actually, I sent you there because it's in the area. Seeing Estio's bewildered and slightly surprised expression, she continued. But it seems you found a way to control your abilities. Congratulations. He immediately returned to his usual serious work demeanor and began his report to Kai. By the way, it seems the guild doesn't have many people. Kai looked a bit flustered. About that, she explained. The current situation in the Empire is very unstable. The Crown Prince, the First Princess, and the Fifth Prince are officially opposing each other. Furthermore, the nobles haven't decided which side to take, causing the factions to be divided. It seems the internal power struggle within the nobility is quite tense. There have been alliances, and there have been betrayals. Kai continued relaying the information she had gathered while they were away. As a result, the Fifth Prince and the First Princess have formed an alliance. She then concluded, and it seems the Emperor no longer wants to ignore this power struggle. Hearing these complicated and troubling matters, Mubian couldn't help but complain, what a chaotic family. I can guess the Emperor's intentions. With his sharp mind and experience dealing with the upper class, he could immediately discern the ruler's plan. To end the internal dispute, he'll point his sword outwards. Kai, standing beside him, agreed. Exactly. Soon, a war of aggression will break out, and because of that, I think the Emperor might summon Duke Haga. Byron, who had been listening intently, suddenly flinched when she heard Kai speak. I heard the first target is the border nations between the Empire and the Eastern Continent. The quiet girl suddenly spoke up. So everyone has been mobilized as mercenaries? Kai replied, That's right. The Ignis Guild is responsible for supporting the Imperial Palace. Parker, standing nearby, also curiously asked a few questions, looking around as if searching for someone. Guildmaster, are the library staff also involved in this? Kai's answer surprised him. No, I gave them a leave of absence. The library was currently empty, as the staff were all on leave, leaving only a pile of paperwork cluttered on the desk. She explained, "Because I have difficulty working when there are people around. Due to my weak heart, I'm easily influenced by the thoughts of others when I work." After outlining the current situation, it was Kai's turn to ask, "Just to be sure, Guild Master, please don't interfere in the Empire's war." Estio, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied seriously, "I understand." Seeing that his companions seemed tired after their journey, Kai gently said, "So I'll let you rest. Go somewhere peaceful and enjoy life. I'll call you back for the Pope's inauguration ceremony." She smiled mysteriously. Then, suddenly, Estio was pulled back. Kai's sudden action left Estio quite bewildered. After their conversation, everyone said their goodbyes, and Estio expressed his gratitude. "Mubian, thank you for accompanying us. Please return to those you need to protect." But Mubian seemed reluctant. He argued, "I'm a bodyguard, and the master I need to protect is still here." Estio interrupted, "But before that, you were also Duke Haga." Seeing his friend's unwilling expression, he offered comfort. "I'll always be here, so please return after you've finished what you need to do." Hearing his leader's words, Mubian couldn't bring himself to argue further. He promised, "Then I will return as soon as possible." Nearby, Zhang also expressed her intention to leave. "I'm going too." Her words surprised Parker. "Huh? Where are you going, Zhang?" She replied, "To work as a mercenary. Only the guild master isn't allowed to participate in the war. Your promise, call me when you want to fulfill it." Before the two figures disappeared from view, Zhang managed to add a final message, also speaking for Mubian. "Even if it's not for that promise, if you need me, call. If it's your order, I'll follow without question." Watching his companions leave one by one, Estio felt a pang of loneliness. Parker turned to him and asked, "So, Guild Master, what do you plan to do next?" He recalled Kai's whispered words from earlier. "If you go to the Sky Island Elia, where Pegasi and unicorns are rumored to live, you might find clues about your origins. It seems there's a path leading to this island if you go to the cliffs of the Wind Mountain Range." Her final words still echoed in his mind. "Whether to go or not is your decision." Estio decided on his next destination. "I plan to go to Sky Island Elia." Hearing this, Parker became incredibly excited, practically jumping on his commander. "I'll go with you." Estio hesitated slightly. "Are you sure? Are you okay with using your vacation time to come with me?" But Parker seemed unconcerned about his vacation. His eyes shone brightly as he said, "I've only heard of Elia, but I've always wanted to go." And so, the four of them began their journey to a new land. As everyone walked at a leisurely pace, Parker found himself having to jog to keep up. He exclaimed, "It seems like this is the first long trip we've taken without using a transfer gate since we went to your village." Noticing his companion lagging behind and looking tired, Estio turned back, sorry for the tiring journey. Parker quickly responded, flustered, "It's not that. It's a good opportunity for exercise." Estio looked up at the sky. The sun is about to set. Seeing this, he gave an order, "Let's find a place to rest for the night." As they were considering where to sleep, Niju's sharp ears picked up something. He quickly alerted his master. "Estio, I hear something strange." Looking into the deep, desolate forest, he began to speculate. "It sounds like some large animal is in pain." Estio turned to Parker for assistance. "Parker, can you check the surrounding area?" He leaped into the air. Following his commander's order, Parker spread his large wings and quickly launched himself into the sky, surveying the area as he flew. Suddenly, something caught his eye, leaving him utterly astonished. Parker flew back towards his companions, shouting as he went, "Guild Master, 30 meters north. There's a small pit there, and next to it, a unicorn has collapsed." A blood-soaked unicorn lay unconscious on the ground, its condition appearing quite serious. The whole team quickly moved to check on it. Parker guessed, "It looks like it was injured by a hunter or poacher. It probably escaped, as I don't see anyone else around." The Birdman awkwardly fumbled through his pockets, flustered, "I don't have any medicine for such a serious wound." Estio suddenly had an idea that, oh, you have a knife or anything sharp? Parker quickly handed one to his leader. I have a dagger. Thanks. Estio, biting down on a cloth to stifle any cries, hastily cut his hand to draw his own blood. Then he offered his hand for the unicorn to lick. Seeing it seemed to be doing better, Estio felt a sense of relief. The team decided to camp there. Let's stay here tonight. The drowsy unicorn suddenly heard a voice echo. Does it hurt? It slowly opened its eyes. The unicorn saw something very fluffy and white as snow. The creature was cheerful. You're awake. Are you all right? Seeing its strange form, the unicorn was a little panicked. A beast, will I be eaten? It thought. But that's probably better than being caught by humans. It quickly recoiled, cowering at the base of a tree, not daring to look at the large beast. Seeing this, Niju was quite surprised. Hello. Niju's greeting, instead of helping, made the unicorn cry loudly and become even more frightened. Hearing the commotion, Estio, who was warming himself by the fire, turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Niju replied, "I think I scared it." Hearing this, Estio quickly reassured him that it's not your fault. It must still be very distraught after waking up from being attacked. The frightened unicorn suddenly jolted. That voice, I've heard it somewhere a long time ago. On the other side, Estio had started to get up, preparing to rest, while the unicorn was still struggling with its own thoughts and suspicions. When was it? Estio gently offered his hand and reassured the unicorn that it's okay. We can help you get home. With tears in its eyes, the unicorn asked, "Really? Who are you?" He slowly introduced himself. I'm Estio. The unicorn replied, "I've never heard that name before, but you have a very familiar scent." The unicorn felt a sense of closeness to Estio. "Thank you for saving me, anyway." The unicorn looked around and explained, "Your group has many different races traveling together. That's why I feel more trusting." He asked curiously why. Remembering the cruel humans, the unicorn replied, "The humans I know don't like being with other races." The cruel humans in the unicorn's memory continuously ordered. Catch it. Niju, full of questions, asked, "But aren't other races the same?" Suki and Ahuru don't like humans either. Neither did I before. The image of his past self, baring his teeth and glaring, appeared in his mind. The unicorn's eyes widened in surprise. "I don't mean exactly the same, but what you said is also true." Looking at the starry night sky, Estio announced, "It's late. Let's sleep. We'll talk later. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, we'll set off." Everyone was lying near the fire, except for Estio, who was sitting quietly, hugging his knees. Suki slowly approached, startling Estio with his question, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" He replied softly, "I'm just not sleepy. What about you?" Suki, the cat-like creature, spoke as if complaining, "How can I sleep in a place like this?" Estio tried to reassure him. "This mountain isn't dangerous." Suki disagreed and turned away. "There's nowhere completely safe in this world." The black cat sighed, giving a warning that I know I'm nagging, but you need to stop blindly trusting people. Estio, of course, when I'm here, it's fine. I'll watch over them for you. He suddenly called a name, Suki. A response came immediately, what? While picturing a giant dragon standing on the globe, Estio spoke. "I heard Suhanan really hates humans, but for some reason, he still remains in this world." Suki flicked their tail in response. Like that Kai person said, he might have stayed to bring this world to its destruction. He reached out and stroked the cat's head. "But," Suki calmly questioned, "what? Do you think there's another reason?" Estio bowed his head pensively. "That it makes me wonder." Countless questions continuously popped into his head. What happened to Joran? Is Joran really dead? Or did she betray Suhanan and leave? The last question echoed as the image of the blonde man remaining silent before a girl's questioning appeared. Or is Suhanan just a crazy golden dragon? Estio was puzzled. And no matter how much I think, I can't figure it out. I don't understand why he hates humans so much. Suki lay comfortably on his lap, playing that you'll probably never know unless you read his mind. Right after finishing the sentence, the cat sat up, hesitant. "Wait, you." He spoke with firm denial that I'll have to meet him someday anyway. Suki regained their composure and questioned, assuming that's true. But if your target is a dragon who's gone mad, what are you going to do after reading his mind? Estio trailed off. I don't really intend to do anything. The cat turned away, feigning indifference that Su Hanan is very dangerous. I won't stop you from meeting him at the inauguration ceremony, but that's it. Suki emphasized the warning, don't empathize with anyone, Estio. The black cat's warning made him wonder, am I empathizing with him? The sun gradually peeked out, signaling another beautiful day had arrived. While everyone was moving, the unicorn sighed in relief. When I was attacked, I really thought I was going to die. So, you guys are going to Elia too? It's fate. I still have a lot of questions, but why did I recover so quickly? It's interesting. Estio seemed distracted, pondering that I'm not confident I can explain my bloodline. Maybe it's better to stay silent. Nizu asked bewilderedly, are we there yet? Parker immediately replied, not yet. He observed the vast landscape as he announced, we're still a long way off. This is just the first peak. We need to cross 5 more mountains to reach our destination. The monkey repeated in alarm while the unicorn was still excited. 5 mountains? Parker cheerfully confirmed, that's right, but luckily, I know a shortcut. His joy was short-lived as he doubted himself upon seeing the scene before him. This is a shortcut? Just then, the unicorn flew up high. Now, then, the unicorn instructed, fly from this point. Parker said, my lady, I'm the only one with wings. The others can't fly. You reassured him, it's all right. I'm not asking you to fly alone, of course. The unicorn smiled and suggested, Estio, you don't think I'd forget to repay you for helping me, do you? Your cheerful tone made Estio look up in confusion. Suddenly, everyone spoke in unison, looking around. I hear the sound of hooves from somewhere. Niza gasped and suddenly pointed towards the sky, dot up there, against the clear blue sky, for beautiful unicorns were flying towards them. A blonde unicorn called out, my lady. You cried out joyfully, Elder. The Kirin slowly descended. Oh, you're all right. I was worried when I heard the birds say you were being hunted by humans. You gestured. These people saved me. Can we invite them to Elia? The elder asked incredulously. Humans saved you. He refused without hesitation. But we cannot welcome humans. You exclaimed in surprise, Elder. The blue unicorn continued to plead. Elder, they're not hunters. They're the benefactors who saved me and healed my wounds. I'm indebted to them, and I want to repay them. The Kirin frowned and pressed. Healed your wounds. The elder was doubtful, but I don't see any injuries on you, and I don't smell any blood around you. My lady, were you injured when the hunters captured you? Recalling the image of her severe injuries, you recounted, oh, I stepped on a trap and broke my leg, then I was attacked with magic. I suffered a fatal wound. The other unicorns were astonished. Unbelievable. Only the spring water in Elia can heal a Pegasus's wounds. The elder stared at Estio, who was standing quietly. If not him, then only the dragons who created the Pegasi could have done it. He landed in front of him and inquired, what is your name? Estio politely introduced himself. I am Estio. The Kirin unexpectedly bent one knee as if to show respect. He humbly bowed. Welcome, last descendant of the Black Dragon bloodline. Parker's surprised voice rang out that I can see Pegasi and unicorns everywhere. You ask curiously, are you that surprised? We have a good relationship with the bird people and communicate with them frequently. His eyes twinkled as he smiled brightly. I left the bird village a long time ago to work in the city, so everything here is very interesting. The blue unicorn thought to herself, but what's more interesting is you people. Looking at Estio's back, you said incredulously, one of them is a descendant of the Black Dragon. The unicorn continued to think, he looks completely like an ordinary human. At the same time, the Kirin respectfully invited, Lord Estio, this way, please. A sparkling, clear blue lake gradually appeared after the elder introduced, unicorns are born from this lake. The Kirin with golden hair continued, this is the place I wanted to show Lady Joran. If she returns, The Pegasi, blessed by her, will continue to be born here. Estio immediately denied, I am not Joran. The elder calmly replied, but I still want you to know you are the last vestige of the black dragon remaining in this world, Lord Estio. He pursed his lips as if to deny it, but stopped himself. I don't want it to be like this. The elder continued his explanation. The lake is blessed by the divine. The pebbles are soaked in the magic of the emperor. Dragon. As if to prove Kieran's words, the gentle sunlight shone directly down onto the lake. The sunlight paused for about 3 seconds before he continued. These 3 elements combine to create unicorns. Estio asked, Then how are Pegasi born? The elder lowered his voice sadly. Not anymore. As Estio reached down to the lake and picked up a stone, Kieran said, Pegasi are born from the magic of the black dragon. The elder spoke evenly. Since Lady Joran has returned to the embrace of the divine, there is no one left who can provide that magic. Kieran, sweating, made a suggestion. So perhaps you could share your magic with us as an inheritor of the black dragon lineage. Estio fell silent, helpless. I can't. He seemed to give up, dropping the stone as he thought to himself, as if blaming himself. I don't know what magic is, and I'm not an inheritor. The stone fell into the lake and made a sound, neither loud nor soft, but enough to stir one's heart. The elder understood and replied, If it troubles you, I won't ask again. Estio continued to question. I have a question. Did Suhanan help this place? Kieran, surprised, emphasized, You already know Master Suhanan? The elder pondered, confused. Strange, Master Suhanan never mentioned. This person, his voice echoed in the vast space. He once wanted to destroy everything Joran loved, but at least he took care of Elia. Estio stared at Kieran, bewildered. Why is that? He continued to recount what he knew. I don't know the details, but Master Suhanan was originally a benevolent dragon. Estio called out seriously. Elder, he softly suggested, Please call me Kieran. Estio calmly pressed for the truth, surprising the elder. Kieran, was Suhanan really the one who killed Joe? Aren't? Kieran couldn't maintain his composure and immediately refuted. No, that's not true. Heavens. Is that what people are saying? The elder urgently wanted to clarify. They were partners who shared the same heartbeat. If one died, the other would die too, so they couldn't harm each other. Estio quickly realized the key point. So if Suhanan is alive, then Joran isn't dead. Kieran then softened his voice in response. Lady Joran is gone. Because I, Kieran, was created by her own hand. I can feel it. The elder continued, despite Estio's confusion, but her heart still lives. Kieran recounted what he knew. I heard that dragons can pass their hearts on to their children before they die. The elder's eyes began to tear up with emotion. So, as long as the bloodline continues, the heart will continue to beat. When I hear the beat in your chest, I can feel Joran. Estio clutched his left chest in shock. He finished his interrupted thought. I am the inheritor of Joran's heart. Immediately after, Estio analyzed in his head, but the timeline doesn't match. Joran died over 1,000 years ago, and I was only born 19 years ago. Wait, how long was I asleep in that egg? Kieran angrily revealed the truth. The traitor who worked with Aran and took her life wasn't Suhanan. It was a human. Estio couldn't believe what he had just heard. I need time to think about this. The elder understood and stepped away. I'll be out for a while. At that moment, in the warm forest filled with sunlight and the rustling of leaves, Suki approached and softly called out, Estio. The cat-like creature seemed to sense his emotions and comforted him. Don't cry. Suki's heart ached as he saw Estio's tear-stained face. Why are you crying? Estio suddenly realized, clutching his chest where his heart lay. It's not that you're not here. You're always here protecting me. He sobbed, unable to speak. Suki continuously pleaded, Please don't cry. Suddenly, the black cat called out, Estio. Loud noises continuously rang out, startling them both. Estio turned his head in alarm, looking up at the sky in disbelief. The sight of unicorns frantically fleeing from human chains appeared. Before his eyes, Ruberry's commanding voice rang out. Catch the remaining horses. The cruel order continued. It doesn't matter if you kill the adults or not. Estio immediately ran towards the others, asking about the situation. Is everyone all right? Parker, horrified and indignant, exclaimed, I can't believe it. They don't even have wings yet. He immediately noticed something. Over there. He looked in disbelief at a bird person trying to capture the unicorns. Why are the bird people doing this? Uhuru anxiously warned. Wait, there's something more serious. He stared at Ruberry's cloak. It bore the symbol of the Holy Palace. Seeing the cross symbol on the cloak, Parker fearfully exclaimed, Holy Knights. They're the Holy Knights who only act on the direct orders of the Pope. The group of Holy Knights looked down from above at Estio's group and the two Pegasi. A pink-haired male knight turned to look at the blonde-haired man. Captain, these people weren't mentioned in the orders. The captain instructed, just follow the mission. It's wiser if we don't interfere in other matters. Then he turned and signaled to a red-haired female knight. Lib, turn on the mic. Lib immediately complied. Yes, this is Lib. Under the effect of the sound amplification magic, the captain announced loudly, This is the order of the new pope. Elia will now be governed by both the imperial palace of Ruberrazen and the Holy See. Below, Kai, hearing this, angrily retorted, This land won't belong to anyone. Up above, the captain drew his sword. Therefore, any resistance will be considered sacrilege. His eyes narrowed menacingly, and will be judged according to the law. Finishing his words, he hurled his sword down to the ground. The sword plunged deep into the earth, lightning flashing along its blade. The lightning gradually intensified, and the sound of thunder exploded, spreading almost throughout the entire island. Seeing this, the pink-haired young man from before exclaimed, Is he planning to destroy the whole island? Lib said indifferently, He can't. He hasn't even burned half of it yet. Another member of the Holy Knights shook his head, clicking his tongue in disapproval. He was sent to protect Elia, yet he's already destroyed half of it. Kieran stepped forward and questioned, Is this how the Holy See manages Elia? By whose authority? The blonde-haired captain seemed unconcerned. He turned to Lib and asked, Are they rebelling? She replied, It seems so. Parker hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Please stop, he pleaded sorrowfully. Elia is the only place left for the sky horses. He implored, Please don't turn this sky island into a battlefield. At this moment, a hunter approached, unnoticed by Parker. The hunter was injured, but he still looked quite ferocious. He held a crossbow in his hand, words hissing through gritted teeth. The horses are right in front of me. Don't get in my way. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow whistling through the air rang out. Parker instinctively closed his eyes and raised his arm to block it. But the pain didn't come. He opened one eye to assess the situation and was surprised. Parker froze. He wasn't injured because Khan had taken the arrow for him. The arrow had pierced Khan's neck. Khan collapsed heavily, blood gushing out. Parker cried out in alarm, Khan. Kieran, Nizu, and Estio all rushed forward to check on her. The captain above was displeased with the hunter's actions. He roared, Hey, I told you not to target the horses. The hunter stammered, It jumped in the way. The captain of the Holy Knights scratched his head and sighed. Damn it, this is exactly why we shouldn't bring hunters along. Suddenly, he stiffened, panic rising within him. What? I suddenly can't move. His eyes darted around, landing on Estio, the black-cloaked figure below. He speculated, is it that black-haired guy? The more he looked, the more terrifying Estio seemed. A thought flashed through the captain's mind. What the hell is that thing? Below, Estio seemed to be enraged. He asked, What do you want me to do with them? Parker anxiously examined Khan's wound. He looked up, confused. Estio said, We could erase their memories and let them go. Killing intent wasn't outwardly visible, but Estio was quite frightening at this moment. But I don't know if that will solve the problem. Probably not. Then he asked a chilling question, Or should I just kill them all? Parker was stunned into silence for a moment, thinking, strange, the guild master isn't acting like himself today. Suddenly, Estio looked up. I'm sorry, Parker. He turned and looked around. I don't know who's right in this fight. Suhanan, are you protecting Elia just to keep it for yourself? Estio clenched his fists, wondering, in the end, are the sky horses just pawns to be sacrificed to your wrath? Estio said, Khan won't die. She has my blood. Khan weakly called out Estio. He commanded, Khan, get up. And Khan shakily stood. Estio stroked Khan's face and asked gently, what do you want me to do with them? He said sincerely, my Khan could do whatever you want. Watching Estio's actions from above, the captain realized, this is dangerous. That's some kind of wide-range mind control ability. He saw Estio's eyes and mused, he has the exact same eyes as our Pope. Libe suddenly spoke up. It seems he's the leader of the Ignis Guild that our Pope is interested in. The captain was taken aback. Ah, is it him? Libe remarked. I hear he can read minds. Mid-air, another knight chimed in. But looking at the situation now, it seems he's capable of much more than that. Another one stated with certainty, no, there's no way that thing is human. Remembering the terrifying man, the blonde captain concluded, he's the same kind as our master. The pink-haired knight laughed as if he'd just heard a terrifying joke. Please warn me before you make jokes like that. You're talking big, Captain. But the captain's face was pensive and serious, not playful at all. The smile slowly twisted on the pink-haired knight's face. Finally, he whimpered, Are you serious? The captain replied, We'll know if he's real or not when we clash with him. And then he realized he could move again. It can move again. He turned and signaled to Libe. Libe, transform the holy relic. She replied, Understood. Tiny green lights appeared. As she cast the spell, a holy sword materialized before Libe. The energy faded, and the sword became more tangible. A hand reached out and gripped the hilt. The captain pointed the sword downwards and commanded, Deal with the troublemakers first. The tip of the sword began to gather energy, emitting a blinding light. The light converged and formed a powerful attack that hurtled towards the island. The light flashed and slammed into the island, the attack so powerful it shook a corner of it. Dust and debris flew everywhere, forcing Estio's group to shield their eyes and faces. Parker groaned, Oh dear. When the aftershock subsided, Parker peeked out. He gasped in surprise, Looking at the hunters lying scattered on the ground, he was shocked. The hunters? No way. Only they're dead. The captain of the Holy Knights spoke, the leader of the Ignis Guild. It seems he landed on the island when he launched that attack. He walked forward, sword in hand, and declared, It seems you were wondering how to deal with this trash, so I took care of it for you. He introduced himself. I am Ruberry F. Zan, the sole knight ordered to protect Elia under the Pope's authority. Estio said flatly, An unbaptized, prospective Pope cannot be called a Pope. He has no authority to command the Holy Knights, so... He glared at Ruberry and continued, You are not a knight serving the Pope, but merely someone loyal to Suhanan. Looking at the arrogant man before him, Estio finished his sentence. A guard dog. Ruberry chuckled. Oh, so you knew. Guild leader. Where are you anyway? Estio remained silent, offering no answer. Ruberry didn't seem to want an answer either, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder and saying, Well, whatever. I never do anything outside of my given orders. That being said, I feel it's still best to eliminate any threats that might hinder my master's work. With that, Ruberry dashed towards Estio. He roared, Master will be very pleased if I bring back your head. The sound of clashing metal rang out. Both the sword and Ruberry were knocked back. The sword in his hand was still vibrating, showing the impact had been quite strong. He thought in confusion, He blocked my attack? The one in front of Ruberry right now isn't Estio, but a tiger with two colored gold and green eyes glaring angrily at him. Suki, transformed into a tiger, protected Estio behind him. Just now, it had repelled Ruberry. Estio called out worriedly, Suki. Ruberry fearfully gritted his teeth. Losing all will to fight as he looked at the ferocious Suki. Suki, in tiger form, shielded Estio behind him. Just now he had knocked Ruberry back. Estio anxiously called, "Suki." Ruberry fearfully gritted his teeth, having lost all his fighting spirit as he looked at the ferocious Suki. He suddenly realized, a beast completely unharmed even after touching the holy sword. Suki opened its mouth and roared. The roar caused Ruberry to fall backward. His team members panicked. "Captain!" Ruberry gave a wry smile. "I thought it was possible, but I didn't expect you to also have a guardian by your side." Estio paid no attention to the captain. He reassured Suki, "Calm down, Suki." The tiger turned its head to look at him. "He tried to kill you." Estio said, "I'm fine. I'm still alive." Suki was furious. It didn't understand Estio's nonchalant thinking. "Why are you still so calm? That disgusting bastard tried to kill you." Estio nodded, "But he couldn't harm me." Suki asked, "Did you read his thoughts?" Estio's gaze was thoughtful. "Yes, but not exactly." He looked at the sword in Ruberry's hand. "I read the will of the sword he's holding." At this moment, Lib walked forward. Ruberry was startled. "Huh? Lib?" Seeing her acting on her own, Ruberry was displeased. "Hey, I didn't order you to transform into a human." Lib ignored him. She went before Estio and asked, "What's your name?" Estio replied curtly, "Estio." "Estio." She expressed her opinion. "I've decided that from now on, I won't attack you anymore." Ruberry, still sitting on the ground behind them, seemingly unable to overcome his fear, said angrily, "On whose orders? Retract that. That's an order." Lib stubbornly turned her head and retorted, "I don't want to. Lib has the freedom to decide." Ruberry held his head. "This is really giving me a headache." Estio pondered. Why did she betray her comrades? He found the girl looked familiar. Looking closely, she resembled Joran. Lib placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. "I was born from the bone of the Emperor Dragon, and I can sense a similar energy from you." Sohanin and Joran. "I know they once performed a bonding ritual." Estio speculated. "So that means my father is..." Thinking up to this point, Estio didn't think any further. He coldly said, "Go back." Lib turned and left immediately, while Ruberry, just helped up by his team members, was surprised. He staggered, pointed at himself, and asked, "What? You're not going to kill me, and you're even letting me go back?" Estio calmly replied, "That's right." Ruberry was puzzled. "Even though I tried to kill you, you don't mind?" Estio explained, "Those who angered me have all gone to meet their maker." He looked over at his group. "The people I want to protect are still alive, so I don't mind." He took a step forward, as if delivering a message. "So go back to Sohanin and tell him this. On the promised day, I will come to the Elysium Sanctuary." He added seriously, "I also have something I want to ask him." A few weeks later, putting the newspaper down, Parker complained, "I thought we could finally relax after that whole Elia mess." He slapped the newspaper, expressing his extreme frustration, "But it's war every day. This country is such a mess." Just then, S arrived carrying a tray of cookies. Parker stopped and looked at him, worriedly saying, "There's urgent news every day. I'm afraid it will be a long time before Kai returns." S placed the tray of cookies on the table and replied, "I understand." Parker looked at the freshly baked cookies, which didn't look very appetizing, and hesitantly asked, "So, these cookies, you've been practicing making them these past few days, right?" S popped a cookie into his mouth, chewing contentedly, and answered yes. Afraid S would offer him a cookie, Parker quickly changed the subject. Aren't you worried about Kai?" S shrugged. "Not yet." Parker's eyes widened in confusion. "You mean you're okay because you haven't heard any bad news?" S picked up another cookie and explained, "She's really fine. Don't worry. I can feel it." Just then, there was a knock. Parker stood up and looked around. "Did you hear that knocking?" Looking around for a moment, he noticed someone knocking on the window. Parker was surprised to see something on the windowsill. On the windowsill, a toy soldier doll saluted. It seemed to have a soul, or perhaps it was pre-programmed. It smiled brightly. "I am Master's doll. Greetings." Parker opened the window to let the doll in. Standing on the windowsill, It introduced itself. I am Johnny. I have come here on Master's orders. S greeted back, hello. The doll said, Master has a message for the leader. S asked a message. As if activating a recording, the doll began to play the message. Did you have a good rest today? It seems like today is a special day off. For you. This was a message from Kai, the owner of the messenger doll. Her voice echoed through the doll that I apologize for interrupting your time off. But as soon as you receive this message, please prepare yourself thoroughly. On New Year's Day, the Pillar of Light ceremony will take place. That night, at my luxurious home, S lay in bed, tossing and turning, lost in thought. There are rumors that the Pope has authority similar to the Emperor, and the new Pope is only inaugurated after they perform the baptism ceremony. To be invited to such a ceremony, not by the Emperor but by me, what a great honor. He clenched his fist, deep in thought. Perhaps Sahanin also knows that I... S turned over, pondering, and there's no way he doesn't know about Jorn's death. He fretted. Then why is Sahanin calling for me? At that moment, he heard a voice beside his ear. This feeling is terrible, S. It was Suki. He jumped onto S's bed and advised, as I thought, don't go to the baptism ceremony. Meeting him will only hurt you. S sat up and replied, I still need to go there. Suki worried, this time I might not be able to protect you. He picked Suki up, reassuring him, it's okay. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. South hugged Suki close, stroking him. Oh, don't worry. Comforted, the cat's eyes remained anxious, but he didn't say anything more. The last day of the year. Parker had arrived earlier and was talking with Kai and Zen when he spotted S. He waved and called out, Captain, over here. S arrived, surprised to see the person standing next to Parker. Kai nodded and smiled. Hello, it's been a while. S also greeted them. Hello to you, and Zen too, and bowed his head slightly in return. He asked, puzzled, but S asked, don't you have something to do, Kai? Kai replied, I do, but the thought of you meeting Sahanin alone worry me. Unfortunately, there aren't any suitable guild members available to accompany you, and Lord Hyga is also busy at the moment. While it might not be enough, I felt that my accompanying you would at least be of some help. Hearing this, Parker laughed. Well, if you look at it that way, Captain isn't completely alone, but I'd feel more at ease if Master came along too. He scratched his head, his laughter masking his worry. I was a little scared about that. Kai cleared her throat. Anyway, yes. Thinking of the temple, she said, for that reason, I will accompany you to the temple as requested. She sincerely shared, if you are in danger, I will do my utmost to support you. Kai seemed melancholic, of course, since this visit is for the sacred baptism ceremony. Such things shouldn't happen, but considering who we're dealing with, I can't be certain. S thought of Emperor Sahanin, thinking to himself, should I tell her about my relationship with Sahanin? No, it probably doesn't matter. He felt a pang of sadness. He hasn't even met me once in the past 19 years. Kai spoke up, let's go. Watching everyone enter the transfer gate, S's mind was still a jumble of thoughts. He must. He followed the group, a lonely thought echoing in his mind, not need me. Stepping through the transfer gate, they arrived at the temple, where statues of angels stood. The temple's dome was quite high, built in a circular architecture that allowed a view of the stars above. Someone exclaimed, this is Elysium. Parker looked around, observing, it feels so solemn here, and there aren't many people. Kai saw two people quickly slip away as if trying to avoid them. She commented, it didn't look like this the last time I was here. That's strange. Kai became more alert. Something must have happened. She noticed the candles in the corner. The sacred candles used to ward off negative energy have weakened. It's best we don't encounter anyone from the new Pope's side until we reach the ceremony. As the group walked, a spine-chilling sound echoed. As usual, Parker was the first to cry out in fear. What was that sound? S analyzed. It sounded like a wolf. Are there wolves in the palace? Parker, terrified, voiced his theory. Oh my God. Maybe Sahanin released monsters to seize the palace. Kai burst out laughing. That's not a wolf. She said with a smile, it's a dog. Parker, unconvinced and his head full of question marks, fearfully asked. "What?" "A dog." A shadow flashed past and landed, a ferocious growl echoing throughout the temple. Its mouth dripped with saliva, looking anything but gentle. Its silhouette appeared at the top of the temple dome, where the starry sky was visible. It was a white dog with a single horn like a unicorn's. Kai introduced it, the guardian dog of Saint Heaven Aegeus. Nizu's eyes widened in admiration. "It looks just like her." Parker, however, paled in fear. "It looks more like a bear." The guardian dog's shadow flickered and disappeared over the temple dome. It jumped down, landing near the pillars supporting the dome. Seeing this, Kai continued, "I heard that Heaven Aegeus is a divine beast descended from the heavens to protect the Saints." Seeing the dog block their path, Kai said, "As far as I know, it won't be as bloodthirsty and savage as a monster." Parker disagreed. He trembled and cautiously stepped back. "Are you sure?" Sensing movement, the dog growled warningly. Parker flinched, crying out in panic, "I take that back." The dog bared its teeth angrily, as if about to attack him, the one it perceived as violating the sanctity of the temple. Estio, his eyes darkened, stepped forward despite Parker's worry and commanded, "Leave it to me." With a determined look, he added, "I'll make it so everyone can hear its voice." The dog, now in front of Estio, spoke, "I have come to guide you at the behest of Saintus Gereso." Parker, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked in bewilderment, "I'm glad it's not here to harm us, but why the Saintus and not Sahanan?" Its gaze hardened as it replied, "I listened to no one but Gereso." Only then did Estio speak, asking, "Is Sahanan truly the Pope?" The dog immediately answered, "Sahanan is loved by God. He has the ability to change the world and the power to control righteousness. For that reason, Gereso believes he is qualified to become Pope." It continued, its teeth gritted in apparent resentment. "That is why it is obvious that Sahanan will be appointed Pope, even though you are also qualified." Estio then voiced a suspicion. "Why are you telling me these things?" The dog replied, "I will now lead you to Gereso. However, you cannot bring your companions." Parker, hearing the dog's demand, jumped. He clung to Estio's arm, sobbing, "We can't send our leader alone." Nizu, the white monkey beside him, exclaimed in similar distress, "Nizu will go with you." The dog's face darkened as it growled, "Make your choice. If you do not meet with Gereso, you cannot meet with Sahanan either." Estio asked, "But why?" The dog began to explain the situation. "The Saintus is the one who chooses the Pope and cares for them. It is because Sahanan has received the Saintus' favor." Suki suddenly spoke up, advising Estio, "Estio, go. You said you wanted to meet the golden dragon, Sahanan." She urged, "Go and persuade the Saintus. Then we can go meet the golden dragon together." Suki's eyes shone as she looked intently at him. "I'll wait for you." The two who had been clinging to Estio, unwilling to let him go, now released him, stammering, "I'll wait here." I'll wait too." Estio went with the dog, but not before turning back to reassure them, "I'll return." The dog then stomped its foot and instantly transformed into a unicorn-like creature. Estio watched intently. He climbed onto its back without hesitation. The scene shifted to another location, resembling a large temple. As Estio curiously looked around, a gentle voice suddenly echoed, "Thank you for accepting my request, special one." The Saintess introduced herself softly. "I am one of the children who inherited the name of Yggdrasil." Estio formally replied, "I am Estio." She said warmly, "Estio, I am pleased to make your acquaintance." Yggdrasil also patted HEV's head beside her, saying, "Thank you, HEV." Estio carefully mentioned the reason for his visit today. "I came here at Sahanan's request. If you intend to stop me from seeing him." He didn't get to finish his sentence before she cut him off. "Sir Estio, I was truly hoping you would be able to meet Sir Sahanan." Yggdrasil explained, "The only one who can calm him down is you, the judge who can read minds, one of the black dragons. Now, I will tell you the story of Sir Sahanan." She clasped her hands together as if in prayer. When I first met Sir Sahanan, he was completely out of control. He couldn't overcome his rage and caused a lot of harm to himself. His back was covered in wounds, big and small. Holy water could heal his physical wounds, but it couldn't heal the wounds in his heart, wounds that even bled through his clothes. I couldn't stop his madness. All I could do was weep. Yggdrasil confessed to him. Her voice pleaded as she continued. Anyway, as the last member of Gold, I decided to follow him, even if he ultimately chooses to destroy all humans in the world. Estio was puzzled by Yggdrasil's strange words. How can you be sure that I can stop him? She didn't hesitate to answer, because you are one of the black dragons, the ones he loved. He immediately countered this idea. Sahanan loved Joran, not me. Yggdrasil asked, could you please listen to more of my story? She quietly recounted. Sir Sahanan didn't have the chance to witness Lady Joran's final moments. When all the dragons left the world to return to the world of dragons, Lady Joran suddenly disappeared. I heard that it happened because when humans realized that the judging gods were abandoning the world, they betrayed Lady Joran to steal her power for themselves. The reason for Sahanan's loss of control is becoming clearer. Meaning, they hunted a dragon. Humans cruelly killed her. They believed that obtaining the heart of a black dragon would help them rule the world. Whether the truth of this story is right or wrong doesn't matter. Those heroes took the scales and bones of the black dragon as trophies, and when Sahanan saw this, he lost control. Poor Joran was nothing but a skeleton. Yggdrasil's voice grew heavier. Even I don't know why Lady Joran became a victim of the temptations of humans and couldn't resist them. However, she disappeared. When Sir Sahanan learned this truth, he became enraged and started destroying the world. He grew more frantic each day. In the end, the other dragons had to try and drag him away in chains. However, at the last minute, right before the door between the two dimensions closed, he severed the chains himself and fell. Now, due to the injuries he suffered then, he has lost most of his power, and he is dying. She felt immense pity for his plight. Estio, hearing this truth for the first time, was shocked. Yggdrasil pleaded, therefore, I dare to tell it, but please, end his madness so he can find his final peace. He silently agreed without hesitation. All right, I need to tell her that Joran's heart is within me. At least that's what it feels like. Estio gently placed his hand over his heart. Thinking it over, he responded internally, if that's true, then the anger I felt just now. Suddenly, while Estio was thinking, the image of Suki lying in a pool of blood, calling his name, flashed through his mind. She cried out, Estio. His eyes widened in surprise. Estio yelled in a panic, Suki. Yggdrasil, taken aback, quickly called out when she saw his hurried footsteps, Sir Estio. Elsewhere, Estio had just finished dealing with a group of soldiers. He suddenly stopped. A voice unexpectedly called out, Sir Estio. Suki's voice rang out, stopping him. Estio, don't come here. Don't come, Estio. Elsewhere, Ruberry arrogantly declared, we meet again, leader of Ignis. Beneath his feet lay Suki's body. Estio silently knelt before her body. Ruberry taunted, I almost had to go looking for you, so thank you for coming yourself. Estio didn't respond, but stared at Suki lying in the pool of blood, softly calling her name, Suki. A wounded Nizu, barely clinging to life, urged him, Estio, go. Go now. Kai similarly tried to stop Estio. You need to run? I should have protected them better. I have no excuse. It was an ambush. They just happened to have a fire user, so my puppets struggled. The floor was littered with the charred remains of wooden puppets. Zen, also significantly affected by the attack, needed Zen's support to stand as she continued. Sahanan seems more interested in you than we anticipated. She cried out in alarm, Master! Ignoring their pleas, Estio advised Kai. Rest now, Kai. I can't. Rest. His expression turned cold, unlike his usual demeanor. Kai tried to whisper. Before she could finish, she fell unconscious from exhaustion. Ruberry's voice cut through the A-I-R-S-O. You just got back from your meeting with Yggdrasil, huh? Clearly, she's just a nosy saintess who likes to gossip. He showed clear contempt for Yggdrasil. He continued, his tone threatening. If you say you won't meet my master, or if you try to run now, you'll be in big trouble, leader. Ruberry laughed mockingly. If you break the promise you made before Yggdrasil, you'll be punished by the higher powers. Estio's face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. He growled, punishment from the higher powers. His terrifying gaze startled Ruberry. He slowly raised his sword. Estio immediately used mind control, causing Ruberry and his subordinates to tremble in fear. Having to raise your weapon in defense against every word I speak is what you face for these actions. He completely controlled Ruberry's mind, forcing him to press the sword against his own throat. Is this not enough? Estio's voice was steely. Did Sahanin send you? If so, you should have come only to take me, as he commanded. Why did you attack the others? Ruberry's hands trembled as he gripped his sword, thinking he's become so much stronger in just a few weeks. I can't withstand his divine power anymore. Estio's eyes widened, responding to Ruberry's thoughts as if he'd heard them aloud. You're only facing the consequences of your own actions. So don't resent it. Each word dripped with a chilling finality. Suddenly, the cactus Aru jumped in, interrupting them. Wait a minute, it said, I don't intend to stop you from killing these men. Estio, surprised by its appearance, exclaimed Aru. Ruberry looked at Aru, his body still trembling, fearing he was moments from death by his own blade. He thought, that's no ordinary cactus. Aru continued, we should ask why they attacked us. Of course, I understand if you don't want to hear any explanation from them. But are you sure you won't regret killing them? No, Estio replied. Aru. Estio stammered, his composure returning. I already regret it. He held Suki's body in his arms. Holding Suki tightly, Estio's heart was heavy. I shouldn't have been so quick to assume the gold dragon wasn't my enemy. Remembering Suki's earlier words, he thought, Asterisk Suki was right. I sympathized with him too impulsively. Asterisk. I shouldn't have left them alone. Estio recalled the moment HEV had taken him away. Now, his mind was filled with self-reproach. No, actually, I shouldn't have brought him here with me. After careful consideration, he made his decision that I have no other regrets. Please don't stop me, Aru. Aru quickly interjected. No, there's another matter. These men are the Gold Dragon's guards, right? If you kill them all, can you really say everything you want when you meet the Gold Dragon? And surprisingly, no one is dead. So, let's calm down a bit, okay? I'm serious. Aru happily informed Estio that everyone close to him, including Kai, Zen, Nizu, and Parker, were still alive, though unconscious. Estio stammered in disbelief. They're still alive? Aru affirmed, they're not dead. They'll recover after I heal them with my flowers. So, what do you want to do now, Estio? This question made Estio reconsider his initial goal of killing Ruberry and his men to avenge his team. Once they were safe, they could begin the most important task. Let's start by healing them. Aru agreed. All right. Estio, no longer consumed by hatred, told Ruberry's group, you can rest for a while. Subdued, they obeyed. During the healing period, Parker, Nizu, and Kai, their wounds bandaged, drifted off to sleep. Nearly all of their medical supplies were used. Suki, the most seriously injured, was also being cared for. Footsteps approached, and a voice called out. Ruberry. Estio calmly asked, what were your orders from Sahanin? He answered honestly, to deal with the people around you. He'd barely finished speaking when he received his comeuppance. His head slammed against the floor, controlled by Estio. Correct your statement. Your orders weren't to kill me, but to kill my companions, weren't they? Ruberry, forced to concede, admitted the truth. It wasn't to kill them, but to ensure they no longer followed Estio. After receiving the answer, Estio lowered his eyes and thought. Sahanin had ordered him to deal with those around him. Why target them and not indirectly? Don't assume, he warned, that I'll obediently listen to Sahanin just because he summoned me. Ruberry cautiously inquired, you don't want to see our master? Estio turned away. I do, he replied, but I need to wait for my companions to recover first. Ruberry's three companions stood helpless and dejected. Unconcerned with them, Estio checked on his own comrade. "Kai, is your wound all right?" She had already woken up. "It's healed," she replied cheerfully. Uhuru, hearing himself praised, cleared his throat smugly. "Call me doctor," he requested. In the distance, Suki still lay asleep. Grief coloring his voice, Estio murmured, "I thought I could protect you. I'm sorry, Chu." He knelt beside its body, the light of the dawning day reflecting off the circular skylight above. A new day began, the sky clear and peaceful. Ka looked at the scenery outside and sighed that it's time. "Have a safe trip," Estio calmly replied. "I'm not going." He continued, "I don't know what will happen if I leave you all again. Protecting my companions is more important." Yesterday's events had clearly left a mark on him. Suddenly, Zaire Rosso, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, spoke. "You don't need to worry about that. I've used my divine power to bring your friends to safety." Estio asked warily, "What did you take them?" She readily explained, "I sent them to your guild headquarters, so you can rest assured. May the heavens protect you." The scene changed. Familiar footsteps ascended a staircase. Estio followed the sound of music drifting from above. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him as he listened to the melody. After a while, he stopped before a large, open door. Inside, the room was luxuriously decorated. Piano keys danced, producing a flowing melody. A man stood silhouetted against the window. His ears twitched, catching a sound other than the music. Sharp, cold eyes opened. It was none other than Sahanin, the one who had summoned Estio. He watched him silently, not daring to make a sound, only thinking, "Is that Sahanin? He's so quiet. It's like he's not even alive anymore." Estio was meeting him for the first time in this situation, and felt worried. He slowly walked closer to Sahanin, each step causing the heating pipes of the piano to crack. This sound pulled Sahanin out of a trance, and he turned his head. Estio was startled by Sahanin's gaze, and froze. Sahanin's eyes widened, trembling as he called out, "Zoran." He looked at Estio and spoke strange words. "Another illusion. You're wearing different clothes this time. Light always chases the shadows. If you chase too hastily, you'll find that the shadows have already left. If you are just an illusion, it's all right. So please, stay with me a little longer, Zoran." Sahanin pleaded. Estio stood still as Sahanin's hand touched his hair. Sahanin, upon touching him, immediately believed him to be his beloved and cried out, "Gods, Zoran, you're not an illusion." Only then did Estio speak, introducing himself. "I am Estio of the Ignis Guild. Are you Sahanin, the one who made the request?" Sahanin's eyes widened in surprise at this information, and in an instant, his expression fell into disappointment. He whispered, "You're not Zoran. Then why do I sense Zoran in you?" Sahanin trembled, clutching Estio's collar. Seeing his anguish, Estio felt it, the pain, the sorrow, and the rage, all the emotions flooding into him. He seemed to see into Sahanin's heart. What meaning is there to living a life without her? If I was the one who died instead, why was I left here alone? Give her back to me. Sahanin's demeanor suddenly shifted. He grabbed Estio's shirt and interrogated him. "I can hear Zoran's heartbeat within you. You killed her, didn't you? In the end, was it a human who took a dragon's heart?" His eyes widened, as if he wanted to tear Estio apart. Sahanin gritted his teeth and asked, "You cut off her scales and skin to take her heart, didn't you?" Suddenly, a loud, manic laugh erupted. He lowered his head, his mind seemingly in a frenzy. "Look, Zoran, you love these humans, but in the end, they didn't love you back. If you're no longer in this world, then I have no reason to stay either." Despair and helplessness were etched on Sahanin's face. He immediately summoned his weapon, the Ripper Stigmata. Estio was startled by the sudden action. He rushed forward, shouting, "Wait, give it to me." Estio grabbed the sword, causing Sahanin to freeze in astonishment. "What?" Sahanin, now noticing Estio's action, was bewildered. "Wait, how can he touch the holy sword if he's not a guardian?" Estio held the sword he was gripping in front of Sahanin and explained, "This heart that Zoran left behind, I will return it to you, her loved one. So please, stop hurting yourself." He pleaded. Having said this, Estio, without hesitation, plunged the sword into his own chest. He lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, "Then you won't know anything about me. Perhaps that's for the best." The image of Suki flashed through Estio's mind. He crumpled, suppressing the pain from his body and consoling himself. If this heart could soothe his sorrow, perhaps it would be better if he had time to say goodbye. Sahanin, bewildered by the scene, stammered why. Before he could finish, Estio offered the extracted heart, saying, "This is Zoran's dragon heart." He looked at the heart in his hand and thought, only blood relatives can hold the dragon heart within their body, and the holy sword. Estio glanced at the sword lying in the pool of blood flowing from his body. At that moment, Sahanin also held the heart in his hand. Only the gold dragon can wield the holy sword. The guards, his eyes widened at the sight before him. Sahanin looked at Estio's profile in awe. The image was identical to Zoran. The figure of the woman he yearned for appeared before his eyes, leading him to a daring thought. Could he be her child? After removing his heart, Estio fell unconscious.